everybody, welcome back here. We just saw an awesome finals matchup. Congratulations to Matthew Miner one more time on his victory. I'm going to go ahead and bring those guys, Drake and Mason, back in here to chat a little bit about. So let's talk about Pioneer in general. I think it kind of went. It's funny because we mentioned earlier in the broadcast yesterday that we didn't see a lot of mono green, and then guess what happens? Mono green just shows up and wins the tournament. I mean, just like kind of how it happens, right?
Yeah, absolutely. I feel that Pioneer is kind of in a spot that I felt Modern was at when Four Color was in the format, and very dominant, where the best deck gets established, right? And then everyone starts to build their plan around the best deck. And, a lot of times the most resilient best decks stay the best deck at that time. That's why they're the best. But the best level 1 deck, something like Mono Green, it was seeing a large fail rate come up, especially through the RCs and stuff like that, and setting the context for this weekend. So it was a lot of, oh my God, Green's the best. The RCs happen. It kind of falls off a little bit. And of course, that's the time for when people start disrespecting it a bunch. It's the perfect time for it to come back and spike a tournament.
Yeah, and we mentioned this kind of in the interview with Matthew. It's not like Mono Green got like significantly worse. Like, yes, people figured out better plans against it. There was a lot of really hyper focus on the format. But I think really what happened is players got a more realistic view of Mono Green, and Magic players, notorious for just kind of wanting to give up when something like that happens, not put the work in and sort of try and figure out these matchups. And we saw from all the RCs going on, hey, if you put the work in, Mono Green is not undefeatable. It has yet to put up more than 2 copies across any of the RCs, as far as we can tell so far. Canada's still playing right now. And that is telling for a deck that people were like, oh, you have to ban it. Oh, this has to happen. Maybe. But as of right now, there's some pretty convincing data that if you put the work in and you're willing to change your deck up, you can actually go pretty far.
Yeah, I agree. I talked with a lot of players yesterday throughout the day, and most people's feelings was, Mono Green's probably still really good, obviously, but you can kind of just show up and play whatever you want at this point in Pioneer, which is a good feeling. I think that's pretty rewarding. There's combo decks, there's aggressive decks, there's mid-range decks, and obviously there's like the ramp style of deck, which Mono Green kind of tends to be at most points. So a little bit of everything for a little bit of piece of the pie for everybody, which is pretty cool for most formats, especially as we get ready to move into Modern here. So Brothers War has come, and I don't think there's been a very large tournament since the release of that. So it'll be interesting to see kind of how some of these decks shape up. I was kind of wondering about your guys' thoughts. Like, if you had a couple decks to choose from, like what would you be playing this weekend?
Sure. Yeah, I mean, I definitely would to kick it off. I don't think I would let much of the Brothers War cards impact any of my deck selection. Misery Shadow, I like playing Death Shadow a lot. Maybe that's a card I'd reach for. But in general, I think I would keep along the same lines I always do, which is I'm going to play, the Ragavan strategy, because I love that card a lot. So both my decks would have to incorporate that card. So Shadows is my first pick. I love that deck a lot. I think it's underplayed for how powerful it is. You do get access to a companion with something like Gigantha. You get a lot of the same perks that the Murktide deck gets, as far as counter spells, early aggression, and just a resilient game plan. But you also get it backed up by discard and stuff like that as well. So I actually like the Death Shadow deck a lot. That's something that I've played quite a bit with, and is not something that I think is on everybody's radar for a deck to play. I don't even think it shows up on the MTG Goldfish front page or whatever, if you look at the metagame breakdown of Modern. And yeah, it's a deck I like a lot.
But yeah, when you said Death Shadow, I was thinking to myself, man, it's been a while since we've really seen that put up a ton of results. I think Death Shadow is one of those decks that's like constantly underrepresented, just because of how intricate and the push and the play is of balancing obviously your own life total versus your opponent's. So it's definitely a tougher one to play, but it's pretty rewarding, I would say. So no surprise that your deck's Murktide and Shadow, though. Mason,
yeah, Murktide's definitely the second choice. If you say, Drake, you're not allowed to play Death Shadows, okay, fine. Like, I'm just going to go play the boring vanilla Ragavan deck, if you will. Right. Put some Murktide Regents into play. Love the big delve threat there. And, backed up by counterspells, all that stuff. Very much a Drake deck. I love my Steam Vents. I'm going to play Steam Vents. I'm going to play Ragavan. I'm going to do all that stuff.
Yeah, I definitely would have put you on that one for sure. If I sat across from you at the table at Modern, I'm like, yeah, this dude's definitely playing the Murktide Regents. So, all right, Mason, how about you? What 2 decks would you play this weekend if you had your choice?
So I think there's a pretty strong argument that Jeskai Breach is one of the best, if not the best deck in Modern right now. It's at least a top player, and that was kind of one of the things that draws to me. I think that deck has a really good ability to play both a fair game and kind of have this combo kill hanging over the whole match. I think that sort of dynamic is really punishing on a lot of decks in Modern. So that's one of the decks that I would definitely jump to at first. It gets to play games kind of like Drake's decks do with Murktide and Death Shadow, but kind of like a off-brand version of it. The other deck that I think I kind of would jump to as a classic and old favorite, and that's Amulet Titan. We've seen Amulet Titan do really well recently. That's one of the decks that we see someone like Dominic Harvey always do really well with online and on the Man Trader series. And we've seen him actually play it here in one of our events about 2 events ago. And the deck is very strong, very proactive, and got a lot of real enemies from the Modern Horizon 2 that has been kind of trying to figure out how to overcome and adapt to. But I think the Hive Mind and Amulet has been doing some really good work on really kind of figuring out and hammering out, like, okay, how are we going to consistently beat the Murktide players? Okay, how are we going to consistently beat Dress Down Solitude decks? And so I think Amulet has done a lot of work to really improve its matchups there and kind of get back into vogue, where before it was kind of just a deck you played because it was pretty good against 4-color. And now I'm thinking it's starting to get in a position that maybe as a deck you can just play in general.
Yeah, I'm with you. I think those are 2 more decks that are kind of underrepresented, just mostly because of the complexities. I think the way I used to describe the Amulet deck to newer players was, well, it's just a puzzle deck. So you have the ability to grab different lands when you need them and different things. You have different game plans. There's, like you mentioned, the beatdown plan as well as the combo plan, which is pretty good. Now, I did want to mention a couple shout outs to a couple decks I saw. So I've seen this Teamer Scape Shift Spring to Light deck. I don't know if you guys are probably familiar with that. I saw there's a couple players, at least in the field, playing it. While the finals was going on for the Pioneer event, I walked over and I saw someone being Bring to Light Scape Shifted to put an end to their opponent's game.
Love it.
So it looks like it's fairly strong. It's just like, but you look at it on paper and you're like, what are we doing here? Like what is
so is that what you'd play then, Matt? You gonna play some Bring Light Scape Shift in this tournament?
So I think that might be a fun one because people just don't know sometimes what they're playing against. Like when you cast Bring to Light, your opponent's like, oh, well, I don't know what's coming next. It's sometimes you just don't really know what you're playing around. So I think it does get a little bit of a leg up on an open field.
I would have thought you were a Yagmoth through Bamonte. I know we don't know each other that well. That was just the vibe I had from you. You were a Yager.
So green is my least favorite color to play.
Oh wow!
And you know what is I'm like a Death Shadow kind of guy.
Okay.
I also did see Dom Palercio playing this Rakdos scam deck, and I got to learn the history of why it's called Rakdos scam because I watched him lose every single match he played last night in the hotel lobby. So it is a scam to play the deck. I'm pretty sure that's the exact history of where the name came from. So I watched him lose 8 matches in a row, and he's like, "Yeah, I'm definitely registering this today. This is awesome." And I'm like, "Yeah, okay, all right, cool. This is fun." So
good deck, nice.
Yeah,
good luck today.
Really, really nice. So cool. I'm glad I got you guys' thoughts on Modern as a whole. It's one of those formats. I think it's like you either love it or you hate it kind of format. I think if you found a deck that you really enjoy, you tend to really enjoy the format. So, and it rewards you for playing the same deck a lot. I mentioned there's a lot of them are intricate puzzle pieces, and familiarity with the field as well as your own deck really is a big deal in Modern.
100%. I personally found that when Yorion was around, I enjoyed Modern way more. I don't know, maybe that's a me thing.
That's because you won way more, Mason.
That's right. I couldn't lose. I forgot. It was not losing is very fun. That's right. Thank you, Drake. I couldn't remember.
Yeah, you forgot about that. Well, don't worry. I'm here for it. I'm here to help remind you.
That's right. Dang, I forgot I'm the GOAT. Thank you, Drake. I just had a moment.
I was gonna say the Yorion format is definitely
4 colors still around.
It is. Yeah. There's a bunch.
The Kruger deck is exciting. Yeah.
All right, cool. Well, thanks guys for that. So what we're going to do is we're going to get ready. We actually have a time shifted match available for Mason and Drake to do some commentary on. So what we'll do is I'll toss it down to those guys and they'll get you started in round number 1 here. I believe we have 8 rounds of Modern coverage as well as a top 8 today. So I'll let you guys get back to it and everybody have an awesome time.
Well, let's get into this time-shifted magic, Drake. I'm excited to see what we have here. Speaking of Yogg, we have Harrison Fang, staple of the NRG series on Azorius Hammer versus Yagmoth. Drake, how excited are you to see this one? Who do you think's favored?
I'm very excited. This is not actually a matchup I'm intimately familiar with it. Despite both these decks kind of being around for a lot of this Modern format, this isn't a matchup I've seen play out a whole ton. And it seems like, it can really go either way. Yagmoth, obviously the namesake deck for Wayane, seems like it would be really good in play, right? Like once it's in play, you're able to just snipe down all of the hammer things, no combo necessary, and you can just, keep the hammer deck from ever getting a hammer on any single creature. But without Yagmoth, without the namesake card, I have to imagine that hammer's got to be pretty tough for the Yagmoth deck to slog through because a lot of their removal spells otherwise are pretty slow. Things like Grist and like their blocks are all on the ground. There's not a lot of great interaction for the Yagmoth deck against the hammer deck.
Yeah, it's a little weird where a key card in the matchup sometimes is Shadow Spear, because sometimes you just like you bonk them for 10 with an Ornithopter and then it can't fly anymore, right? And you're just like attack, and they're like block with the Young Wolf, block with
Yeah,
the
we can do this again.
yeah.
Undying trigger.
And it's kind of like, all right, I've got like a fog ×2 lined up, and so it is a matchup that's a little tricky and a little complicated. But I agree with your assessment that like if Yagmoth comes down, it is not tricky. It is not complicated. If a hammer isn't already involved, it is over. And so there's a lot of pressure on Harrison to set up a card like just honestly anything with a hammer and just sort of try to hope to ride that to victory. And unfortunately for Harrison, some of his key cards in other matchups are just total blanks in this one, like Esper Sentinel.
Right. And I mean, Harrison, very much agreeing with you with the turn one Steel Shaper's Gift, finding a hammer saga here, a good follow up as well. You mentioned Shadow Spear can be a big player in this matchup, and Saga can do a good job of finding that one as well. As Stoneforge Mystic also can do a good job of finding the equipment. So Hammer kind of firing on all cylinders here. Didn't actually deploy any attackers on turn one, but does have a hammer already dialed up. Cauldron Complete is the find off of Stoneforge Mystic, and Wayne looking like we might be stuck on one land plus the goods. We played turn on Birds of Paradise. I think a Wall of Roots is the follow-up.
Yeah, it is a Wall of Roots. Yeah, it looks like we're on the old one landy. I didn't quite see what Harrison grabbed there, but my guess was he was going to probably grab a Cauldron Complete. Did you see what he grabbed?
Yeah, it was a Cauldron Complete. I think it was the sketch Modern Horizon.
Yeah, okay, gotcha. Yeah. Sorry, my screen flickered for a second combined with the sketch, and it's just like, that's not a magic card. That's an altar. But
I mean, that'd be cool as well. Yeah. As 3 mana able to be made here, and there is the Grist, the Hunger Tide for Wayne. That one can threaten to pick off this Stoneforge Mystic, but does cost one of Wayne's mana sources, as you are required to sacrifice a creature if you want to kill something with that -2. So we may see a plus here, but yeah, no, actually, Wayne decides it is worth it. Sacrifices that Birds of Paradise to that Grist -2 to take care of the Stoneforge Mystic as we go back to Harrison Fang. Grist, a nice pickup for this Yagmoth deck.
Yeah. Yeah, and this is so funny, too. You mentioned, like, okay, there's not a lot of removal if you don't have Yagmoth, right? And it's like, well, if you play Yagmoth and you sacrifice both your lands when you've been stuck on lands, fine, I won't get a Cauldron. Unfortunately, Grist is kind of like, what if we met in middle? And unfortunately, the middle is really bad news for Harrison, as now he's stuck with a Cauldron Complete in hand that he can't quite really use. And has to figure out how he's going to navigate and try and maximize the time he has while Wayne is stuck on resources and stuck on lands.
Absolutely. I mean, Wayne having to sacrifice a mana source that he's very low on in order to make that play happen. Harrison now, because of that, maybe has some time to start letting these this second saga go to work, start making some construct tokens, and developing mana with something like Springleaf Drum you could get off of the first saga to just keep the flow of the constructs going. That way you can eventually stick a Shadow Spear with the second one and punch through for lethal. But because Wayne had to sacrifice a key part of his game plan in order to make all this happen, Harrison actually has a little bit more time in order to start getting these Urza sagas producing constructs. You can get a good look there. That second ability makes a 0/0 construct token, which of course has +1/+1 for each artifact you control, a minimum of 1/1 because you will presumably control the construct itself. As Grist, the uptick does not hit another Grist, so only one insect token made for Wayne. And we'll see if he found another source of mana.
It doesn't look like he does, but he does have a Young Wolf, and we're getting really close to Court of Calling range. And if we can Quarter Calling for a Yagmoth, that will get the job done.
Absolutely. As here is the first Karnstruct. Yeah, sure. Karnstruct made for Harrison. And we're going to take a draw step. Both sagas rolling up. Looks like we may have a action here.
Yeah, stop me if you've heard this one before. I'll draw and respond to my saga trigger as the hammer player. It's like, yeah, we get it. You're going to respond. You always do.
It looks like we're floating a mana here. The first one's going to tick up. The second one's going to make a mana and go grab an artifact that costs specifically 0 or 1. It does not care about converted mana cost. It cares about specific mana costs, something that was very confusing on the spoil of Urza's Saga. So we'll
Less
see exactly
Lotus Bloom be a problem.
A lot of options here.
Yeah. We would have had, imagine Modern with Urza Saga, but Lotus Bloom can get grabbed here,
Yeah, no thanks. Yeah, it just goes and grabs a Black Lotus. Yeah.
Yeah. Ad nauseum might finally have had its day.
Yeah, come on. There has to be something better to do with a Black Lotus than Ad nauseum.
Probably, but, it's a good meme if not. Looks like we're thinking about maybe we're kind of pointing at the Grist. I wonder if we have a main deck Pithing Needle for Harrison. And that is kind of what we're thinking about.
Yeah, let's take a look here. I see we have Nettle Cyst, Shadow Spear, Culture Complete, Springleaf Drum, Colossus Hammer. Pretty low on options as far as actual artifacts go. You could grab like Ornithopter, Ginger Brute stuff if you need an attacker. You can grab the Springleaf Drum if you need mana. And of course, the Colossus Hammer, not terribly good here, but typically an option if you already have something like Sigarda's Aid in play, as Ginger Brute is the grab.
Yeah, it makes me wonder if maybe Harrison has plans to get Shadow Spear on the next turn, because I would imagine that's a card that's pretty good here, lets you push through against the Grist. But it looks like Harrison's using Springleaf Drum, so it makes sense to grab the creature here to kind of maximize the mana on this turn and use as much of it as we can.
Absolutely. It maybe signals that Harrison doesn't actually have a third real land here. Rather, I guess it's a fourth, given Urza's Saga was already sacrificed. So needs the mana with the second Urza Saga going away next turn, and Springleaf Drum already in hand, as Pure Steel Paladin added to the next. That's pretty good with the hammer that's already in hand. We know about that one.
Yeah, that's huge. And he's going to get to draw a card when the hammer's played here off the Paladin trigger. And if we rip a land, we can equip for free and then make our Ginger Brute unblockable and swing for 11 at something. Probably face.
And that looks like there is a land. Another it's Saga number 3. That's a good land to have. And like you mentioned, we can equip that Colossus Hammer to the Ginger Brute, which we just did. And then, like you mentioned, activate. You got no hasters, right? All right, well, here we go. Funnily enough, that means Wayne needs to draw something like a Strangleroot Christ, something with haste in order to actually be able to block this.
Yeah, and considering the Saga is actually about to pop, I'm going to correct myself here. We'll probably just kill the Grist, and then, this way, next turn, the Grist can't kill the Pure Steel Paladin, and so you're not able to get across there. And maybe we are just going to go face and just not worry about it. It looks like we are quarter calling for a Dryad Arbor here, would be my guess, since it's from 0. And trying really hard to get a land, just down bad for a mana source.
Yeah, I mean, Wayne definitely been the texture of this game for him is just being behind on mana the entire time. And so Dryad Arbor, likely not going to be interested in blocking at basically any point. And instead, just looking to actually get Wayne developed on mana. And Wayne still has the potential to draw something like Yagmoth, just straight up play something like Yagmoth, and really get the train rolling as far as removal spells, and potentially even comboing with one Undying creature already in play. So, as much as Wayne looks very, very behind right now, dead on board to this Ginger Brute, just took a huge hit. There are draw steps with mana, maybe a little bit less of an issue now, that allow Wayne to get back in this game and maybe even just win it outright.
Yeah, it looks like that's going to be the case, as we're seeing Wayne kind of lining things up and needs to have a lot of it here, because even if we go and kill this Ginger Brute here by sacrificing our Young Wolf, we get the Young Wolf back from Undying. Well, when that Saga pops, we can go grab that Shadow Spear that I talked about, the all-important one. And if we just equip both of those to the Urza construct, I'm pretty sure that's a 16/16 lifelink trample, and we do not have a huge amount of toughness that isn't tied up in creatures that we kind of need. So we maybe get to block with everything and then have no mana for the next turn.
Yeah, and we see a Strangleroot Geist as the follow-up, and I think that has to be part of the plan here is some crazy blocks of these Wall of Roots and stuff like that in order to stay alive. And this is a tough way to do it. Having Grist have to take care of the Ginger Brute, and then this Pure Steel Paladin is the thing you actually want to hit, but gets to stay in play. Not great, not a great spot to be. As this second Urza Saga is going to reach its third chapter. I think we saw mana floated there as we go and find a 0 or 1 mana artifact. Did we just fail to find?
No, we just grabbed another hammer.
No, we found a second hammer. There it is. It entered play very fast for me.
Yeah.
All right. So second hammer added to the mix. That can maybe spread out onto another creature. No Shadow Spear already. It looks like maybe Shadow Spear's already in hand. There you go.
Yeah, and that makes sense too. That's why we didn't grab it maybe before, and we already had a hammer lined up and everything. And so, now we're seeing, all right, put everything on this construct. It's really, really big, and we're going to see an attack here for what I believe is lethal, since it's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 26 lifelink trample, and we have 6 life and not 20 toughness. So
I think we need like 21 toughness or whatever. So this looks to be lethal. What's on board, provided there's no Force of Vigors or any kind of crazy one-ups or anything, any kind of crazy quarter calling targets. This looks to be it. As Harrison delivering the news of exactly how large this creature is. That looks like it's going to be enough to dispose of Wayne here. And wow, what a game.
What a game. And, that was a time shifted match. So, unfortunately, there was a deck registration error for our Yagmoth players. So, they actually got a game loss in game number 2. So, Harrison, congratulations on being 2-0 and winning your first round. Starting off 1-0 in the tournament is really exciting for Harrison. So, we're going to have that be the end of our first round of Modern coverage. Don't worry, we're about to have some more Modern coverage in just a couple minutes here. But first, Drake, let's kind of look at the prize pool and kind of see what our players are playing for today.
Absolutely. So yesterday was our Pioneer 10K trial. Today is our Modern 5K trial. So you get a good look there. First place, $1,200, 20 points. And this leaderboard race has been extremely tight. So those points worth quite a lot to many of our players. Second, $600, 18 points. Third and fourth, $400, 15 points. So a little bit of fall off on points there, but still quite a bit. Fifth through eighth, $200 and 12 points. And then, of course, down from there, paying out all the way through the top 32. But points go even further than that.
Yeah, and the points are what a lot of the top players on our leaderboard are playing for. We see Connor Maley, Zach Allen, Jesse Robkin. They're all playing this weekend despite basically being locked for NRG Championship because being Player of the Year is one, just really cool. Saying you're the Player of the Year or something, getting the plaque, getting the free entry to the events, and also for our NRG champs, getting to move people around the pods, which we'll get more into when we get to that part of the tournament. But basically, you get to say like, hey, you know what? I think Drake Sasser has brought a deck I cannot beat for this tournament. Push Drake out of the pod. I think I can crush that Jesse Robkin, get in my pod. And you pull her in. And that is what players are playing for in this event. And that is a big, big edge when you're playing for the championship, like something like that. And these leaderboard points really matter. And Drake, you and I played a bunch of the SCG circuit back in the day. The points are what matter, right? Like this is the exciting part. You get to go out to these events, and even if you kind of have a bad weekend, maybe you get 32nd or whatever, which is still a fine finish. You get those 4 points. You do that through the whole year, and you might still be in our NRG champs at the end of the year.
Absolutely. I mean, like you mentioned, I've done this kind of grind before. And for me, the points are worth way more than the money most of the time because, I'm in it for those leaderboard points. I'm in for those payouts. I'm in for the championships. So a lot on the line for these players, especially our NRG mainstays. And for those of, the people playing for their first time, there's still quite a bit of money on the line as well. So a lot going on here in our Modern 5K. Very excited to see how this tournament plays out.
Yeah, and if you want to make NRG champs, there's still one more chance. You want to go down to our Louisville showdown just 2 weeks from today, Drake. We're going to have a Modern 15K in Louisville. So if you're unfamiliar with our showdown events, basically what this means is, hey, you win one of these, you go straight to our championship event. So it's just like, one of our normal events, except $5,000 more in prize pool, which means a lot more money for the players. A lot more NRG points as well. So if you're at large, we have extra points we're giving out this weekend. It's a good way to kind of catch back up. Maybe sneak in to our championship. But if you win it, you're straight in. Drake, if you and I show up, we don't have that many points. We've been in the booth the whole season. Doesn't matter. We win that thing. We are in Mundelein and on January 13th, battling it out for all the money and glory for the NRG champs.
Hey, maybe we should show up. I think Louisville is actually some of the furthest south I've ever seen the NRG series go. So huge shout out to them, expanding, trying to make this more accessible to more people around the country. Really awesome stuff to see. And like I said, this is one of the closest ones to me. Maybe I will actually make it out there. I'll get in the trenches, spike it. Let's do it, Mason.
It's 2 hours from my house, baby. If you want to commute, you can park your car here or drive on up, man. We can show the kids how it's done.
Let's do it.
Yeah, let's show these NRG grinders. They don't know what it's like back in the day. We went to tournaments uphill both ways, Drake. But hey, you know what? We have more Modern coming up, but first, we got to get a little break. So go get some water, get some snacks. Be right back here. We'll be back in just 2 minutes with more Modern action.
Hey everyone, welcome back. Thanks for hanging out with us during that short break there as we transition from round 1 to 2 here of our Modern event. So with that, let's take a quick peek in at our players to watch leaderboard, see kind of where everybody's started off here on the day. So Harrison Fang trying to chase down points. Most of the players on this list obviously are chasing down points for either our season 3 leaderboard or our end of the year championship leaderboard to get those qualifications. So Harrison Fang 1-0, Will Kruger, Zach Allen, and Mack Endress all clocking in at 1-0. Not the ideal start for Adam Wasburn-Moses, Bill Kamenos, Jesse Robkin, or Vinny Phenom. I think Vinny is actually the 4th person on our season 3 leaderboard. So Vinny trying to have a good weekend to make up some ground here and punch his ticket to our end of the year championship. So we'll check in with these players throughout the day. I'll probably bring you this leaderboard every round or so you can keep track of your favorite player as we go through the day. But with that, we're going to jump on in. The players look like they're ready to roll for round number 2. So I'm going to send you back down to Mason and Drake, and they're going to bring you round 2 out of 8 here in our modern event in Mundelein, Illinois.
Absolutely. And both these players, very excited to get to the races here. Both fans of the red cards in the modern format, but very different approaches here.
Yeah, so we have Adam Weiss here on Boros Burn. You're kind of looking at stock stuff, nothing too crazy there. The spiciest thing we have is we have a couple, burst lightnings in the deck, and so nothing too wild. Meanwhile, Rift Bolts in the deck. Meanwhile, over here for the mono red midrange on James Bush, you might be like, what's mono red midrange? You might see it at the bottom of your screen. There's an Obosh in this deck. So this is an M Hayashi deck if you've been one on Twitter. So basically, you're going to expect like Ragavan and Relic of Progenitus and Urza Saga type stuff and some variations of this. This version kind of leaning more towards Blast Zone. And then just a bunch of mid-rangey red cards and a bunch of Blood Moons. So you're going to see Fable the Mirrorbreaker Flame / Relic of Progenitus, Fury, Bonecrusher Giant, Seasoned Pyromancer. This is really the kind of deck that you want to play if you're going to play a bunch of mid-range battles.
Absolutely. And, we do see, looks like a copy of Burst Lightning there, the reveal off of the Goblin Guide that Adam Weiss is leading off on. That is one of the best turn 1 starts that you see out of the Burn deck. A turn 1 Goblin Guide able to lay the beat down, usually amount to, somewhere between 6 and 8 damage over time. No turn 1 play on Sorcery Speed from James Bush. If he has a removal spell, of course, want to wait till combat after the Goblin Guide trigger to take care of that one, as Adam Weiss deploys a Sunbaked Canyon. The reveal off Goblin Guide, a Sekenzen, going to get a good read at that one. One of our Neon Dynasty channel lands. That one makes 2 1/1s when you channel it.
100%. Yeah. And that, getting little picks up like that is something that James Bush gets to do that Adam does not, where it is like, okay, I get to play a bunch of utility red lands because I care more about just kind of having a bunch of lands in my deck and less about having the most efficient, lean land base that Adam is trying to do and have a maximum amount of, bolt effects here. As we do see Adam follow up with an Eidolon post-combat.
Yeah, Eidolon, actually a pretty good one here against this deck that James is playing. A lot of 1 and 3 mana spells specifically, so Eidolon stopping at 3 matters a lot. As we do see Fury, a great follow-up, actually. No damage taken off that one, but does, of course, cost you a card to do the Pyrokinesis mode, where you just deal 4 damage to creatures. This was done at Sorcery Speed, so Eidolon going to get taken care of. No damage coming through for James Bush, and, going into Adam's turn 3 with a relatively high life total, being at 18, very much kind of, I think, the start that James is looking for when it comes to this matchup.
Yeah, and you're seeing a lot of respect from James, too, about the damage, right? James maybe played this matchup a little bit. Looks like James, even had a Stomp and got rid of a Bolt for the Fury and is choosing basically to be like, hey, I understand that I need to have a relatively high life total. I don't have a bunch of things that can help me stabilize against getting really low, so I'm going to give up a premium card like Lightning Bolt in exchange to save 2 life.
Absolutely. And the stop, I think, going face on instep, maybe a little bit respectful to the fact that, James needs to close this game out. Like, he can answer a lot of the creatures. We see that every single card he's played so far has been a removal spell in some way, all different effects. So he can answer the creatures. The creatures are no problem. The part that he can't beat appears to be the spells. And so he needs to get that, Bonecrusher Giant in play, start getting that stomp fired off in face, like start using your removal spells as damage spells and kind of get the aggressor roll so that you don't die, as we see a Skullcrack come down on instep for Adam Weiss.
Yeah, Mocking James down to 15. And this is one of the things you'll see, like typically the burn deck, if the creature stick in play for a couple turns, being a repetitive source of damage makes it so much easier to go the distance. As we do see Searing Blaze just cleaning up this Bonecrusher Giant. I was about to say, having something that just hits for 4 for a couple turns will make the game end very quickly. So a big draw there for Adam to hit that land there and actually clean up that Bonecrusher Giant cleanly.
Absolutely. And a little bit of damage headed Adam's way for the trouble. Of course, Bonecrusher Giant does have that triggered ability that will do, I believe it is 2 damage.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, 2 damage to Adam from due to targeting it. As here we see a Dashed Ragavan. Dashed Ragavan, pretty good actually against the burn deck. Not only dealing some damage, giving you a little bit more mana for your trouble, but also can hit burn spells. You can kind of do the look at me, I'm the burn spell deck now. Here we go. Mm-hmm. We're going face.
Yeah, and something like Eidolon could be pretty good here. The creatures be pretty good. Taking that land.
Fire Islet less good.
Yeah, if you're gonna hit a land, at least that one's one that redraws. So you got that going for you. But yeah, James might just pick up an Obosh here, and then Obosh plus Bolt Drake. That's a combo.
That is a combination. Obosh, something that you need quite a bit of time in order to both buy from the command zone wherever it lives and play. James electing to play a Seasoned Pyromancer instead, get his offensive force assembled a little bit more. before we reach for Obosh. And, maybe we can set up a sequence where the Obosh is immediately lethal.
Yep. Yeah, and it looks like Adam does have a Lava Spike and some other burn spell in hand. Looks to have been one of the Lightning Bolts from AFR. So James is going to go down to 9. So this game is getting pretty close here, as James is essentially at 6, as we know, from the Lava Spike in hand.
Absolutely. And here it comes a Lava Spike, as you mentioned. Gonna deal 3 damage to James, get him down to 6, and a Skewer is a follow-up. Now we're in the danger zone, 3 life left. And this is, this is always the spot you see memes about, right? Where you take a draw step and you ask, what is your life total? It's like 3, please. You don't have to do this. And no third 1 mana spell to deal 3 damage for Adam is something James has to be ecstatic to see, but has a lot of work to do. And needs a lot of draw steps faded from Adam if he wants to win this game. So considering his options, what gets Adam dead the fastest?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and we're going to see, looks like James is maybe going to cast a Fury from hand, might be picking up Obosh, choosing not to dash Ragavan this turn. Yeah, looks to be hard casting the Fury to set up lethal on the next turn.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think that's where he needs to be. He's like, all right, make him fade the least draw steps. It looks like he did not fade. I believe that is a Lava Spike there for lethal. And that's going to wrap up game number 1. And that's exactly what James thought was going to happen based on the way he played his cards happened, where he took a ton of damage from spells, couldn't answer those, you can't removal spell those, and that happens to be a little bit faster than what the mono red midrange deck can put forth.
Yeah, and we saw just how close this matchup can be too, where if it was a land drawn there, right, or maybe even one of the creatures, that game is very different. However, it was the Bolt that is one of the strengths of the burn deck, and you're kind of that mana efficiency and flurry of spells. The Rana red midrange deck here kind of get a better card quality, but can't flurry in the same way. So we're going to see how that plays out. Let's check out James's deck real quick here, the Obosh deck, and look at the sideboard and see if James has anything. James's sideboard is 3 Chalice, 3 Pillage, 2 Dragon Claw, 2 Shattering Spree, 2 Cosmic Return, 2 Magus to the Moon, and an Obosh. Drake, I think my expert analysis is that Dragon Claw, the anti-burn card, is going to come in, and then probably Chalice of the Void, and our deck that doesn't have many 1-drops.
Yeah, I think you're a genius. Those Blood Moons looking pretty bad against a deck that is mostly mono red. Got to get those out of the deck. The best options, of course, Dragon's Claw, a card that is essentially only for burn. I would challenge you to find another matchup where this card is good. And so those are going to be slam dunks. And as you mentioned, Chalice of the Void, shutting off all of the burn deck's 1 mana spells is very much worth it, despite the fact you have quite a few of the 1 mana spells of your own, I guess, with the removal spells and what have yous. That is perfectly fine. If the burn deck's 1-drops don't work, that is way better for you than just having a couple of your 1-drops not work. So I have to imagine some pretty straightforward sideboarding happening here. A lot of cards that aren't as good in the mono red midrange deck against burn, and quite a few options that I think are reasonable out of the sideboard in this matchup.
100%. Let's check out Adam's Boros burn deck and see what he's rocking this weekend. Looks like for our sideboard here, we have 3 Rolling Vortex, 2 Skullcrack, 2 Sanctifying Wreck, 2 Deflecting Palm, 2 Past Exile, 2 Smashes with the Rings, a Wear Tear, and Exquisite Firecraft. Now, if I'm Adam, I saw this Obosh. I kind of know things got to be odd if we're going to do this here. I'll know if we present an Obosh or not if we're going to have Chalice of the Void. But I would assume we need some card like Wear Tear or Smashes with the Rings in order to answer some artifact thing, even if it's just a Shadow Spear. Like a Shadow Spear on a Bone Crusher Giant would be brutal in this matchup. So I imagine we'll see something along that lines. And then we might just see, maybe a Deflecting Palm come in, maybe, a Path if you want to kind of fight that battle. But I think for the most part, our A plan is really good.
Yeah, I have to agree with you. I think you might want to maybe cut some of the creatures, especially on the draw, and try to lead a little bit more on the spells. Maybe you can bring in Exquisite Fireclass and Skullcracks and stuff like that. Not sure how much you are going to have Dragon's Claw on your radar, because that is an even costed card. And so in an Obosh deck, it doesn't necessarily look as good, but obviously makes a lot of sense because Obosh, as we saw in game 1, is typically very slow in this matchup. So you don't even need it in the companion zone in this matchup anyway. So you just bring in Dragon's Claws. But I don't know how much experience Adam has in this particular matchup and against Obosh decks. Maybe he knows about the Dragon's Claws, maybe not. But if he does, he probably bring in some amount of like the Wear Tear stuff. Otherwise, maybe an angle that the name escapes me. I'm sorry. That James, thank you, has access to in game number 2, kind of, maybe a little bit of like secret tech, but it's not actually that secret. Dragon's Claw's a pretty face-up card. Just not something you'd expect to see in this deck.
Yeah, luckily for Adam too, won game 1. So if we lose game 2 to Dragon Claws, we have a chance to adapt. And this is something we talked about last round in Pioneer, where I think it's underexplored in all the formats, where if your companion doesn't line up well against a certain type of deck, right? Like Obosh not really great against these burn decks, these aggro decks. Well, then play sideboard cards that solve that problem. You don't have to always have the 8th card. It's fine if you have, 3, 4 sideboard cards that really solve a matchup, and you just, lose your companion during those spots where it's not even good to have it.
Here's a question for you. The card is kind of objectively good. The Obosh deck does kind of actually want its Obosh around. Do you board it in? If you're going to bring in the Giant's Claws, just put it in your deck?
You maybe could, honestly. Like you mentioned, you have so many 1-mana spells that kind of get stopped by your own Chalice that maybe you sideboard out one of the like Flame Slashes, which are just kind of like sorcery speed burst lightning. Like it's not like it's killing anything else. Nothing hits 4 toughness. So you bring in the Obosh instead of that, and then maybe you just kind of have that to have it around. It does allow you to like answer a bunch of things early and then have one thing really go the distance.
Yeah, it kind of works like you see cards like Ember Cleave, Overruns, that kind of stuff. Just a burst of damage the turn you play it, because it enables, it kind of works like a Lord, right? Where it buffs up all your stuff and it works right away. And yeah, you have a ton of bad cards, like you mentioned. You have a ton of Blood Moons, you have some Relic of Progenitus. Get all that out, and let's just board our Obosh in. I'm about it. I'm sold.
Yeah, why not? We didn't come here to not play Obosh.
Very, very true. And here we see a mulligan from Adam. I believe a mulligan from James as well. Both players putting their cards on bottom.
Mm-hmm.
Do you see some removal spells for James already to fire it off? See Flame Slash. Of course, no Obosh, because his Dragon's Claws are almost certainly in the deck. And so Obosh is not in the companion zone. So what we were just talking about there, as both players lead off on land go. Not a lot of action here. You'd expect in a mono red mirror the guns to be blazing already, but turn 1 tap Sacred Foundry for Adam, turn 2 Inspiring Vantage, and the first move here, first blood, is from James, firing off a stomp at Adam's face.
James says, "Look at me. I am the burn deck now."
I am the burn deck now. Exactly.
Yeah, and just, going face here has like a Flame Slash in hand, so it looks like we have something like an Eidolon covered, and it's just trying to be like, hey, I'm on the play. I need to kind of play these sort of cards, get some pressure going. And with Adam on a mulligan, right, if I draw one of my cards like Chalice of the Void or Dragon's Claw, I'm going to lock Adam out of really getting to play this game. So if I force him to answer my stuff and give me more draw steps, that's got to favor me.
Yeah, absolutely. We see 3 mana quickly being tapped here. I have to imagine this is something like a Seasoned Pyromancer, and it sure is. So that's going to enter the battlefield. I have to imagine we're going to be discarding a land and a spell. Looks like Bone Crusher Giant number 2 going to go ahead and hit the ban along with Fiery Islet. 2 cards coming, 1 elemental going to be gotten for the non-land card that was discarded, and Boros Charm on end step for Adam. So finally getting the burn spells rolling. 4 damage to the face of James, but a lot of work to do for Adam, and still fair number of cards to work with. But you see the patience here. I think the reason for that is you see a card like Skullcrack that's among the mix of Adam's hand, could be, playing patiently in order to keep himself from, allowing his opponent to gain life in spots that he could have played around it if he was a little more patient with his spells.
Yeah, I think Shadow Spear is a really easy card to imagine goes in these Obosh decks as an answer to the red deck, right? Like, Adam, when you're sideboarding, doesn't know that Obosh is coming. So if you assume your opponent built their deck with only Obosh in mind and weren't willing to make those sacrifices, I think that's a really smart sideboard choice from Adam in order to sort of pivot around that. And as just making sure right now, like, hey, I don't want to like get hit for 3 lifelink. That is, basically undoing me casting one of these burn spells. I can wait through all instance.
Absolutely. And here's Fable the Mirror Breaker as a follow-up. That 2/2 Goblin Shaman going to allow a little extra damage, a little extra mana through. Actually adds kind of a lot to this mix, even though you imagine Fable the Mirror Breaker in those games where it flips, the reflection, copies a bunch of stuff, and you just run away with the game. The reason this card's so powerful is it's good in all the scenarios. It's good at grinding, and it's also good in these aggressive style matchups where you need that extra pressure, you need that extra mana that Goblin Shaman token provides, as we see Lightning Helix fired off on instep from Adam. That one doesn't hit any of the creatures. Very wisely going face. Very much looking for a repeat of game number 1, where you just ignore the board and we're just gonna make a bunch of creatures. And Sanctifier in Vec going to enter the battlefield.
This was an interesting one. So when we sideboard, I didn't mention this one because I wasn't sure if Adam wanted to take this sort of role of like having sort of a roadblock and a sort of unblockable creature. Looks like he did decide to take that Sanctifier in Vec role, and is now can able to block all these things. Because we didn't play Bone Crusher earlier, we don't even have a creature that can get kind of absorbing damage. So if we attack, we lose our stuff. And when Adam wins, Adam's going to connect for 2 damage. That card's unkillable out of the Obosh deck.
Yeah, the protection from red card, very impactful in play against the red deck. But of course, like you mentioned, it does just kind of play as a roadblock. It is kind of unblockable, and that probably is why it pushes it over the edge. But as we mentioned, I'm very much kind of not really looking to play to the board too much in this matchup, because the mono red midrange deck has just so many removal spells. The burn spells are how you want to get the job done. But, the burn spells also are not effective against a protection from red creatures. So that one kind of gets to play like a burn spell with suspend or whatever that, has a higher upside, being able to block, attack, and all that. As we see Fable the Mirror Breaker Chapter 2 going up and Flame Slash Ragavan being discarded. I think there's some discussion about what should be in the graveyard right now from the Sanctifier Invect trigger that was remembered. Those Lightning Helix and Boros Charm did hit exile. So we're just correcting the board state there a little bit.
100%.
And yeah, Ragavan and Flame Slash did get exiled. So there we go. Those got discarded. 2 cards coming. And we'll see what James can assemble here on turn 4.
James has 2 bolts in hand. So the game is much closer than Adam thinks it is, life total wise. Where we might see James do a thing like attack with everything, play my Bone Crusher, go. Next turn, do it again, and kind of hope you don't have any more Lightning Helixes there and maybe steal the game.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, a lot of cards in hand for Adam. Adam has hit every single land drop. And so you have to imagine if all those cards are like Boros Shards and Lightning Helixes, you're going to have a hard time winning this game anyway. So with, James kind of unable to assemble lethal this turn with a protection from red roadblock in the way, you have to kind of figure out, okay, what kills my opponent across 2 turn cycles? We have Reflection of the Kiki Chiki that's coming off next turn. Maybe that actually can start getting busy. We still have a Bone Crusher Giant we have access to, and like you said, a couple copies of Lightning Bolt that can help swing the race a little bit if that Sanctifier does decide to turn sideways. But we may not even see that with no attack coming across for James.
Yeah, I think James had to spend this turn attacking and just sort of, you're never getting through the Sanctifier. So instead of trying to do these big waves, don't give Adam time in order to draw more burn spells and kind of get you time. I think you just have to push, get the treasure, and let the Sanctifier kill some stuff. It's not the end of the world. Although
Right.
James, I think, picked up Chalice of the Void off the Rummage. So interested to not see that get played. Maybe that's a different card in hand, but it looks to be Chalice with a Bolt.
Interesting. So maybe a little bit of patience with the Lightning Bolt, valuing that card, being able to be cast now, like fire off both Lightning Bolts, untap, then Chalice, and just kind of hope that, Adam doesn't really have a lot going on, which he kind of didn't, right? Like he spent this turn, really deploying an Eidolon, firing off a burn spell. Like, James is still only half dead to burn spells as it stands right now. So with the Lightning Bolts fired off, damage taken from Eidolon, I believe I'm sorry, that was done in response. So I have to imagine, no damage taken off Eidolon with those bolts yet, but those went face. Reflection of Kiki Jiki happens, and now something like Chalice can be deployed, and Adam's locked out of a lot of his spells. The other spells that he can cast deal damage to him too, and maybe you can just flip the race as here comes Fable the Mirror Breaker.
Yeah, this might be a spot where Adam is just going to also take some damage like you mentioned there, and maybe can't kill James in time, and James can just push through, because if we do activate Reflection of Kiki Jiki, we can copy something like our Seasoned Pyromancer, maybe draw into some key cards, push some damage, and then finish off with a bolt or something on the last turn.
Absolutely. And interested to see no attack there as we go back to Adam. Once again, attacking on all 4 lands. Eidolon and Sanctifier Invec holding down the fort, that protection from red. Very, very key in stopping the aggression from James. We'll see if Adam can find 8 points. 3 cards in hand. Don't have a great look as here comes an attack. Well, the Proc Red one can't be blocked, but a lot of blocking options for this Eidolon. Have to imagine that this signals that Eidolon needs to go. Adam does not care about it.
Yeah, I think James had to chump block with the 1/1 here. I think you just chump the Eidolon so that Adam can't cast spells without losing life, and then you have a lethal board presence.
Absolutely. Well, here is a Skewer the Critics and a Skull Crack.
Yeah, looks like
that
James is just dead.
Is good enough. And yeah, Adam going to go ahead and win off the back of these burn spells. And, we saw Sanctifier Invec, Eidolon, very much less of a creature role. The Proc Red creature did a great job holding down the fort, which was, incredibly impactful. James had a ton of stuff in play. But really what got the job done was just the burn spells. You can't removal spell them, just go, point face, point face, point face. And that's the strength that this burn deck has as a pivot against removal spell heavy decks.
Yeah, James's deck really good at playing those fair games that Modern's kind of known for right now, and just didn't have the pressure quick enough to punish our other player here for having the slower kind of only burn spell, no creature draw, which is kind of what they need to do in the role in the matchup, and a good job on their part for probably sideboarding out some of those creatures like you had mentioned and kind of taking this more sort of slower, I'm not going to run into these sort of spot removal spells. There's no reason for a Fury to blow me out. Hey, I'm just going to do my thing. We do have a backup feature match that we're going to try and get going for you in a second. I'm unsure if we're going to get an interview with this player or not, so we're going to kind of figure that out right now. But yeah, let's just go to the backup. Sounds like that player wants to spend some time relaxing. Totally understandable. You get a nice round 2 when you're 2-0. Do your thing. We'll talk to you when you win the tournament. Let's go see what our backup feature matches is. I think it's Rhinos versus something.
Versus Murktide, an old-time classic of the modern format of this year. This matchup, very much kind of defining the fair ways to play Magic for a lot of this year, barring 4-color. A lot of people reaching for the Rhinos deck with Crashing Footfalls entering the format. And of course, the Murktide deck representing, basically a brand new archetype after the most recent Modern Horizons 2 set. And that leads to this kind of matchup where these are decks that haven't existed across all of Modern's history, but this is a matchup we've seen time and time again. In general, I think if you're the Rhinos player, you're typically pretty happy to see it. Depends on, of course, the number of Flusterstorms. That's usually the key card for Izzet, how many they have access to, but we'll see. There's been a lot of iteration, a lot of innovation happening for both of these decks. And I believe there's actually 4 copies of Force of Negation in Jason Baird's deck today.
Yeah, speaking of innovation, the 4-color Rhinos deck is playing 1 Arcane Proxy. A big pickup for the Rhinos deck. That allows you to actually prototype it early in order to cast something like your Crashing Footfalls again, which could be a key player against this sort of Izzet tempo deck, which is kind of like you mentioned, it thrives on counterspelling those sort of tempo Rhinos.
Yeah, absolutely. And we'll see what happens. No turn 1 play for the Izzet tempo deck. Spire Bluff go, and a Triumph and a Plains for Tyler Novak as we see Consider resolving on end step. Of course, the Rhinos deck is a 4-color deck through and through. So you see a whole host of the 3-color lands that are land typed. That is an Indatha Triome, but there's also things like Xander's Lounge and a host of different shock lands that go along with this. And that helps enable the Leyline binding that came out with Dominaria United and added a huge pickup, even in this matchup for the Rhinos deck. Being able to answer Murktide pretty cleanly with that enchantment removal spell is really, really good. As we see Crashing Footfalls, the namesake of the deck, on suspend. We're doing it the hard way.
Yeah, the Rhinos deck, sometimes you just got to do this here. And luckily, your deck has enough things to kind of prevent yourself from dying too quickly. So if you suspend the Rhino in the first turn or 2 and you're not already kind of behind your Ragavan, you can often get to that spot here. And we do have, Fire Ice, Dead Gone as cards in our deck, Leyline Binding, I believe. Actually, this Rhino deck foregoing, no, it does have Binding. Sorry, there's just looking in the wrong section there. But yeah, so we have a lot of answers. So the Murktide player is really going to have to set up the classic Murktide plus Counterspell lineup in order to really close the door against this Rhino player.
Yeah, absolutely. And here on the end step on turn 2, we see a fetch for a tapped Steam Vents, and then a Consider after the fact, which is graveyarding a land. Both of these plays signal that, maybe have enough lands already, says Jason, and looking for a little bit of action as the nice new old border, that's new with Brothers War. Mishra's Bauble coming down, going to take a look at the top of Tyler's deck.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and it looks like we just have a little Murktide Regent getting slammed here. We do have the Force of Negation in our hand. Like you mentioned, the Izzet player here, Jason, is rocking 4 of those in the main deck this week. So is definitely prepared to fight these sort of fights where we're passing the turn, and the opponent tries to main phase answer something, and not today.
Yeah, absolutely. And this is actually a good spot for Force of Negation as well, because if you Leyline Binding, on your turn, Force of Negation works with the pitch cast mode, and you can just leave 3 mana up for most of the rest of the game and just try to sit behind this Murktide Regent, let it get the job done. You cast it for 3 mana, you just do it manual mode if Leyline Binding comes down on end step, which Tyler missing land drops does not cast anything.
Yeah, Jason with a really innovative build, by the way. I'm kind of taking a closer look at this. 3 Unholy Heats, 1 Abrade, 2 Spell Pierce. Got a lot of heat for this 4-color Rhino matchup.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, the Spell Pierces, all these this flush of counter spells. I really, really like No Archmage's Charm. I always thought that card was a little clunky in this deck, and with the decline of Hammer, you don't really see that as much. You see Blood Moons in the main deck sometimes, and that one is good in this matchup a lot of the time. But yeah, I like reaching for the low to the ground counter spells. Very good at fighting against some of the linear strategies, as well as just giving you some action to take a role like this, where you put your Murktide in play and you kind of do what was named kind of the Delver strategy, right? Where you put your blue aggressive creature in play and you sit behind it with counter spells and removal spells and stuff while the game wraps up, where you just beat them up. And that is very much kind of the tempo plan. So this Leyline Binding that's coming down now for 1 mana, thanks to our Indatha Triumph and Steam Vents, have to imagine that one's going to get answered in some way, and it is going to be hard cast Force of Negation.
Yep, doing it just the honest way, paying 3 mana to get that Leyline binding and forcing Tyler to have another binding. Else, this Murktide's going to do its thing, and Tyler is happy to
And he
oblige.
does.
Yeah.
Wow. And this is still on attack, right? So we
Yep.
can't even if he had a force, even if Jason has access to a force negation, can't do that one. So the second Leyline binding is going to get it done. And this, like I said, a huge pickup for Tyler as far as being able to play Leyline binding in his deck, as well as just, having more help for this matchup. Is here is Shardless Agent. That one's going to go find a copy of Crashing Footfalls. And, the tide may be turning very much in Tyler's favor here.
Yeah, the Rhino deck is like pretty good at being a tempo deck that puts like a lot of pressure on board, and then it kind of answers precisely what you're like, answers the first thing I should say your opponent does. And against Murktide, you really, if you just check the Murktide regions in this matchup, winning isn't a super big challenge. As we're trying to find a Crashing Footfall here's off Cascade. And with that being the case, Jason's gonna need to find another Murktide because we have for sure some Rhinos coming in unless Jason has a lot of counters. I know Jason has one force negation in hand, but it is going to eat some other blue card if it gets cast.
Absolutely. And yeah, it's a tough bind for sure because the Crashing Footfalls, you don't really have a clean way to pick them all up in the main deck. You have things like Engineered Explosives that you have access to in your sideboard that you can find with your cantrips and all that stuff, and get all of the Footfalls in one go, right? You get all the Rhino tokens that would be coming off here. It'd be a great one to have, but you don't have that in the main deck. So these 2/4/4 Rhinos that you see, they are going to stick around, and if you want to kill them, yeah, that's tough. You gotta have your unholy heats. You gotta do it on a 1-for-1 basis, and that's part of why this Rhinos deck is so powerful. Is that exchange feels awful, and so yeah, we're gonna see the force negation come down, hit that Crashing Footfalls. But I mean, we got a lot of problems for Jason, right? Because not only do you need a Murktide, like you astutely pointed out, that's one of the best ways to punch through, get the check mark on a game, especially with so many ground pounders. But also, we need to refill the graveyard. Like we ate the graveyard all the way already once.
100%, yeah, and we have the Shardless Agent, so even Ragavan's not a great spot to be as a draw off the top. Things are starting to slip for Jason Bird here.
Absolutely. We'll see. I mean, this is definitely an impactful turn. Jason needs to assemble some kind of threat in the air. Trying to fight on the ground is just not the terms of engagement you want against Crashing Footfalls. And we'll see if he has another follow-up counterspell. He says exactly that. Counterspell going to tag that Crashing Footfalls.
Nice. Yeah, and by the way, speaking of tag Crashing Footfalls, make sure to tag that follow button here on the Twitch channel. That way you don't miss any of the action that happens here on the NRG series. We have, another event coming up in Louisville here in 2 weeks. It's a Modern 15K and then a Pioneer 5K on Sunday. That's going to be exciting. But you want to make sure to hit that button. That way, if you don't see any of the social media posts, you won't miss it. It'll be over there in your bar. Anyways, back to the action here. Tyler serving in for 2 and, got the Rhinos countered again. But Jason just doesn't have any sort of threat here. So it's going to be some time for Jason to sort of find that threat before Tyler can capitalize on that lack of pressure.
Absolutely. Consider a good one for Jason to have here. Normally somewhat innocuous, but does a good job of both filling the graveyard for Murktide and helping you find the Murktide Regent. With the card left on top, I have to imagine it's either another cantrip specifically or Murktide Regent exactly. Because most other cards don't look great here. You're not interested in any of the red burn spells for the Shardless Agent. So looking for some kind of in the air pressure, even something like a Dragon's Rage Channeler wouldn't be that bad.
Yeah. And it looks like we have an end of turn
cycle. No, I'm sorry. End of turn Violent Outburst. That's going to find another Crashing Footfalls. The 4-color Rhinos deck with 2 of its Rhinos payoff cards, the Crashing Footfalls already answered. Very, very good at fighting them all. That we have so many Cascaders. You also just have like the manual suspend mode. And, so we did number 3, third time's the charm, going to get 2 4/4 Rhino tokens in play. And these ones are going to be able to attack right away because that did happen on end step.
Yeah, this is a big push of damage. I talked a second ago about how Jason needs to do something before these Rhinos get out of hand. As we see Jason having to abrade 1 Rhino, and I think Unholy Heat to finish it off.
Yeah, I think that's exactly what happened there. I was wondering if that abrade was targeting Shardless Agent. You can pick either mode on abrade and pick off the Shardless Agent. No, we're going to pick off one of the Rhino tokens, stymie some of this damage, but 6 damage still quite a lot. Dead in 2 turn cycles. And here is that a Scion of Draco? Wow.
Yeah, that one's a bit of a heater, and that abrade, wishing it was in the hand still.
Yeah, absolutely. As we see, Scion of Draco picked up. Let's get a read as well. Cost 2 to cast for each land type among lands you control. Looks like Tyler has 5. All 5 land types. That is a 2-mana spell. And if you control a green and blue creature, which he currently does, what does it get?
So the green, each creature gets an ability equal to its color thing. So, white gets vigilance, blue gets hexproof. Wow. Yeah, black is lifelink.
So it's just hexproof. You couldn't even target with the Abrade anyway. This thing's just not even able to be targeted thanks to Shardless Agent.
No. The creature gets the abilities, not the Draco.
Oh, the creature gets the ability. It doesn't get the ability.
Correct.
Each creature you control has vigilance if it's okay. Yeah. It doesn't give to all the if you control. I see. It gives that creature that ability. What a cool card.
Yeah, Scion Draco.
As here's the Murktide Regent follow-up. This is what you've been asking for, and it's fully powered. The full 8/8 Murktide Regent, 2 mana up, typically representing something like Counterspell. Will it be enough to stop this aggressive force? Oh no, is that dead gone? Oh no.
Jason's more dead and gone than the card is, but yeah, it's gonna bounce back to hand. And Jason does. Oh, I love this way to pull the card up. Turn your head a little.
Yeah, turn head sideways.
Yeah, the 3 mana mode says return a creature, so we have to return that. And you didn't have the counterspell this time. We didn't have it for the Rhino a second ago, so it makes sense as we get to shove for
crunch
10.
for 10. That should put Jason to 1. That should be more than enough to wrap it up if Jason doesn't have anything to say about it. And there is a lightning bolt that is going to target 2 lightning bolts. Is both going face? Do we should have like all 4 lightning bolts?
Maybe. Yeah, maybe Tyler. I was gonna say maybe Tyler had a Ragavan and was hoping to hit a Fire Ice or something off Tyler's deck, but looks like we're just conceding.
Yeah, it looks like Jason decided those bolts weren't going to be good enough on creatures. Expressive Iteration not good enough to pull him back into the game, and Rhino is going to win game number 1. Against Izzet Murktide, and what was a lot of back and forth. The Murktide deck, named after Murktide Regent, found Murktide Regent twice, put him into play, had counterspells to back it up, and it still wasn't good enough.
100%, yeah, and that's the thing too. If you don't have the pressure, sitting there and carrying everything forever doesn't work. We see that be a tried and true problem with control decks in every format, and this deck doesn't have nearly as good of answers as a control decks do. Speaking of good answers, let's see Jason's sideboard and see kind of what he has going on for this Rhinos deck in games 2 and 3. Looking at the sideboard, by the way, he's got a couple cards you mentioned that kind of matter. We got Blood Moon ×3. More importantly, we have 2 Flusterstorm, 2 Unlicensed Hearse, 2 Engineered Explosives, 2 Subtleties, a Hercules Recall, a Value Underworld's Breach, a Mystical Dispute, and a Brazen Borrower. I gotta say, these Flusterstorms, EEs, and the Brazen Borrower all seem like cards that can be brought in and have some pretty good effect on the matchup.
Absolutely. And typically you can reach for something like Blood Moon in this matchup too. The mana base for the 4-color Rhino deck is pretty shaky, and being able to stifle, some of the cost reduction from things like Leyline Binding and Scion Draco is meaningful as well. So you can catch some Rhinos players. I don't know if you want all 3, but I can see bringing in, a couple copies or whatever and being able to shut some of that down. The Breach is really cool. I don't know what matchups those are for, but, we were talking before the show about how you would play Breach in Modern if you were playing a deck. I'd play Murktide. Why not both? Says Jason Verdon. So we'll see what kind of adjustments he's going to do here, but that's a really cool card to see in the sideboard here. Can't imagine it is for this matchup though.
Yeah, I imagine this is for the grindier type of thing, and really Breach has been underexplored as a thing that just get you some value. And this deck cutting down on some other key cards, so Breach kind of gives you another copy of those, but even just Breach bring back Bobble a bunch can be a good way to draw a couple cards in the grindier matchups. Speaking of grindier matchup, let's see if Tyler has anything for this matchup. Rhino sideboard's pretty typically just kind of all 4 ofs and maybe a 1 of thing. Looks like in this situation we have 4 Leyline of the Void, 4 Force of Vigor, 3 Mystical Dispute, 2 Blood Moon of their own, and 2 Unmoored Ego. Yeah, so curious to see maybe how effective Blood Moon is. It might be a thing where you just kind of bring that in for decks like Valakut, Tron, Amulet Titan, or whatever, and you kind of deal with the ramifications. But in this matchup, I have to assume Leyline of the Void, really good. Turns off Murktide, turns off DRC, turns off Unholy Heat. All those cards, really important. Turns off that Underworld Breaches, too, if you decide to bring it in. So I can't imagine we know that.
Shuts off the Underworld Breach.
Yeah, and then we do have 3 Mystical Disputes, which just good for fighting these counter wars. If you're Tyler, your opponent at minimum had main deck Force Negation, so you can assume they are packing heat for combo decks.
Yeah, absolutely. I have to imagine those Mystical Dispute slam dunks. We'll see, how hard that Tyler wants to go on the Leyline stuff. They can be very, very good. But, if there's like a Ragavan draw backed up by some counter spells, they can also look a little shaky sometimes. Have to imagine that overall they're probably good. Question always comes down to how much do you want to dilute your deck with sideboard cards versus sticking to your primary game plan. And we'll see where Tyler decides to land as these players in the process of resolving their mulligans, I believe, here for game number 2.
100%. And let's see what they're keeping here. I'm a little interested. Oh,
looks like
I think there's Arcane Proxy in Tyler's hand.
Whew. A card that we have not seen a lot of this weekend, brand new from Brothers War, and there was kind of a lot of buzz about Arcane Proxy, kind of doing its Snapcaster impression. Every time one of these cards is printed, it was kind of like the Dark Confidant variants, right? Where every time they printed a card that was like Snapcaster but different in some way, there was always buzz about it. It's like, is this better than Snapcaster? Is it even close? Like, blah, blah, blah. And interested to see that card kind of get busy for the first time, as we do have a Ragavan draw and no Leyline from Tyler turn 1. In fact, no turn 1 play at all for Tyler. And that this Ragavan connects. That's a really good spot for the Murktide deck to be. And it looks like it sure is. Here comes a treasure token.
Yeah, and this is going to get the treasure token matters almost even more than the cards do, right? Because now Jason can develop and hold up counter magic, making it really hard for Tyler to develop into this sort of game. And, it's going to be really hard to get out from this spot.
Absolutely. Lands cannot be played off Ragavan. You can get a good look there. A lot of words on a 1-drop typically means it's very good, and Ragavan definitely is earning its stripes in Modern as we speak. 1-mana red card's got that dash ability for 1 red, and of course, when it connects, deals combat damage to a player, create a treasure token, exile the top card of that player's library. Until in a turn, you may cast that card, which means you cannot play lands. Maybe if there's some lands you could cast, you could do that, but Misty Rainforest ain't it. So no extra value. Sorry, you have to deal with just the Goblin Shaman token impression where you're attacking for 2 and making a treasure. I hope that's good enough.
It should be. As we see Tyler here, with these 4-color decks, sometimes you got to take a second, make sure you check the right triome to play to your outs here. So just take a second to check those things out. Maybe a moment of like, in the future, we should fetch before the Ragavan hits, just in case we hit the triome. But, sometimes you just got to wait and see what your opponent's going to do. There might have been a card like Mystical Dispute in Tyler's hand that incentivized him to wait on, fetching this card and willing to take that little risk.
Yeah, absolutely. And yeah, we do see Indatha Triome enter the battlefield tapped here. Very important to fetch a Triome kind of tapped on turn 1, which does leave you exposed to Ragavan on the play. So Jason kind of leveraging that very well, understands that, it's pretty likely to connect on turn 1. A lot of the removal spells in the Rhino's deck do kind of end up costing 2 mana. And you see, that's a big reason why Dead Gone sees as much play as it does in the Rhino's deck, is it's like kind of one of the only 1 mana removal spells you can play at all. And one of your best answers for Ragavan, as we see Stomping Ground enter the battlefield untapped.
Yeah, we might see an upkeep Fire Ice here as a way to kind of play around Counterspell, but by tapping the mana out here for Jason to set up a Cascade. Looks like we're going to hold the Fire Ice, maybe trying to bait Jason to doing something first. Now, it looks like we're just going to let Jason get the draw step and try and 1-1 here. But yeah, if Jason Counterspells this, it's going to have some mana. It looks like we're using a Flusterstorm on it.
Flusterstorm. Wow, that's a good one to have. And Misty Rainforest numero dos hit off of Ragavan, but that's a great Flusterstorm to have. I mean, it's only good in the matchup because it cleans up the Rhino stuff very cleanly for 1 mana, which is something that, is obviously very valuable to have, but also just does a great impression of protecting your creatures from removal spells as well. So very, very good usage. I like it a lot.
Yeah, I don't think Jason knows we're trying to save the Rainforest right now. That's my impression.
He's so much to let him know. Those rainforests need to stay around. They can't be hitting the exile. What are we doing here?
Yeah, and speaking of can't be hitting the exile, that might be where Tyler's mental game's going as this Blood Moon comes down. We're now locked out basically of the game. Looks like our hand has no basics. We have an Odawara in it, but no basics in a Ragavan.
Yeah, you need blue mana for that Odawara. That one's tough to use. And this is the exact kind of usage of Blood Moon I was expecting. It doesn't even normally shut Rhinos all the way out like we kind of see here as untapped basic, non-basic mountain in the form of Odawara entering play. And here is a Fury that is going to be pitch cast, exiling Violent Outburst. That one's going to take care of the Ragavan. But there's still this problematic Blood Moon in play that just kind of caught Tyler without fetching any basics. And that. Not sure if that Wooded Foothills could have grabbed something like a Forest or whatever. I don't even know if that would have helped, but this is definitely a great spot for Jason either way, as this Blood Moon effectively preventing Tyler's lands from working at all.
Yeah, we see, Jason here grabbing the Expressive Iteration, getting the Darcy in play, kind of rebuilding the pressure, and sort of just being like, yeah, all right, whatever. You killed that thing, that's fine. I just need a thing, and I've got your things covered with the E coming down. And this really shows kind of sometimes the flaw with the Rhinos deck is that it falls behind and has a very hard time catching back up. Now, it's not completely out of things yet, but getting Blood Moon out of the game is pretty close to falling behind.
Exactly. And it does, you don't even need that much pressure if you're Jason right now, because like you said, we have all angles covered. Like your lands don't even work because of Blood Moon. We have engineer explosives on 0 already in play. And this Dragon Trade Channeler doesn't represent a ton of pressure, but it is enough to get the job done. As we see very quick, just draw and pass of the turn, as we see Tyler's life total slowly dwindling down. Quick delirium check. Looks like we have it. I see land, creature, instant sorcery from here, which means that is a fully powered 3/3 Dragon Trade Channeler that is required to attack. And only one blue mana. Only one blue land, available for Jason. Gonna have to use the treasure in order to delve out this Murktide region. More than happy to do that. Able to increase the pressure and put lethal on board. And that is going to be enough to dispatch of Tyler here in game number 2. Thanks to Blood Moon.
Yeah, and we see just how strong an unanswered Ragavan can be in these games, where if it goes unchecked, it can do stuff like the Blood Moon. But even if it had just been, a counter spell, obviously the game would have kept going for a few turns, but would have still been very strong just having that extra mana off the Ragavan, despite it never hitting a card. Sometimes just getting those treasures is all you really need in a deck like Murktide that has such a condensed mana cost, and everything is really 1 or 2 mana. That extra mana really puts you multiple turns ahead and gives you a lot of tempo advantage. We love to talk about tempo here. The only thing we love to talk about more than tempo, Drake, though, is talking about our last event of the year before we get to the NRG champs, and that's the Louisville Showdown. That's going to be a Modern 15K. So if you're watching this right now, you're a little excited to play some Modern, you're going to come on out to this Louisville Showdown in just 2 weeks on December 10th through the 11th in Louisville, Kentucky. $15,000 in prize money on the line of this showdown. Now, you might be wondering, what's the showdown? I haven't been to one of these NRGs before. I'm excited to go, though. A showdown is the winner gets straight to our NRG champs. So you've been seeing players like Jesse Robkin, Connor Mullally, Zach Allen do a bunch of grinding, trying to get to the championship and succeeding. Well, there's still one slot available for you. All you have to do is go and win that tournament. Maybe you can't afford to go and play these tournaments. Maybe it's too far with work and life. You could be here along with these players. We have a little spot for you right next to Zach Dubin there on the Season 3 Showdown. That could be you. So go play that event. It's going to be super fun. And they have the Pioneer 5K as well. And it's going to be a really fun time. We have extra points as well. So if you're someone who's kind of at large in the leaderboard that maybe we can pull up real quick, then you're going to be able to get some extra points and maybe sort of secure it. This has been a big weekend for points, Drake, as we've been talking about between rounds with Bamonte. A lot of names and a lot of people going at large. This is our Season 3 leaderboard. Raja, not here at this event, but Zach Allen kind of having a fine weekend. Adam kind of having a fine weekend. Looks like Raja's going to lock up one of our Season 3 invitational spots. Congratulations to Raja there. Still got the last big weekend, so Zach and Adam can kind of jump him potentially. But I know Raja is going to the showdown there. And, Raja's been on a big tear, so it's going to be exciting to see kind of how that all plays out. For the yearly leaderboard, though, it is tighter than it has ever been, Drake. When we look at this yearly leaderboard, we have seen a lot of shakeup. We've had a lot of kind of medium finishes from a lot of our top players here. Zach Allen got 33rd yesterday, a totally fine finish, but only good for 4 points. I believe Adam had a similar point. Unfortunately, our friend Zoe is sick this weekend and wasn't able to play the tournament, so she hasn't moved. Raja didn't show up. Kruger had kind of a weak weekend. Harrison Fang, we saw win round 1, but, 3 players from this sort of at-large yearly leaderboard are going to make it, and the race is super tight. Every point matters. So let's get back to our main game, though. But yeah, you're going to want to make sure to tune into that as well. So click the follow button on Twitch to not miss any of those games.
Yeah, absolutely. Our showdown is going to be a great event. I think a lot of these players that you see on that leaderboard are going to be in attendance, trying to snag those final points. Like you mentioned, Connor already with a top 8 this weekend, going to throw a big wrench in both Zach and Jesse's plans as far as being the player of the year, which we've talked about. A lot of prizes that come with that. And it's going to be a really exciting event to cap off an awesome year on the NRG series as Tyler leads off with the wooded foothills and a passing of the turn.
100%, yeah. And, we have a Spire Bluff Canal. Is this Ragavan? We have some red 1.
Yeah, looks like, it is a Ragavan on 1. A lot weaker on the draw. And we'll also see if Tyler's mana development is going to be stifled a little bit if he's respecting Blood Moon. I mean, he lost to it single-handedly in game 2. And so, as much as it's very valuable to fetch, things like your Triome in order to make your cards like Leyline Binding, Scion of Dracos and stuff work, looks like Xander's Lounge is grabbed here. If you want to respect Blood Moon at all, you have to either have a counterspell already dialed up for it, some kind of removal spell that you can float mana or something, or fetch basics. And it looks like this deck is not really in the market to be fetching basics. So Tyler gonna need to come up with a plan so he doesn't lose in the exact same fashion he lost game 2.
Yeah,
and stomping ground the follow up.
Also, if you're Tyler, you have got to be deadly aware of those force negations. We saw Jason have multiple of those. Now, Tyler, even kind of see him throw his hands up like, come on. Tyler doesn't know that Jason brought the full 4 this weekend. And from Tyler's perspective, I think he thought kind of like you said, like, oh, I don't want to have like all these Archmage's terms. Maybe I have 1 force negation, right? But turns out Jason's like, no. We're going to protect these
That's not the right
Ragavans.
number. 4.
Yeah. And
4
Tyler,
of them.
4, yeah. And Tyler in a really awkward position where if he does an upkeep, maybe he gets spell pierced again. So, or, Flusterstorm. So, really kind of an awkward position and something that Jason gets to do here. And if Jason has the Blood Moon, this could be game over, Drake.
Oh my goodness. Game over right here. Just Blood Moon. If there's not, now Force of Negation, Force of Vigor would need to be in Tyler's hand. But yeah, if this is a Blood Moon, that would be devastating. See Dragon's Rage Channeler. Yeah, looks like no Blood Moon this time, And I think Tyler has to be pretty ecstatic and just get Blood Moon there. As soon as you get that Force of Negation on that Dead Gone, you have to imagine, okay, well, why is he valuing it so high? Why does he want this Ragavan that bad? Maybe it's that 3rd mana for Blood Moon. So has to be pretty ecstatic as Odawar this time does make blue mana, as we see that one come down, played as our 3rd land. And we'll see if there's any kind of Rhino production this turn.
Yeah, and we might. It looks like we're going to get a Fury to start things off to try and clear up the board. Pretty strong in this resolves. Doesn't look like we have hard counterspell this time, so that's going to clear up the board here. And there's a really big difference. Like even if Jason draws a Blood Moon now, the game is going to go much longer with no pressure happening. And if Tyler can get down even a Rhino, like a single resolved Rhino copy, it's like, all right, who cares? As we see Shardless Agent come down, who cares if we Blood Moon me? I have 10 power in play. Figure it out. So Tyler doing a great job of making cards like Blood Moon invalidated now.
And somewhat kind of like a leadoff spell too, where it's like, okay, like the Dragon's Rage Channeler wasn't flying yet. The Ragavan kind of gets checked by the Rhinos anyway, but the Fury looks like a little bit desperate, right? Where you're pitching this thing in order to answer both threats. It's very powerful and it looks like, okay, I need to answer these things. It would probably bait a counterspell if there was one, like a hard counterspell. And so, and then if that happens, the Rhinos follow-up should be good enough. But actually, the case here is that Jason actually just has like a Spell Pierce, which doesn't hit Fury anyway. So the Shardless follow-up mitigated somewhat by the Spell Pierce from Jason Barrett, and so it's just a 2/2, no extra 4/4s for Tyler Novak, and the Rhino's going to have to stay off the board for now as we quickly play a land and pass the turn for Jason. Some smackdowns from Shardless.
Yeah,
any follow-ups?
Jason here kind of just sitting back patiently. He's got a Force of Negation, just kind of waiting for Tyler to do something. And Tyler is in that classic spot of like, okay, I need to apply pressure, but not play too much in these counter spells. Because we do see Tyler has a Violent Outburst up in the front of the grip, ready to slam it into turn where Force Negation can't grab it, and then untap and slam with a bunch of Rhino power. So Jason's going to need something like Flusterstorm here to really answer this.
Yeah, absolutely. And, the Expressive Iteration helping Jason rebuild a little bit. But yeah, like you mentioned, here's the Violent Outburst. That one's going to happen on Instap. And it looks like that one's going to work. So like you mentioned, we're going to have 10 power already dialed up, ready to go. And this Dragon's Rage Chandler, which is now, thanks to the Expressive Iteration, a 3/3 can check the Shardless Agent at least. But those 4/4s, I mean, Dragon's Rage Chandler is not good enough against those, and it has to attack next turn. So Jason effectively dead next turn, just with what's on board, needs to assemble, Engineered Explosives or something in order to clean up this board a little bit. And didn't get a great look at what that follow-up is. That Arcane Proxy? I think we're prototyping the Arcane Proxy.
We are, yeah. We put it towards them, and now that means we're going to get to flash back into their Crashing Footfalls and get more Rhinos into play. Looks like we're going to force a negation to flashback, and that is not the place you want to be if you're Jason.
Yeah, that's a tough way to do it. Yeah, the Arcane Proxy looking excellent here, giving another attempt at Crashing Footfalls. That one, like you said, met by a Force of Negation, but I mean, still a 2/1 for your troubles, right? And, that adds even more power that needs to be checked by whatever Jason's turn is. And if something like Engineered Explosives does come down, take care of the Rhinos, you still have a fairly aggressive force that can race this Dragon's Rage Chandler very effectively because, despite being a 3/3, it still has to attack. So you don't get to block these 2-power creatures.
100%. And it's getting really dangerous because Jason does get to resolve the Murktide Regent, grow it on up a little bit, and I think we might be in a spot where it doesn't quite matter because we can just, slam our team into Jason's face and it's just going to work out.
Yeah, it's interesting. You could have maybe done something like try to cut yourself off Delirium so that your Dragon's Rage Channeler can block, but the Rhinos have Trample, and you kind of want Unholy Heats to work still, if you draw any of those, assuming you survive the turn and or already have one in hand. So it's you're in kind of an awkward spot. It looks like Jason did exile himself off of Delirium, which does seem intentional. Do we have a block that lets us live? It looks like we do. Murktide can line up on a Rhino, and then Dragon's Rage Chandler can line up on like Arcane Proxy.
Yeah, it actually trades the Proxy. Proxy's a 2/1 on the prototype.
Exactly.
So, makes it so you are kind of alive, but if Tyler has something like Fire Ice, tapping that Murktide region.
Oh, Fire Ice tapping. That's brutal. And no counterspell answer for Jason means that Murktide Regent not going to be doing any blocking this turn. And I believe that is very lethal. And we see the fist bump. Tyler going to win this one 2 games to Jason's 1 over Izzet Tempo. And this is very much a classic matchup, very much playing out in a very classic way. Despite some new cards being involved in the mix, things like Arcane Proxy, really cool to see. This is very much kind of the texture of how this matchup plays out. Just being able to force the footfalls over and over and over again is very much what the Rhinos deck is great at. And the Izzet deck, if you can't counter every single one. It just doesn't work. You're going to run out of counter spells eventually, and those Rhinos, once they hit the battlefield, are extremely hard to get rid of.
100%. It's so hard to keep the constant stream of Rhinos from running you over. But you know what's going to run us over, Drake? Is more modern coverage, which we'll be right back to after this short ad break. So stick around. We'll be back in about 2 minutes.
Good afternoon, everybody. Welcome back to Mundelein, Illinois. I'm Matt Bamonte on the NRG Series. We're getting ready to kick off the next round of coverage here. So let's take a peek here at our players to watch leaderboard. So we have a little bit of a shakeup here. So as you can see, Harrison Fang at 1-1, Will Kruger, Zach Allen, and Mack Endress all 2-0. So good start to their day. Pretty rough one there for Adam Wasburn Moses and Bill Kamenos, who are trying to move up the leaderboard here at an 0-2 start. And actually, Jesse just got done playing against Bill, so Jesse is 1-1. And then Vinny Fino battling back from a 0-1 start up to 1-1. So as you can tell, that's the pretty log jammed up here early in the first couple rounds. And what that's going to look like on our overall leaderboard is really what we're getting into here. So Zach Allen, again, this is not updated with yesterday's event included, but it's pretty tight with Connor Mullally actually in the lead currently. And Connor is up to 164 points. Zach's at 160, and then Jesse is at 155 points. So real tight between those three as we continue to move through this event into this one, and then our last 2 events down in Louisville. So without further ado, we're going to jump right into some coverage here for round number 3. I believe we got some familiar faces that you might know if you've ever watched coverage here on the NRG Series before. So we're going to hop on down. I'll send you back to Mason and to Drake for round number 3.
Hello and welcome back. Yeah, we have Zach Allen on 4-color control. He's known for best around here. Drake and James on Izzet Murktide, a deck I think we're just going to always see a lot of when we watch Modern.
Absolutely. It's one of the calls that, I said I would play in this format, and there's a good reason for it. It is very powerful, gets to play some of the most powerful cards available in the format, which fortunately are in blue and red, and that happens to be one of my favorite color combinations in Magic. So I'm very much about it as I see a turn 1 Dragon's Rage Chandler coming down for James. Zach Allen sporting a control strategy as he often does. This matchup used to be very, very familiar, but with Yorion in the command zone. That card now banned. Kahira has taken its place, and we have a 4-color mana base and a beautiful deck at that, as Windswept Heath is going to find a Sacred Foundry.
Boom, bam, yeah. And this is a matchup. It looks like we're probably casting Prismatic Ending 2 on this DRC, and we're just shortcutting a little bit. But this is a matchup, too, that traditionally was very bad for Izzet Murktide during the Yorion era. This was one of the matchups you wanted to play as the 4-color Yorion player, which was part of the reason Murktide always one of the most popular decks in the Modern field. Very fun. It's kind of a deck style that a lot of people like to play, and you are so good against it. Things have changed a little bit since the Yorion banning. It is not as easy to always actually close the game out, and we see things like James playing 1 main deck Blood Moon this weekend along with 3 Spell Pierces. So he's going to have some more game in spots, but it's still going to be an uphill battle.
Absolutely. Here's Dragon's Rage Chandler number 2. The name of the game for the Murktide deck very frequently is getting an early threat into play. Ragavan is actually one of your best cards in this matchup, especially in the absence of something like a Wrenn and 6. That card can be extremely problematic, but always is going to be in these grinding matchups anyway. But you really want to get underneath. You talk about tempo and, what that looks like in action, very much like getting to the board early and then protecting it with counter spells and removal spells. That's very much what Murktide needs to do. It doesn't really have time to play the Murktide Regent strategy as much, where you just do a lot lot of early interaction, then play your huge Murktide Regent and close the game there, because the 4-color deck has so many answers to Murktide Regent, as we see Misty Rainforest grabbing, I believe, a Zagoth Triumph there. And stuff. I'm going to take a look at the list, make sure I got that one right.
It's a Zagoth. Yeah, it's the bug one. Black, blue, green, baby.
Cool.
You got it. Don't worry. It's golden card coming down. But yeah, no, I think
still got it.
Yeah, still got it. Easy. Yeah, I think one of the things to remember too is that before the backup plan, so the Murktide versus 4-color during the Yoran era was like, okay, stick something, have them fight over that, then stick Murktide plus Counterspell. And while that can sometimes work, most of the time, like Drake was mentioning, with the addition of Leyline Binding in this deck, the ways to answer Murktide has just gone up dramatically. Where before it was kind of 4 Solitude and like a Teferi unsummoned to kind of like make it a little awkward on your opponent, and those are your ways of answering it. Now, though, with 4 Solitude, 4 Leyline Binding, along with the counter spells, it's actually really hard to get to that Murktide stage of the game. And while somewhat doable, it's really not as practical as it was before.
Absolutely. And we see the shock at Steam events number 3. We saw an instep Consider there. Chose to leave the card on top for both Surveil triggers. Had to have been a good one. Is Mishra's Bauble here, the follow-up post untapped land here. Thinking about our Surveil, Dragon's Rage Channeler, not quite Delirious yet. Needs 2 more types. We only have land instant. Going to Surveil Steam events number 3 to the graveyard off the top of the library. See if we're interested in doing the Mishra's Bauble thing now. Because if we're going to do it now, I kind of think that we're trying to set up some Delirium for a big attack. Do need a sorcery or a creature in the graveyard as a follow-up. Ragavan, Dashed, is going to help with just that, because if that one gets killed, it goes to the graveyard. Dragon's Rage Channeler hits harder. If not, the Ragavan's connecting, and that's really good. So here we see an attack with both creatures.
All right, what are you going to do from Zach Allen? You going to kill it? What are you going to do? Not kill it?
Well, I imagine you have to kill it. I mean, Ragavan is just such a huge problem, as the Scalding Tarn is going to find a basic island here. That one main deck Blood Moon, maybe a little bit being respected by Zach. And I think that's it. We just wanted to fetch to make sure that we would get our land, and Ragavan's going to make a treasure and hit Dress Down. I mean, that would get you a card.
Yeah, that's interesting. It is something to like kind of just, move through the stuff if maybe your hand's a little land heavy. Looks like James rather hold up the treasure and the land, and kind of take the draw set, maybe get something like Counterspell up, or maybe just even make Zach think about it. This is in prime to Fairy 3 / Jace the Mind Sculptor territory for Zach, and James has to know from the deck he's playing against that those are going to be key cards that Zach is going to want to resolve early.
Yeah, absolutely. And you have to also imagine there's going to be some counter spells involved in the mix. If James isn't interested in playing the Dress Down there, just getting that free value, getting that free card, that there's probably a counter spell involved, or at least we want to respect, or at least present that there's a counter spell. So Zach, doesn't play anything on his main phase, maybe in part to respect that. And Ragavan Dash going to happen again. Zach fetching with the Windswept Heath in response.
Yeah. Looks like he's going to grab some cards, see what he's going to do. We maybe see a counter spell here, despite grabbing the planes. That might just be a concession to Blood Moon. It might also just be like a subtlety getting hard cast.
Ooh, that'd be a pretty good one here.
It looks to be a subtlety.
Doesn't put the Ragavan in the graveyard.
Yeah. And James in a little bit of an awkward potato situation.
What makes it a potato situation, Mason?
Well, it's awkward. And an awkward thing to say with that is to say potato, because it doesn't quite make sense.
Ah, I understand. You have enlightened me.
Oh, Mishra's Bauble is surveil away.
That's so cute. Yeah. Put it on top and I'll surveil it to the yard with Mishra's Bauble. I love it. And then that allows you to be forced to attack with the Dragon Rage Channeler, which does trick the subtlety. So a nice little 2-for-1 for Zach in exchange for his 4 mana. But a cute little trick from James. I like it.
100% is how I would say that all went down. But yeah.
We should switch roles. I should start saying like 100% or like 110%
absolutely
or something, and you should start saying absolutely. There you go.
Yeah. I think all the percent was given there,
Yeah. Oh, well, can you go lower? Can you go higher? I just don't know. Flooded Strand and a
maybe you should be. If you were dumber, then I would say 100%. But that's on you.
Oh, I see. All right, let's see. James needing a follow-up here. Zach very happy to kind of just play lands and pass the turn. His cards are going to be more powerful than James. James's cards over time. They're worth more cards on their own. They are more expensive, but if Zach is able to hit all his land drops and just take draw steps with James, I feel like Zach has to be really excited about that. And Ledger Shredder being added to the board for James, like I said, there's a lot of onus on James to get something rolling, get something started, get some pressure on Zach, so that you only need to counter the first couple very powerful cards that Zach has going on in his late game. You mentioned things like Jace the Mind Sculptor, even something like somewhat innocuous like Ren and 6, which only costs 2 mana, still extremely powerful over time. James needing to kind of get something started so that those cards don't run away with the game.
Yep. I got to keep it a $150 with you, Drake. This is something that can kind of get out of hand when these Solitudes start getting hard casted. So, this is a spot where you're kind of happy the Solitude isn't hitting a Murktide, but also you're like, oh no, we've hit the hard cast Solitude portion of the game.
100%.
I'm gonna keep it a dime with you, Drake.
I just can't do this to you. Solitude gonna take care of Legend Shredder. That one could hit the exile zone. A little bit of life coming for James's trouble, but either way, definitely not where James wants to be as Zach gets the turn back with all his mana untapped. And here is a Ren and 6. That one a big problem for James. When you see him reaching for mana.
On God, Drake, that's really a huge problem. That is just not something we want to see. James is if James could talk right now, we might get a sheesh from him. So, anyways, we've hit the nonsense portion of the turn cycle because honestly, Zach Allen, the driver's seat, he's kind of settling in, getting ready, because when you resolve Solitude against this deck, it used to be a little better when you had a Fimbraid in your deck and you kind of threatened to always kill future Murktide Regents. But now we kind of have, all right, we have Unholy Heat to stop it, but now we have to stop this Ren and 6. If it ultimates, the game is going to end. And honestly, Zach hitting all his land drops is a really important part of the game as well, even though we've already hit 6 land drops.
Yeah, absolutely. And we see, all these lands do actually come into play for Zach. I think he has access to something like a Besiege. You could start blowing up James's lands if he wants. There isn't that many Steam Vents in the deck. We know there's already one in the graveyard and stuff. Leyline Binding going to come down, tag this Ledger Shredder, or at least attempt to. Let's see if James has something to say about it. He sure does. Here's a Spell Pierce that triggers Connive.
Yeah, Zach is like, listen, you maybe just want to connive, maybe you have another Spell Pierce. I don't know, but I'm tapping this mana. You're not tricking me.
I will find the line of tapping my 2 islands and paying for Spell Pierce. Yeah, I ain't getting got by that one. The Rhine Overturf special. As another Spell Pierce hits the bin. I have to imagine the third one has to be coming if you're willing to discard that one, and it sure is. So Leyline Binding going to get a double Spell Pierced here. Kind of like Counterspell if you squint a little bit. Does take care of the Leyline Binding.
Indubitably.
Indubitably. No doubt.
Yeah, no, but I mean, like that, like honestly, if I'm Zach Allen, my heart sinks when I see the second spell because get discarded when I have literally only a mana up. It's like, wow.
Yeah, you only have 1 mana up. It's like, okay, well, I don't know how many Spell Pierces this guy has, but the answer has to be more.
100% on that one. And you're seeing just to this, the problem with the matchup is, and this is kind of a thing I talked a bunch with the old Murktide decks, is that the game becomes kind of point and click. And for Zach Allen, Zach just needs to stop 12 threats. If we stop the DRCs, we stop the Murktide, and we stop the Ragavan, the game ends. And you can often let one go invalidated for a little while. And Zach's deck is flush with counter spells and kill spells. It is so hard for James to ever stick anything that super matters.
Absolutely. And a kind of a sign of desperation here. We just main phase address down to cycle a card. Ledger Shredder getting picked off the previous turn with Prismatic Ending leaves James once again with no pressure with this Ren and 6 climbing up the ladder towards the ultimate. It's just looking for any kind of, this is one of the last turn cycles where Unholy Heat is going to work because, once Ren hits 7, Unholy Heat doesn't even kill it anymore. And an Instant Memory Deluge is a great one for Zach Allen, getting not just more options, but, that flashback can be done on the next turn cycle. A lot better at finding cards the dress down. You get a good look. Once that Ren hits 7 loyalty, not only does it not die to Unholy Heat, but it threatens to Emblem, and that Emblem is going to be tough to beat with things like Prismatic Ending in the graveyard, and even something like Memory Deluge. It just doesn't matter. Like, your lands all become the best spell that you've played this game, and that's usually more than good enough to win the average game.
Yep, and this is a spot, too, where, James needs to do something that's kind of impactful, try to, end the game, but now Zach sees that and is sort of pushing his boot down the throat and be like, listen, you're going to die. I'm going to present all these threats. You haven't been able to stop what I'm doing. Here comes Jace the Mind Sculptor. How are you going to beat me if I'm brainstorming every turn? and you have to stop this Ren 6. Because the moment my Ren 6 ults, I have infinity counterspells, and this game is over.
Absolutely. Jace, of course, coming down, brainstorming right away, like you mentioned. Lightning Bolt, going to be able to pick that one off potentially. We do see Archmage's Charm at the front. Zach Allen, not interested in fighting, understands that, he's wildly ahead, right? We have Memory Deluge. We have all these cards. We have Ren and 6 ticking up. Like, the Jace, you don't really need it. You don't even need to fight over it because it doesn't really matter as far as putting the check mark on this game. Zach, very much an embarrassment of resources to work with. So, even something like answering Jace the Mind Sculptor, not enough to even get out the counter spell. It's going to have to be better than that. And James going to need a lot of help from the top of the deck if he wants to be a competitor in this game again.
You got to agree. And it's just a thing, too, where it's like the bolt, like Ren and 6 Ultimate is better than Jace the Mind Sculptor, just straight up. And so it's like, oh, well, if it's that way, I just, who cares? There's a lot happen.
It just doesn't matter, right? Exactly. Yeah. Like, I'll just let the Ren and 6 win the game. I don't really care what I win the game with. All I care is I win the game. And so the Jace willing to be expendable in that situation as the Mishra's Bauble going to be cracked and another land for James Farina. That is not what the doctor ordered at all.
Yeah, it's getting really hard here too, because the card that could best catch us up, right, is Murktide Regent when it comes to like a creature. However, now this Teferi makes it so that, like, if it ever resolves, we just unsummon it, and we have a bunch of counter spells. James doesn't. We can't cast counter spells, so you just have to have more cards than there are counters on this turn cycle. And Zach has 2 cards. If Zach just counters this Expressive Iteration, there's nothing James can do unless he has some weird uncounterable card.
Yeah, absolutely. And, Zach, I love the patience here by Zach Allen. You have to love it. Like, this is a man that knows control through and through and doesn't get greedy. Like, he didn't fire off the ultimate on Ren, right? That's something we talked about. Would probably put the checkmark on this game. But what's even better? Having a Ren and 6 left over after your ultimate. You can afford to do this because there's literally no pressure from James at all as Unholy Heat is entering the mix going after the Teferi. Zach, once again, says, absolutely. This Ren is what I care about. I don't really care about my other Planeswalkers. They're just kind of there. They're there to put me ahead even further. They're there to let me win this game more than I already was. And the Prismatic Ending able to be cast at instant speed thanks to Teferi Time Raveler going to pick off the Dashed Ragavan.
Yeah, and we're seeing this here. James needs to start considering conceding this game in order to have times for games 2 and 3. Zach Allen and James here have both been playing very quickly and are definitely playing at a fast pace. However, these games can get long and grindy, especially post-board. And with this Ren 6 Ultimate, if you draw a single land and not some sicko card like Expressive Iteration, you need to consider sort of moving on in order to give yourself the best chance to win the match.
Exactly. I mean, it's very much like deciding, what does winning this game look like? In the face of a Ren and 6 emblem, you can't imagine it looks like much. Maybe Murktide Regent's involved in the mix, but I mean, we see Zach just flush full of answers. He can counter it. He can solitude it. I mean, he can do whatever he wants. It just doesn't matter. And like you said, clock becomes a consideration because these players, neither of them are slow playing. They're all moving very, very briskly. They understand they need to get this game over with. Counterspell going to go after the Solitude that is coming after the Murktide Regent. And that is enough to bait out that Archmage's Charm from Zach Allen. And it looks like that's going to be enough. James, once again, understands he's dead. He's not beating this Red and 6 emblem. And we're going to move to game number 2.
Yep. Yeah. And just, a spot where the game started to get out of slipping there. James kind of waited to the point at which, he couldn't come back anymore. Once he kind of got things sort of locked up and settled in, he was able to, be like, okay, listen, now I'm fully locked out, I'll concede, but was going to play until there's a point where maybe, Zach doesn't have quite the tools to actually answer this thing. Just put him to the check real quick. Let's check out, speaking of the check, James's sideboard and see what he has to help make this matchup a little better. James' sideboard is 2 Dress Down, 2 EE, 2 Flusterstorm, 2 Mystical Dispute, 2 Seasoned Pyromancer, a Blood Moon, a Chalice, a Fury, a Subtlety, and an unlicensed Hearse. Drake, I gotta think that we're gonna want these Mystical Disputes. They seem pretty good against these counter wars. And I'm thinking Seasoned Pyromancer is pretty good for the grinding matchups here. And I kind of like Fury as just having more threats. And we've got some cards that aren't super great in our main deck.
Yeah, absolutely. Sometimes you can bring in things like Dress Down too, because Solitude is so effective against your Murktide Regents and stuff. So like the Dress Downs, it looks really bad in that game with James choosing to just cycle it in the face of the Planeswalker draw. I'm not sure how many Dress Downs you want, but they are actually pretty good having additional enchantments and what have you. Once again, James does need to decide if he's interested in the Blood Moon angle at all against this 4-color mana base. We saw Zach do a great job fetching basics throughout all of game 1. And if you fetch an island and a plains, then Blood Moon is able to be prismatic ending after it resolves. And that's what Zach did there in game number 1. So I think actually Blood Moon, because of the way Zach played his lands, might not be good enough. But like you said, the Mystical Disputes, probably good enough. Seasoned Pyromancer, have to imagine them for this matchup. And then once again, I like the Subtlety Fury stuff because they're just good 2 for once if you cast them for full rate. And I think that's going to be good in this matchup.
Let's check out Zach Allen's sideboard real quick here as the players are shuffling up and they're almost ready to present. Zach has 3 Aether Gust, 2 Veil of Summer, 2 Wear Tear, 2 Flusterstorm, 2 Chalice, Subtlety, the Kahira that's the companion, Force Negation, and Supreme Verdict. I gotta think Supreme Verdict's easily coming in here. That seems like a pretty easy sort of swap. And I would not be surprised just to see Chalice of the Void here. A lot of 1-mana cards from the Murktide side of things and just sort of lock them out.
Yeah, Chalice really, really appealing. Not a whole lot of 1-mana cards that are required to be 1-mana cards in Zach Allen's deck. Like even Prismatic Ending, you can still just do it for only white or whatever and have that work and get around your own Chalices. So the Chalice slam dunks, I think, for this matchup. A lot of 1-mana spells in the Murktide deck. And yeah, you can pick how much of the Supreme Verdict / Veil of Summer stuff you want. Have to imagine the Verdict's good enough. Don't know if you want Flusterstorms or Veils to fight Counter Wars, if that's even the angle you're interested in taking. We'll see what Zach Allen decides, but I could see picking up a few of that mix of cards as well.
Yeah. And, the players are finishing up here. If you're enjoying Modern and you want to play some Modern, we have one more event in 2 weeks from now, the Louisville Showdown on December 10th through the 11th. It's $15K. If you win the showdown, you're going to make it to NRG Champs. Super exciting. You want to do that. And then Sunday, you also have a Pioneer 5K trial. Get there, get some cash, play with some friends, get some exciting magic. That's always really fun. But we're going to be doing that in 2 weeks from now. So, if you're in that area or close to it, this is the furthest NRG has gone to the south. Kind of like the forced little, putting their toes in the water, seeing how things come down here. And I'm really close to it. I'm hopeful, if I'm not here in the booth, Drake, I'm going to be in the streets. So you're going to see me some way involved in this tournament. I'm really excited to see what happens. As it does look like the players have resolved mulligans. Let's hop down back there.
Yeah, I definitely agree with you. I think I'm in the same boat as you. If I'm not involved in the booth, I'll be involved in the streets of that tournament. Very, very excited for that. And we'll see exactly what happens. A lot of points going on through the overall leaderboard, the Player of the Year race, very, very tight, as well as our seasonal leaderboard, which is going to have 3 people qualify. It's going to have somebody qualify, 2 people qualify. Yep. Jeez, talking is hard for the NRG Champs through that at the end of the season. So both leaderboards kind of mattering a lot. Both races that are kind of going on in parallel, extremely close. The points worth a ton. I would expect our Louisville event to be stacked.
Yeah, you're going to want to follow along with that narrative as you've been following along all weekend. And if you haven't, you want to follow along on Twitch right now as well. Click that follow button. That way you don't miss any of the action. We have some exciting narratives going on. The Player of the Year race here is Zach Allen, Jesse Robkin, Connor, all really tight. Connor top-aided one of our events yesterday, lost in the quarterfinals, started 0-2 today. So Connor in a really rough spot where it was looking to be maybe a completely dominant weekend and lock it up when it came to the leaderboard for the yearly. It's going to be a little more risky if he doesn't start salvaging some of these rounds. As we see Zach Allen in our feature match area here, 2-0 in the tournament. Jesse Robkin 1-1, and she's been known to make sicko runs in the Modern tournament. She earned 150 of those points in about 1 season playing only Modern. So that's an expert format for her there. So we're going to have to see what happens here.
Absolutely. This race really, really tight as we get a look. It looks like Chalice of the Void among the mix. 2 red and 6s. Have to imagine that hand has to be pretty good in this matchup. Not entirely sure what the land situation is. Zach Allen giving his hand a great look as James is continuing to shuffle up, looking for a set of playable cards. Now, the Murktide deck, you mentioned at the start of this that in the past, the 4-color deck against the Murktide deck was kind of a tough matchup for Murktide. And I in general, I'm inclined to agree. But actually, I did think it is close to even-ish, maybe even Murktide a little bit ahead when Murktide's on the play. Because I think being on the play matters so much for these huge tempo swings with things like Ragavan and all that kind of stuff. So now with Ragavan's counterspells and sideboard cards added to the mix, I think James has a good chance if he can find a set of cards here that he likes. I think he has a good chance to make this game look quite different than what we saw there in game 1.
Yeah, I think the key to note about what your statement there is on the play with Ragavan. On the play with DRC is fine, but not nearly as important as the Ragavan is. As there are draws like this from Zach Allen's deck with a turn 2 red and 6 might just be completely and utterly backbreaking.
Absolutely. And Zach Allen picking up a land for turn. No turn one play from James that we see. Could have access to like cantrips and spell pierce or whatever. And it does look like we have some of that, as here's an instep consider. Now errated to officially surveil and draw a card. Like that one, kept it on top. Flooded Strand in the passing of the turn.
Yeah. And we see, Zach's suddenly in a position where it's like, hey, I've got some Wrenn and 6, I've got some Chalice of the Void, I got some lands. Do I even want to play anything, though? Because James is not playing anything, and I'm just like playing into Counterspell Magic. What's best for me? And do I want to trade one of these cards for Counterspell?
Absolutely, absolutely.
That's one of the hard parts of Magic. It's like when you sort of play into these things and like, how do you ride the line and like which of these important spells do you throw out here? It looks like Zach's throwing out a potential Haymaker card in Chalice of the Void, but I kind of like leading on this one, Drake, because James didn't do anything with 1 mana, and sure, James' deck has plenty of 1 mana cards you can draw later, but this one seems to be the weakest right now, and Wrenn and 6 might be something that completely warps the game as we saw in game number 1, and we want to protect that thing a little more.
Yeah, I like your call out of game number 1, where Wrenn and 6 didn't come down on turn 2. It came down on like turn 6 or 7 or whatever. It was still very, very dominant. So, like you said, you want the best card for the time, and Chalice of the Void definitely fit the bill. And eating a Spell Pierce is a good exchange for James, but with no pressure to follow up. I mean, I have to still like Zach Allen's position here, having plenty of action to follow up on. He's happy to just keep casting spells, keep using his mana every turn, while James is just passing the turn back, not cracking his Flooded Strand, although he does have a third one now, but did miss a land drop, it looks like, and no pressure. Zach's fine to just, okay, I mean, I can use my mana every turn, and you're not pressuring me, as we saw in game 1. That favors Zach Allen. So where we're sitting right now, I really, really like Zach Allen's position.
Yeah, this sort of spot where, like, listen, it looks like James just has a hand of all reactive cards. That's the game Zach wants to play. Zach doesn't want to play a game of like, oh no, you've got this DRC and I'm like barely answering it, I'm keeping up and I'm countering. No, Zach wants the game to go long, and as long as we don't have a huge fight over Murktide Regent, we fight over anything else, Zach is pretty excited to play those kind of games. That's what he came to do.
Exactly. And Zach's someone very, very familiar with the control archetype. I'm sure he's played against Murktide a ton. Very, very intimately familiar with the ins and outs of this particular matchup. And when it's already a tough matchup to begin with, that's a tough spot to be if you're James Farina looking to take down one of our best performing players on the NRG series this year. As here comes Wrenn and 6, number 1, of course. Yep. Counterspell going to be fired off very quickly on that copy of Wrenn and 6. The players both doing some shuffling and cutting.
Yeah, and you see Zach, earlier protected that card a little bit, but then drew Teferi 5, the Hero of Dominaria, and it's like, okay, maybe this is something I want to actually resolve, and if I can get James to use the Counterspell mana now, James over behind, I might be able to trick James into going like an Expressive Iteration into a threat, and then I slam Teferi and take over the game.
Exactly. And like with these exchanges, I mean, they're not great for Zach, right? Getting yourself counterspelled isn't ever really awesome, but it's a lot better when there's no threat in play. I can't stress this enough. Murktide having no threat in play is so good for Zach, because when you have a threat in play backed up by counterspells, there's a set number of turns the game is going to be played from that point. Your life total is dwindling down for every card that you play that doesn't work. Your life total just goes down and down and down. But with Murktide not having any real like card advantage engines like Planeswalkers and stuff like that to keep the flow of counterspells coming, Zach has enough powerful cards in his deck. He can play one every single turn, and eventually James will run out of counterspells. And that's very much kind of the posturing Zach's doing here as he fetches with a Flooded Strand once again.
Yeah, Zach's really looking to draw like 2, maybe 3 more lands, and then no more lands for a little while, and just kind of hope that James stays in this sort of stuck on mana position.
Yeah, for sure. And with that 5th mana source actually representing quite a bit for Zach Allen, I think there's multiple copies of Solitude in his hand that now are able to be hard cast whenever he wants. Kahira going to be put into play. That thing does put on some pressure, but overall it doesn't really matter that much. Like, the companion is nice to have, and it is a free card, but in general, this is not like a core part of the 4-color control game plan, and it's very much just Zach Allen respecting that he's going to win if he gets to use his mana more efficiently than James does over multiple turns. And so Kahira is just a way for him to use his mana as we pass the turn back, and Murktide Regent being put on the stack for James Farina, delving out the entire graveyard.
Yeah, and this is the play pattern we kind of talked about before, right? Where of old, it was Murktide plus Counterspell. That was what you tried to set up and do, and you do it on spots like this, and you can't punish Zach. If Zach, Obviously, James kind of went for it because the Kahiro was played. But if Zach had just kept saying draw, go, James can't do this play because Zach gets to go Solitude, you counter it, and then goes, okay, another Solitude, or something along those lines. Maybe it's a Fairy Tuck. So it's one of those spots where it's like, okay, this is sort of the end game I need to have happen if I'm going to win. And like you mentioned, Murktide region ends the game really quickly. There's not many turns left after that happens. It looks like Zach picked up a prismatic ending, and so we might see a Teferi get pitch cast. I'm sorry, a Solitude get pitch cast in order to get rid of this Murktide.
Yeah, potentially. I mean, especially if this first one doesn't work. We'll see if it does work. And it looks like based on that fetching that the answer to that is most likely no. Something like a dress down could be a good one to respond with as well. Although could do something like a double block. If you dress down, you could double block here in Solitude if that's something Zach's interested in. It is just a counter spell going to answer the first copy of Solitude. Now, Murktide's big enough that typically you can take a few hits if you're Zach Allen and just be like, okay, whatever, I'm gonna use my mana on my turn, but on my terms. But Murktide does so much damage that really he can only kind of take one hit. So if this next Solitude, gets answered by any form of counterspell, of which James has been through a lot, he actually might be in a little bit of trouble. As we see that one jammed right away, not waiting for combat for Solitude. Could be something, respecting Archmage's Charm or whatever. Also allows you to, clear the way for attacking. It's Subtlety. The response from James looks like a Mystical Dispute is pitched, and I think there's a Flusterstorm in Zach's hand that does not counter that Subtlety.
Yeah, Zach went with a line of trying to do this, I think, to step Teferi on the next turn, but if he had just played the Teferi with the Flusterstorm up, it would have ended up so much better for him. And now he has to dodge Bolt for the remainder of the game. Zach's deck does not gain life outside of Solitude, and there's a real chance that Solitude doesn't resolve. James hasn't drawn any more lands since the fourth one, and it was stuck on 2 lands for so long.
Right. And I mentioned this kind of play pattern doesn't normally work against 4-color control for a lot of the reasons we're seeing, right? James has already been through a lot of counter spells. Murktide region did get a few hits in, but Zach has so many removal spells. And, now at 1 life point, Zach finally found one that works in the third Solitude. And, James is suddenly on the back foot immediately because if this Solitude connects with that Kahira buff, Bolt's not going to work anymore. And, a whole host of things begin to close as, James's life total is going to be sapped. Zach's going to go upstairs, and the game's going to end pretty quickly as here is a 5 mana Teferi, Hero of Dominaria.
Yeah, and we're seeing Zach here, gaining some life, putting the pressure on James. And James on a 2-turn clock with Teferi generating extra cards for Zach. And James needs to rip something like Expressive Iteration here just to get multiple cards and get back in this game.
Yeah, absolutely. And it really doesn't even have that many turn windows to do it. It has to be right here. It can't happen later. This Teferi is going to, draw Zach a lot of very powerful cards. And there is the sideboard Seasoned Pyromancer you called out. And that's going to discard a Spell Pierce, get a little bit of help, and 2 more cards coming. That could be a piece of the puzzle. That could be a big one here.
Yeah, this is actually huge. The Spell Pierce was basically dead for the remainder of the game. Zach got to the 7 mana and was clearly playing around it. And now we've got a bunch of bodies, and now the Solitude will die if it attacks. Obviously, it's going to take 2 creatures with it, but it's going to gain you a little life, put you in a pretty good spot.
Absolutely. James assembling something. The Seasoned Pyromancer looking impressive. Zach, of course, still at a somewhat precarious life total at 4, but Teferi, being able to untap with Teferi and a reasonable board presence of his own with Gahira and Solitude, still have to like Zach's position, but James, putting up a fight.
100%.
See what Zach comes up with.
It is going to be interesting to see what happens on this turn because Zach can do things like, prismatic ending this thing and then maybe minus with the Teferi even in order to push more damage and sort of work the game towards being over. Looks like Zach's choosing to go up.
Like a kind of guy that pushes damage? No. That Teferi goes upstairs, Mason. Draw cards.
Very silly of me. Well, we should have, maybe we could. I'm just saying how cool it would have been if we tuck on the Legislator and then we just charm the token. And then we're like, oh, baby.
It's all clear. They're all gone.
Yeah. We gained all the life.
The prismatic ending hitting the Seasoned Pyromancer huge because that means that James does not have access to that kind of flashback mode where you can pay 5 mana out of the graveyard, get 2 1/1s once the Seasoned Pyromancer is felled. But the prismatic ending taking care of that. Looks like both things attacked, and we made a trade for Kahira. But Zach now at equal life total with James in 2 turn cycles thanks to Solitude.
100%. And we're seeing this Ragavan get dashed here, and it looks like that we're gonna have to Ragavan try and hope to connect. But
How about Solitude number 4? How about that one?
Speaking of dash, I
Seems
think the
pretty
hopes
good.
are dashed. Yeah.
The hopes are as dashed as that Ragavan was. As Unholy Heat is the follow-up, the last card in hand for James Farina. We'll see if that Zach is willing to pull the trigger on some kind of interaction here. Looks like a Flusterstorm that we had previously didn't hit. Subtlety does hit Unholy Heat, and that's going to do it. James Farina concedes this game, and Zach Allen advances to 3-0. A huge win for him as he, continues to climb the leaderboards both this season and the overall yearly leaderboard, trying to get that player of the year slot. Big wins for him and a great start.
Yeah, congratulations to Zach Allen. There is a big win, and sort of showing why that matchup is still sort of problematic, and just showing how like taking the slow approach as the Murktide player is sometimes something you just can't really get away with. You sort of maybe have to mulligan to the Murktide. Now I think that there was a mulligan 2-6 there happening, but either way, James, good try there. Still very much live for top 8 at 2-1. Keep it up. I'm sure we'll see more of Zach Allen later, especially if things go Zach's way. But I want to see some more Magic. Let's go back down to our time-shifted match and see our backup feature match, which I believe, Drake, is Mono Green Tron on Joe Lossett, our commentary brethren, versus Jeskai Control. I'm kind of having to shake my eyes here. Is this 2014? What's going on?
Yeah, I have no idea what year it is. We got Joe Lossett on coverage. We got Tron versus Jeskai. I mean, this is awesome stuff. Both players sitting at 1-1. David Delgado was in top 8. We saw a lot of him playing Izzet Phoenix yesterday, and not as much today. His run was ended pretty quickly in top 8. Now paired against Joe Lossett. He's playing Jeskai Control versus Tron. Joe played a lot of Tron in his day. And it looks like a Flagstones of Trocaire and Prismatic Ending going after Chromatic Star.
Yep.
Nice little interaction there. Prismatic Ending's normally pretty dead against the Tron deck. Able to find a target there and deny Joe Lossett a card as Chromatic Sphere comes down and is very quickly cycled, likely making green mana.
I have to agree. And I think one of the things to remember about Joe is someone who likes to master a deck, kind of really understand it and stick to it and kind of learn. So we see in Pioneer, Joe got his qualification last week. Congratulations, Joe, at the RC playing Lotus Field. Kind of always plays Lotus Field. And Modern kind of always plays Tron. And Legacy used to always play Miracles, and has had a lot of success with this sort of like, hey, I'm going to master my archetype, understand it, and pivot around with it. I don't super care how, like, if it's the best thing in the weekend, as long as it's just not the absolute worst thing.
Yeah, absolutely. Joe, big fan of finding something he likes and doing that thing. Now, something to note about this Jeskai Control deck, it is the Lotus Field deck. This is something I believe that was originated by Aspiring Spike, or at least he played a lot of it on stream. This is a Blood Sun deck that is trying to kind of cheat out Lotus Fields. But as you see here, you can also just kind of do it the fair way. Sacrifice 2 lands, Flags into Trocaire, kind of a weird one in normal Jeskai Control, but does work very nicely with Lotus Field. As you see here, able to go grab a Plains-typed card. Rogren Triumph qualifies. So now we get to kind of a little bit of a land spike from 2 mana to 4 mana, although it all enters tapped. And there's some cute tricks that can happen with this Lotus Field with things like the fairies and all kinds of stuff to not just cheat out the Lotus Field, but abuse it once it's in play.
Also, really big for David Delgado in this matchup. So often, Ulamog Karn will go after the lands for the Jeskai Control player and just make it so you can't actually interact. Now, that Lotus Field got hexproof. You can't Ulamog it. And so no matter what, Delgado is going to have 3 mana up for the remainder of the game. And so Delgado can protect these lands long enough to get that second Lotus Field down. We might see a game where typically the problem is, oh, I don't have any mana. I can't do anything. Sundering Titan beat me. This Karn beat me, or whatever. Not the case in this game, potentially.
Absolutely. And here is the namesake Teferi that is able to untap the Lotus Field. That really, really cute with cards like Cryptic Command, all these 4 mana effects that you will see. Well, there's 4 Memory Deluge, 4 Cryptic Command supported in this Lotus Field deck. And that a big reason is this exact interaction where your Teferis will untap Lotus Field plus another land, and that gives you the 4 mana you need. And of course, Lotus Field, very, very good at casting Cryptic Command because normally that restrictive triple blue, exactly what Lotus Field wants to do. And here is Karn liberated for Joe Lossett. That one, like you mentioned, would love to go after Lotus Field, but cannot because Lotus Field is hexproof. So we'll see where Joe decides to point his Karn liberated, either at Delgado's hand, some permanents, and it is going to go after the Teferi.
Yeah, this is sort of the start of like, okay, well, I can't hit the land, so I'm just going to make sure that you can't do anything super impactful as we play the Karn here. And I think Delgado might be having another Teferi in hand. It was kind of hard to see there, but if he does, he has, Teferi into second Lotus Field, untap both Lotus Fields, have more mana than he started the turn with, and a new Teferi in play. Now, obviously, that Karn is going to be a problem if that happens. Maybe you could tuck the Karn or something like that. But, that's like a powerful interaction. While maybe it doesn't line up perfectly here, it is something that is like, okay, like this is something my deck can do. Like, be aware of that and the strength of playing a deck like this.
Absolutely. And you see a little bit of Oracle text being read by players. It is something you have access to in every single game you play at Comp REL. Call a judge. You can get some Oracle text. If you need a reminder, reading cards is broken. I can't say it enough. And here is that Teferi that is going to have to go after that Karn, going to go third from the top. Not the best way to do it, because Tron is a deck with cards like Ancient Stirrings, plenty of like little artifact cyclers, actually pretty good at finding cards that get tucked again. But that Karn sticking around is absolutely not acceptable for David Delgado. That can go after the Teferi right away. Whereas now there's at least a little bit of time for David to find a counterspell or some kind of other effective answer against the Karn that will hopefully allow him to keep his Teferi around. As we go back to Joe's turn.
The matchup's also pretty hard, so sometimes you just gotta hope that like nothing good comes down and you're just living your best life, and that they don't have the stirrings, they don't have anything like that.
Oh no! Well, how about Ugin? Is that a good one?
That's not living your best life.
Snipe off that Teferi. That is no good. David Delgado has to be one of the worst ones you could possibly see, because normally Ugin, for it to answer things, has to like down tick, because like a Ghostfire isn't normally good enough. But with Teferi that just down ticked, it is in prime position to get picked off by Ugin, and we see maybe a Desperation Valakut Awakening being cast here by Delgado.
I'm just impressed you pulled out the Ghostfire reference for the viewers. That's a deep cut. As we do see the Valakut Awakening, like you mentioned, that's correct on that card. We're going to put some cards back and draw that many +1. Yeah, I am pretty worried if I'm David Delgado about how I'm going to win. Although we did find another Teferi. Unfortunately, we're only 2 turns away from that Karn coming back, which I think we've created a little bit of a loop.
Yeah. I don't know if this is good or not. We're just gonna tuck every good thing Joe plays, so eventually the entire top of his deck is just all good cards. I think there's a limit to how much of that kind of stuff we can do. But Delgado electing not to deploy Teferi and instead pass the turn with all his mana up. Quite a bit of mana up this turn. Wonder if it's something like a Cryptic Command. That could be a really good one here. Could counter something, potentially bounce Ugin and kind of constrict Joe's turn. Joe astutely firing off the Ghost Fire. First, if there is something like a Cryptic Command involved, you don't want to leave free value on the table. So we're going to go ahead and plus up that Ugin. That one's going to go upstairs. And Ugin now, I believe, threatening to ultimate?
Yeah, 10's the ultimate, and then you draw 7 and put 7 things in. And Ulamog's here. Speaking of threatening ultimate, this thing basically ultimates on cast. And it's only going to get 2 lands this time. But, Delgado's like, that's enough. Let's take a minute.
Yeah, that is more than enough. Delgado willing to pick it up there, and I can't say that I blame him. And this is the exact sequence you used to see with there may be new cards involved, but the old Jeskai control modern Tron matchup circa whatever it was 2015. This is very much the interaction, right? Where these planeswalkers come down, they answer lands, Ulamog comes down, they blow up your lands are gone, you can't cast these spells, the game ends. And despite the hexproof land, the Lotus Field being involved in the mix, exact same kind of play pattern came up here.
100%. Let's check out Delgado's sideboard real quick from the Jeskai player. See if there's anything to help this matchup. Tron, not a deck that's too popular these days. So Delgado has 2 Ovar, 3 Wear Tear, 2 Flush Storm, 2 Recipes, 2 Tail's End, 1 Kahira, that's the companion, March of the Lord Light, and 1 Nexus of Fate. I'm going to keep it $150 with you, Drake Sasser. I think these Wear Tears are about all we can do, and they're not very good.
No, yeah, those aren't overly exciting. In fact, maybe something like the March is more exciting. The Orvars, of course, respect to specifically creativity. Can't imagine they're great in other matchups. Other than that,
Tail's End.
Tail's End, yeah,
we can get the trigger.
Well, I think it counters legendary spells, right? So that gets the planeswalkers at least.
It gets the planeswalkers, gets the Ulamog, but you can also get the trigger, which I like. I know it sounds like I'm joking, but if you can like counter the trigger of the Ulamog and then tuck it or whatever, or Solitude the Ulamog, killing Ulamog is actually very easy in Modern these days. The hard part is the 2 things that it gets on the way. So yeah, Absolutely. I guess it's Tail's End, Wear Tear.
Yeah, right. I think the Tail's Ends are going to be quite good, talking through it like that. Yeah, maybe some numbers of Wear Tears. Can't imagine we're interested in like the Nexus of Fate here. I don't know if that one's what we're trying to do, but hey, maybe there's a piece of inevitability in this matchup that maybe can allow you to put the check mark on a game that you otherwise couldn't. But
I feel like
doubt
all you had
that's
to
gonna
say
happen.
was, I don't know if we're interested in Nexus of Fate. Anyways, let's check out Joe's sideboard, see what's going on over there.
I love Nexus of Fate.
I know you love Nexus of Fate. 2 Nature's Claim, 2 Veil Summer, a Beseiju, a Chalice of the Void, an Engineered Explosive, an Searing Bridge, Liquid Metal Coating, Sundering Titan, the Stone Brain, Thragtusk, 1 Tormund Script, 1 Trinisphere, 1 Walking Ballista. That's because Joe Lossett is playing Karn the Great Creator. So about, let's say 10 of our sideboard slots are wish targets, and then we have a couple real targets. I think for this matchup, we have the 2 Veil Summers, and then maybe you want to board in one of your like sideboardy cards, like, I don't know, maybe like Trinisphere or the Stone Brain is better to having your main deck over some cards you don't really like in the matchup. But I think for the most part, you're kind of pre-game for this matchup.
Right. And a lot of times you see cards like Thragtusk involved in the mix in matchups specifically where you expect your lands to get interacted with. Now, we don't really see much of that from the Jeskai Lotusfield deck because a lot of times the Lotusfield deck's kind of relying on its 4 main deck Blood Suns to take care of its problematic lands. However, Blood Sun doesn't actually really do the job against Tron lands really at all. So now we're in a spot where, you know, the Lotusfield decks without as much land hate as you would like to try to keep Tron off of lands. And Joe probably knows that and probably doesn't need to bring in things like Rakdos and stuff. So like you said, can probably shore up the sideboarding quite a bit and look to execute the exact same game plan he did in game number 1.
Yep. Let's see if we can hop back into the future match here. We should be done with everything and we should be resolved mulligans here. That's the benefit of time shifted magic. Let's see here. Joe is dealing out the hand, as is Delgado here. Looks like Joe has 6 cards.
Side here, a little sleeve replacement happening. So we get ready to get started here with game number 2. Joe on the draw this time. Play draw like it does in most games of Magic, mattering a lot. I would expect the counter spells coming online for Delgado going to matter quite a bit as far as, you know, not getting drowned by a turn 3 Karn or whatever that you can't actually have an effective counterspell dialed up for. And we see a Wear Tear brought in from the sideboard and kept in hand on this mulligan to 5.
Yep, looks like Joe's on mulligan to 6. It looks like we're going to start things off here. It was just a Seachrome Coast and pass of the turn. Nothing like that in my control deck because we have an Expedition Map. Well, we have a target for the Wear Tear, Drake.
We do, and it's a good one at that. You know, going after the Expedition Map, functionally kind of like counterspelling a Sylvan Scrying feels about the same, even though it's done in a completely different manner. March of Otherworldly Light is going to be the card used instead. So flush full of answers to Expedition Map. Have to say, Joe probably expected that as we see a second copy of Expedition Map already dialed up and ready to go. We'll see if he's interested in deploying that one into, you know, David's relatively low mulligan, but we do know from our perspective that David has another answer to Expedition Map if deployed.
I kind of like this from Joe. Joe, I think, has another land lined up, knows David wants to use Lotus Field, and if just goes like forest, play map, crack map, that's a really good interaction for Joe.
For sure. And Lotus Field going to enter here tapped. Now, we do see, typically you want to do that with a card like Blood Sun, but game number 1, David was willing to just go ahead and fire it off, but had a Flagstones to get a little bit of extra value. There's no extra value here. This Lotus Field is just going to come into play tapped. You're going to be still at 3 mana, but it comes in tapped. The only real upside is, as you mentioned, Lotus Field having hexproof, so it can't get got by something like a Karn on this turn. But instead, Joe content to play his forest and play and crack maps so it doesn't get got by the Wear Tear in David Delgado's hand that he does not know about. And that's going to give Joe 8 mana here on this turn.
Yeah,
and no 4th land available for Delgado.
Yeah, just staring at a Cryptic Command in hand, and it's looking rough for Delgado. You know, Delgado top-aided our Pioneer 10K yesterday playing Izzet Phoenix, actually top 4'd. Lost in the semifinals, unfortunately, for Delgado. And, you know, now is going to have a little bit of a rough time, but if Delgado has anything like Counterspell in hand, they might be able to stop the first sort of threat here, which looks to be a Karn the Great Creator.
Yeah, Karn the Great Creator, the first thing to come down. We'll see what Joe's interested in grabbing, if anything. May just tick up to try to keep it from, I don't know, getting got by any kind of rule spells. But I have to imagine there's some kind of artifact we're willing to go get. Sundering Titan, maybe. There's Triumphs in the deck, but not very good against Lotus Field. And we know Delgado's missing land drops. So we'll see what Joe comes up with. Something like a Damping Sphere would ironically
I think it's
almost even the playing field here.
If you play the Stone Brain, you can just like name Cryptic or whatever, and then like know what you have to play around, and then you can just grab it again because it exiles itself.
Sure, we just Stone Brain all the cards that matter.
Yeah, like the first one you just hope to get lucky, and the second one you just take the card that matters from Delgado's hand.
Sure, and it looks like Joe kind of agrees with you. Stone Brain being grabbed and played. Let's get a look at that one. This is a new artifact rare from Brothers War. 2 mana to play, 2 mana to activate. Exile it. And then choose a card name, search target opponent's graveyard, hand, and library for up to 4 cards with that name and exile them. That player then draws a card for each card that was got from their hand this way. You can only activate that as a sorcery. So a pretty big pickup for Mono Green in Pioneer that we saw win our Pioneer trial, and looks to be pretty effective here as Ancient Stirrings is the follow-up for Joe.
Very exciting. And yeah, it looks like Joe is in a spot where it's like, well, I'm going to get some more cards, do my thing, and the next turn I'm going to start unloading on you and hopefully have, more Tron lands in order to just keep playing my huge, massive cards every turn.
For sure. And I think Joe kind of willing to shore up his turn a little bit, take multiple actions per turn here, in part just to set up like having multiple things. Like from this point forward, like Card of the Great Creator isn't the best thing in his hand against Delgado, right? And he had a Card of the Great Creator at the start of his turn, elected to play Card of the Great Creator instead of Card Liberated, that he had access to at the beginning of this turn. And Wear Tear are going to go ahead and pick off the Stone Brain. That does not put it in exile, so we cannot do it again with Karn. But yeah, like Joe not wanting to lose to like one counterspell and have to spend a turn rebuilding, and Karn the Great Creator being played here alongside some other cantrips allows him to threaten multiple things each turn from here. And with Delgado missing another land drop, he says, "I'm good. I don't know what you got. I saw that you grabbed a card and liberated. I can't beat that one, much less more of them," which Joe revealed at the end of the game. And Delgado's had enough.
Reasonable. Yeah, I was actually looking at Delgado's deck list. I was trying to figure out a way for him to come back, and looks like we both agreed that one was over. But what's not over, Drake, is all the great magic we're going to be having here at this event. So we're going to take a quick commercial break, and we'll be back really soon with more Modern Magic for y'all.
Good afternoon, everybody. Welcome here to round number 4 in Mundelein, Illinois. I'm Matt Monty on the NRG Series, and we're getting ready to, like I said, kick off round number 4, about the halfway point through our tournament today. So let's see where the players stand here on our players to watch leaderboard as we get into it. So you can see some familiar faces as usual. Will Kruger and Zach Allen both at 3-0. Mack, Endress, and Vinny Fino at 2-1. Harrison Fang and Jesse Robkin at 1-2, and then 2 players who didn't have the best start to their day today. Adam Wasburn Moses and Bill Cominos trying to grab some points. Unfortunately, not going to be able to pick up any more than the 1 point, just thanks for playing point. So unfortunate day for those 2 as they're trying to chase down our end of the year leaderboard and into that season 3 leaderboard as well. So some players that are on our end of the season leaderboard, though, Will Kruger 3-0 and Zach Allen, as we mentioned here. Now Zach, as I mentioned with the update to the points, was currently holding in second place behind Connor Mullally by 4 points. So a good start for Zach today at 3-0, as mentioned. Now, something important is Will Kruger down there, you can see in 10th place with 113 points. Now, all those players in orange are already qualified for the end of the year championship. And Will has been on our championship a few times now, and he's trying to get back in there. And starting off 3-0 today with a couple of tournaments left in the year is a good start to get there. Especially with Adam Wasburn Moses not picking up any points today other than that one, and then Zoe and Raja both not in attendance this week. So Will's going to put himself a little bit closer to that upper middle of the pack there as he climbs up that leaderboard. So good start for him. Now he's going to play someone who also is familiar with our championship. It looks like Andrew Wolthuis is down there in the feature match area with him. So a good start today for Will. Getting to 4-0 here is going to be really, really beneficial for his tournament. So with that, we're going to hop on down to our 4th round coverage with Drake and Mason, and we're going to watch Will Kruger play against Andrew Wolthuis.
We are in the Hammer Mirror, Drake, and this is an exciting one. I actually just picked up my Hammer Time cards about 2 days ago. I'm recently joined the Hammerers.
You're a hammer enjoyer at the moment, as they say. Andrew's starting off with the turn 1 Plains and Esper Sentinel. A great way to start in this matchup that does have quite a few non-creature spells involved in it, despite being through and through kind of a creature mirror. Both kind of the more aggressive decks that we see supported in the current Modern format will very quickly fetching a Plains as well.
Yeah, it's probably worth noting Kruger here on Azorius Hammer, so it does have a blue splash. Andrew here only on mono white. And also worth noting Will here with the old beta planes. Some style points.
But both players are some old border planes. I'm about it. I think, is that Hall of Heliod's Generosity?
Yeah, I was gonna
I
ask
like
to pull
that
that
one
one
quite a
up.
bit.
Yeah. So this is the Academy Runes variant for enchantment. So this is a good way to get back your Urza Sagas and grindy matchups and get back your Sigarda's aids when they get blown up.
Very, very cool. That one's going to allow Andrew to cast a Stoneforge Mystic, which is very quickly going to find a Cauldron Complete. Great start for Andrew, being able to activate his Stoneforge Mystic first, even if Will has one, which it looks like he does. Just being able to activate first and get your Cauldron Complete on board first is going to matter a lot. We did mention this is like a pretty aggressive deck for the modern format, based around creatures. Does have some combo style stuff going on with the Colossus Hammers, as Urza Saga, I think, joining the fray for Will, and a Stoneforge Mystic of his own. But yeah, being able to get your cards down and start activating them, start attacking first, worth quite a bit here. I think Will grabbing a Cauldron Complete of his own.
Yeah, and I imagine we're gonna see Andrew make sure that he can't play like a Springleaf Drum into something else, but then we're gonna see the Stoneforge Mystic activated right away and just get this Cauldron Complete in play. Because once that's in play, things get really awkward really quickly for everyone involved.
Absolutely. And a great follow-up too with alongside the Stoneforge Mystic play is this Giver of Runes, which is going to allow Andrew, I mean, obviously to just dominate the board, being able to get protection from both any color and also creatures. Not a ton of removal spells involved in the Hammer decks. They have some, but not a ton. And so this Giver of Runes, a very big threat and a very big problem for Will as we go back to his turn 3. No activation from Andrew. Cauldron Complete, a card with haste. Interested to see no attack there.
Yeah, I wonder if Andrew is worried about like a main deck like March of Otherworldly Light or Portable Hole or something weird like that. We've seen Portable Hole pop up from time to time. And, you know, maybe Andrew and Will are really tight and they know exactly what he's playing, but it's also possible he's just like afraid of getting Portable Hold and wanted to have a chance to, you know, get a little bit of protection with the Giver Rune and figured, 5 damage is 5 damage, you know?
Yeah, absolutely. And we do see this Cauldron Complete coming down here on end step. Will also choosing not to activate his Stoneforge Mystic main phase. Could also do something like Urza Saga stuff if he's not really prioritizing it too much, but have to imagine with the board that Andrew's building up and the speed with which Andrew is building up his board, you're going to want to get something more impactful than a construct from Urza Saga, even if you're missing out on a little bit of value.
Yep, 100%. And we're going to see what's happening here because it gets a little weird when you start involving these Cauldras with each other in combat and sort of like attacking into one another, where luckily for Andrew, he has Giver of Runes, so he can give his Cauldras Germ token protection from black, so the other Cauldra can't block and they can't exile each other. But then also, like, if you don't do that, you expose yourself to the Portable Hole we talked about before, where it's like kind of like, oh, maybe that's something I want to play around. So Andrew's having to kind of navigate through all that and just make sure, hey, I'm not falling too far behind. I'm actually working towards a winning game plan.
Very much so. And we saw a Sigarda's Aid. Yeah, no attack. Extremely interesting. Sigarda's Aid and Springleaf Drum deployed for Andrew. Did pay for the Esper Sentinel as well. But yeah, no attack with Cauldron Complete. A very defensive posture here from Andrew. Holding back his Cauldron Complete and no activation from Will. These Cauldron Completes, I kind of expected at this point in the game to play a little bit more of a role than they have. Mostly choosing to sit on defense and, in Will's case, not even be put into play at all.
Yeah, I almost wonder. I feel like there's some part of the matchup that like these two Hammer Masters know, because these two players have a lot of tournament success on our circuit and in other circuits playing Hammer Time. I mean, for Lord's sake, Will Kruger is a Mox champion and he only plays Hammer Time Modern. He's going to know these sort of things. Andrew has been a dominant player and played in our championships before. He knows these things. So I'm trying to figure out personally, what's that je ne sais quoi that you and I are missing? And I think the only thing I can think of is there's some reason Andrew wants to keep the Giver of Runes up and is playing around something and just doesn't think it's worth giving up that protection. But as to what exactly that is, I am clueless.
Likewise, and we're going to activate our Horizon Canopy almost certainly on Instep using Springleaf Drum and Esper Sentinel for mana. Yeah, like you mentioned, I have to imagine it involves something like respecting the potential to just die to a series of hammers. Maybe the Cauldron Completes are just kind of small ball compared to the kills that you can assemble with something like Giver and a whole bunch of hammers, as here comes a second copy of Giver of Runes. And when Giver Runes can start to protect each other, we've seen this happen since Mother of Runes, the kind of card it's based off of, was originally printed. Things get very, very difficult to interact with, as here is the Cauldron Complete, the Germ, equipped with the Cauldron Complete, finally serving across for some damage.
Yeah, it looks like Kruger is finally activating his own Cauldron, and I guess this is the moment of truth. Like, is he actually going to block? Looks like he's choosing not to, and that makes sense too. With the Giver of Runes in play, if Kruger were to block, the Germ would get exiled from the effect of Cauldron. So Cauldron itself would stay, but the Germ, I believe, would go away, and that would make it so Kruger doesn't have anything going on.
Yeah, I think that's exactly what would have happened. So blocks not looking super appealing there. Giver of Runes still up for Andrew. So despite having, maybe not as much power in play as Will does, the Giver of Runes still makes it extremely difficult for Will to attack. He has two constructs made. He has his Cauldron Complete. He's got Esper Sentinel. So there's just a ton of artifacts involved. These constructs looking to be like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, at least 5 5s. Quite big, but gonna need to go wide around these Giver of Runes, because just going tall is not going to be good enough, as Will, you can see, still flush with a ton of action in hand.
Yep. And Will sort of thinking through here, you can see he's kind of doing the math, just making sure, like, okay, is there any way I can push through some real damage? Is there anything I can do? All right, there's only one Giver of Runes that has Sonic Sickness. All right, how do I eke out this damage? Because if Kruger goes all out and attacking, he might just die, because Andrew has Sigarda's Aid in play, which means, a hammer at any time could be lethal.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, as soon as next turn, right? Like a hammer on that Cauldron Complete could be good enough, as we see Stoneforge Mystic deployed. That one's going to grab Nettle Cyst. So adding kind of another Karnstruct to the mix. It's a harder way to do it, but I mean, gets +1/+1 for each artifact. And I think that one counts enchantments too, if I remember right.
I believe so, yeah. So it does count the Urza Saga.
Yeah. Only going to matter for like a turn cycle or whatever, but it is still relevant, still a big creature, and does contribute to this plan of going wide that I mentioned, where Will's going to need to make a bunch of big stuff and then find a way around these Giver of Runes, and that's very much what he's doing here, as the two constructs and the Germ token are serving. The untapped Stoneforge Mystic that you see push forward is the non-summoning sick one. So that Nettle Cyst can enter the battlefield at instant speed and threaten to grow the constructs. So, even though we're only seeing like an attack for 15, I think here, could be pushed as high as 17 for what we know currently.
Yeah, and that also creates like another blocker that's another color too. So, obviously there's two Giver of Runes, but you have to go for the aid first, otherwise your protection from white will make it so you can't use Sigarda's Aid. So Kruger kind of making like, hey, the game's going to end in 2 turns. I'm falling behind. Let's push and see what can happen.
Yeah, very much so. Let's see exactly what kind of blocks he comes up with. Looks like the Summoning Sick Giver of Runes is going to get involved and get protected. Esper Sentinel, Andrew's decided has expired its worth, and that one's going to jump in front. So 5 damage is going to come across to Andrew's life total. Overall, pretty good job managing that attack. And so despite being attacked for 15, only 5 damage coming across is a pretty good result for Andrew. And being able to untap with a 2 non-summoning sick Giver of Runes is a great spot to be, as we see Stoneforge Mystic very quickly deployed. Have to imagine that one's finding a Colossus Hammer.
Yeah, and it feels like things are really tight, but is Kruger even actually dead, though? Because we were talking about putting Nettle Cyst in, but we can also make a construct token. So do we have enough different color of blockers that we can't actually get through the Giver?
Yeah, we have white, artifact, and black, and we only have 2 Giver of Runes, right? So I think we can assign a block, but I think Cauldron Complete also has trample. So like there's some question about, is there some way we can trample through for 12? And that's something that I certainly don't know. Once again, bad at math. You're the math guy here, I think.
Yeah, I forgot Cauldron trample. Yeah, in my head I was like, okay, yeah, so you just like block and then you die on the crackback or whatever. But yeah, I think if Cauldron trample works the way it does for protection, I think Kruger is probably in trouble if Andrew pulls the trigger on it. Now, Andrew might not pull the trigger. That's the thing we've been talking about, right? Where there's some out of respect going on for plays and stuff like that. And if Andrew thinks he can play a longer game, he might try to play that longer game.
Well, looks like he's at least willing to equip the hammer right away as hammer comes down, and that one's going to get attached to the germ token. And looks like a giver gave protection from, I have to imagine, white?
Yeah, it looks to be the case. And then it looks like we're getting the block in and
with the construct, and that means 15 damage happens. That construct, I think, was like a 6/6, so maybe a 7/7. And so
No.
Will, yeah, we can see down to 3. Will needs to find a kill this turn, but does get an untapped step. So it all kind of comes down to this turn. We'll see what Will comes up with.
100%. Also, I want to point out how Andrew respected the mana leak from Kruger there. Sometimes you see Azorius hammer decks play 1 to 2 mana leaks, and that's why he activated the Stoneforge Mystic. No reason to get got by a mana leak there. Shadow Spear's big game. That's trample for our own Cauldron.
Yeah, that's a good one. Okay.
Kruger
said lifelink. All that helps swing the race. But once again, there's still a Giver of Runes untapped. I mean, Andrew, didn't go for the double Giver activation, which I think was really smart. And now we have an extra blocker. You can get a look at this one. Gets +1 trample and lifelink. And permanents, your opponent's control can lose hexproof and indestructible, which does kind of matter, I guess. Cauldron Complete has indestructible, but it's so big at this point that I don't imagine we're going to be making any kind of blocks that lead to lethal on that. But either way, the lifelink is the big one. It's why we've seen Shadow Spear be as dominant as it is in this hammer deck. And kind of in Magic formats in general. We've seen it kind of see play in Pioneer as like a Karn target. We've seen it see a ton of play in this deck as a tutor target of Saga. And yeah, incredibly impactful here when it comes to racing, as I think a hammer also being deployed.
Yeah, I think this is the classic play a hammer so it buffs my Urza Construct friends.
I think I agree with you. Buffs Urza Constructs, buffs Nettle Cyst. It just does it all. As we see Shadow Spear now equipped to a construct, or at least thinking about it.
Yeah, it looks like
Nettle Cyst is the equip instead. The germ token from Nettle Cyst.
I think what happened is Kruger went in to read Cauldron, started to ask to read Andrews, and then realized, oh, I have Cauldron. And that was why we pointed to that, was to like, can I read that? And then he was like, oh, wait, I can read that.
We're playing the same deck, pal. It's all the same. They're all the same cards.
Mm-hmm. Sometimes you get like that. You get lost in the math, and then you do your whole thing, and you're like, "Oh yeah, I can just pick up my own." I've definitely been there before.
Yeah, likewise. We see Will doing a lot of thinking. He knows this is his last turn, and Shadow Spear definitely has to be involved in the mix if Will wants to live. I mean, maybe there's a chance he lives another turn. I would be shocked if we could gain enough life to live through another turn of this trampling, hammered up Cauldron Complete. But yeah, I mean, it's possible. Shadow Spear gains a lot of life.
Yeah, so each construct is a 7/7, I believe, and that one's an 8/8 lifelinker now, trample. So that's pretty big. We're kind of doing a lot of stuff. It might be possible where Kruger can once again have all the colors and maybe just barely live.
And we see an attack with a construct in the germ, leaving a construct back. That construct can't attack, but he's electing to leave it back to potentially try to live another turn. I think this is respect for Giver of Runes and the diversity of blockers, but I think we still don't have enough for 2 Giver of Runes. So representing some kind of trick of some kind, potentially?
I think, well, so Kruger goes up to 11 off the lifelink trigger as long as damage gets assigned, right? And then from there, we have the Nettle Cyst put in off Stoneforge Mystic again. And what happened is Andrew named white first on the Giver of Runes. And so since Andrew did that, he unfortunately could not activate again, right? Because your creature has protection from white. So I think Kruger's trying to set up that same scenario where it's like, okay, I go to 1 or whatever, but, I'm at 1. That's fine.
Yeah.
Kruger also has blacksmith
as well. And this is cool stuff. I mean, this is 2 hammer players just in the trenches with the math. I love this a lot. It looks like blacksmith skill being reached for by Will.
I think so. I think Will had a Parcheesi moment. Like, he kind of just gets a bingo, I win, because he didn't attack with everything. This might be really close to lethal, where this blacksmith skill pushes a little bit more damage, pushes a little bit more life for Will as well. And then Andrew's like, oh, I thought things were going to go one way. Turns out they're not. You got an additional +2. And it might have been a case where if Andrew hadn't have blocked, Kruger would have actually won with an attack that did not look to be lethal.
Yeah, that's kind of heads up, an extra attack. I mean, on top of being mostly correct, yeah, all these skills and these tricks in combat is part of the power of this hammer deck. Makes attacking and blocking against it very difficult. Also makes attacking and blocking with it very difficult. As Will took a pretty long turn, didn't end up winning the game, and I made the claim that was Will's last turn. We will see if Andrew will make my promise good as he starts this turn off with a Mem Knight.
Mm-hmm. And we'll have to see. So I'm trying to think about how the attacks work here. Kruger has 2 different colors of blockers, but because we went for the blacksmith skill to gain 2 more life, we no longer, I believe, have Stoneforge activate to put in the germ to block. And so I think Kruger. Oh, well, Andrew doesn't think he has an attack that wins, so he passed back to Kruger.
Yeah.
And that looks to be game. Yeah, Kruger plays a Pure Steel Paladin, and that was enough.
Is able to equip all the equipment and just steal the game out from underneath Andrew. That was a really interesting interaction. I mean, the givers can't really give protection from colors, right? Because I think that makes the equipments fall off.
Yes.
But he's having no attack is a strange thing there. And, Will is able to steal the game by having his Pure Steel Paladin says, all right, I have all these equipment. You're just turbo Omega dead. And Will able to steal that game 1 from what appeared to be a really, really dire situation. Cool stuff there.
100%. Yeah, I guess Kruger's artifacts are just a little bit bigger than I thought, and just made so Andrew barely could not cross that finish line to assign lethal damage. Great stuff from that match. Love to see that. We have to see more from these sideboards. I want to see more, though, of Andrew's sideboard here and see what he has as mono white versus, playing Azorius here from Kruger. See if there's anything for the matchup that we have here. So for Andrew in the mono white build, we have 3 Hallowed Moonlight, 3 Sanctifier in Vec, 2 Damping Sphere, 2 Draenith, 2 Hushbringer, 2 March of the Lord Light, and a Pithing Needle. I don't know if there's anything that jumps out to you, Drake, but to me, March of the Lily Light seems really good. It kills, AIDS, it kills the germs, it kills hammer. That seems really good. And I could see Hushbringer being interesting as a card to maybe bring in, although I'm not sure. Just having a life-linking flying body could matter.
Yeah, I don't know. The problem with cards like the Hushbringers and the cards like Pithing Needles and stuff is that you play all the same cards. Now, some amount of the time, it is worth it to have that card to answer your opponents, especially if you don't have one. So like in the case of Pithing Needle, right? Like naming Giver of Runes when your opponent has a Giver of Runes and you don't. Yeah, okay, if you draw Giver of Runes in the future, it's blanked, but you don't cast it until they for sure have one. So you're for sure getting equity out of your card and you're not actually just like firing off aggressively. You're not playing on a turn 1 or whatever. So you could try to reach for something like that. It is also a target that you can grab off Urza's Saga, maybe reach for something like that. But for the most part, I think March of Otherworldly Lights are like the obvious slam dunks to me.
Makes sense. Let's check out Will Kruger's sideboard here. Our current player of the year, trying to battle it back and get one of these at-large invites very close. A good performance, they could help with that. His sideboard is 3 Draenith Magistrate, 3 Sanctifier Invect, 2 March of Otherworldly Light, and then 1 Blacksmith Skill, 1 Linvala, 1 Mana Leak, 1 Path, 1 Pithing Needle, 1 Relic, 1 Spell Pierce. From Kruger's side, I really like the 2 March of Otherworldly Light. Again, same reasons. And the Path just has another thing like that. And I think that's probably all she wrote when it comes to this sideboard, unless there's some weird thing I'm missing here. Maybe you want Blacksmith Skill to respect your opponent having, Path or March of the Light of their own.
Yeah, I think you about hit the nail on the head there. The blue splash in this hammer deck is very much for counter spells. This matchup's not really about counter spells. It's about the board, getting to the board and juking and jiving for position like we saw a lot of in that last match. So the removal spells, once again, slam dunks. Everything else in the blue territory doesn't really add a lot to the mix. So I think that's the only changes we're really going to see.
Yeah, 100%. Well, the thing, too, to remember is that we really hammered that home well, Drake. And I'm glad that we could hammer out the finer details of this matchup.
There's just so much hammering going on. It's truly the hammer time. Hammer mirrors, just hammer everywhere. Hammer here, hammer there. Yeah, I love it.
Yeah, maybe some of our competitors are hammered today after what we saw from social media last night as we get turn 1 going in with a Steel Shaper's Gift to go grab any sort of equipment they want.
Maybe like a hammer? Paradise Mantle. Okay, that's a pretty good one.
Yeah, Paradise Mantle.
Follow-up for Will is Giver of Runes on turn 1. A little bit better of a turn 1, I'd argue, but we'll see what Andrew's turn 2 looks like.
Yeah, I would say my gut is that too, but also Andrew had 2 of those last game and it just didn't matter. It's really interesting.
Well, they definitely mattered. Wait a minute. Sure. They mattered. They just weren't good enough. As Iconjo played a second land, Pure Steel Paladin deployed very quickly, and Paradise Mantle, 0 mana card, draws a card right away.
Yeah, Paradise Mantle, an interesting equipment if you haven't seen it before. It's 0 mana, and then you spend 1 to equip it to a creature as we have a Midnight coming down here. Hello. And then that creature becomes a Birds of Paradise. So it's like the Paradise Mantle. You get it? It's really cool.
I get it. I get the joke. It's incredible stuff. And Mimknight, also a great target for that. Coming down, kind of doing the best affinity impression is this mono white hammer deck. Kind of just playing all its 0 mana artifacts, dumping its hand as Will just deploys a Saga and passing the turn. Much less game actions, equally as powerful, I'd argue, as Inkmoth is land number 3 for Andrew.
Yeah, and we got a chance of hammer coming down here. Oh, Drake, March of the Light, exile that Urza Saga. No lands, no sagas for you.
Oh, and you can't give her that. So yeah, just get that out of here, says Andrew. And looks like Will has some kind of follow-up. Looks like a Path to Exile that he did bring in. That was going to tag that Pure Steel Paladin in response to a hammer being played. Smart play here. Obviously, that would have given Metalcraft and allowed allowed Andrew to activate the equip cost for 0 onto Mimknight, and that would be very problematic. Normally you have to pay 8. This deck not particularly interested in paying 8, and so Will very much priced into firing off that Path to Exile on that Pure Steel Paladin right then, and the follow-up is Giver of Runes for Andrew.
Yep, and we see Kruger here luckily did pick up another land Drake, so he's going to be able to continue playing. That was a big choke point. I think this is all that comes from Kruger, and while these decks, like we've mentioned before, are very mana efficient, very lean, you do kind of need to be doing everything in the mirror match, right? Like, you don't want to be the one who's falling behind on spells. And Andrew, out of cards in hand, but, very close if, symbols any sort of Pure Steel Paladin off the top or maybe a Stoneforge Mystic, so...
Yeah, exactly. Very much both decks very efficient, but both of you are playing the same deck. So both of you are very efficient. And so it's going to come down to who can do more things per turn. And with Will going down a land, Andrew getting accelerated a land due to Path to Exile, I would expect that to be a huge advantage for Andrew, particularly right here as we played. I think we equipped Paradise Mantle to Giver of Runes and pass the turn back. So like you were talking about, falling behind on game actions, very much what Andrew just did there. And Will, still plenty of action. Pure Steel Paladin of his own already in play. And Colossus Hammer number 1 and now number 2 being played and resolving, drawing a card for each one from Pure Steel Paladin. And this one more artifact, and suddenly Andrew might be in a whole lot of trouble.
Yeah, it is really wild here. I mean, this Ornithopter coming down too. I don't know the exact math, but I think this is Andrew's life total if we don't block. And with us being behind on stuff, we can activate the Inkmoth Nexus potentially if that's the line we want to do. It's really going to be up to Andrew. Maybe he wants to play drawing a Pure Steel Paladin off the top. But yeah, this is a really, really hairy game situation.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, Will smartly realizing the Giver doesn't really need to get involved as far as activation goes, but is going to get involved as far as carrying a hammer goes. So now both 2 different creatures plays very well around a removal spell, something like another March of Otherworldly Light from Andrew. So spreading out those hammers makes a lot of sense. Crashing across for an attack for 22. And like you mentioned, Inkmoth is going to get involved in the blocking action to preserve some life total. But Andrew extremely on the back foot against, what is a 22 power attack every single turn. And Sigarda's Aid, a follow-up for Will.
Yeah, Kruger doing his best Taylor Swift impersonation there, feeling 22. And Andrew needs to have a big one here. Looks like we drew Urza Saga. I guess it's possible that you can jump block for a couple more turns and then maybe get out of this. As long as Kruger doesn't have too much action here. I think Kruger just has some lands and some other, like a Mimknight in hand. So, Andrew not out of it yet, still alive and going to be able to get some blocks going on and maybe buy another turn cycle.
I mean, that seems to be exactly what we're doing here. Like, really only bleeding 1 creature a turn. I mean, Will effectively having the Abyss, where 1 creature from Andrews is dying every turn, thanks to Giver of Runes being able to save this Inkmoth Nexus time and time again, as we see here, and actually shrinking the Pure Steel Paladin along the way, which is a cute little upside, thanks to the Infect mechanic. And draw step was Esper Sentinel. That provides another creature to block. And now we have a Saga token too. So this Giver of Andrews doing a good job holding down the fort against the onslaught of Pure Steel Paladin and Giver carrying hammers. But I mean, Will furthering his game, his board state every single turn. And Andrew very much on the back foot. Like, sure, we're doing a fine job staying alive, but we're not really getting anywhere. At some point we need to win the game instead of just surviving. And right now, Andrew's doing a great job surviving. We'll see how long that lasts.
Yeah, and we're seeing Kruger here kind of line up stuff. He can also move this hammer around now, and then that lets him give his creatures protection from, a color. So maybe you can put the hammer on the Mimknight, then suddenly, the Inkmoth Nexus has to be the one that blocks there. And so that might be allow Kruger to push through some damage if he combines it with something like maybe a Path to Exile.
Yeah, removal spells definitely going to be good for, honestly, on both sides of the table throughout this game. They already have played a large role in defining the game state up to this point, but Will has done a good job of recovering from having his Urza Saga blown up. And looks like he's going to do some of that moving the hammer around that you mentioned to get his own Giver of Runes involved. And now Will reassessing the attacks and what that looks like with his Giver of Runes now part of the mix, no longer having to carry a hammer.
Yep. Also worth mentioning this whole time, if Kruger ever draws the hammer, there is an Ornithopter hanging out, and then we suddenly have to start respecting that card as well.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, it's going to be tough. I don't think Andrew can beat a live draw from Will for a lot of turns. Like I said, he's doing a great job staying alive, but is very much behind bleeding a creature every single turn, as we see the Inkmoth have to jump in front of the Mem Knight, start to shrink that one. Pure Steel Paladin has had enough of the shrinkage, as it is going to eat the Esper Sentinel, and have to imagine we're going to see a construct made here that will provide another chump blocker for Andrew. But now I think Will has navigated the game to the point where a Giver of Runes giving protection from colorless is a big problem for Andrew, because it involves blocking with exactly Giver of Runes to stay alive.
Yeah, I agree. And it's just getting a little hairy. And, we're going to see the power of Urza Saga here in a second. 2 activations, find, a Shadow Spear, maybe find something like another hammer. So if you draw a Pure Steel Paladin, you're live. A lot of really strong sort of plays and ability here. As you know, it looks like we're just floating a mana. Pretty interesting. I wonder what we drew where we want to float the mana. Is it possible
we activating Colossus Hammer?
I think we're a mana short, even with a land from hand, but I could be wrong. We had
mana
6
floating, 5 in play, Giver of Runes.
Oh, yeah, we could be. But if we do that, I imagine we're really close to dead.
Yeah, I think so, too. I just can't imagine what else we would need that much mana for.
Oh, it's Cauldra. It's maybe Hardcast Cauldra.
Ooh, Hardcast Cauldra would be big game. Just having that indestructible alongside Giver definitely shakes up the equation for Will.
Yeah, and then we see Andrew here.
Ornithopter grabbed.
Yeah, this would make sense too if you were casting Cauldra. Yeah, because now you have another blocker and got the germ. And all right, Kruger does not get to attack with impunity anymore. He's going to have to give her on pro black to make sure that the Cauldra does not eat the creatures.
Yeah, and Andrew once again diversifying the color of his blockers. We have, the black germ token alongside the colorless Ornithopter and Construct, means that there's no just like cheese, okay, give protection from one thing, kill you. So we have, a diversity of blockers, and the Cauldron Complete being indestructible and having that little exile clause means that actually attacking into it is pretty bad.
Yeah, and I think Kruger just has I don't think it's a Sentinel. Oh, it is a Sentinel, just a passing of the turn.
Yeah, I played an Esper Sentinel and passing the turn. Yeah, no attacks from Will at all. And now the Giver's untapped again. Stoneforge Mystic, the draw for Andrew. That's a big one. And suddenly, Andrew's starting to turn the corner and flip the script again.
Yeah, Andrew has played great this game. I mean, we were talking about before, Kruger just had this dominant start, had the interaction. Andrew was out of cards. And we were like, Kruger's attacking for 22, getting his stuff on and just crushing Andrew. But Andrew's played so well to get in this position. Now has Shadow Spear and is starting to pull the game back into his favor.
Yeah, absolutely. And
I wonder if we can start attacking.
That adds more blockers to the equation. Shadow Spear able to gain a ton of life. This is impressive stuff. At some point, I wonder if we're supposed to start attacking with the Inkmoth Nexus, because the air is all just like an Ornithopter for Will, right? Like that could be like a real win condition at some point.
Yeah, definitely could be. We could also see just like, looks like we're just developing the Shadow Spear this turn, and we're going to use the Paradise Mantle to maybe equip. But yeah, I mean, if Andrew
I don't know if we want to tap off Giver to equip. And it looks like he does not, as we pass back, and Will a Stoneforge Mystic of his own, which is huge with that Sigarda's aid.
Yeah, that is really big. That's going to give us Hammer or Shadow Spear or something like, Cranial Playing Nettlecyst that we've already seen that could, in theory, let us push through the last little bit of damage. As we see Kruger going back into math mode, like, okay, if I name black, with my Giver of Rune on this one, how much damage can I push if I grab Shadow Spear? Is that lethal? And he's kind of doing the artifact count to see just how big that construct is.
Yeah, doing all that math. It's just all math, man. This is a giant math problem, is the hammer mirror. Normally it feels like, aggro decks want to take the math as for blockers approach, but there's just a ton of math involved with trying to calculate the size of these constructs and, how much life are we gaining? And, what if I, randomly give this +10/+10? Does that actually do it? And that's very much where Will's head is at right now. The flyer for Andrew does have a flying blocker, so isn't just dead to that Ornithopter that can attack with a hammer on it. And of course, once it has a hammer on it, no longer has flying, so Will only gets one shot at that. And so yeah, Andrew's Ornithopter of his own, keeping him from being just dead here. And again, the Giver can't just give protection from colorless to the Ornithopter after the hammer, because the hammer falls off. So we are covered from most bases here. So Shadow Spear is the grab. That one is going to have, okay, wow, and a hammer follow-up. So 2 hammers plus a Shadow Spear on the Esper Sentinel is going to be good enough to get the remaining damage through, and that's going to do it. Will's going to win the match.
Yeah, and Kruger just kind of figured out the line, how that works there, and just was making sure, too, because it's worth noting, that Pure Steel Paladin had 2 -1/-1 counters on it, so the hammer was keeping it alive. If you move the hammer, it dies. So you have to do everything, and Kruger, in a really good position. Now 4-0 in the event, could definitely smell victory and knew that he was coming up on it there, and just wanted to make sure, hey, like Drake was saying, this is all math. We're doing everything we can here. Let's just make sure I'm not doing anything silly, nothing I'm going to regret. I don't want to get Twitch clipped. Let's just do this real quick. Okay, good. Execute on my plan. And that is something that we've talked about a bunch here in the booth together this weekend, Drake, where it's like, if you want to help your game and improve at Magic, one of the easiest things you can do is just practice and work on thinking through your whole turn and then executing your turn, and not, waiting and doing something and being like, oh, okay, I'll grab the hammer, and oh, maybe I'm supposed to do this, and oh, I'm supposed to do that. No, think through, do it all, and then execute like it's a play.
Absolutely. And another way to improve at Magic, of course, is talking to people that are very, very smart at Magic. So coming up next, we're going to be getting Will Kruger in the booth for an interview to hear him talk, not just about this match, but also a little bit about the Player of the Year race. Interested in hearing his thoughts on that. And of course, once again, we'll have him talk about Hammer a little bit, because he is kind of very much known for Hammer here on the NRG series. A lot of very, very impressive finishes. That's how he's racked up a lot of his points this year. And made a name for himself on the NRG series this year through the Hammer deck, despite being our Player of the Year from last year. So we're getting him situated right now, and I'm excited to hear what he has to say.
Yeah, it's going to be cool. Kruger, by the way, not only dominating here, dominating all over. Already has his PT invite because he won the Mox a couple months ago. So, Kruger is dominating on all aspects of the format. It looks like he's ready. So let's hop on down there. Congratulations, Will, on being 4-0 in the NRG today. How are you feeling?
Hey, thank you, Mason. I appreciate it. Yeah, I'm good. I like Hammer, and I like to. I'm happy that I can play Hammer, because I've been playing Pioneer for I don't know, a month or 2 months or whatever. And I kind of hate all the decks, and Hammer's great, and it's really fun and also really good. So I'm feeling great just to be playing Hammer. I also I almost always lose the Hammer Mirror, but I won the Hammer Mirror in the last 2 rounds, so I'm feeling good about that. Yeah.
Dang. Okay, nice. I was talking to Drake with that before coverage. I was like, I remember talking to you, and you were like, yeah, I'm like,
I always die.
3 and X. Yeah, I won it.
I just always lose. It's insane.
He quoted something like 1 in 9. That's a ridiculous figure.
It was so bad.
Good to hear you're swinging it back in the positive direction.
Yeah, I'm happy to be back on track, I guess. I don't know if I figured anything out or if I'm just getting lucky or what. But yeah.
Why not both?
Well, yeah, in that match specifically, I think there was a lot of points where it looked like you were just very much dead on board. Andrew kind of had a lot of things going for him. He had all the equipment. He had Cauldra. He had multiple Giver of Runes. And it kind of in both situations, you were able to pull the game out one way or another, just kind of finding lethal, doing a ton of math. We commented on how much calculation there was.
Slow. It was it was so complicated, because he has a million things he could do, and he has a million things he could draw, and they're obviously, he obviously didn't have Hammer in game 1 at a certain point, but until then it was not obvious to me that he didn't have Hammer, and I was like, oh my god, he has Hammer, I'm so dead. But then obviously he had a point where he could have just killed me, and he didn't. So I'm like, okay, well, now. And then he drew Stoneforge Mystic, and I thought I was probably dead, but then I was able to construct to go to 6 or whatever. Then I got Shadow Spear as my thing to go back up so he couldn't kill me when on the crackback, and then he had to pass, and I drew Pure Seal, which was 30 damage or whatever. So yeah.
It is a lot of damage. I saw that piled up. That was a large Esper Sentinel. Don't think you're paying that much mana for that. So an impressive showing for sure in that match. And it's good to see you kind of back in a space where you're comfortable, able to play Hammer again. I know you raved already about how much you love that deck. It's great to see you able to flex your Hammer muscles once again.
It feels good, man. It feels good, because Yorion was the best deck for a while too. So it's kind of iffy to play it. It was because the Yorion 4-color Yorion match was pretty bad. But they banned that, and then it's less popular now. And Yorion, people say that Yorion wasn't that good against Hammer or whatever, but I think they're wrong. I think that you could actually run them out of stealth with Saga now, and Stoneforge for Cauldra, and before they go Omnath and then draw 4, and then then they would figure out like now you can like actually beat them in like a normal game kind of. Yeah, so the URM ban was great for Hammer. And yeah, I'm just happy to be gaming. Yeah.
Yeah, I love to hear that. And we'd love to hear, speaking of great for Hammer and you, speaking of your leaderboard position, you're kind of getting a good little run here, getting in position for our NRG championship. Last year you got to Planet, you being our player of the year. This year you're kind of in striking distance. How are you feeling? This is one of the last 3 events. We have the showdown just in 2 weeks in Louisville that can happen. Anything can happen there, but how are you feeling sort of, in this sort of position going into this weekend here? Right now at the beginning of the weekend, you're at 113 points and 5th place for the people at large.
Yeah, I'm feeling good. Because the people above me, so it's like the top 4 slots they get in, but Alan and Raja and Adam are like the top 3 in season 2. So like, and by like a pretty good margin too. So like, I think 2 of those 3 will probably take it. So I would put myself in like 3rd right now or whatever. Like, and Raja has like so many more points than everybody else in season 3. It's insane. I don't know exactly, but he like went like win finals or something like that. I don't know.
Yes.
But, yeah,
it was an impressive run.
Yeah, and yesterday I was like, all right, I thought if I like top 8 or top 4, I'd probably be locked-ish. Like not like locked, because like you could have like a crazy top 8 with like 3 people behind me or whatever. But like I'd be in a really good spot. And then I went 1-3 with mono green. But then everybody else did badly too, so it was fine. And I'm like basically in the same spot I was on Friday night or whatever. Because like we just like everybody who was like in range just like kind of got dunked on in Pioneer. And I haven't been. I don't know how everybody else is doing. I beat Larry. He was behind me by a couple points, and I beat him in round 2 or 3. Round two. So yeah, I don't know. I feel pretty good. I think I'm probably gonna make it, but like anything can happen, So
nice. Well, this is one of the things we've been talking about a bunch. How exciting is to play those sort of tournaments? Because you're the first person we've got an interview this weekend that is actually, you've played in a couple of our champ events. Is it really fun to play in these sort of invite only end of the year high stake tournaments?
Yeah, it's pretty cool. Neurage does a really good job. They like catered to the last one and stuff. And it just like felt like it felt pretty important. And like this one's gonna feel, I think, like more important because like there's like a whole year instead of like the couple months before COVID in 2020 and then a couple months after COVID, whatever that means, in 2021. It was like not really super it was still a fun tournament, but it felt like it was like I don't know. But this is sort of more of a culmination. But yeah, like small like invite only events for like high stakes are pretty cool. I'm happy to play them when I can, and I think I'm in a pretty good spot to make this one. So yeah,
awesome.
Very much agree with you.
Yeah.
I there's looking to be a star-studded lineup for NRG Championship so far.
A lot of good
players. Obviously would love to have you, our previous player of the year, come back and make another run at it. Hoping to see you there, and you're off to a great start to make that happen.
Yeah, I'm doing my best. Hopefully I'll be there. Yeah.
Well, go enjoy your round. We're going to see you hopefully later in the tournament, and we're going to come back into the booth real quick with just us 2 here. So we'll see you later, Will. Have a good one. And here's the exciting news, Drake. We're going to have more Magic. But first, we're going to do a break here, as I think we're getting pretty close to the end of the time in the round. So go get some water, get hydrated. We'll be back here. Oh, sorry. Oh, so hang on. I just got some word. Turns out our backup match is still going, but we are close on time. So instead, we're going to hop into game 3 right now. So sorry about that. I had a little miscommunication.
Well, you didn't lie to me. There's more Magic right now.
I know. I'm excited.
Backup. I love to see it live. Magic. Bring it on.
Yeah, throw us down in the booth. I'm not exactly sure what's playing. I think, though, from looking at this, it looks to be Rakdos Goblins, which I'm sure is the correct name and not someone trolling me. All right, it is Rakdos Goblins. Let's go.
It is Rakdos Goblins.
All right. And then Azorius Stoneblade, which is pretty sweet, actually. I'll quickly lay down this deck real quick. The Stoneblade deck's like an Urza, Lord High Artificial, Stoneforge Mystic, Interaction Artifact deck. So kind of affinity, kind of, a fair deck there. And this Rakdos Goblins deck is, as it says, just the Goblins deck you expect to see. So looks like we're in game 3 here as things are going away.
Absolutely. And we've seen Chris Smith do a lot of work on the NRG series with Yagmoth. I believe he won one of the $5,000 Modern Trials in Chicagoland very earlier in this year with Gogar Yagmoth. And a little bit of a switch up here, playing Rakdos Goblins at the turn 1 Aether Vial off cavern. You have to imagine named Goblin, as Azorius is going to deploy whatever the blue-white artifact indestructible tap land is. I don't know the name of that one. I don't know the name of the cycle, but I can tell you that land is an artifact. It is indestructible, and it is blue and white. And a fetch for planes is the follow-up.
Drake, I cannot believe that you do not know this land without having to look it up.
As you're looking it up,
I'm not looking it up. I don't know what you're talking about, but I'll tell you this: it's definitely not in the main deck of this Azorius deck. If I had access to all the deck lists, that's crazy. I think it's something bridge. They're all bridges. So
okay, for sure. Portable Hole, gonna answer the Aether Vial, gonna do a lot to stifle Christmas progression here. Ingenious Smith looks like it resolves with that trigger on the stack, the ETB trigger. We're gonna go ahead and pick that one off with the Munitions Expert, as it does have only one toughness, and it looked like we got a Sword of the Meek off of this Ingenious Smith. So this Urza deck also looking to assemble potentially a kill with the Sword of the Meek Thopter Foundry combo, right? Yeah, we got 3 copies of Thopter Foundry, and we got 1 Sword of the Meek in the entire deck that we do know is in Martin's hand already here in game number 3. Good to see him keeping all that stuff in as Matron comes down looking for a goblin creature. Or actually, it doesn't have to be a creature, it should be a goblin, but it is going to be a creature. Runvelt Horde Master.
Yep. And I Drake, we had to watch Goblins yesterday and Pioneer. Do you know these Goblins a bit more? Because I think this Goblin deck is actually very good in Modern.
I think I know these a little bit more. See, I played against a lot of the legacy goblins. So any of the goblins that are played there, I know a little bit more about what's going on. This one, of course, a little bit more of the conspicuous Snoop, Kiki, Jiki kind of stuff. The Modern version reaching for a combo kill more so than a tried and true, just beat you down with a bunch of goblins like we saw with the Pioneer version in some of the matches we watched yesterday. But good to see a revitalization of this archetype across, kind of all of Magic's formats with the help it got through Runvelt Horde Master out of Dominaria United as second Cavern comes down, also naming Goblin, and that one looks, I can't get actually a great look. Is it Trash Master?
Yeah, that is I believe the Trash Master.
Goblin Trash Master, a card, a one of in this sideboard. There you go. Get that one up on screen. It's a really good one. This matchup, 3/3 gives your goblins +1/+1, which is very good. But also, if you want some artifact hate, how about we do it again and again and again? Sacrifice a goblin, destroy target artifact. I'm not a genius, but against the artifact deck, I think this is a card I would want to play.
Drake, you know what? Your sideboard analysis is on point there.
I try. Thank you. This is what they pay me for.
It is. That and the good looks. But yeah, the Trash Master, very nice. Don't try to blow up the bridge, though. The bridge is.
But that one indestructible. Don't go after the land. But hey, you want your portable hole back. I'm sorry, you want your Aether Vial back from portable hole. You could go after that one if you wanted. Chris Smith electing not to, I think rather wisely. Aether Vial kind of a little bit slow at this point in the game, not as impactful as it is on something like turn 1, as Runvelt Horde Master is going to get deployed and Anthem the entire team.
Yep, and it looks like something maybe happened.
That was a very powerful Runvelt Horde Master, as I can no longer see what is going on. And it just devastated the board. And that's going to get removed so that I can see the board once more.
I believe the spotlight, the backup lights we have for the table, one got knocked over and got in front of the camera. We're all good now, though. It's all taken care of. It looks like all the players are fine, too. That's what's most important.
All right, excellent. Good to see there's no casualties there, and the board appears to be as intact as we left it. So we'll see what Chris Smith wants to assemble as far as attacks go. No blockers for Martin at the moment. Not sure if there's any kind of flash blockers, but I mean, we've assembled a real attack force here, as this is a crunch for 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Attack for 10.
Yeah, we got Odawara to probably unsummon the Trash Master here. It's 4 mana. It's gonna be a little hard to get back down there. And this is one of the cool things about the Goblin stack is that when all of your cards that do things are also just creatures, you kind of just get these incidental bodies. And since we have so many good lords that kind of matter, they all kind of work together well, and your fail rate's very, very low. You just kind of have creatures that apply pressure. And that's what we're seeing happen to Martin, where he had a little bit of interaction, had some cards, drew, some spells, but the spells weren't having bodies attached to it. And now he's getting slowly beaten to death.
Absolutely. And maybe a little bit of flooding out for Martin as he plays Darksteel Citadel, passing the turn back. We'll see if Chris Smith interested in redeploying this Trash Master and upping the power of all of his attackers again. Looks like he is. Yeah, no blockers for Martin. Pretty tough. That Sword of the Meek looks a lot less impressive without the Thopter Foundry around. That's why you usually play less Sword of the Meeks than Thopter Foundries, as here is a huge attack that looks like it's all going to connect. Don't have a final. We're at 1. Martin is at 1 life point. As Aether Vial's the follow-up, we get a good look at the top of the deck, and it's not good enough. And that's going to win the match. Remember, this is game number 3. Chris Smith going to advance to 3-1 with his Rakdos Goblins deck here in Modern. And an impressive showing from the Goblins deck being able to just lay the beat down pretty quickly, even if it was a little bit of a failed draw, I'll say, from the Azorius Stoneblade deck.
Definitely a little bit of a failed draw, but also that's something to remember. If your deck can easily produce that sort of thing by not having card selection or card advantage, then that's going to happen. Well, the Goblins deck has things like Ringmaster, Goblin Matron. We saw how important Goblin Matron was. Even though it was just a 1/1 that we paid for 3 mana for, it let us get the Goblin that we needed. And having that sort of consistency in your deck and access to cards is a strength and is a reason to pick a deck. So congratulations to Chris, doing really well there. However, though, Drake, I know I tried to give us a little break earlier. Now it's actually time. We are going to be back very soon.
Break. Okay.
Yeah, I believe for time has been called in the round. We're going to be back in about 2 minutes. We're going to get you our players to watch the board and get you round number 5 of Modern. So we'll be right back.
Good afternoon, everybody. Welcome back to Mundelein, Illinois. I am Matt Monty. Getting ready to kick off round number 5 of coverage. Man, I just had an awesome lunch. I hope everybody is finding a good lunch out there. I had a calzone. I had some lobster mac and cheese. You come to Mundelein, Illinois. I got the goods for you. So come check us out. So let's take a look at our players to watch real quick before we get going here. So players to watch, you can see the top half. We just watched Will Kruger in a hammer mirror, which he elaborated a little bit on, that he was maybe not the best in hammer mirrors, but maybe he solved something, or in his own words, maybe he's getting a little bit luckier now. So Will Kruger goes to 4-0. Zach Allen also having an awesome day at 4-0. Mack Endress coming up on the points for that season 3. It's 3-1 there. Vinny Fino 2-2, and then Harrison Fang down at 1-3, and then our 3 bottom players down there all dropped. I believe I heard Jesse Robkin entered the LCQ. So there's tons of ways to enjoy Magic here at these events. Even if the main event and the Sunday event don't work out for you, we got side events. We got the command zone and LCQ. Tons of stuff out there. Ton of Magic going on. There's some cool 2-headed giant things going on too, which I might sneak out and go play one. Not gonna lie to you guys. So, anyways, let's check out how to hang out with us next time. And next month is in Louisville, Kentucky. Should be a good one. I'm hoping the weather holds out for one more weekend for us here on the NRG Series. On Saturday, we're going to play some Modern, $15,000 on the line, and an invite to our end of the year championship. That's a big one. So again, if you haven't played on any of our events yet, and you just want a one shot and in, this is your shot on Saturday. Just easy, just win the showdown. No big deal. $15,000 at on the line, and an invite to the end of the season championship. And on Sunday, the Pioneer 5K. Good stuff there too. Again, tons of events, tons of people out there. Get to meet some of the people you've been watching on coverage and things like that. So with that, we're going to head into round number 5. I'm going to send you back down to Drake and Mason, and they'll get you caught up. Again, we're a little bit past the midway point in our tournament, so down to you guys.
All right, we are back. And this round, as we mentioned, we got Guy Scott, I believe, playing Azorius Hammer versus Eli Orenstein playing Rakdos Scam. So that's Scam versus Hammer. We call that Scammer around these parts. What do you think of the matchup here, Mason?
I can't wait to see this match. I imagine this is a matchup that is pretty tricky for Hammer. So Hammer, like Kruger talked about before, had a really big go-around problem. And part of that problem, there's a lot of things going on, but part of it is like Fury plus Ephemerate in the early days was a big challenge. The decks have changed to not worry about that as much. However, Rakdos Scam has Feigned Death plus Fury, which is essentially the same thing in this match. So if we see a fast start from Guy here and just kind of dumps his whole hand, then he might lose to a turn 1 Fury with a Feigned Death on it. And those are the kind of draws that the Scam deck really leans on. So that kind of disregards card advantage and kind of goes over the top of what your opponent's doing and sort of, plays like a weird game. That's like with things like Mingdic Blood Moon can also happen. We have turn 1 Fury. Turn 1 Grief as well as a thing that can kind of pitch a hand apart. So this deck can play a fair game, but also can just sort of cheese you out and get a little scamming action going on.
Yeah, a little bit of that scam action that the deck is named after. And notably the Fury stuff that's going on, it does happen at sorcery speed. And that can be a big part of the equation as we see Guy lead off on Sigarda's 8 after fetching for a Plains with that Marsh Flats. And that is going to allow him to put the equipment on at instant speed. So this can not only protect against something like a Fury coming down, you can respond with the hammer or whatever on the summoning sick creature, put it into play. But also you can wait until you're in combat, and then the Fury can't happen in the middle of combat. Obviously it happens only at sorcery speed. And you can still, stick a hammer on whatever the leftovers is. So, you mentioned things like Solitude and stuff like that being a problem for the Hammer deck, and Fury as well, being able to pick up just like a ton of creatures. But Guy can do some amount of work to mitigate that by playing a little bit more of an instant speed game, as Thoughtseize is the turn one play for Orenstein.
Yeah, it looks like we have Blacksmith Skill, Stoneforge Mystic, Springleaf Drum, Urza Saga, and Gingerbrute as the hand for Guy here. And I've got to think that, it's either Blacksmith Skill or Stoneforge Mystic, because those are the two strongest cards that line up against what Ely is trying to do here.
Yeah, absolutely. And looks like Stoneforge Mystic was selected there. Still a reasonable turn two, I think, lined up for Guy based on just what we have here. Getting the saga started, I think, is a big part of it, especially, when it comes to assembling a Colossus Hammer and trying to get a creature for it. It's going to supply the creatures to put it on, as well as find you the hammer itself. Sigarda's Aid's already in play. So that saga threatening to assemble something powerful over the course of this game. Gingerbrute can deploy it now, can deploy it later. I don't know that it matters too much, but yeah, either way, Saga, the big piece that Guy has going on at the moment, and is going to cast the Gingerbrute off of it after its first chapter resolves, giving it the ability to make mana. And Colossus Hammer was the draw!
Yeah, Drake, I think casting Gingerbrute now does matter as the expert role in the boot.
Matters quite a bit indeed as an attack for 11 coming across on turn 2.
Yeah, and this is part of the reason to play the Hammer deck. It's like, look at me, I'm scamming you now. You sometimes just get these berserk draws where you just have, an 11 power thing on turn 2, and your opponent is now having to figure out some way to exile this or invalidate it with some creature for the remainder of the game. And, Ely's deck here plays things like Dauthi Voidwalker as the 2-drops. Those can't block this Gingerbrute without even getting into how the Gingerbrute can become unblockable. So there's
still just an ability on the card that says, oh, you have a blocker? No, you don't. Does that card have haste? I don't think so. Absolutely not. And so that is going to do it for game number 1. How about 3 turns of Magic? Does that sound nice? A true scammer matchup indeed.
That was a wild round, to say the least. I am in shock right now. Yeah, I mean, just didn't have, a Terminate or anything like that. Couldn't answer it. Deck does play some of those, as we'll get to Ely's deck here in just 1 second. But yeah, I mean, sometimes that's what happens, and that's the strength of playing a deck like Hammer. Sometimes you have to play those incredibly hard games like we saw last round with Will Krueger, and sometimes you get games like this where you just win, and that's the dichotomy. Let's go check out and see what's in Ely's sideboard, though. Kind of see out what he might be bringing for this matchup. We have 3 Leyline of the Void, 2 EE, 2 Fatal Push, 2 Necromancer, 2 Up Nixilis, 1 Flame Blitz, 1 Hidetsu Consumes All, 1 Magus of the Moon, and 1 Path of Peril. Drake, I'm going to guess that things like Path of Peril, Magus of the Moon, and old Fatal Push and EE are going to come in here. We're just going to take some super big controlling role and make sure that Hammer does not beat us.
I don't think I could slam that Hidetsu Consumes All in my deck faster. Destroying every non-land permanent with mana value 1 or less. There's a lot of those in the Hammer. I don't know if you heard of this card, Colossus Hammer. It actually costs 1 mana. I'm big interested in getting that one out of here. So yeah, a lot of good options here for the Rakdos scam sideboard.
Yeah, and that's 100% true here. There's just a lot of things we might see moving away from some of the grindier parts and some of the more traditional sense, and just bringing in the 1-for-1, just sort of beat down and see what you want to do. It's really interesting. Let's check out Guy's sideboard on the old Azorius Hammer, see how it differs from our last round with our double Hammer experts. We have 2 Prismatic Ending, 2 Drannith Magistrate, 2 Hushbreaker, 2 Sanctifying Ryback, 2 Teferi Time Raveler, 1 March of the Lily Light, 1 Spell Pierce, 1 Pithy Needle, 1 Relic of Virginis, and 1 Sword of Fire and Ice. Jumping out to me right away is that Sword of Fire and Ice. That's going to be really good at stopping a lot of this removal and giving you maybe a little bit of grinding in some of this stuff. And I kind of like the Sanctifying and Vec for a similar reason. Just dodges all of the answers that can be played from Eli's deck, except for Engineered Explosives, where that is the only one that could kind of get through it.
Right. I think I agree with you. The counter spells aren't super great if you're not hitting specifically something like Hidetsu Consumes All and like Engineered Explosives. Some of the sideboard cards, not sure how much of that kind of stuff we want, but if Spell Pierce is part of Guy's plan, I can see bringing in the 3rd. But for the most part, just some small upgrades, like you mentioned, Sword. I like Relic of Progenitus potentially can shut down some of the scam stuff and get a card for your trouble either way. Another card that you can get off your Urza Saga if you want it. But I truly think the most impactful card here in the sideboard is actually probably the Sanctifier in Vex, shutting down both the graveyard stuff as well as having protection from all the removal face up, like already makes them very, very safe targets for hammers. So I expect that to be the highest impact sideboard card that Guy can put in this deck.
Yeah, and that's a great point too about the exile clause on Sanctifier and Vect. Often overlooked unless you're playing against Murktide region. But we mentioned Feign Death and Malakir's Rebirth from this deck as being ephemerate like things. Those things do need the creature to die, not get exiled in order to trigger. So big difference on that happening there that could play a huge role in this matchup. Speaking of a huge role in this matchup, Drake, if you want to be on camera and have one of those, you definitely want to come out to our Louisville 15K showdown just 2 weeks from now, December 10th and 11th. We're going to have a lot of magic going on there. If you win a showdown, you go straight to NRG Champ. So that's your way. Hey, if you've been watching, you want to play, you have your shot if you go and do that. And then Sunday, we have a Pioneer 5K trial. Just like this one, Modern today is a 5K trial. Same for that there. Get some points as well if you're on the NRG leaderboard race. Hopefully, we'll see you there. You know, Drake and I are either going to be there or in the booth. We're going to be involved in some way. It's really exciting and close to us. And hopefully, we'll see more of you there as it looks like our players are finishing up mulligans and getting ready to play the round.
And of course, if you can't make it out, that's totally fine. Make sure to watch all the action on Twitch. Hit that follow button. You'll get notified as soon as we go live with that, that event that is going to have the same high quality coverage we bring to you here. And if you want to see more of me and Mason, like we said, we're going to be involved in some way. So whether you like us or hate us, we're going to be involved, and you're going to get more of us either on camera or in the booth. Either way, we're going to find our way to get our face in front of y'all as well. So make sure to hit that follow button, hit that subscribe button, and support this stream and paper magic coverage as Guy is taking a look at his opening hand here for game number 2. Have to imagine Eli looking to play more than 2 turns of this game as he takes another mulligan. I don't know, once you have a game play out like that, right? I've noticed a trend where players in the immediate game following will take more conservative lines. Like they're going to mulligan hands they would have otherwise kept because they have this immediate reaction that, okay, that clearly wasn't good enough. Like this player is someone willing to just jam aggressively. And I wonder how much Eli is mulliganing hands that, might be a little on edge and is instead looking for something that is just truly broken to try to compete with some of the more powerful draws the hammer deck can open up with.
Yeah, I think Ely is wanting to have a deck that is a hand that actually is powerful and can't just be too fair. The Jund decks can, in theory, beat the hammer decks and that sort of thing. But if your opponent's keeping 7, you're going down to 6, you're going to want to have something that's really strong and can actually pressure them, like you said. So I think it's pretty good just to mulligan and just be like, okay, I'm going to try and get a really good opening hand here and do something kind of powerful, or have a bunch of sideboard cards. This medium 7, not really what I want. Also, this is an important thing too. Non-open decklist tournament. Information's hidden. You have to figure out what your kind of hands are before, and you have maybe a wider range in game 1s when it's not sure what's going on, and your deck can produce a wide range of threats.
Absolutely. Both players opening up on a fast land. Followed up with the second land, both players hitting their land drops as Esper Sentinel coming down here on turn 2. Have to imagine we just drew that one. I think that one you usually play pretty immediately on turn 1 if you can. Eli electing to play nothing across his first 2 turns. Could be holding up a lot of removal spells potentially. I mean, that's typically the thing you're going to be thinking playing against Rakdos colors when they're not deploying any threats, they're not playing any discard spells. That signals to me quite a bit of removal, and that wouldn't surprise me at all based on how game 1 played out.
100%, yeah. And if you're a guy, you might be also thinking like, oh, there's a bunch of sideboard cards. Maybe Hidetsu Consumes All is a card that's even on Guy's mind, He might be a hammer time one trick, and if that's the case, you're going to get played against that card a lot as we see Fatal Push coming down here.
And looks like a Fatal Push, like you said, paying for Esper Sentinel. And are we responding with Blacksmith Skill, targeting the Esper Sentinel, and that's going to blank that Fatal Push. Guy is going to be tapped out going into Eli's turn, but we can take a look at that one. Target permanent gains hexproof and indestructible till end of turn. It's an artifact creature, which it was. It gets +2/+2 till end of turn. Actually, I think there might have been a trick miss there where I think if you cast that with the trigger on the stack, you get the card for sure because it makes Eli pay 3 for the spell, right? Because it checks power and resolution.
Yeah, it would work, but if you do that and Eli responds to the Fatal Push, you get the card draw, but you'll lose your Sentinel. So this way, Guy decided not get the extra card, but guaranteed the Sentinel sticks in play. So
absolutely,
opt to have a little bit more of a taxing effect on the game than trying to for sure get the card draw.
No matter what, I think all roads lead to Rome. It's going to be a good interaction for Guy, no matter what, lining up that Blacksmith Skill with the at least first copy of Fatal Push from Eli, as we're tapping 3 mana here.
For Necromentia.
Necromentia? I guess that has to name Colossus Hammer, right? Like, what else are we naming? And we have a reader as we see Guy pull that one forward and take a look. We'll take a look as well. Choose a card name other than a basic land card name. Search target opponent's hand, graveyard, and library for any number of those cards with that name. Exile them. That player shuffles their library and creates 2/2 black zombie creature tokens for each card exiled from their hand this way.
I think Guy is so shocked he missed the Sentinel trigger.
I mean, I can't say that I blame him. I don't know. You mentioned if you're a hammer one trick, you probably get Hidetsu consumed all fairly often. But how many times do you get necromentioned?
I'd argue never.
I can't imagine it's super often, but Eli says, no, thank you. All that hammer stuff you did killing me on turn 2, game 1, none of that, please. Get all those out the deck as he takes a look at some sideboard choices and removes all 4 hammers from Guy's deck. So no 2/2 zombies are going to be added to the mix for Guy. But now we have to find a way to win without our hammers. Not terribly difficult with something like Stoneforge Mystic and the Cauldron Complete, but certainly lower on options than the hammer deck normally is.
Yeah, and something that's looks like we're mentioning the Esper Sentinel trigger now, probably going to get Judge involved. We'll get that taken care of in a second. But yeah, I almost wonder if for Eli, he was supposed to name Urza Saga, because Urza Saga is almost more of a problem than the hammer is. Where the hammer is like, obviously what kills you sometimes, like in game 1, but the Saga is like a 3-for-1 a lot of the times in a lot of big bodies. I wonder what's happening here. What's going to happen, by the way, is that we're talking about this trigger. It's going to be a missed trigger, so the opponent's going to get to put it on the stack for Guy if he wants to. He is probably going to say, nah, and then he's not going to get the card draw.
Hey, I suspect that's how it's going to play out as well, which is correct. That's why we have judge staffs on hand and readily available for all of our coverage matches. As we go back to Guy's turn, no hammers for the hammer deck. A scam indeed. As we move to turn 3 here, we'll see if these Pure Steel Paladin and Stoneforge Mystic beatdown, that's kind of the leftovers for Guy, is going to be able to get the job done after this extraction. In fact, that's kind of one of the, you mentioned trying to hit Urza Saga. I think that's kind of one of the tougher spots when you bring in these kind of extraction cards against decks that don't rely on necessarily one linchpin. Like Hammer certainly is what the deck's name's after. Deck's called Hammer, right? And it is the way that you see Hammer steal a lot of games and have a lot of those impactful, impressive, turn 2 kills like we saw in game 1. But like you mentioned, it is also kind of just a Saga deck through and through. A big part of its grind game plan is the card Urza Saga. And when you're playing the Rakdos scam deck, you're looking to grind. So Saga is a very, very impactful card against you.
100%. And we might also see, Guy here, I believe, has a Cauldron Complete in the deck. Probably left that in because even though it can get stuck in your hand, the games can go long and you can just hard cast it. And if it ever gets stuck on the battlefield, then it's going to be near impossible for the Rakdos scam player to beat. So we might just see the Stoneforge Mystic happen here. I am dying on the inside where we shuffled our deck and cut it, and then we presented the start.
Oh yeah, you like the shuffling? Yeah, we necromentioned, we fetched, we get to shuffle after every single game action, Mason. And it looks like Reality Chip is going to be pulled out of the library. That one is an equipment card, despite also being a creature, having the ability reconfigure, allowing it to be a creature that can be equipped, or rather reconfigured, onto other creatures. Getting a look at that one. This is a big part of the grind plan and part of the reason to play blue. Get to look at the top card of your library anytime, as long as it's in play, creature or not. And as long as it's attached to a creature, you can play lands, cast spells from the top of your library, build your own future site. And gonna be a big one, I think, for this grind game plan from Guy, as another Esper Sentinel is added to the mix. And we pass back to Orenstein.
Yep. Yeah, and it looks to be like we're going to have to get our grind on and figure it out. But what if we Fury to Fury, Drake? Would that be good here?
I mean, you called that out immediately when we started talking about this matchup, that Fury is one of the nightmare cards for Hammer, and I think it's definitely playing out that way. As you look at this powerful elemental from the Modern Horizons set, double strike, 3/3, enters the battlefield, deals 4 damage divided as you choose among any number of target creatures and or planeswalkers, and of course, you can evoke it by exiling a red card like we saw there. So Fury pitch Fury enters the battlefield and cleaned up the entire battlefield, resetting everything back to where we were, getting rid of 2 Esper Sentinels, and a great spot for Eli to be.
Yep. Yeah, maybe we want to get a judge involved at the table here, if anyone can hear me. There's a lot of people seem to think that there was a hammer in the hand for Guy, and that would create a zombie for Guy, and that's obviously something that can't be missed. No one can miss that sort of thing. So we want to make sure that was correct. I'm pretty sure that all the hammers were in the deck. But
they're all in the library too. I don't know. I assume the players. I mean, Guy took a specific time to read the card, so much so he missed the Esper Sentinel trigger. I'd like to imagine he'd be pretty excited about a 2/2 zombie if one was available to him. But either way, we do have a Cauldron Complete in hand with this Stoneforge Mystic just entered the battlefield. Nice little foily Cauldron Complete there, getting its shine on in the middle of the battlefield.
Mm-hmm.
We're going to see what the follow-up is. I don't think that Complete gets to stay in play.
Yeah.
That one's going to have to be picked up as Guy very, very kindly leaving his entire hand revealed after the Necromentia revealed his hand. He's leaving all that information revealed for his opponent. A nice, kind thing you can do to your opponents just to speed the game up so they're not sitting there fiddling with, notes on paper or whatever.
Path to Peril coming in, destroying all 2 CMC or less creatures. Oof.
Wow. Path to Peril going to be able to pick off the Stoneforge Mystic and the Puresteel Paladin. Did not get the reality chip quite yet. That was a play available to Guy on the previous turn. Chose not to. You can get a good look at Path to Peril right there. That card, 3 mana, destroys all creatures with mana value 2 or less, and you can cleave off that 2 or less and get yourself a Wrath for the low price of 4, a white, and a black. So very much kind of here to play Hidetsu Consumes All kind of role, where it just destroys kind of all the really small things for 3 mana as Gingerbrute enters the play and gets frisky immediately.
Yep. And we're going to see here in a second if we can get this reality chip equipped up to a creature. We're going to start drawing cards. And, we've done a really good job of multi-for-winning Guy this entire game. But we might fall behind once we start drawing cards, even if they are sort of like, Mem Knights into Ornithopters, not the highest impact cards. Just having raw cardboard can be really important.
Right. Yeah. With no Saga available to us yet, the reality chip is very much the way Guy's looking to grind out. And I think Eli realizes that. That's why we've seen Eli be so aggressive with these sweepers. I mean, obviously the Fury was just great, getting rid of all those things, but even the Path to Peril on the previous turn, being able to pick off some extra creatures, just trying to keep this reality chip from getting reconfigured onto any creature, because that's really where, like you mentioned, Eli's going to start to get buried by whatever the cheap spells on the top of the library is. As we come across for one with our now Gingerbrute reconfigured with the reality chip.
Yep. And yeah, that Cauldron, if you're just tuning in, is in hand. It was just revealed off his search effect, so we're keeping it face up to make it easier for our Rakdos opponent.
Absolutely. Kind little thing you could do if you are somebody that has revealed information. Kind of helps keep the game moving along quickly. We mentioned time, the clock especially can be a factor, and the more time you spend fiddling with pen and paper, the more time you spend not playing Magic. So just kind of helping out your opponent sometimes actually can make a lot of sense. As Grief going to come down, full retail pay for that one. No scamming action happening here. Gets a look at Stoneforge Mystic, Cauldron complete, and I think that's a Spell Pierce.
It is a Spell Pierce.
Yep. One of the full art things. And that's going to go ahead and take down the Stoneforge Mystic. Draw step taken by Guy, and once again, going to take a look at the top of the library, see if we want to cast any spells from the top of our library. You can look at Grief there. This one cast for the full 2 black for your 3/2 menace. Does a really good job of beating down, but also, of course, does its little Thoughtseize effect where it makes your opponent reveal their hand.
Drake, we hit Sanctify. Reality chip.
That's a pretty good one, Mason. I like the black and red, the protection from black and red card against the black and red deck, Mason. I think that's a good play here from
it is powerful. It is not
extremely
weak.
And so the reality chip kind of beginning to show its snowball effect, being able to hit some incredibly impactful sideboard cards off the top of the library almost immediately. And now Eli, kind of back against the wall, has done a great job sweeping the creatures from Guy multiple turns in a row, kind of in the spot where he's going to need to do it again.
Yeah, and we're also, even if we answer the Gingerbrute now, the reality chip will forever stay on our Sanctifier and Vex. So he's going to have to beat multiple cards being able to be played every turn. And this is an unenviable position. You need to start winning this game now because you cannot afford to sit around and do nothing for the remainder of the game.
Absolutely. And this is what we talked about when it comes to the hammer deck too, right? The hammer deck, we saw in game 1, the texture was, okay, bonk, you're dead on turn 2 thanks to Gingerbrute. And this game, a completely different texture. Is that Spell Pierce at the top of the library?
That's the top of the library. So just wow.
Gonna let it get countered too. Had mana to pay, chose not to. Assume that means there are 3 mana follow-up, and there sure is. Let's see what it is.
Yeah.
Seasoned Pyromancer.
Okay, all right. So we're gonna have to exile any red or black cards we get, but we do get to draw 2 new ones. It looks like we just had 2 lands as well. So, or maybe a land and something. But yeah, pretty powerful here, and gonna let you build a board presence. And this is the start of what we needed to actually sort of pressure the hammer player and get back into this.
All right. And there's a Saga played from the top of the library, and now all the grind engines set up for Guy, having the reality chip as well as Saga going to be able to start to go to work. Springleaf Drumcast off the top of the library. We're just like you mentioned, getting 2-3 cards a turn from this reconfigured reality chip on the Ginger Brute. And it's going to quickly, I think, amount to too much for Eli if he doesn't find an answer. Stoneforge Mystic, I think number 4, 3 or 4 added here for Guy. So as much as all these creatures keep dying, they're bringing equipment with them. And Guy has a lot of equipment left over and gets to reset the top of his library for the reality chip, grabbing Shadow Spear.
Yeah, and this is something that can happen where you get the Shadow Spear, but also the resetting of the chip is almost worth it in of itself. Like, even if you didn't have anything that you could grab, you would just do the reset here. And for the position of Eli, what are you supposed to do? That Cauldron Complete is still hanging over the table. You have to.
Yeah. It's not even like if you answer everything on board, there's still, a ton of follow-up in Guy's hand, just having a pile of equipment as Shadow Spear is deployed.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, this is a tough spot for Eli. You've been through 2 sweepers this game. Yeah, that Stoneforge Mystic is summoning sick. Gonna go ahead and equip the Sanctifier Invect with Shadow Spear. That one can get through, can't actually block even if you wanted to, and is going to connect for 3. And that's going to help, kind of start to get Guy beginning to win the race here, even against, whatever, a 3-power Grief, a 2/2 Season Pyromancer, 1/1 Elemental, just being able to have that 6-point life swing with the Shadow Spear, really showing why Shadow Spear is as powerful as it is. So we move to Eli's turn. Mountain Blade.
And it looks like we're figuring out how we want to attack because we do have to get this game over. Like we were just mentioning, if you count the Springleaf Drums, there are 6 mana sources in play. There's a Cauldron, and the Stoneforge gets to put the Cauldron Complete in. So you're definitely not winning by blocking anytime soon, despite the fact that these 2 other creatures in play are basically unblockable for your deck. So
yeah, blocking doesn't look good. Like you said, I imagine that we're going to see at least an attack for 5. We'll see if we want to serve with the Elemental 2. But I mean, even still, you're losing the race. Like, you're at 9, Guys at 18.
Yeah, and the Shadow Spear lifelink. Yeah, you feel like you have to have Hidetsu Consumes All here. Just get a bunch of
Engineered Explosives kind of does a good sweeper impression. That's one of the very few cards that does actually take care of the Sanctifier Invect, but we do remember there's a Spell Pierce left over in Guy's hand. That one was cast on top of the library, so he's going to go ahead and fire that one off. That means the Engineered Explosives cannot be used right away. Eli has already played his land for turn and only has 1 mana source left over after paying for Spell Pierce, which I imagine he has to do. And that's going to delay an activation for a turn. Let Guy untap with the Reality Chip once again.
Yeah, we see the land for turn, and with the fetch land 2 and Reality Chip, Guy gets to control the top of the deck even more. So we have, the activate Stoneforge Mystic whenever the time comes as well. We can do that in order to put in the Cauldron Complete. We can cast a bunch of spells. It's getting really, really hard. And you see how a card like the Reality Chip can be really appealing for some Hammer Time players, where there's no other card in the deck that can do anything like this. This game was just not salvageable or winnable in any other way. So you see Guy trying to play around the EE activation here, and it's going to be able to whenever he wants to by putting in Cauldron. He just needs to make sure to leave 2 mana up and has Urza's Saga, so things are looking pretty good.
Yeah, I have to agree with you. As a Stoneforge activation, definitely coming down, finally getting that Cauldron Complete, which I think was the equipment fetched off the very first Stoneforge Mystic played, now finally entering play thanks to the either 3rd or 4th Stoneforge Mystic activation. And that one's going to bring a Germ with it, thanks to Living Weapon. And now, we're seeing, like I said, the resiliency of the Hammer deck. Yeah, deck's called Hammer, but those Hammers got taken care of on turn 3 right away thanks to Necromentia. Have not been in the game, in Guy's deck for most of this game. And, Guy has done a great job assembling his grinding engines, things like the Reality Chip and Urza's Saga, and quickly running away with the game, finding all of his sideboard cards and just getting a ton of value every single turn thanks to the Reality Chip.
Yeah, and even if Eli answered all the things that matter here, it would still take multiple turns to really stabilize from all the damage that's happened. So we're in a rough spot. It's going to be interesting to see how Guy wants to play this. He can play it a little conservatively and not send with everything just to make sure not to get cheesed on life totals. If you attack with just the Sanctifier Invect and the Cauldron Complete, you're very close to having a lethal attack.
Right, because what's the rush? It is appealing to send everything, but yeah, the Rakdos Scam can assemble quite a bit of damage in 1 turn. So I imagine you're going to want to connect with something with the Shadow Spear. Yeah, we're just sending everybody. Well, you can choose to be conservative and wait, or you could just send the squad. And that is what Guy is elected to do, and everything is getting in the red zone. Map is for blockers, and that is exactly what Eli's going to need to do if he wants to stay alive.
Yeah, and I'm doing some math, and it's not good. You can get a chump block in on
it's
the
not pretty.
Cauldron.
It's definitely not pretty.
Yeah, it's so awkward too because the Stoneforge Mystic is going to die to the EE. So you're kind of like, oh, I'll put like Pyro in front of the Cauldron, and then I guess I'll eat the Stone. Or so the Stoneforge Mystic attacking it, it's just tap. But yeah, like you can't really throw your Seasoned Pyromancer anywhere to like make more blockers either, because the other things are unblockable, and then exile too potentially. So I guess it would be really weird, but Guy can kill this Seasoned Pyromancer, right? Like you can assign 1 damage to it and then 4 to the token. Isn't that correct? But is that the only thing you can do with trample? I'm having a moment. I believe you could choose to exile this thing.
I don't know if you can. It's going to get exiled thanks to Sanctifier anyway, I think.
Sure, that's fair. Yeah. So. Who cares? Kill it. Get dead.
Yeah, I think you could just kill it. No matter which way you do, you're not getting more blockers out of it, which is really bad for Eli. And basically everything's really bad for Eli. Everything coming up Guy here. So hopefully those of you in the crowd are a Guy fan and an Azorius Hammer fan, as we've seen that deck do some impressive stuff. We saw the Mirror and Will doing plenty of powerful Azorius Hammer things last round. We get to see more Hammer this round. Dispatching of Rakdos Scam potentially in short order. Now, I imagine if Eli wants to get back in this, it has to involve this Engineer Explosives obviously getting cracked, and then some kind of answer to this Cauldron Complete. With Eli at a pretty precarious 3, you need to answer basically everything on board and have a plan for the construct coming from the Saga. It looks like he does not. They're going to shake hands. The guy's going to win this one 2-0.
Yeah, and that's a really impressive showing in a matchup that I think is probably pretty tough. Maybe it isn't as bad as I was first guessing when we were starting things off. However, it is still a matchup where, Fury plus Persist and those sort of things are going to be a problem. And you have a lot of good interaction. And it kind of shows how good the Hammer is at 2 completely different styles of game, right? We saw the turn 2 basically win. That was really strong. And also, hey, I can go really long. Don't think I'm just a cheese stack. But you know what? We still have a time-shifted match that we want to show y'all, and we're going to go and check that one out right now as well. And I believe we're going to be watching Jeskai Breach versus Izzet Murktide, which is going to be pretty exciting.
An interesting matchup. One that I imagine you're more familiar with than most. Yeah, as you mentioned, you are a big Jeskai Breach fan. We've seen a ton of that deck here on the NRG series, thanks to Jesse Rabkin. But the Breach deck kind of went under the radar for a while. Even when Jesse was, showing up, crushing these events with it, a lot of people just weren't believers until very recently. We've seen, a lot more of the community kind of realize, wait a minute, this Underworld Breach card is not okay.
Yeah, I wouldn't say I've put a lot of Breach. I would say that I've been the punching bag against a lot of Breach. I've done a lot of testing with Jesse. And
you're either the breacher or the breached.
Yeah, I got breached a lot. Yeah. More so, I would argue, more than anybody. But who's to say? But yeah.
Such is the struggle of playing a lot of Modern Magic with Jesse Rabkin. I'm sure.
True. But, going back to this game here, yeah, Jeskai Breach is a deck that can play these sort of dual roles against Izzet Murktide, and especially in game 1 is going to be able to play this game where, like, hey, I can kind of get on board, present this little game plan, force you to tap out, and then resolve the combo and beat you, or play like Hammer Time does and use Urza Saga to outvalue you over the course of the game. So we're going to see how John wants to do it. They have a lot of different options available to them in that gameplay, and you really have to approach it the way you want to, and you kind of have to respect how Victor is doing it as well.
Yeah, absolutely. And John starting off here with a Sacred Foundry and an Urza Saga and 2 lands in play for Izzet Murktide. Immediately, you have to be thinking, oh, maybe, Counterspell is kind of the card that you're the most scared of when it's 2 untapped lands, nothing deployed for Victor Wood. So I have to imagine, John gonna play it a little slower, not to run their spells directly into counterspells from Victor Wood. But once again, like we see with the Murktide deck, counterspells are at their best, backed up by some piece of action. And here is a piece of action in the form of Blood Moon that is going to immediately destroy the Urza Saga, thanks to the Saga rules.
Yeah, Sagas can't be in play with Blood Moon. That's the TLDR. We're going to see a Dash Ragavan get some stuff, and we're okay.
John had the island at the ready. That's a good island to have, allowing you at least 2 of your colors. And of course, the Dash Ragavan going to allow you to get more colors from the treasures, but hit a Dragon's Rage Channeler off the top of Victor Wood's deck. Certainly a hit, and gonna elect to play that one right away. Smartly so, I think. as Victor gushed a land and a passing of the turn. 2 blue available for Victor. Still counterspell still should be on your radar, as even underneath this Blood Moon, Victor still does have access to counterspell as an attack for 1 coming across.
Yeah, the thing to remember too is that almost more so than the actual like Blood Moon messing up the mana and doing that sort of thing is the fact that now Victor does not have to deal with Urza Saga, which is a card we highlighted before as being a problematic part of the matchup. Even if John draws a bunch of basics, right, in place of the Blood Moon, the fact that Victor does not have to beat the Urza Saga is more than enough for that singular card to do. As we are seeing,
for sure. And John had a great follow-up there in the form of just playing Ragavan and then deploying the Ledger Shredder. But, Victor answers at the ready. The counterspell that we highlighted, likely being represented, did go after the Ragavan that was hard cast, not dashed. And then the follow-up of Ledger Shredder ate a lightning bolt. Kind of wonder if we maybe want to do it in the other order, get a connive going, but potentially, valuing the Ledger Shredder higher than the Ragavan, wanting the Ragavan to eat the counterspell that, like I said, was pretty well represented, and then follow up with the Ledger Shredder just to want that one to work. Expressive Iteration, a big play for John as well.
Yeah, you're gonna see a little surveil.
Do we have a Spell Pierce? Oh no, Spell Pierce is brutal. Oh wow, we might have Unholy Heat into Spell Pierce here.
Oh my goodness, that is brutal. Yeah, John's in a pretty bit of a pickle here. We need to find something like another Ragavan or maybe some grindy card. I'm kind of taking a look at the Jeskai Breach deck here. If we find Springleaf Drum, then we can play one of our 2 Teferi Time Revelers and we can remove the Blood Moon and work towards the combo. We actually have enough blue mana in order to initiate the combo anyway, so we're not even that far away from getting the combo. We just need to get some more of the pieces.
Right. Expressive Iteration of Victor's own going to pose a potential problem for executing that plan, potentially finding more interaction and definitely finding a Ragavan. I think we're waiting to see if we can dash that one off of the exile from Expressive Iteration. Don't got a great look at dash, but I think you can. It's just an alternative way to cast it. Doesn't specifically reference it being in your hand. So I believe we can dash that one. And it is going to immediately meet an Unholy Heat from John as we move back to their turn. And quickly untap and pass. Draw a pass.
Yeah, okay. John needs to draw Emery, I think. I think that is the card we need to start with. Because when we find Emery, we can start milling stuff, and then our Breach can maybe just go the distance.
Yeah, I mean, Ragavan, a good pickup for John. Did eat a lightning bolt right away. Basic Mountain, not the best one underneath Blood Moon, but I guess a land's a land. Everything's a mountain at this point. As Expressive Iteration number 2 resolving for Victor Wood. And this is really where things, I think, start to get pretty bad for John. If Victor able to, amass more resources via Expressive Iterations than John has access to, and with John now drawing a lot of the lands that they were missing previously, they don't even have like that form of card advantage that they have access to anymore. So Ragavan is going to connect and then come back to hand thanks to the dash ability.
Yep. And I know I mentioned a few times, John is really close. The thing to remember is the combo requires double blue for Thassa to win, right? But your Mox Amber will make the blue with the Emery. So as long as the Emery is around, you will be fine for doing it. So you really just need to find that card and the Breach. And then we can kind of go off from there.
Yeah, we can start to get started. But like you mentioned, it does start with finding both the Emery and the Breach. And Expressive Iteration, a good way to find 2. We need 2 cards. It's a great way to find 2 cards. Looks like a lot to think about here. I think we got a little look at what happened. I think Scalding Tarn was put in exile and then immediately played. I think we shortcutted that a little bit, just saying, hey, I'm playing this off the Expressive Iteration. But lands, definitely not what John needs. Have to imagine that Expressive Iteration was somewhat underwhelming.
Yep. And looks like John's just taking a look at their graveyard, making sure not going to, get in the wrong position anywhere. But worth mentioning, John, I believe, has Delirium and has Unholy Heat in hand and has found the Breach. And so we're getting really close here. And the moment Victor kind of goes for another throw or something like that, this could be the thing that like lowers the shields. We get a fight going. And then John gets to take over the game.
Absolutely. Is Ragavan going to come across once again? That one meets the Unholy Heat you mentioned, and Expressive Iteration number 3 for Victor Wood to once again refill. And, 2 mana up, something like Counterspell, a real problem for John, as Island left untapped for Victor alongside the Treasure would allow Victor to cast a Counterspell that would be potentially very problematic against any Underworld breaches that John would be looking to resolve. as Ledger Shredder meets the Exile. Well, if we're going to play that one, then there is no counterspell on the menu, and maybe there's a window here.
Yeah, John could play an Underworld Breach and just start, casting that Mishra Bobble over and over again, or even just casting Expressive Iteration. So John might want to check themselves here to see what was coming up. But yeah, you could have checked yourself, and if you saw an Emery, then you can do that sort of thing. But now we're going to play this, and then we can cast Expressive or just escape Bobble 3-4 times and see what we want to do.
Yeah, very interested here. That's going to trigger Ledger Shredder, the Underworld Breach will. So we're going to go ahead and connive first before that Underworld Breach is going to resolve. Something like a Spell Piercer could do something to mitigate, but actually we're going to start with Ledger Shredder. No, you're not going to get a trigger off that one. Looks like we maybe thought about doing something else instead. So the Unholy Heat pushed up could go after the opposing Ledger Shredder. A lot of value to be had. You see this one of the strengths of the Jeskai Breach deck is that Underworld Breach not only functions as an infinite combo with things like Grinding Station, Emery, those cards you brought up, but also just kind of functions as a value card. We saw an Izzet Murktide deck actually earlier today playing one in its sideboard just for value, and a lot of it is this reason right here, because we just give a bunch of our stuff flashback. Like, okay, I'll get a few Bobble triggers. I'm gonna Unholy Heat your thing. I can Expressive Iteration. There's a ton of options to get a ton of card advantage through this Underworld Breach that doesn't involve just infinite comboing.
Yeah, and it shows too, both players have been even on Expressive Iterations. They've done a good job of getting their extra card each time and not having it be a land too often. And John here is just, okay, I've got this. I'll play my Ledger Shredder. I'll play my Ragavan. I'll be pretty low on cards in graveyard, but that's fine because I got a lot of value here and I don't really need to breach again anytime soon. And now you are going to need to actually stop me, else you won't be able to win the game. Because I've got a lot of pressure, and Victor has had almost no pressure except that one Ragavan this game, and it doesn't look to have any in hand. So Victor is in kind of an awkward spot when it comes to wanting to actually win.
Yeah, absolutely. And like you said, very much turning the tide here as far as card advantage goes, being able to pick off the opposing Ledger Shredder, deploy one of your own and a Ragavan. I think that's a pretty good turn no matter what. Now, we do have a Bobble card coming as well. So John's going to potentially have some more options with this untapped mana that is left over, as Underworld Breach does sacrifice itself on instep. You mentioned, card quality in CDH. Underworld Breach, among the best cards in CDH, and that sacrifice on instep text, normally only flavor text. Doesn't come up much, but matters a lot here as Underworld Breach is not going to stick around. Lightning Bolt going to pick off the Ledger Shredder, and Ragavan's going to trade Dragon's Rage Channeler, the follow-up for Victor. So a handful of creatures now deployed. John, 3 cards to work with. We'll see what he can come up with.
Yeah, it looks like John picked up another Mishra's Bobble and a Holy Heat, and still has that Mox Amber from before. So, John and Victor kind of, slugging it out, trying to get ahead here. John's trying to figure it out. It looks like John can just answer any sort of threat Victor produces and just kind of, play the game from there. And really, I think Murktide region is the only thing that can't really be stopped.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, there's just so much going for Victor at this point. And this Blood Moon that, has been in play. John's been able to kind of navigate on really only 2 colors, has not had access to white mana despite being a Jeskai deck all game. It hasn't mattered too much as, oh no, we're just going to put this Saga right in the yard, huh? That's going to give us land enchantment for our Unholy Heat, which is going to go ahead and pick off that Delirious Dragon's Rage Channeler. And Emery is the follow-up, hitting Aether Spellbomb among other hits. So that's a pretty good sequence there for John, able to come back there a little bit, but having to just throw an Urza Saga in the graveyard to enable Delirium, and Murktide, an awesome follow-up for Victor.
Yeah, a huge one, and kind of the draw you need to have. If Emery was in play just bobbling every single turn, Emery would take over the game. This Emery has to get Aether Spellbomb now to check the Murktide region. Otherwise, the game is going to be over in about 2 turns.
Yeah, that's assuming there's no counterspell for Victor here, because I mean that Aether Spellbomb relatively face up. That was milled off of the Emery, but yeah, like you mentioned, that one gonna get cast by Emery. Don't get to do any of the bobbling tricks. Gonna have to actually Aether Spellbomb to answer this Murktide region, but honestly feels pretty good. It feels pretty good to do as Ledger Shredder now a follow-up, and John getting a turn once again. Urza Saga looked like the draw, not a good one. We already have one of those in yard. Don't need to throw that one right in the trash at least.
Yeah, and it's something to remember that, it doesn't seem like it's super important to cast that Murktide there because of the Spellbomb, but you have to, otherwise John gets to set up the Spellbomb for later, or just leave it in play and draw with it whenever John wants to, right? And so that's the sort of thing where you're kind of forcing the play and giving yourself time to okay, well, if I draw a bolt, I'm really happy with this exchange of just bolting down the Emery,
Yeah, for sure.
And
Let's see. Looks like we're passing back. Gonna get frisky with the Ledger Shredder. One, the whole point of damage coming across. Don't have a great look. Looks like Counterspell and Murktide among the cards Victor has access to. We know about the Murktide thanks to the Aether Spellbomb returning that one to hand.
Yep.
Not going to accomplish a lot as Aether Spellbomb going to interplay once more thanks to Emery. Any second spell will trigger Connive from Ledger Shredder. We'll see if John's interested in playing a second spell at all. I think I see a Mox Amber among other cards. Would produce an additional blue source. Going to go ahead and crack Spellbomb immediately to draw a card.
Yeah, I kind of wanted to bounce the Ledger Shredder just so we tie up the blue mana when it comes to getting in Counterspell or through Counterspell. Or hard casting.
How about Mox Amber into Thassa's Oracle, another banger of a card that normally does not have texture and able to do its best kind of like Omen speaker impression. Just a 2-mana 1/3. Gets to look at the top three. It looks like John elected to put all three on bottom and pass the turn back. A third island added to the mix for Victor. So kind of I don't know the fair mode of two very, very broken cards, Thassa's Oracle and Underworld Breach, we see kind of an action here and actually very functional for John.
Yeah, very much so, and not being a huge problem. And we're seeing also how strong Emery is here, just kind of like constantly like letting us take over here. And it looks like John thinks, I don't care about this Murktide, I've got a combo lined up, which is possible. If we resolve this to Fairy, we're going to be able to bounce the Thassa's Oracle and do the whole normal combo. Looks like Counterspell was lined up for Victor, so this Murktide Regent might be able to actually go the distance. Looks like there's
right. I mean, that's something you have to keep in mind. If Victor's willing to redeploy the Murktide with 5 counters, which he did, then there has to be this Counterspell follow-up. Otherwise, I mean, the Aether Spellbomb is on board. It's already happened once. It's why it's back in your hand. So if Victor's willing to redeploy it, then if you're John, you have to make some kind of assumption that they, if you're John, you have to assume Victor has the Aether Spellbomb checked in some kind of way or another. And what he sure does is here comes the Counterspell, and that one's actually going to answer to Fairy from John, which would have made white through the Mox Amber. And Breach is the follow-up. And Victor says, let me see what's in the graveyard. Am I dead yet or no?
Yeah, I think Victor isn't quite dead yet. I think we're just getting Spellbomb back and then using the Mox Amber to bounce the Murktide Regent. Looks to be what the play was. A little interesting. Makes me think John
bobble a few times at least, get a little extra value.
You could. It really depends on how close you are to comboing. If John has another Breach in hand, you want to save it because you're really close to actually winning the game. But if not, you maybe just want to draw 2-3 cards and then leave a little bit of material for the next Breach.
Yeah, it looks like John agrees as the Mishra's Bauble is going to get escaped at least once there. Got to look at the top card of Victor's library. We'll see if Underworld Breach number 2 is going to have any more action coming out of it. We're going to go ahead and Mox Amber right away. Bounce that Murktide Regent right back to hand. Thank you. Get that out of my face. No hits for 8, please. And a Mox Amber number 2 going to be played, throwing the first one to the graveyard. And that's going to allow us to cast another spell. Here comes Mishra's Bauble.
Yep.
Once more.
Just getting some value going on for John here, making sure you know all the cards, getting ready. And as we've seen, cards like Blood Moon, while they're really good at stopping the fair angle, as long as you have that one island from the Jeskai Breach deck, it is not that card that really matters. In some ways, it's hurt Victor more this game.
Yeah. I mean, the constriction on the blue mana has come up multiple points as Murktide Regent going to be deployed once again, but being managed very well by the Aether Spellbomb that John hit off of the Emery Lurker of the Lock. And that will trigger, I think, both Ledger Shredders, as Ledger Shredder was deployed first. So we're going to have 2 Connives going off here. First one discards Flooded Strand, no counter for you. Second one's going to discard an extra Murktide Regent, pretty bad against Aether Spellbomb. And we're going to go ahead and get frisky for 1.
Yep. Yeah.
Dragon's Rage Channeler as well. So Victor been flooded with creatures all game. John has done a great job of answering all of those creatures as they come underneath the Blood Moon. But suddenly, it looks like we've rebuilt a fully powered board state here for Victor.
Yeah, 100%. And Victor, excuse me, sorry there. Victor, has been done a really good job of staying the pace and kind of keeping up some value, and has the window open right now where if they have Breach, they can kind of take over. It looks like they have an Unholy Heat and a Ragavan grinding station. So missing the pivotal Breach, but might be able to see things like, Unholy Heat, a Murktide Regent, Aether Spellbomb down one of these Ledger Shredders, just sort of buy a couple more turns and just find that last breach, because John doesn't have many cards left in the deck.
Yeah, he's been tearing through his deck with things like Underworld Breach, Emery, and all that stuff, just milling through the deck and just taking a ton of natural draw steps as this game is dragging on through the late turns here. Looks like Unholy Heat among John's options. Not sure what he's going to decide to do this turn. Have to imagine the Aether Spell Bomb is going to be involved, as that has been certainly part of the powerful plan Emery allows him to set up every turn it's in play. That one's going to happen, but does take the only blue source that John has access to answer one of the creatures in play. And now there's a ton of creatures in play to answer. I mean, great against Murktide. Has done a good job handling the Murktides, but these Ledger Shredders, Dragon's Rage Channelers, there's a lot of leftovers that need to be answered if you're John. And with only one Aether Spellbomb activation per turn, maybe Victor could just outpower that.
So
but
John,
Unholy Heat's going to help with that too. Is Ledger Shredder going to get returned? Likely going to fire the Unholy Heat at the 6/6 Murktide. Do we have Delirium for that?
So we have Delirium. We threw away a Saga again. Worth noting, John counted Victor's deck and then is notably doing the Unholy Heat with the Ledger Shredders in play, forcing Victor to mill 2, and has Grinding Station. So John might just be able to mill Victor out. Because
oh my goodness, I've never seen the manual Grinding Station mill mode. That would be sick.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure that's John's plan, because John counted and it looked to be about 12 cards. That Grinding Station can mill about 6 of them right now. Anytime we connive, we're moving down. With Aether Spellbomb, we're not under enough pressure. This might be game over in that sense. John also has the classic Thassa Oracle myself will win, which you can do with Mack.
Yeah, there you go. Once you just naturally mill down the Grinding Station. We're doing everything on manual mode here, thanks to that turn 3 Blood Moon, making it very difficult to win via other means, as Victor resolves, I believe, the final expressive iteration in his deck and makes an attack here with Ledger Shredder and Dragon's Rage Channeler. John down to 6. Life total getting somewhat precarious. And a draw step from John. We'll see if we can assemble some kind of manual Grinding Station here, thanks to Emery and all the kinds of artifacts that would be entering the battlefield this turn.
Yeah, worth noting, Victor picked up Counterspell. So that's finally, the last Counterspell is finally drawn, which means Victor's, Aether Spellbomb here might not actually resolve, which is very, very close here. So, that's important to keep in mind. So I think we're reaching, the critical point in the game here. And this Ragavan hit matters more so for the mill than
How about the
else.
deck life total?
And hitting Ledger Shredder so huge. It triggers Connive, gets in the way of blocking, and makes it so the Aether Spellbomb might actually resolve. And we can get the Grinding Station triggers as another artifact ETBs. That makes Grinding Station an untapped trigger. We might just see it eat that treasure token. Who cares? And mill Victor 4/3.
Oh my goodness, that is so wild. Ledger Shredder and the connive being a forced draw, mattering a ton here. Also extremely wild. As Ledger Shredder added to the mix. Yep, we got the connive going. We'll see what we're gonna do here.
Yeah, and I think John has found a very backdoor way to win here. As Victor also, now we got the connive going. We're resolving that still. Sorry, for that one. Then we're casting Counterspell here. I think Victor's out of
targeting the Aether Spellbomb, like you called out. That should be the final counterspell, if I remember correctly. And that triggers
connive for the
connive on John's Ledger Shredder.
Yeah, the one he just played. This is they just played the second one this turn, and we're getting to make sure. It's a little weird because one connive, the other one didn't. We're counting cards in John's deck. John picked up Mishra's Bauble, so we can activate the Grinding Station, mill Victor for 3, play Mishra's Bauble. There's no blue mana up, mill Victor for another 3, and I think that's game.
Oh my goodness. I mean, we talk about how flexible the Breach deck is in its game plans, being able to combo or lay the beatdowns with things like Saga. How about the manual Grinding Station mode? And that's exactly what we're going to see happen here. And a wild game number 1 going in John Wager's favor. That was a sweet game to watch.
That was so sick. That was so awesome. Congratulations to John. So that was our time-shifted match. The next round's about to start. John actually ends up winning a very close game 3. Unfortunately, they went almost 2 time, so we don't have time to show that whole match. We're so sorry for that. But one exciting game we got to see there. That was really cool. And unfortunately, Drake, for the viewers, there's more Modern to be played and watched and seen here on the NRG circuit, but you and I we're going to be calling it adieu for today, and we're going to hand it over to Devin and Becky to carry us home for the finals. So, Drake, thank you so much for joining me today in coverage. It was great to commentate with you, and I had a blast.
Yeah, it was a pleasure working with you as well, Mason. Had a ton of fun in the booth, and I look forward to it again soon. Thank you for being here. And of course, our Twitter handles underneath here. Make sure you follow Mason. He has plenty of great content for you to see on Twitter. Plenty more Magic to watch for you today. If you're enjoying the stream, make sure to follow the NRG series here. And feel free to like, subscribe, whatever, and try to make it out to some of our events. We got a lot of cool stuff going on here, and it's always a pleasure commentating and working with the NRG team.
Good evening, everybody. Welcome back to Mundelein, Illinois. I am Matt Bamonte. We're getting ready to kick off round 6 out of 8 here. We're going to do a quick commentator switch, but I wanted to update y'all on the players to watch leaderboard here. So as you can see, we're starting to get towards the back half of the tournament here. Will Krueger, impressive, still undefeated on the day, 5-0. Zach Allen and Mack Endress also making a push towards that top spots on the leaderboard at 4-1. Vinny Fino in the hunt for the season 3 at large bid is 2-3 and just kind of trudging along, trying to collect every point that he can on the weekend. Mitch Weisrock, you see him down there at 4-1 as well. We saw him in our top 8 this morning. And then Harrison Fang, Jesse Robkin, and Adam Wasburn Moses have all dropped. Some of them are playing the RCQ, I believe, is what's going on over there. So I'm going to check on that in a little bit too. Get some photos. They'll be up on our Twitter if you're looking to keep updated on some of those players that might not be in the feature match area, but we got some photos and round updates and such. So let's talk about our overall leaderboard here. As I mentioned, Will Krueger is 5-0. Started off the day in 10th place. And as mentioned before, also Zoe Riederman and Raja Suleiman both not in attendance this weekend. So Will's going to pick up whatever points he gets, is going to skyrocket him up that leaderboard there. And he's hoping for a top 8 finish today to catch up to the 7th spot probably, and maybe even further up depending on how he does throughout the rest of the day here today. And we have one more event weekend scheduled still for Louisville. So you see on the screen here a $15,000 Modern Showdown on that Saturday, December 10th down in Louisville. If you win that, you're in. That one's easy. You don't have to grind any points, nothing like that. You just win one shot, boom, in. Sunday, Pioneer $5,000 trial. If Modern didn't go great for you, get to play some Pioneer the next day. Come hang out, play some side events, all that stuff, prize wall tickets, all that good stuff. So, and again, as I mentioned, that Saturday, whoever wins the Saturday fight, $15,000 showdown, punches their ticket to our end of the year championship, alongside a lot of great players who were already qualified for our championship, which you'll see here in just a second. And Will Krueger, as I mentioned, he's working his way towards that end of the year championship. And you see all these great players. Ivan Espinosa is our champion from last year, and Piper Powell did the old one-shot showdown winner. So she's in there as well. And then the team of Connor Mullally, Theo Jung, Max Kamenowski won the season 2 showdown. So they got their one shot into the championship. So we're going to get a few more players into that next month down in Louisville. Should be an awesome time. And with that, I'm going to go ahead and looks like the players are about ready here for round number 6. And we're going to see some new faces in our coverage area. We're going to send you down to Devin O'Donnell and Becky Bell for round number 6 at 8 here in Mundelein.
Hello, everybody, and welcome back to live coverage of the NRG Series Modern 5K here in Mundelein, Illinois. I am Devin O'Donnell Doomwake, joined by Becky Bell. Becky, how are you doing today?
Modern action to watch here today, and I am so excited to figure out who we're sending into our top 8.
Yeah, I'm doing well, and we have a chance to take a look at. Looks like we have Burn on the left hand side of our screen in the hands of Greg Simon versus Living End in the hands of Casey Ryback. So looks like the Burn player was on the play, lead off with a Monastery Swift Spear. The name of the game in this matchup from the Burn side is Eidolon of the Great Revel, and I do see a copy in Greg's hand, so that is a good one. Actually, choosing to go for a Swift Spear here, interesting.
Yeah, this could be a situation where Greg probably just doesn't know what the opponent is on right now and is kind of just going for what you would normally have be like the exact game plan that you would be used to going for with this burn deck, which is committing as many of these Swift Spears to the board as possible and just trying to get as much damage across. Unfortunately, this Skewer the Critics maybe not playing as nice as you would like with the prowess from these Swift Spears.
Yeah, a little bit awkward there. You have to post-combat the Skewer the Critics. And yeah, that's a good point. Like you said, I have to imagine if Greg knew what he was playing against, he very likely would have deployed that Eidolon. And it also just sets you up for a better sequence. Maybe you draw another 1-mana burn spell, and you can go pre-combat 1-mana burn spell plus Skewer next turn. And also committing the second Swift Spear into a Living End is not exactly where you want to be from the burn side. So now, we see a cycle of Stripe Riverwinder, and I have to imagine Greg is maybe, sinking in his chair a little bit, kind of wishing he had deployed that Eidolon, especially in the face of this Force Negation. It would have been a lot better.
Oh, yeah, and once that Stripe Riverwinder hits the bin, it seems like it has to be pretty obvious what you're playing against, and if that wasn't enough, that Sphinx of Foresight, or that Sphinx just going to be able to give you enough information. Not Sphinx of Foresight, but another Sphinx, one allowing for more cycling, and another Stripe Riverwinder to go as well. I just have fond memories of Sphinx of Foresight, so it's always the one at the forefront of my mind.
And I'm not going to lie, it does kind of look like a Sphinx of Foresight. I believe that one is Curator of Mysteries. That's the one that I think whenever you cycle, you get to scry one, or cycle or discard. I can't remember the exact text, but yeah, it looks like we're going for a shock here. Now, if we take a look at Casey's deck list, I want to see what we're looking with for basic lands. I think, yeah, 1 forest, 1 island, but has to get a breeding pool here because wants to be able to cycle another blue card. The reason that Casey is main phasing these cycles is exactly that, Grief. Now, this is a massive sequence here because you're going to get to Grief, take the Eidolon at 13. If Greg bricks on a burn spell, you're going to go to 11 and then very likely resolve a Shardless Agent at a pretty healthy life total. And it's going to be really difficult for Greg to come back from that.
Oh, yeah, and with only 2 cards in hand here, that's a rough one for Greg, to say the least. So, going to take a quick look and take our quick pick here. And yep, as you mentioned, it is going to be that Eidolon to get taken out. So just the Searing Blade is going to remain in hand there for Greg, which is kind of a rough one to have, as you mentioned.
Yeah, and, just kind of imagine the sequence if Greg had deployed that Eidolon. It drew Lava Spike, which is not too bad. So Lava Spike's going to put Casey to 10. The Swiss Spear is going to put Casey to 6. And let's say, for the sake of argument, Casey has to shock to play the Shardless. Maybe Casey has to go to 4. That's within Boros Charm range. So, Greg has maybe 1 draw step, because if you look at the graveyard, we're going to count the power here, including the Shardless. So it would be 5, 10, 14, 17, 19. So it has exactly 1 draw step. But if we're starting off with a Cycler, that means we don't have a Shardless Agent rolled up. So that must be pretty good news for Greg.
Yeah, that's a nice little bit of sweat that you can wipe off your brow there. And with that low life total, we also see that breeding pool is entering tapped. So really just trying to get the most out of this last bit of life that we can.
Yeah, the worst card in Greg's deck drew a second copy of Searing Blaze.
Are we Searing Blazing our own Swift Spear?
I'm pretty sure you can only... I thought you could only target your opponent's stuff. Let me take a look at that. I don't remember. Yeah. It's been a while. Searing Blaze... Oh, no. Target player and 1 name star creature that player controls. Okay. All right. Yeah, that's not bad. That puts Casey to 2. And now, even if a Living End gets cast, you still get to, kill with any burn spell. So.
Ooh. But speaking of that Shardless Agent, here and ready to rumble. Living End going to be pretty rough for Greg here. But, as you mentioned, Casey is at 2 now as well. So,
Yeah, land is also game over because we have another Searing Blaze. Oh, no, because the Grief is going to take that. Right, okay. Mm-hmm. Those should be gone and the Eidolon should be in play, I was going to say. What are we doing? Yeah, the Eidolon should be in play.
Yeah, Casey's saying, yeah, sure, you can have the Eidolon back. I'm hoping that this army of Stripe Riverwinders is enough to get me through the rest of this game.
Yeah, I mean, if Greg draws a burn spell and Casey doesn't have a force and a blue card, then we're done here. One way or another, we're done here after Greg takes the draw step. So,
yep.
the very common spot that you find yourself in Burn. Your opponent's at 1, 2, or 3 life, and you have exactly 1 draw step. And in spots like this, I usually just take the top card and flip it into play. But we got a redraw because we can cycle the Canyon, try to find a Lava Spike or Bolt. Did we find it? We did. We found a Bolt. Let's see if there's a Force.
I like that we're taking the time to.
Is there a Force from Casey? No, there is not. And that is game number 1 going to Greg Simon. What a nail biter.
All right. And, I mean, that's
I'm sweating over here.
Yeah, I know, me too. And that's just one of the potent things that you're used to seeing from these burn decks is, they're just kind of playing off the top of their library, but they're getting to do some really potent things with it, and they're getting to kind of eke out that last little bit of damage. And I think the burn deck, I think it's weird. It's one of the few decks that hasn't gotten any new tools in recent time, or has gotten a lot less tools in recent time than some other decks. But the biggest up that they had was those cycle lands that we got to see in the Fiery Islet and the Sunbaked Canyon, that were able to get a little bit of that extra reach that deck so desperately needed. So let's take a look at these sideboards so that we can see how we might be seeing Casey start to fight back against the quick onslaught that Burn is bringing to the table.
All right, so from Casey's side, just to go over the cards here, we have 2 Foundation Breaker, 2 Subtlety, 3 Mystical Dispute, a Dead Gone, 2 Force of Vigor, 3 Leyline of Sanctity, and 2 Leyline of the Void. Leyline of Sanctity, a slam dunk in this matchup. You got to imagine that Casey's going to be going towards those. You could consider Force of Vigor and or Foundation Breaker to help deal with something like Eidolon of the Great Revel, or potential sideboard Roiling Vortex, which is a common sideboard card in burn decks. After that, maybe the Dead Gone to help deal with Eidolon, but past that, probably not a ton here, and likely looking to cut these Street Wraiths, I would imagine. Don't necessarily want to pay 2 life to cycle those, and maybe the Sky Turtle as well, maybe a little too slow.
All right, and if we can take a look at the burn sideboard as well, and maybe see if we're going to have anything to say about a Leyline of Sanctity, or if we are just going to be kind of rolling with what we got. This is pretty interesting sideboard, actually. Walk us through it.
Yeah, I think that blue card is not exactly what it's supposed to be. It's showing as deflection, but I believe that is supposed to be deflecting palm. Deflection, not exactly a card that the burn deck wants to try or get even cast in the first place. I guess you can cast it on Fiery Outlet, but yeah, we're looking to bring in, I would imagine, the Roiling Vortexes are pretty easy slam dunks here. They, whenever you cascade into a Living End, you take 5 damage in order to play the Living End. So I think Greg's going to want to reach towards those. Past that, there's not a ton here. I mean, I guess you could justify the deflecting palms just to kind of, if your opponent's stacking with a 5/5, you can deflecting palm a 5/5, but it's kind of tough to set up. I don't usually like that kind of thing. Maybe, again, Path to Exile, something you want to consider. Sanctifier and Vec only hits, I believe, Grief and Architects of Will, assuming the Street Wraiths get cut. So, yeah, not a lot here outside of those vortexes, I think.
Yeah, and this is kind of a weird sideboard too. I feel like we're so at the point where it's common to see things like Wear Tear in the sideboard as well, and we just aren't seeing something like that even as a toolbox card to get rid of enchantments for this Greg Simon player. So let's go into a quick mulligan for Casey Ryback here.
Yeah, looks like Greg did keep. Casey going ahead and taking a mulligan to 6. Greg on the draw. And I would imagine Casey is likely mulliganing aggressively for a Leyline of Sanctity, because that is, one of the most impactful cards in Casey's sideboard in this matchup.
And it hurts a little bit being on the play, as I can imagine, being stuck a little bit on fewer cards as a result of going through this mulligan process could potentially kind of hurt for a deck that really cares about just having a certain number of cards to stay at parity with itself while cycling. And so this could end up kind of limiting a lot of the options that Casey is going to have. Whereas Greg, if you're keeping 7 and you see your opponent mulliganing anytime as a burn player, you're just like, yes, happy to have more resources than my opponent at all points.
Right, exactly. You know, it does get to a certain point where, you know, even if Casey mulligans to, let's say Casey has to mulligan to 5 to find the ley line, and ley line is one of your 5 cards, you only have 4 cards to work with. The good thing about the living end deck specifically in those scenarios is you have a lot of cyclers. So let's say you keep a hand of like land, 3 cyclers and a ley line, and you deploy the ley line, and you can just keep cycling because, you know, cycling a lot helps you hit your land drops, digs you towards those cascade spells. And it also, you know, fills your yard with the creatures that you want to get back with living end. So this living end deck does mulligan pretty well.
And it looks like it did better because we see Casey going to 5 cards here while Greg is just chilling with 7. This is going to be kind of rough. I mean, we have to, as you mentioned, imagine that we're going for that lane line. So just really trying to make sure that we are going to be able to stall what Greg is able to do for as long as possible as we just continue to shuffle our own deck.
Yeah, all right. So I believe Casey's on 5 now. Really looking for that ley line, I would have to imagine. Let's see if we find it. And drum roll, pregame effects. There you go. There's the ley line. So does find it, and like I said, you know, there's a lot of cyclers here. So if Casey's able to just kind of cycle, that ley line is going to buy Casey a lot of time.
Mm-hmm. We'll see how Greg is going to end up refuting this lane line. As we mentioned, no sideboard cards that really interact with this. So we're fairly certain that because Casey has been able to stick this, that it is going to be in play and here to stay, as a mountain is going to be the first pickup for Greg, who's gotta be just really, I mean, we are hoping as people watching, if you're a burn player playing against a ley line, you're like, all right, where are our creatures? How are we starting this off? Because we got to be trying to get through some amount of damage and hoping that we at least have some play in this game. And Goblin Guide will be able to give us a little bit of that.
Goblin Guide is one of the best card, or is the best card that you can have against an opposing ley line because it doesn't, target the opponent. It hits for 2, so that's the ideal start for Greg in the face of that ley line. But if you take a look at Greg's hand, it looks like there's, I think, 2 skewers and a lightning bolt and a lightning helix. So those are pretty much all offline. So this is going to be rough sledding here for Greg.
Yep, and Casey just saying land, go. Did have to shock that in, so helping Greg out a little bit there with a little bit of damage, but is also keeping himself quite safe with this lane line in play as well. But luckily for Greg, 2 creatures are going to be able to start doing lightning bolt's job for it.
Yeah, and I wouldn't be surprised if we ran the old just bolt myself to get the prowess trigger. Greg's not going to do that. Given Greg's hand, I might have liked to see that. But yeah, that's, I guess maybe there's a world where you can, if there's a small living end, you can fight over creatures, but that doesn't work because there's 2 Riverwinders. So yeah, I don't know. Kind of tough. Maybe you have a better chance if you bolt yourself there. It's kind of close.
Yeah, it seems like it has to be kind of an awkward decision. You don't really want to be making your opponent's job easier for them, but at the same time, you're just really in a rough spot as far as your options are concerned. Especially we can see just how many things for Greg.
We're picking up the ley line. It's not what you want it to be, Greg. Trust me.
It is as bad as you think it is. There's a reason
So
that we watched Casey mull to 5.
Yeah. So I mean, you can go double bolt yourself, attack for 5, put Casey to 8. And then you're still kind of on a 2-turn clock, even if you bolt yourself 3 more times. It's kind of a rough spot here.
Yeah, we are in a judge.
We have a judge call. Okay.
Away from the table currently to ask for potentially a little bit of clarification on this matter. So we are going to have a little bit of a pause here, folks.
Yeah, I wonder what the judge call is about. So, I mean, if I remember Greg saying correctly, I think it was bolt, helix, skullcrack, skewer. So I'm wondering if, I don't know what the judge call could be about. Interesting.
Sorry, the judge call also happened like really close to me, so I was in a situation where I could not say anything. Apologies for that. But going through, players are back at the table, and we are putting Greg back into the tank of deciding what to do with the cards that are in hand. And it looks like we will be seeing Greg decide to go not at the upstairs that you would normally expect a burn player to go.
Yeah, reverse upstairs.
Do we call it downstairs then?
I guess you could. Yeah, yeah. We're going downstairs.
Let us know, chat. What do you call that when the burn player has to hurt themselves?
Downstairs does kind of make sense if you think about it.
Yeah, I'm kind of a fan. And does allow for this Monastery Swiftspear to hit for a little bit harder, but this is a rough spot because, yeah, Greg is doing a lot of damage to himself just to keep at the same level as Casey, who now is just going to be able to wipe the board and also get back those striped Riverwinders.
Yeah, violent outburst on 12 life, getting back 13 power, or excuse me, 14 power. Yeah, this is one turn clock for Greg, and we are going to go to game number 3. That'll do it.
Yeah, we're getting to see just how important. I mean, this is like the old saying of like, eat your Wheaties, like do your mulligans. If you have a card that makes that much of a difference in a matchup, don't be afraid to mulligan, because even if you're going to so much fewer cards in hand than your opponent, like it is still going to make a huge difference, as we just saw it make for Casey there. So I don't know. In your testing, try to be a little bit more aggressive with your mulligans. Try to see how low can you go and how many times you can really just try to search for those impactful cards in a matchup, because they can make all of the difference. As we are going to try and take a little bit of a peek once again at some sideboards, see if we're going to make any changes, see if we can talk about some important things that happened in that matchup, or even in that first matchup that we saw, and how we might try to see that make a little bit of a shift as we go forward into the third game.
I mean, Greg on the play, mostly going to do the same thing, still wants the Roiling Vortexes. You could maybe talk yourself, and we talked about the Sanctifiers, the Paths, and the Deflecting Palms. I feel like those cards are just a little bit too narrow. So if I'm in Greg's spot, maybe go -4 Searing Blaze, +3 Vortex, and maybe have like a Miser's Deflecting Palm or a Miser's Path to Exile. But other than that, for the most part, Greg's just gonna be doing what he wants to be doing.
Yeah, and speaking of trying to do the exact same thing, as we start to look at the living end deck, I think we're likely to see Casey doing a lot of the same thing as well, in the form of mulliganing for that ley line of Sanctity, and then just kind of playing a slow game from there. Doesn't have to worry so much about all of the kind of frustrating worrying about your life totals that you would normally have to worry about. And instead, your opponent's going to have to worry about their life total, because all of a sudden all their burn spells can only go in one place.
Right, yeah. And because now that we've seen the ley lines out of Casey's, you might see the burn player just want to try and mulligan more towards a hand that has multiple creatures. Now, that being said, we did have a Swift Spear and a Goblin Guide that game, but just had, a handful of essentially bricks. But, something like along the lines of like turn 1 Goblin Guide, turn 2 Roiling Vortex, like that's kind of the ideal start here. So maybe think about mulliganing a little bit more aggressively if your hand has maybe a little bit too many lava spikes and you want to be a little bit more heavy on creatures, especially because that Casey's going to be very, very willing to mulligan as far as he needs to find that ley line.
All right, players shuffling up and presenting to one another. So we will be able to go down into this third match shortly and see how many times Casey's going to have to mulligan to find this impactful card. And if Greg will be able to mulligan similarly to be able to combat such a card.
I got to look at Casey's hand. I think we're looking at 7 cards, but I guess that might just be because Greg hasn't, decided to keep. So it looks like Greg's keeping, and Casey is going to take a mulligan. We saw game 2 very, very, aggressively looked for that ley line, so I would have to imagine probably the same thing here.
Yeah, and notably, this is kind of an interesting one to see kept by Greg here, considering just how it could potentially fall prey in a similar way that we saw in game number 2. So got to be a little bit scary to watch your opponent mulligan in a similar fashion, a little bit of a deja vu moment here. But we'll see if Casey's going to be able to pull it all together before going potentially as low as even 3 cards. How many times would you go down to find a card like that?
I mean, I would at least mulligan like an average 7 and an average 6 and go to 5, kind of like what Casey did. Once you're on 5, you can kind of maybe think about it a little more. Like if your 5-card hand is, say, 3 cyclers, 2 lands, maybe you keep that on 5. But I think you can at least go to 5 with a card as impactful as Leyline of Sanctity, especially in a matchup like this.
Okay, well, we'll see if the 6 is going to be any more kind to Casey here as 7 is dealt out. Let's see. What are you able to pick out of that?
I see a Steam Vents.
It's
As much as I got.
a little
Pick up a
bit rough
lead
for us.
card.
Ooh,
We're
but
keeping.
all right. And off to the races
And
we will go. Ooh,
wow, okay. No, kept 6, no Leyline. I'm a little surprised to see that.
I am as well, actually. It seems like a gutsy move, but here it is, starting us off with a Monastery Swift Spear after Shock into play. This hand has got to be a banger if we are not mulliganing deep for Leyline.
Yeah, I'm wondering if Casey's hand maybe it's got to have a grief, because ideally you would want to go, say, turn 1 grief plus cycle, turn 2 maybe force, or maybe like either has a grief or a force to be able to answer the vortexes that Casey probably expects. So I would expect to see a turn 1 grief here.
Oh, well, we're just being
Hmm.
told left, right, and center by Casey that we are wrong. Not really. Casey isn't talking to us, but interesting plays and not what we would normally expect to be seeing from this living end side, while Greg kind of just continuing to do whatever he would like to do with this Monastery Swift Spear. And it looks like a spell or an Eidolon to boot, but it's going to be a Boros Charm to start us off here. And how are we going to combat it? Start off with a cycle of that Curator that you mentioned. Do we have any kind of rebuttal here, Casey?
Yeah, I'm kind of surprised that Casey didn't want to cycle main phase unless there's no black card. So if your hand either has a black card or a grief, then you likely want to cycle main phase to try and find the other half of the combo that you're missing. Because I would have to imagine that that's kind of where you would want to start, is grief for the potential 2-drop. And I'm a little surprised from Greg here actually going for the Boros Charm instead of the Roiling Vortex, because I'm pretty sure I got a glimpse of Greg's hand and I think I saw a Vortex. So I guess from Greg's side, maybe the theory is you can charm here, and Casey doesn't have the ability to deploy a cascade spell next turn, so you can just maybe fire the Roiling Vortex off the turn after. But kind of interesting sequence here from Greg.
And continuously interesting from Casey as well, who stepped Steam Vents. And Greg, a lot of 2-drop spells in hand, so difficult deciding exactly what the play is going to be, because I believe the draw for a turn was another Swift Spear, so got to be a tough decision. Looks like we have a Bolt as well, so it's got to be kind of difficult. Do you go ahead and just try to keep things safe, have a backup creature? But you have to imagine that if a Living End is being cast on your opponent's side of the field, that it is immediately going to be followed up by a bunch of creatures coming into play. So, like, your Monastery Swift Spear that's coming out later is never going to be able to do very much.
Yeah, with no third land here from Greg, does want to fire off the Whirling Vortex and got a little punished. Casey did have the Force of Negation, so, I guess a good setup here for Casey, was able to force that. So now if we see something like a Cascade spell here, Casey is going to be on a relatively healthy 9, unless has to Shock to cast it. Doesn't has the basic Forest. So we're going to, potentially see a Living End here, get back, 4, 7, 9 power. This is going to be a pretty close game. So if we look at Greg's leftovers, I believe it's 2 Boros Charms and a Bolt. Mm-hmm. So, I mean, my math counts, that's 11 damage. Casey's at 9. The question is, can we deploy those cards in time?
Yeah, and that's going to be interesting as well, because there's actually another Swift Spear, but again, that Swift Spear likely not going to be able to push through. And hard to tell what that draw was there as well. And Greg continuously just not being able to get up to another land to be able to do any amount of double spelling here.
Yeah, now I think Greg is considering going for a Swiss Spear pre-combat. I really dislike that play. You have to assume there's a violent outburst here, and if you play the Swiss Spear pre-combat, you're just kind of getting it got by the living end. So we'll have to see. Is that a Rift Bolt? I think it's a
Yep.
Rift Bolt.
Yeah, and I believe that was actually what was the draw for turn as well. So, yeah, that's kind of a hard choice. Once you've done that level of motion, it feels like it's pretty obvious to your opponent what you had in hand. So, decides to commit to that Rift Bolt. And it looked like we were saying go to combat, and then Casey said, "Hold up a sec."
Yeah, a little strange to suspend pre-combat. I mean, I guess it in the grand scheme of things, it likely doesn't matter all that much because the living end's just going to take care of it either way. But
Namesake of the deck, Living End. Let's get rid of that Monastery Swift Spear and bring back out. I believe that's an Architects of Will and that Curator of Mysteries.
it's do a little peeking at the top three, rearrange, see if I mean, I assume you're just looking for a Force of Negation at this point. That's probably Casey's best draw.
Yeah, I think we also put everything back on the exact same order that we drew it up. It was perfect to ship it back.
Yeah, we're just gonna leave it. We don't need to change anything.
All right.
So Casey on 9, we're gonna go for a bolt upstairs. And there's a Rift Bolt on suspend, and I believe we have 2 Boros Charms and a Swift Spear in hand for Greg. So really wants to try and find a third land here. That's probably the best draw for Greg. So you can go Swift Spear plus the Boros Charm.
Ooh. All right. Force a negation to save ourselves a little bit of life here. Bolt number 87 in the deck.
Okay, drew a bolt. So Casey on 6. This is interesting. So Greg on 8. There's 7 power, excuse me. So this is dicey because if you tap that Sunbake Canyon, you're facing lethal on board. So I wonder if what if you go Swift Spear, attack for 1, put Casey to 5. Assume that Casey has stone bricks in his hand. Next turn you go attack, bolt you, that's 5 damage. I think that might be the only way out for Greg.
Ooh, all right. Well, we'll see if that is something that Greg sees, but it looks like. Oh, really? Is this?
I guess the other line is chump block, so just play Swift Spear, go chump block the Architects, take 4, go to 4, and step bolt, untap charm. Maybe that's probably a safer line, yeah.
Mhm.
It was a close game. We'll have to see what Casey draws.
All right.
So we got an attack. I assume we're just going to go snap off a block here. Yeah, because it is, it's not lethal, but effectively lethal because once you're at 1, you can't tap the canyon. So
It puts you to 1 land, rough spot to be in. If you draw another Sacred Foundry, you're also in a rough spot. All right.
All right, and step bolt. See if Casey
Case.
drew a Force of Negation.
What do you got?
We're going to cast this Boros Charm. And Force check. We can cycle for a Force, maybe.
Well, if that's our only option, it's probably what we're going to have to do, but it looks like
That
Case
is going to do it.
calls it there. You don't mulligan to Leyline of Sanctity, and the punishment is there. Greg able to take that one home 2-1. Getting a little bit beat up by that Landline of Sanctity in game number 2, but able to nicely recover in that third game. So Burn here, strong, burning bright, and ready to continue on as we go into round number 7 with a nice 5-1 record here. I believe we will have a little bit of a backup match for y'all as well, as people are still playing Magic, as I can see over in the feature match area. So give us just a second to get that all set up and up on the screen for you. But the action isn't stopping, and it's not stopping here today either. We see you all in chat. Thank you so much for joining us. Be sure to hit that follow button so you're going to also be able to see our Modern 15K that is going to be in Louisville, Kentucky in December. And make sure that you are a part of checking that out as well. Maybe come attend, show up. It's a big prize pool compared to our normal setup, as well as the first place winner will auto queue for the championship series that is going to be in January of next year as well.
Right. Yeah, this is an awesome tournament series. Very, very happy to be a part of the coverage, and we got some action here. We got 4-color Rhinos and Azorius Hammer. Now, kind of a weird 2 lands for our 4-color Rhinos player. I believe it's a basic island and a basic plains.
I'm in
So
agreement with you.
not exactly the 2 lands that you want to start off with, because funnily enough, if your Cascade spell is Violent Outburst, you cannot cast turn 3 Violent Outburst after leading on Island Plains. So a bit awkward here for Stan. But typically, I've played a lot of the Rhinos deck, and I tend to find that Rhinos is usually a pretty big favorite against Hammer, especially in the post-board games when you have access to those Force of Vigors and things of that nature. But no 3rd land here for Stan. This is going to be a tough one.
Yeah, speaking of it being a tough one, a little bit of a fetch for Logan here, who did get that Sigarda's Aid returned to hand by this petty theft, but that shouldn't be a very difficult thing to redeploy for Logan. Simply is a little bit of a step back. Ooh, all right, but to kind of try and keep things even more at bay, it looks like we have an ice coming out for Stan here.
Yeah, I wonder if we're casting fire or ice, because I'm missing on land drops. You'd ideally want to cycle, and it looks like, well, it didn't matter because we're going to spell pierce that, so it didn't matter what was cast. It's getting countered either way.
And plains number 2 here for Logan, and looks like we are just Stoneforge Mystic picking up a Cauldron Complete from the deck and continuing to keep up this Giver of Runes to make sure that this Stoneforge is going to be able to hopefully put that into play for Logan on the next turn.
Yeah, and we have Stoneforge Mystic. Now we'll have to see what the follow-up is here for Stan. Really needs to find a 3rd land. You have to imagine maybe if there's like a green source here, maybe a Shardless Agent, and no land, but we have another Fire Ice. This is getting tough here for Stan.
Yeah,
They are deploying the Cauldron.
Yeah, it looks like that was in response to something like the being iced.
Yeah, I wonder if you went for Upkeep Ice the Stoneforge. No, Upkeep Ice the blue source, most likely. Yeah, and then we responded, used the mana, activated the Stoneforge, which does make a lot of sense. Want to make sure you can use all of your mana. All right, so we have a Sigarda's Aid that's going to get Force of Negation. The thing about this Cauldron that's really tough for Rhinos is, you can make as many 4/4s as you want, but that just doesn't line up against the 5/5 body of Cauldron Complete. So, gonna need. I'm gonna have to ask you, Becky. I have no idea what that land is. I'm assuming it's a green source, but
Yeah, I actually have no idea what it is either. I would say it's potentially a breeding pool from one of the newer sets, if I had to guess, and it is coming in shocked. That's my guess. I don't know as well, but I'm pretty sure. Yeah, okay, I got confirmation. It's a breeding pool. Nice, good job.
yeah, some of these shock lands I just have no idea with like the newer sprinting. So
the new printing that's like all of the space ones too. They're all really cool, but yeah, I am not super familiar with them yet. Oh, the foiling on them. Ooh, I'm so happy we finally got a little bit of Pokemon foiling in our lives. Whoa.
And while we were talking about shiny foils, Colossus Hammer was cast, and that's going to do it for Logan, game number 1. So, as I said, I do kind of like the Rhino side of things in the matchup, but, pretty unfortunate, just wasn't able to find any lands. So, we're going to go on to sideboarding, see if we can maybe take a look at the deck list here so we can get you an idea of how these players are going to sideboard. So, for Stan, we have the aforementioned 4 copies of Force of Vigor. Those are pretty much slam dunks here. The rest of the sideboard, I don't think is going to come in. You could maybe talk yourself into Fairy Time Raveler, but not sure if I am a big fan of that. But yeah, Force of Vigor is a pretty easy include. Maybe you want to cut something. I tend to cut Force of Negation in this matchup, but that's, not really sure 100%. But yeah, Force of Vigor definitely coming in.
Yeah, I think this is going to be kind of an interesting difference to see what is happening for these players and how many different things we're going to see them try to roll with. I mean, this is kind of an interesting place to be. You said that you like this matchup for the four-color Rhinos player, but we did get to see a pretty insane start for the Azorius Hammer deck as well. And we'll see if the toolbox difference of having those force of vigors is going to matter. Do you think there's a situation where like force of vigor gets a little awkward because you just don't have a ton of green cards to pitch to force of vigor, or do you usually end up hard casting it?
So the cool thing about Force of Vigor is you are a little low on green cards, but if you have, say, a Crashing Footfalls in your opening hand, that's a pretty easy pitch. Sometimes you have an extra Cascade spell. The deck is low on green cards, but the upside of Force of Vigor is so high that it very often is going to be a massive blowout that it's just, you just kind of have to live with it.
And let's take a peek at the Azorius Hammer deck as well, see what they're working with, and see what would be a good direction to go in. Walk us through this a little bit. What are we looking at? What would we like to see from this Hammer player?
All right, so from the Hammer side of things, we have 3 Hushbringers, 2 Lavinia, Azorius Renegade, 2 Blacksmith Skill, 2 March of Otherworldly Light, 2 Hallowed Moonlight, a Grafdigger's Gauge, a Pithing Needle, a Relic of Progenitus, and a Manriki Gusari. So what I like here is the Lavinia Azorius Renegades, stopping a Crashing Footfalls from being cast in exile from Cascade. I like the Hallowed Moonlight that prevents the Rhino tokens from actually entering the battlefield. So kind of like a counter spell that also cantrips. Those I think are pretty good. Outside of that, I'm not a fan. Some people like to bring in March of Otherworldly Light in this matchup, but I just don't really think that that's a good way to fight on. You don't want to fight on that axis where your opponent casts a Shardless Agent and makes a 2/2 and 2 4/4s, and you're trading one card for a third of their cards. There is something to be said about tempo, and the matchup is very tempo oriented, so you could consider it, but I'm not generally a big fan of that kind of stuff.
Yeah, I think I'm with you on that. So we will be able to go down into our next match between these two players and see exactly how it is going to shake up as we are in these time shifted matches here with Logan currently up a game. Sorry that those pips aren't updated. Just know that watching this, Logan has won the first game and we are in game number 2 here with Stan as the starting player. But Logan, the first to play something in a nice new Ornithopter. I actually am a really big fan of all the schematic arts that were printed in the Brothers War, and may or may not have bought a collector's box of the Brothers War, pretty much just to get my hands on a bunch of these brown border artifacts.
Yeah, you know what you really got to do, Becky, is you got to get the numbered ones. You have to have
Oh my
every single one in
gosh.
your deck be numbered ones. So like 4
Oh.
numbered Ornithopters, 4 numbered Springleaf Drums. Just have a casual $20,000 deck or however much that would be.
Yeah, I was gonna say that might be a little bit rich for my blood, but I do appreciate that I'm sure there is somebody out there. Oh my gosh, last night at dinner we were talking about how there's gonna be the Eternal Weekend and how the top 8 for Eternal Weekend gets a ponder that's like a one of a
Mm.
kind art of ponder. Well, not one of a kind. There's 8 of them. But I was like, dang, there's gonna be somebody out there who's just like dropping bills to get a playset of those ponders and then just have half of the ponders that were printed for that tournament in existence.
Yeah, I remember looking at I think it was the vintage one was Gush, and I saw somebody post a picture of it on Twitter. It looked really nice. I'm pretty happy that they're doing those like kind of unique card promos for Eternal Weekend. I know I think they're still giving out paintings as well, but it's nice to have some more memorabilia, especially from such a memorable event.
Yeah, I love that we're getting all sorts of things across, even like RCQs and stuff as well. Logan going into the third turn here, slams a land and now is going to try to commit a little bit more action to the board, but it seems like both of our players potentially kept some really reactive hands here as we're kind of just letting our opponents draw go. And I think we're actually seeing Stan stuck on lands again. Went for an ice to try and draw, but wasn't able to find a third land again.
Yeah, it's unfortunate. I've been in stand side, multiple times where you just keep the 2-land ice hand, and sometimes you just don't get there. You do kind of have to generally keep these hands. Your deck is, I think Stan's playing. See if he's playing 24 or 25. Pull up the deck list. We have 24 lands, so that's kind of the standard. But yeah, it's just sometimes you got to keep these hands, and I wonder if. This is kind of interesting. So I wonder if Logan had the Stoneforge last turn, but wanted to hold up Spell Pierce, and yep, there we see it. So, didn't deploy the Stoneforge on turn 2 because wanted to hold up the Pierce, baited the Pierce, and now we get to resolve a Cascade spell because we ripped the land for Stan.
All right, good to have that land in play. And now let's see what we can do with a little bit of cascading and a little bit of Rhino action here.
Yeah, if you look at Logan's...
Modern is so beautiful. Sorry, you just get to, what's going to happen, but you still have to watch players shuffle.
Right. Chat's going to have to tell us what that land is. I think it's Temple Garden, maybe?
Yeah,
I'm going to guess Temple Garden because there's the Grixis Triumph. I know that one. I know that's Xander's Lounge. So I'm guessing you wanted to have all 5 colors with the Temple Garden, so...
I'm with you. That would be my guess as well. All right, there we go. The Shardless Agent, some Rhinos, and now we're going to see how Logan is going to play into that. And it's going to start with not playing anything just yet, but that Stoneforge Mystic is still in play as the Katria Triumph comes in.
Yeah, and we'll have to see if there's another Spell Pierce here, because what I'm assuming is Stan has some answer to this Cauldron, maybe like a bounce spell. So if you go, Leyline Binding, okay, so we can actually pay for Spell Pierce. That's a massive, massive swing here for Stan.
Yeah, absolutely huge. And it looks like, Logan's just going to say, all right, Cauldron down under Leyline Binding, not having to worry about those. And now we are just crashing in with these Rhinos.
Yeah, just a really anemic draw for the Hammer player, right? They had, we went turn 1 land Ornithopter, turn 2 land Go, turn 3 land Stoneforge Mystic. That was really our first play. And, I'm going to assume that there is at least one more copy of Spell Pierce in Logan's hand, and that's why he kept the hand based on the strength of having a couple of Spell Pierces. But, when your opponent is just not, if you're not doing anything, your opponent can eventually just kind of draw out of that. And, Stan's draw just lined up very well, had the Leyline Binding with 2 mana to pay for the very likely second Spell Pierce. And, this is going to be a very, very uphill battle here for Logan.
Oh, yeah. I mean, this is so awkward because it doesn't seem like Logan's hand was bad. And I mean, seeing all of the 1-drops that were deployed last turn, there were a lot of early plays that could have been made. So I think you're completely right that there's another Spell Pierce. And we were just kind of playing around certain things and now have kind of backed ourselves into a corner because everything that Logan has tried to do has lined up so poorly against what Stan had.
Yeah, and, looks like we're lining up some chump blocks. We do have the Giver to protect something, so we can protect the Stoneforge. 4, 6 is going to get through, put Logan to 1. Looks like we're not protecting anything. I wonder why that happened. Or did we just play the Giver? I think we just played the Giver.
Mm-hmm.
That would make sense.
Yep. Yeah, it was a part of our turn 3 lands, Esper Sentinels plus Giver turn. That is not going to be good enough for Logan to stay in that match. So at a 1-1 score, I think I'm going to wait and hear if we're going to be able to watch game number 3. We are going to be able to watch game number 3. It is still a time-shifted match, so we are going right into it, not stopping. Action, let's go, because I'm pretty sure the time has been called in this 6th round, and so let's see how fast this game can go. And both of these decks kind of known for being a little bit speedy.
Yeah, I see Stan separating some cards. We're either on a multi 4 or a multi 3, unless we're okay. Never mind. I was gonna say we're separating a lot of cards, and I thought Stan multi 4 for a second.
That
yeah,
would
multi
be
5.
rough. Still
multi
kind of
5
a
not
rough
too
place
bad.
to be, but yeah. Certain decks can certainly make that work. And if you're playing so many 2-for-1s in the form of things like Crashing Footfalls, then you should be more than situated well enough to mulligan that low. And I mean, as we got us on the first game, I think we probably saw how Stan would have maybe liked to have more aggressively mulliganed and been able to combat Logan's strong Azorius Hammer start a little bit better. But instead, this time, with an Urza's Saga start. This is going to be a little bit more difficult to interact with.
Yeah, we see no upkeep ice, which leads me to believe that we don't have one, because I would imagine you would want to upkeep tap the Saga so no token is made. So we see a draw and a pass. Yes, Stan just has missed his third land drop every single game.
Absolutely so rough.
And didn't have the blowout Force of Vigor for the 2 Sagas. That would have been... Oh boy.
I was gonna say,
that
yeah,
would have been something.
If we kept a hand like this, it kind of boggles my mind that we don't have something like a Force of Vigor, because we have to imagine that those came in, and there were 4 of them. So it seems rough that we didn't go for something like that. Oh, okay. Does have an ice. It's just
The
using it to
timing...
stop.
Yeah, the timing on that's interesting. So you have 2 options there. You can either, you can respond to the Saga activation and deal 2 to the construct, or you can ice to cycle. Choosing to go with the ice, which it's tough because you do want to draw your third land, but also letting Logan keep the construct is kind of tough. So maybe you're in a better situation if you just kind of gamble a little bit, kill a construct and hope to draw a third land, and maybe killing the construct can buy you enough time to eventually find the third land. Stan does have a Fury, but noticeably there are 3/3. We have 2 3/3 constructs. So if you split 3 and 1, you're only going to get to kill one construct.
Yeah, and it's a rough situation to try and believe that we can kind of break through the amount of... Oh, all right, we are splitting it up a little bit, and at least just trying to take care of one. So, all right, we're at least also nerfing a little bit of power and toughness on these constructs, but still just a rough place to be, where you are not going to be able to handle the amount of artifacts that this deck is likely to pump out to keep this construct in a safe place.
Yeah, interesting that we pitched Dead Gone, which leads me to believe that there's no other red card, because Dead Gone could have cleaned up the other construct token. If you have another red card, you can go deal 3 to 1, deal 2 to another one, and then be able to clean it up. Now, noticeably for Logan, there's no other lands. So this is okay, and here's a Force of Vigor, probably going to take out the construct and the hammer, I would assume. So Logan's basically on empty at this point, especially if there's no land here.
Oh, it looks like we decided to go for the Shadow Spear in the construct.
Yeah, it's close. The hammer is less relevant. The only way that the hammer is relevant is if a pure steel paladin is drawn. So maybe it does make more sense to just kill the Shadow Spear there, because you can Shadow Spear up, say, an Yagmoth or a Sentinel. And we'll have to see if there is a Violent Outburst, because Stan did pass the turn. We have a Leyline Binding on the Sentinel. Okay.
And is going to pay for the Esper Sentinel as well.
Yeah, really looking for that Cascade spell to kind of get the pressure on and get this game over with.
Oh my gosh, it's so crazy how many cards are still left in Logan's hand, though. We have to imagine that we're just kind of stuck on lands and been difficult to get too many things in play, and it's just trying to be reactive. But this Violent Outburst is getting to resolve here.
Yeah, if I had to guess, Logan's hand is likely all white cards and or spell pierces. Because if there was, drums, probably those would have been deployed, sagas would have been deployed. So just really choked on white mana here. Had a decent-ish start with 2 sagas, but just wasn't able to ever find a third land. And now with these rhinos resolving, Logan doesn't have a ton. Now, I could see something like White Source Pure Steel. Okay, well, now if there's a hammer in hand, this could get a little interesting. There's a Sigarda's Aid deployed for Logan. So now the question is, if on Stan's side, do you attack into the potential hammer? We'll have to, it depends on if Stan has an answer, something like a Brazen Borrower or another Force of Vigor to be able to just kind of clean it up. So
we'll see what the call is. Stomping Ground can come in tapped here before we go into Stan's turn. So we'll be able to tell a lot by how this turn ends up going. But the land to start it off, and it looks like we must have an answer, or we're just really confident that our opponent has nothing.
No hammer, no hammer. Just, you don't have it. You just got the soul read. And honestly, there's likely an answer in hand for Stan anyways, so.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I feel like that decision looked very easy, which leads me to believe that there's an answer. Because you wouldn't be that like quick about it, I don't feel like.
Right.
Unless you just felt so safe. Another land picked up, and looks like that likely means that we were passing Logan's turn. So Logan also trying to be a little bit reactive here.
And I want to say the life totals are not updated. Maybe they are. Because I thought there was 2 attacks. I'm trying to think here. Get some blocks. Can give her activation on the Nexus to protect it.
And also it'll shrink one of those rhinos a little bit.
Yeah, make a 3/3. Could be relevant in future turns. What do we have here? So we got 2 mana. This is a Boseiju.
Ooh, Blacksmith's Will.
There's a lot going on here.
Mystical Dispute. Okay, yeah. Whew.
So I'm wondering. Okay. Well, they pick up the cards. I assume that's lethal for Stan. I think what happened is we blocked, Boseiju. A lot happened. But anyways, Stan with the win.
Yeah.
So that was Hammer versus 4-color Rhino. So that was a pretty interesting matchup, kind of how the post-board games kind of went as we expected. So
Yeah, I mean, you had talked about it kind of from the start, and Stan does end up actually being the one favored in that matchup. We are going to go to a very quick break because we are quickly turning over into the 7th round. So I'll be handing the headset back over to Mapamonte, who will be introducing you into round number 7 after this break.
Good evening, everybody. Welcome back to round 7 out of 8 here in Mundelein, Illinois. I'm Matt Pamonte on the NRG Series. So let's check in on our players to watch leaderboard here. So you can see Will Krueger won his last match up to 6-0, probably looking like he's going to double draw into the top 8. So great result there for Will. He actually won another Hammer Mirror. So 3 Hammer Mirrors on the day he told me he's played. And he's 3-0 in them. So pretty good on Will. Next down the line there, you got Mack, Endress, and Lossett both checking in at 5-1. And you know what's awesome? We're going to be able to watch them this round. So that's going to be a good one. You guys can do what Joe does to you every round. You can critique his land choices, Becky and Devin. That'll be awesome to listen back to. And then Zach Allen and Dom Palercio both down to 4-2. Harrison Fang, Jesse Robkin, and Adam Wasburn Moses. I know Jesse's playing out in the RCQ. She was the 3rd table, I believe. So their day not the best shaping up here, but some of those players are going to be chasing down our end of the year championship. And I wanted to give you a quick glimpse of what that day is going to look like for us here. So it's going to be on January 14th and 15th. So again, make sure if you haven't followed us already on our social media, make sure at NRG Series on all platforms, including Twitter. I've been posting out some updates on the players in the field they might be looking for. We also keep up to date on our events and such like that. Make sure you hit that follow button here if you haven't already. And if you're feeling extra generous, that subscribe button. But I'll take you just through a brief summary here on the championship structure. You guys can read it and take pictures of it. It's pretty great. So the first round is going to be round robin. So that means that everyone in their pods, there's 2 pods of 8. You'll play every player in your pods. So 7 rounds. So the first rounds there are modern, and then the 4 through 7 is pioneer. The top 2 from each pod go straight into stage 3. Okay. And the rest of them get dumped into stage 2. So you're not out if you just go, just 0-7. You're still technically alive. So then after that, in double elimination in stage 2. So again, 2 losses, and then your tournament's over. You get 2 wins. You get to move on to stage 3, and it's going to be 3 rounds of modern. Okay. Then we get into that double elimination bracket in stage 3 there. It's going to be 3 rounds of pioneer. Works the same way as stage 2 did. 2 wins, you move on to the finals playoff. 2 losses, tournament's over. Get to go home with some cash. And then the finals playoff, top 4. The finals going to be best of 3 matches. And then the players get to alternate format choice and play draw choice, starting with the higher seed. So some incentive to win your matches. Obviously, the higher seed's going to have a pretty decent advantage going into that finals there. But that's how that works out. Remember, mark your calendars down, January 14th, 15th. Again, follow us on our socials if you need some updates like that. And with that, I'm going to take us to our 7th out of 8 rounds here. We're going to send it back down to Devin and Becky. We're going to get you started again with Joe and Mack.
all right, everybody, and we are back here for some more live modern action NRG Series Mundelein, Ohio, And we have an
Illinois.
interesting one here. Yeah, Mundelein, Illinois. So sorry.
Gotta stick up
I
for
need
Illinois
to,
here.
yeah. I need to get my states better, apparently.
Ohio is
looks
for
like-
lovers, but Illinois is for Magic the Gathering.
I just forgot where we were. It's been a long day. It's been a long day.
Hey, 50 states is a lot. And also, I
It
got,
is.
as somebody from California, I got savagely made fun of for not knowing which states surround the Great Lakes. Like, I showed the shape, and I didn't know the difference between a few of them. So, I'm not much better, is my point here.
And we have NRG's own Joe Lossett here against Mack Endress. Mack Endress is a player who we have on our players to watch leaderboard, and we get to kind of make fun of Joe for playing the the basic lands that Joe likes to play?
Yeah, he actually. So this is going to be a fun story too. Joe Lossett is actually playing my Tron deck.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. Okay. So I, going into this weekend, was like, oh, I'm just gonna bring commander decks and I'm just gonna play commander. And then last minute, I just had this like weird brain feeling. I was like, on the off chance that I don't end up commentating and I get to play, I'm gonna bring 2 modern decks so I can choose which one I would like to play, and I'm gonna bring a pioneer deck.
Okay.
And then last night, Joe was like, I don't think I'm gonna play it. I'm like, I brought Tron if you want to play Tron. I also brought Indomitable Creativity if you want to play Indomitable Creativity. And he's like, and like an hour goes by, and then he messages me and he's like, I'll play Tron. So this is actually my Tron deck that Joe is playing.
I see.
So if you're
maybe...
judging the basic land choice, you're judging my basic land choice.
Okay, all right, good. Well, see, the thing about the I've seen Joe play before. I've seen Joe play Tron, and he usually likes, I think it's the revised, like the white border revised
The white
the
border
forest.
ones,
Yeah. Okay. All right.
That's not
So
what's
I'm guessing
gonna be
you're
in
a fan
this
of those as well. No. Okay. All right. I'm with you.
I like white border lands if you're playing a lot of them.
Okay.
And then everything else is black border. But for this, you were going to be seeing APAC basics.
I like
Tron deck
those.
has the APAC lands. I'm a big fan of them. Love them a lot. And this matchup, though, I think that it's weird. This matchup is very hindering on how many copies of Relic of Progenitus you're going to be finding. I do think that it is one of those matchups that you would initially think is very bad for Tron, but it actually has quite a bit more play than you would be used to. Obviously, I brought Tron to this weekend, so I don't think it is as badly positioned as a lot of other people do. But I think it's just like one of those things where if you're using those like few flex slots in a way that combats a lot of the popular strategies that are currently being played, you actually have a lot better of a position than you would initially think the deck does.
Yeah, and the other important thing to point out here is Joe is on 4 copies of Karn the Great Creator this weekend, and Karn the Great Creator is very good at shutting off the grinding stations and all of those, fancy artifacts that help Mack set up the infinite combo. So maybe if a Karn the Great Creator hits the battlefield, Mack might have to more play the fair quote-unquote game, which Urza Saga does a pretty good job of. And the awkward part is, you have something like Ugin the Great Creator that doesn't hit those constructs. So we'll have to take a look. Joe has, I think it looks like 2 copies of Oblivion Stone in the deck list today, along with 2 Ulamogs. Those are kind of ways to like clean up multiple construct tokens. So, if this Urza Saga gets out of control, that's kind of what Joe's looking for.
Yeah, this draw of the expedition map, though, is kind of a little awkward, and it's resulted in us having Tron, but having it a little bit later. And Ragavan can certainly be one of those creatures that is quite annoying. Joe did not listen to me this weekend. I said we should play a split of 1 Warping Whale, 1 Dismember, and he decided to play 2 Warping Whale, which is fine. Joe, when you watch this back, I can't believe you didn't listen to me. It also kind of just depends. I think that it actually might have been the correct call for the field this weekend. But I find I kind of like having the 1-1 split for a lot of like online play, which is mostly what I've been doing with the deck.
Yeah, and we do see that Urza Saga making 2 construct. Joe was able to assemble Tron, maybe a little bit later than he would like. Had to deploy the map on turn 2, sack the map on turn 3, play the 3rd Tron land. And if we do some math here, we got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 artifacts currently in play. Saga's going to find a 6th one. Maybe Mack has a 7th one. If Mack is able to deploy a 7th artifact, that's 16, or one of those can't attacks. That would only be 7, that'd be 9 damage. My apologies. So yeah, maybe doesn't quite have lethal. Could get something like a Pithing Needle. Let me take a look at the deck lists. There is nope, never mind. No copies of Pithing Needle in the main deck. So we're looking at Aether Spellbomb, Shadow Spear, Springleaf Drum. Goes ahead and gets the Spellbomb.
Yeah, I feel like for Joe, our hope at this point kind of has to be that we have one more land that we can work with and something like that Oblivion Stone. And we're just kind of hoping to wipe the board. Our life total is going to get a little bit low, but then hopefully we'll be able to do something afterwards. This isn't really the place that I think that you would like to be. You'd like to have a little bit less parity and less stress on your life total than there currently is, as well as it feels pretty bad to just let the Jeskai Breach deck go to a turn after you've just wiped the board because they're pretty good at rebuilding. So I would be a little bit concerned about that, but we'll see how that is going to end up going for Joe here.
Yeah, and if you're in Joe's seat, what does a winning situation look like for you? I guess it starts with Oblivion Stone, right? Land Oblivion Stone. That's probably where it starts, because I don't really think any of the other payoffs are going to get Joe out of this, right? Ugin's not going to clear anything. Karn's only going to get one of those other constructs. I guess you could Karn the Great Creator for Ensnaring Bridge. Maybe that's a way out, depending on number of cards in hand for Joe. But yeah, there's Joe's facing
a
a lot of
lot,
pressure
though.
here.
Yeah, we've got a lot of
Yeah, there's
cards
a lot of
in
cards.
hand. Normally, that would be my
Those
call.
constructs are pretty big, though, right?
That's true. There are a lot. And if we did, I mean, we have to imagine that like some of those treasures would immediately get sacrificed upon a Karn the Great Creator coming into play. Like you just don't even want to have to worry about it. But hey, this is kind of a start that we were hoping to see in the Oblivion Stone being played here. Now it's just going to be a decision of, do we try and let this go to the next turn? I think luckily for us, okay, yeah, I was going to say, luckily for us, Mack Endress is tapped out, but yeah, those treasures are actually going to allow for that Ether Spellbomb to be deployed and force the matter on Joe's turn so that Mack is going to be able to untap and potentially have that turn to kind of do as many things as possible.
Yeah, so Joe is able to find the O Stone. We saw Mack Aether Spellbomb his own Ragavan. Goes ahead and bolts Joe down to 4. So maybe there's a second copy of Bolt. I can't quite get a good look at Mack's hand, but we're at least going to go dash the Ragavan attack. I think I saw an Unholy Heat and a Warping Whale for the Ragavan. That's pretty massive for Joe.
All right. Yeah, okay, cool. This is actually like quite good that we also had this much land for us to work with, because I think like now it would be absolutely backbreaking for Mack Endress if we had something like an Ulamog to follow this all up with, and that would certainly be a great way for us to start to come back in this game by just like absolutely dismantling the mana that Mack has to work with, because that's one of the ways, like even if you don't have a lot of mana, you need a little bit to just like start the ball rolling. But this Wurmcoil Engine, not too bad either, and certainly we'll be able to fix up our life total a little bit, but it is kind of difficult because sometimes life totals just don't matter against the Jeskai Breach deck.
Right, yeah. If the Jeskai Breach deck can set up the combo, can kind of just mill you out, or not mill you up, but eventually find Thassa's Oracle. So regardless of Joe's life total. But it is nice to get the Wurmcoil in play to pad your life total a little bit against some number of bolts, because that is, a card that Mack does have access to, not in hand currently, but, just wants to pad the life total a little bit to get out of range of, say, something like a Shredder attack and a bolt. And if we look at Mack's hand, I think there is an Unholy Heat, is that a counter spell? I can't quite get a good look at it. I know there's an Unholy Heat, and I think a blue card. It's tough to tell, though.
Yeah, it seems a little bit scary for Mack that we passed, but at the same time, it also is a little bit scary how much mana Joe left up last turn. But it looks like we are going to be doing something to try and get rid of this Wurmcoil Engine. I wasn't able to catch the card that was played, but it's enough to result in 2 worms being left on the battlefield now.
Oh, chat's actually pointing out, I think there's the card in Mack's hand might have been Underworld Breach. And if it is, the Breach would have just been lethal because you can just breach and then bolt. But there's no way, right?
There's no way. I don't think it is.
Yeah.
It's something else.
Maybe it's really hard to get a good look. My feed's a little bit blurry. Let me see if I can.
It's
zoom in, zoom out.
I'm really close to the players, but it's an Unholy Heat. I have to be really
Okay.
quiet, chat.
Oh no, the other card. That is a breach. Yeah, there was a heat and a breach.
Oh,
Okay.
okay. All right. And it looks like
Wow. Yeah. I
oh.
wonder. Huh. Interesting. Yeah, because Mack had 3 red sources. Could have just went breach and then bolt. Very, very interesting.
And now is not going to be able to do that because of this Trinisphere that's in play. Huh. Okay.
Yeah. Very, very strange. Yeah, there's a bolt in the yard. Mack had cast the bolt the turn that an O stone was sacrificed.
Mm-hmm.
And now with these worm tokens, padding Joe's life total and the Trinisphere, making it very difficult to have a good breach turn, I think that we are pretty close to done here for Mack.
And just to make life a little bit harder, we're also going to be able to do a little bit more of finding lands, probably going for something like a Sanctum of Ugin. You're just trying to get like another bit of payoff land, or maybe the Yavimaya to be able to have a green source if for some reason we have a green card in our hand.
Yeah, I could maybe get like a... He's going to go for the Yavimaya. I was going to say maybe a Blast Zone, but yeah, I guess Blast Zone's not really doing much here. So is going to get that Yavimaya. We're going to attack for 6, put Mack to 1, and with the Trinisphere in play, I don't really think there's any outs.
Yeah, I think Trinisphere, unless you're able to destroy it and then still have enough mana to go off in the same turn, usually is kind of just lights out.
Yeah, the only out that, if I'm looking at Mack's deck list, the only out that Mack has is the 1 Otawara, but not enough mana to go Otawara, Breach, Bolt, because you would need 8 mana for that, and looks like Mack only has 6 lands in play.
Yeah, and Joe's at 7
Teferi
now,
Time
so
Raveler.
enough.
Time Raveler could go... Oh, yeah, that's true, because you could go Raveler, bounce Trinisphere, find an untapped land, Breach, Bolt, but with Joe at 7, that's not enough, yeah.
Oh, and we've just got another Karn now anyway to probably just get another kind of stifling artifact, but going to kind of continue to play it a little bit safe and just work with that second main phase. All right,
And that's going to do it.
We let Joe go through a lot of that turn before calling it, but it looks like Mack potentially missing maybe something that we were able to see, but hopefully there will be a little bit more of foresight to go into game number 2 between these two decks, and hopefully Mack will be able to pick up some things that are going to try and stop kind of the mass amounts of mana that the Tron deck likes to surmount. I mean, yeah. Now that I've told you all that this is my Tron deck that Joe is playing, like you kind of know where my allegiances like kind of lie. So Devin, walk us through what the Jeskai Breach deck is trying to do and what the game plan is going to be.
All right, so Mack is looking at 2 Drain of Magistrate, a Fury, 2 Teferi Time Raveler, a Prismatic Ending, 2 Spell Pierce, a Mystical Dispute, 2 Wear Tear, 2 Engineered Explosives, a Tormod's Crypt, and a Pithing Needle. So I think the cards that Mack wants to look towards here is Pithing Needle, good answer against Oblivion Stone. That was kind of the card that really just kind of took over the game for Joe. I think on the play, you could maybe talk yourself into Wear Tear, because you can turn 2, blow up something like an Expedition map. That one's a little bit narrow. It also does help with stuff like Trinisphere, so maybe it's a card you probably want either way. Spell Pierce could be interesting on the play. I think it's probably a lot better on the play than on the draw. Can hit like Sylvan Scrying, things of that nature. And other than that, maybe the Prismatic Ending. Likely looking to cut some number of these red cards, like the Heats and the Bolts aren't that good. But yeah, I think that's where Mack wants to be.
All right, and let's take a peek at Joe's sideboard and see what some changes are going to be, as this is a little bit different from the mono green ramp strategies of Pioneer, where you're pretty much submitting the same 60 right back. You do get a little bit of wiggle room with things like Veil of Summers if we are worried about things like those spell pierces and we want to be able to get a little bit of extra value. And things like those Nature's Claims do a pretty good job of kind of cleaning up some of those important combo pieces to slow down the Jeskai Breach deck, as well as an extra copy of both Seiju, who endures, to go along with those artifacts that are mostly situated in there for that Karn the Great Creator wish package.
Yeah, so from Joe's side, I think you're looking at Nature's Claim as a way to answer both Urza Saga and Underworld Breach on the combo turn. I think I like that, and then the Boseiju for the same reasons as well. Most of Joe's sideboard, 2/3 of it, is a kind of a Karn the Great Creator package, so really only looking at, I guess, 6 sideboard cards. The 1 Thragtusk, 2 Claim, 2 Veil, and a Boseiju. So of those, I like the claims, I like the Boseiju, but not going to be a ton of changes here for Joe, as I think he does have a relatively good matchup to just kind of the way that Joe is constructed this Tron deck, especially with the 4 copies of Karn the Great Creator.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, Karn the Great Creator just in such a great spot, and on top of that, the copies of Relica Progenitus to just like kind of be that extra little bit of nail in the coffin that you're looking to provide and make sure that somebody isn't able to rebuild with this Jeskai Breach deck. So it looks like our players are shuffling up, making a few final sideboard decisions. So if you had to like put a little bit of a number on the difference and favorability in this matchup, how do you think that that looks or changes for these players?
It's tough to say. Both players got some slight upgrades. I do think that maybe Mack on the play does have a little bit of an edge just because does have the ability to set up a pretty fast combo. Joe doesn't have a ton of recourse against that. Has a couple of Nature's Claims and a couple of Boseijus, but past that, is really just trying to set up for turn 3 Tron, and sometimes that is just not fast enough. Maybe if Mack can kind of get under the Karn the Great Creator, and that could be pretty difficult for Joe.
Yeah, and even if you're playing Karn the Great Creator on 3, sometimes if you mentioned you're on the draw, just isn't gonna be enough. So Mack taking a lot of time to sideboard here, is really trying to make some in-depth decisions about this matchup, and I think that's kind of like another one of the things that made Tron be a deck that I brought this weekend as well. Is it's one of those decks that, like, sure, you're, like, a little bit stumbling against Blood Moon, but most of the decks that are playing Blood Moon currently are not decks that you end up losing to in the end anyway. Like, usually they're slow enough that allow for you to do something like Oblivion Stone and wipe it out as well for just normal amounts of mana. So it's kind of one of those decks that I think is maybe taking some people by surprise because it hasn't been the most popular and certainly hasn't been the most popular on the NRG series for quite some time.
Yeah, and Boseiju has been a massive printing for the Tron
Oh,
decks
yeah.
as well. Just being able to, have Sylvan Scrying search for an answer for Blood Moon that is, the Boseiju itself is uncounterable. You can counter the Sylvan Scrying, but yeah, that's just been a massive printing for Tron. It's weird because it's kind of a double-edged sword, right? Boseiju is both good for Tron, but it's also good against Tron.
I was
So
gonna say that,
kind
yeah.
of tough, right?
Yeah, I was gonna say, yeah, it's one of those things where you're like, "Yes, I have this card," and then every time it gets played against you, you're like, "Wow, that card's good. Wow, okay. Good thing I'm playing it, I guess." And
Yeah.
it's one of those things where I actually, like, have played up to, like, almost 4 copies. I've debated going to 4 copies in some decks. The other deck that I actually was, brought this weekend and thought about potentially playing was the Indomitable Creativity deck. Also, that deck was just so stone cold dead to Blood Moon that I was like, I can't believe I managed to play a deck that was worse into Blood Moon than Tron, because Tron is like kind of famously one of the decks where people are like, "What's Blood Moon good against?" Oh, it's good against Tron. So it was just funny to me that every time I played that deck and got a Blood Moon played against me, I was like, I am actually locked out of this game. Okay.
All right, looks like we do have, at least Joe's has a hand. I think Mack's doing some sleeve swapping. We'll have to see. That looks like 5 cards. I'm assuming that's a mulligan to 5, but we'll have to take a look and
Whoa.
see if. Yeah, that's a tough one.
Yeah, I wonder how many Joe ended up doing, because I think that both of these decks kind of, I would say, they don't function on a similar axis, but they certainly are both like they're kind of on 2 different ends of the graph, you know? They're both
Right.
very linear, they're both trying to kinda do their own thing, and as a result, like, both of them mulligan kind of a lot, so I guess lucky for Joe that he managed to keep 7 here and didn't have to mulligan too aggressively, able to see some of those sideboard cards or potentially just a really easy drawn setup.
Yeah, so looks like Mack leading off on a Steam Vents. Have to imagine this is likely a Ragavan. Probably the best start here for Mack. Yep, there
Yep.
is the little monkey that could.
Yeah,
menace.
it is definitely a menace, and it is definitely, I'm in agreement with you, probably one of the better starts for Mack because it's just going to be difficult to remove, even if we do manage to do something like a warping whale to take it out like we saw last game. It's just not quite going to be able to come soon enough and is able to get a little bit of extra value. And losing a Relic of Progenitus off the top of our deck is actually kind of a little bit rough. That is normally a card that we would like to be seeing for Joe.
Yeah, that one would have been a decent draw step, although, unclear how good it is in the face of this Ragavan. We'll have to see if Mack has an answer for this drum, something like a Prismatic Ending or a Wear Tear that we saw on the sideboard. Starting off with a Springleaf, answer for the map. He's played the drum, and we're going to cast an Emery, so Emery's going to mill 4, and yeah, there goes the Wear Tear. That would have been good for Mack if he was able to take out that map, but yeah, as you said, just really, Joe would have loved to draw that relic, and Max says, you know what, that's my relic now.
Yeah, this is kind of a scary place, I think, for Joe, because you're just saying, all right, I'm kind of conceding this next turn to a lot more setup that Mack is able to dedicate here. So this is going to potentially be a little bit rough, but I think you kind of just have to hope that your opponent isn't going to be able to do anything too spooky on this turn if you're in the mono green Tron seat here.
Yeah, I mean, Joe's got, Tower of Mine and a map to get towards the third Tron land. So have to see what kind of payoff he has. I think I caught a glimpse of an Oblivion Stone at the front of his hand. Didn't quite get a good look at the rest of it. And we're going to Emery back a Mox Amber after deploying an Urza Saka. And looks like Max leftovers are, I think I see 2 breaches.
Oof.
Yeah, it doesn't quite have the grinding station, because I believe we're just a grinding station away from having the kill for Mack, but thankfully for Joe does not have that grinding station. Can deploy a breach. I don't know if he milled a bauble. I don't think he did. No, I think no, there's no bauble in the graveyard. So we're going to deploy a Shredder.
All right, this is kind of rough because even if there is an Oblivion Stone in Joe's hand that isn't able to be popped this turn because it does cost 8 mana to do it in total, and it would be something you would love to do on this turn with how much Mack has dedicated to the board, but not going to be able to do so. So it's hard to decide what would be the best thing to happen. It probably is just Karn, 4 mana Karn into something like Trinisphere to just like make everything really clunky for Mack to cast. And just hope that there isn't going to be a way for Mack to destroy that Trinisphere. Even if the Karn goes down, the Trinisphere can still do quite a bit.
Yeah, the awkward part about that is there is enough creatures in play to kind of just take out the Karn. So, it does stop Mack from deploying a whole bunch of spells with the Trinisphere specifically, but this Karn is, currently being threatened. Maybe something like a Wormcoil Engine can help you against the Ragavan, but then you have to contend with the Shredder and the Emery getting value. So Joe's got to answer a lot of problems.
All right. Well, as you mentioned, Wormcoil Engine at least going to hopefully be able to hold down the fort and allow for something. If you mentioned a Oblivion Stone is going to be a possibility, going to try and see what we can make happen on the next turn and just hope that Mack doesn't just find the last few pieces to absolutely go off. Starts with popping that Relic of Progenitus to exile everything, but allows for a card to be drawn. And with everything that is currently in play, as you mentioned, we're just one little bit away from being able to just go off. And I think we drew a third copy.
Jeez. Yeah, this is there's a lot going on here for Mack. The Wormcoil, yeah, again, Mack is still looking for that grinding station. Tough to get a good, I think this might be an iteration. So we can start with iteration. Yeah, iteration, try and find the grinding station, because you do have 2 mana left over. Actually, 3 of the Saga, the Drum, and the Treasure. So if this hits a grinding station, that should be enough for lethal.
All right, Bauble going to be the exile. Let's see if it was something that was able to be found. We're also going to get a connive trigger off of that second cast and
I have to
continue.
imagine we're discarding the third breach, right?
Yeah, I would think so.
I don't know if we need 3 of those.
It's the namesake of my deck. I thought that I wanted copies of this. Yeah, you have to imagine too that for Joe, that is kind of like the discard of an Underworld Breach kind of tells you a lot.
Right.
The pieces are all kind of starting to fall into place. But at the same time, like if you're in Joe's seat right now, you're kind of just like, all right, let me see what you can do. I am just kind of hanging out, trying to see what is going to happen. Like there's not much that you can do in the Tron seat, so you're just seeing like, okay, can you win? Can you put it together? Otherwise, I'm gonna try again next time.
Yeah, this is when we, push the F6 button, as it were.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, and I think that hand motion from Joe also was just like, I'm not gonna do anything.
See what Mack's working with. We got a bauble. And what else do we got? All right, attack with Shredder. There's so many things going on with this breach deck. It's really hard to keep up with,
Yeah, it is a lot of little things, and it looks like we just did not find that grinding station that was the last piece that we needed, despite how much we were able to dig.
See, there's a lot of baubles. We can sack those. See what else. All right, we are keeping the baubles in play, I think. Looks like Joe's going to his turn, taking a draw step. See what Joe is working with.
See, this is one of those rough places where even if we do have an Oblivion Stone and we're able to do it, like knowing what Mack has, like the rebuild possibilities are just so high. I guess like the silver lining for Joe is that the mana is so constrained for Mack that even if we do get to the point where we need to use that Underworld Breach, we're just going to be in kind of a rough situation.
Well, here's an Oblivion Stone that does a pretty good job at cleaning up basically everything. Joe's just got to be a little bit careful of the timing because if doesn't want to let the Saga resolve, get a needle and needle the stone. But yeah, this is going to clean up quite a bit of stuff here.
All right, and starting it all off with a Worm Coil Engine attack. Allow us to get back a little bit of life, do a little bit of damage to make things a little bit easier later for Joe here, and just trying to make some decisions about when exactly we're going to be using this Oblivion Stone.
And yeah, I would have to imagine Joe is just going to want to pass here and kind of just wait until something happens. Doesn't really need to fire it off now. So it looks like we're going to play maybe a star. Okay, deploying a star. Going to sack it immediately.
Yeah, I guess if we just continue to use our mana this turn and find something like an Ancient Stirrings to have our next play like automatically lined up, that wouldn't be too shabby.
Mm-hmm.
But I don't think that's the case, and with 5 mana, still just trying to decide when is the right time to let this Oblivion Stone loose.
Yeah, just likely. I mean, I can't really think of a reason to fire it off now. You can kind of just wait until Mack's turn. I wonder what's going through Joe's head here. Not really sure.
As you mentioned, the Urza Saga makes that a difficult decision.
Right. Yeah. I mean, as long as you do it before the saga resolves, then you should be fine. All right. Is going to go ahead and fire it off now. And also going to make 2 worms for Joe. Pretty good. For Joe was able to behold draw 4 cards from my turn after sacking 3 baubles. But yeah, nice that Joe gets to kind of keep some pressure here because the worm coil dying creates 2 3/3s off of the O stone.
All right, let's see what is going to be the pickup for this Urza's Saga that gets to make 1 mana. And I think that, yeah, this is kind of a place where Joe would normally, I think, be sweating if Mack had been able to find every single land drop. But a nice little help to this is going to be this Mox Amber, which does have me presuming that we have the Underworld Breaches as a way to be able to get back some things from our graveyard to make this Mox Amber alive.
Yeah, this is just really tough for Mack. He's just the Oblivion Stone just put him basically on empty. You got to cycle a bunch of stuff from the baubles, but it's gonna take Mack a couple of turns, I would imagine, to kind of rebuild from that Oblivion Stone. And the worms with Mack at 11. Mack doesn't have a ton of time. The worms are effectively a 2-turn clock. So we kind of gotta get some stuff going here. Emery is a decent start, especially with the Amber. So, can't remember if there's a station anywhere.
I feel like we haven't seen one.
Yeah, I was gonna say there was one milled, but I'm not 100% certain. I don't know that there is.
Which would be very crazy because we've been through a lot of Max deck.
Right. Yeah, Mack has drawn a lot of cards, cast Emery a couple of times, and still hasn't found that grinding station, which is really tough for him. And this is all kind of presuming that Joe doesn't even have a good follow-up. If Joe has something like an Ulamog or a Karn the Great Creator or even a Karn Liberated, maybe that's just enough to seal it up for Joe.
Mm-hmm. Well, this is hard. I think that actually Karn Liberated might have been one of those cards that gets taken out of the deck because usually a lot of the time, like exiling one threat just isn't good enough. So it can sometimes be just like a play draw decision. If it's on the play, like sometimes getting a land is enough, but sometimes on the draw, like just hitting one thing against the breach deck is not enough to actually be impactful. So it sometimes ends up being the thing that gets cut in favor of something like a Nature's Claim because it's just cheaper.
Yeah, I could see that, especially in the draw too, where there's killing one permanent when this breach deck gets to deploy so many things at once. It's really hard to actually have a situation. There's 4 baubles in play, by the way.
4 baubles, no grinding stations. Woof.
Yeah, we're gonna draw a lot of cards though.
I mean, we gotta find those grinding stations.
That is indeed a lot of baubles.
And we've all seen the top of Joe's library, so we are just not worried about revealing it again. We all know the same song and dance, just deciding how many cards we want to draw for Mack Endress, and if we want to try to get things like a Spell Pierce, but we've exiled so many cards, and that makes this second copy of Underworld Breach so rough. Because if we try to have a turn where we go off now, like, we're relying on grinding station as much as we were before, I guess. Is really what it's surmounting to.
And if you look at Mack's hand, there's the grinding station. So I believe there's definitely another copy of Breach. So Mack has the station and the Breach and some mana. So if Joe doesn't have any interruption, we might be going to a third game here just very shortly. Now, take a look at what Joe has potential here to have to have access to. We talked about the Nature's Claims. We talked about the Passages. Karn the Great Creator would shut off all the artifacts. Potentially something like an Ulamog, if Joe is able to get to that. Blowing up 2 lands would probably prevent Mack from being able to set up a combo. So, Joe has some outs here, but, we'll have to see what is in Joe's hand. Looks like he's got a Wormcoil pulled up to the front. And I think the last card might actually be a Passages. That's a pretty good one for Joe.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, this is definitely not the card that I think I would like to be rolling with as my card for turn, but we'll see what the follow-up is going to be and if something like that Passages is going to be enough going into this next turn. Feels like we've had this whole game a bunch of turns for it to just come down to this.
Right. Now, the thing about Passages, I was going to say, there's enough mana. You don't have enough mana, right? Because you can go, like, if you Passages the Breach, you have another Breach in hand, but you just don't have enough mana. So you just have to go Breach plus Station. Joe breaks it up with Passages, and that should be enough. I believe that should be enough. Because, a situation where maybe Mack has access to some more mana would be able to just deploy another copy of Breach after it gets Passages. But given that we only have exactly 4 mana, that's not on the table.
Yeah. And on top of that, like, we've now exiled 1 copy of Breach. 1 is in our graveyard, 1's in our hand. I guess it's possible that we could see the 4th copy, but
Oh yeah, because he discarded 1 earlier to the Shredder. That's right. Okay. Yeah, chat's saying there's a Mock in the graveyard, so if you go Breach and lead on Mocks, if Joe responds to the Mocks by blowing up the Breach, then you still only have 3 mana, and you don't have enough to deploy... Right? Oh, I see what's happening. Okay. I think I see what's happening. So if Joe responds to this, right, there's another Mox Amber in play. We want to make sure the judges get the second Mox Amber out of there. I don't know if we want to stop play, because the second Mox Amber should be in the graveyard. But what happens here is if Joe okay, yeah, he's gonna do it. If Joe blows up the Breach now, Matt can go float mana, Emery back the other Mox, replay Mox, 4 mana, second Breach plus Grinding Station.
Well, we've now
interesting.
exiled the other one, haven't we? There's only 2 things in our graveyard. We can't get back another one.
Well, with the Emery activation, you can get back the bauble with Emery. So we're going to fire the Boseiju now on the Breach. So if Mack has another Breach, this would be enough mana. But I wonder, have we gone through all the Breaches? Because I remember we had 3 in hand and discarded 1 that one turn. We might have gone through all of them.
We might have, or at least don't have another one at our disposal, so we are going to be able to get a land. And looks like we just said we'll let it go. We can't respond to a lot of those other things with that Grinding Station on the stack, I believe, is when this is happening. So that Breach hits the yard, and looks like we mostly just have a lot of lands in hand. A little bit of interaction, but...
So I wonder if you had enough if you go Breach and then play the second Breach. So if you go Breach, play second Breach instead of playing the Amber. Well, no, because then you don't have enough mana to cast the Grinding Station, right? I guess you can Emery back the Amber. No, I think you're still a mana short if you do it that way, though. Right? I'm pretty sure. I think you're a mana short if you do it that way. This Breach deck is really tough, huh?
Yeah. Certainly true, and I don't envy Joe trying to figure out what things to react to and what things to not react to as well. But it looks like with that and no 4th Breach in hand, that is going to be enough for Joe Lossett to advance to 6-1 with Mono Green Tron here today. And that is going to be it for round number 7. We watched a very intense game between 2 very linear decks, but enough interaction coming through from the Mono Green Tron deck to be able to stop the Breach deck from completely going absolutely crazy, which... It was close. It was really close. And there were a lot of turns where Joe said, my hands are up in the air. I'm F6'd. If you have the Grinding Station, there's nothing I can do about it.
Right, yeah, Mack, like we said, Mack saw a lot of cards that game and just wasn't able to find the Grinding Station in time. And that's kind of the hallmark of that matchup, right? It's we kind of expected Joe to maybe be a little bit behind, but Mack didn't really have any of those super fast combo draws. And if you give the Tron deck time to set up and get the turn 3 Tron, you're not really going to compete with the spells that it's casting once you've reached that stage of the game.
Very, very true. Well, that concludes round number 7, and we are going to be going into our final round of the day, round number 8, and figure out who we are sending into the top 8 of our Modern 5K here at NRG Series Mundelein, Illinois. If you're here, you're following already, maybe consider hitting that subscribe button. If we can get 50 subscribers, then I will be dyeing Norman Cohen, the owner of NRG Series' hair orange, so that we can match, we can be twins. He's laughing to the left of me, which guarantees that is exactly how this is going to work. So if you haven't already, hit that follow button. And if you're already followed, maybe consider subscribing so that we can have a little bit more fun, a little bit of variety content on the channel, if you will. But in the meantime, we'll be going to a quick little break and setting up this final round for you.
Good evening, everybody. Welcome back to our 8th and final round of Swiss here in Mundelein, Illinois. I'm Matt Monty on the NRG Series. Now we're going to bring up the players to watch slide here so you can check out all of our players here now. So I got some breaking news here. So Will Krueger's 6-0-1. Mack Endress, you just saw, fall 5-2. Now, what we did for this event was we found Joe Lossett in a cryo freeze chamber from about 5 years ago, and we thawed him out, and we just handed him his old trusty Tron deck, and here he is at 6-1. And I just saw Joe. Looks like he shook hands, so you got to draw this round, and Joe's gonna be in the top 8. So very cool to see that. Zach Allen, tough last couple rounds here. I believe started off 4-0 and just kind of trying to jam on the brakes to stop that skid at 4-3, maybe salvage a 5-3, get some extra points for that leaderboard spot. And then Dom Palercio playing pretty tight today at 5-2. You see the other 3 players on our leaderboard there: Harrison Fang, Jesse Robkin, and Adam Wasburn Moses. All dropped a little bit earlier in the tournament, so rough day for them. But we'll see where they're at when the final standings go up today. As far as the points, how far they might be trailing several people they're trying to chase down at the end of the year leaderboard. Speaking of that, let's go to our prize slide for today. See what everybody's playing for. Like I mentioned, Joe Lossett and Will Krueger both going to be into that top 8. It looks like. So first place, $1,200, 20 points. Second place, 618 points. Tons of money, tons of points on the line here. Again, this is our 8th and final round of the Swiss. We will be bringing you the quarterfinals, semifinals, and the finals today. With that, I'm going to send it down to Becky and to Devin for our 8th and final round of Swiss, and hang on for the elimination rounds after that.
All right, and we are back here. Welcome back, everybody, to the final round of Swiss here in the NRG 5K here in Mundelein. We have Azorius Hammer on the right-hand side of your screen going up against Rakdos Midrange, and I am joined by Becky Bell.
Ooh.
And you excited for this matchup?
Oh yeah, I actually am kind of a pretty big fan of like Rakdos in pretty much all formats. I just have always kind of been drawn to the like sacrifice my own things or like do kind of crazy things at the cost of my own creatures to further myself in the game. And so I really like kind of like the scam decks as well as even just like the Rakdos sacrifice or mid-range strategies that are available in both Modern and Pioneer.
Yeah, there's a common joke going around where you go, you're on the play and you look at your opening hand as the Rakdos player and you see a Fury, a red card, a land, and a Dying Mouse, and you just say, you know what, I'm going all in, and people call that the turn 1 Hogak. Just 4/4 double strike, discard 4 cards, say go. Can you beat it? Just make him have it. Now, not seeing that for Steve this game, but see a Blood Crypt tapped here. Now, this matchup is really dependent on which removals, like the removal suite on Steve's side of things. You typically think of, creature-based strategy like Hammer, maybe not the best against something like Rakdos all removal, but, when you have draws like this where it's nothing on turn 1, Voidwalker on turn 2, that's not exactly the start that you want against Hammer.
Yeah, definitely not. I mean, you're always looking for one of those kind of explosive turn 1 starts, but you can't have them every single time. And so we're gonna hope that this Stealthy Voidwalker at least is able to hold down the fort. And Adam on the opposite side of the board is going to be looking to be a little bit more explosive, but this deck certainly is not being like turn 1 explosive in the same way that the Rakdos deck is. It's definitely being like kind of a 3 turns over a slow, kind of a, I guess, quote unquote, slow build into an explosive Hammer turn.
Yeah, and one drop into turn 2 Sagardicade. We'll have to see if Adam has a land and a hammer rolled up. And I guess the other question you have to ask yourself is, if you have a land and a hammer, do you want to go for it? I have to imagine that because the card is a Sentinel, you would likely just want to jam here, because even if your Sentinel were to die to say something like a Fatal Push or a Terminate, then you would still get the card back out of it. So likely just not have the hammer, choosing to not cast it, but just going to deploy the Sagardicade, which in a couple of turns with that Saga, when the Saga finds a hammer, it will be able to put something, the hammer onto something with that Sagardicade, while also just generating, two more bodies that Steve has to answer at some point. And, maybe something like a Blood Moon here would be pretty massively effective, but looks like only 2 copies in Steve's deck, so maybe he doesn't quite have that.
Yeah, really rough that we are stuck on just this one land, and it's something that I guess we have the Urza Saga, but we aren't really going to have a great way potentially to go ahead and soup that up into a lot of creatures. But I mean, on the other side of the board, Steve is really just kind of hanging on with, by most accounts, I guess I would say, some kind of mopey starts for this Rakdos deck. Just playing very fair, it feels like. Both of them kind of playing very fair.
Yeah, we see Ragavan hitting a hammer. Adam a little a little frustrated to see that because would have loved to see the hammer last turn. But yeah, what I was gonna say is this is not necessarily the way that Steve wants to go about it, but you have to breathe a sigh of relief from Steve's side of things when you don't see a hammer cast, because you would have to imagine that if there was a hammer in Adam's hand, he likely would have gone for it there. So maybe has a little bit of breathing room here. But without a blood moon to answer that saga, these constructs are also going to be pretty difficult to kind of slog through, especially they're going to be able to block the Ragavan. So we'll have to see if maybe Steve's deploys something like maybe another Dothy Voidwalker, maybe something like a discard spell, pay for the Sentinel with the treasure. We'll have to see what the follow-up here, because I'm assuming there's a spell being cast if we're fetching main phase. And it looks like quite get a good look at the hand. We're thinking about something. I'm guessing this is a discard spell, a Fatal Push. Okay. And we're going to pay for the Sentinel, which does make sense. And as far as timing is concerned, wants to do that on the main phase, doesn't know the deck list, and maybe wants to play around something like a Spell Pierce main deck. Which, looking over the deck list, we do actually see 2 copies in Adam's deck. So heads up play for Steve.
I mean, that's one of those cards that I feel like you're very used to seeing a lot of Azorius players kind of holding on to and keeping close to their chest in recent times. Even some decks, not even like Azorius Hammer, I feel like even the Indomitable Creativity list that I was going to play plays 2 main deck Spell Pierce. So kind of a lot of people really holding on to that little bit of extra keep my cards safe and keep your stuff off my side of the field sort of game plan.
Right, so we see a land and a pass here from Adam. So just gonna try and get these sagas going. Make a couple of tokens. And we see an attack from Steve, noticeably not dashing the Ragavan. Doesn't want to just kind of trade that for the saga token. All right, so saga token has been made. We're going to go to chapter 3 on the saga, and we will have to take a look and see what Adam wants to do. Now, with the Sigarda's Aid in play, does have the option to say, well, actually, what you could do here, depending on what you want to play around, you could go animate the Nexus, get a hammer, put hammer on the Nexus, and then after the hammer is on the Nexus, because it makes it lose flying, reactivate the Nexus to give it flying again. So does have a potential lethal line, but Steve has 2 mana open, maybe wants to play around something like a Terminator or Fatal Push, so I have to see how Adam wants to play this.
Yeah, that'll be kind of an intense heads-up play if it actually ends up being what we go for. And you have to imagine that if you're going for something like that, you're really just hoping that there's likely no other plays as potential for Adam. So we'll see what ends up being the call here. Thinking about this Urza's Saga as well.
Yeah, the other thing is too, like if you don't want to kind of take the all-in approach, you really just want to get as much value as you can out of this saga. So really, really tough decision here for Adam. Do you want to just jam and go for it, or do you just want to make a second token? I think I lean towards second token, but it's kind of tough here. It's pretty close.
Yep, looks like that is going to be the call.
Yeah, not an easy decision, but it kind of feels like you're in this spot where you're not really that far behind on board. You have the Sigarda's Aid. You're going to make a giant construct here, likely getting. I guess you could just get a Shadow Spear here instead of a hammer, but probably want to get the hammer to force a block because you can hammer the token that doesn't have summoning sickness.
Mm-hmm. Looks like hammer is going to be the pickup and put into play here. And then we'll get to proceed thoroughly through the rest of Adam's turn.
So hammer is going to go on the construct that does not have summoning sickness. That will be currently a 13/13.
Oh, it'll be a dead.
Is that a bolt? Look like a red card.
Yeah, looks like it was.
A bit of Terminate. Tough to. The glare is really hard to see.
Yeah, I think it is a Terminate because I believe we tapped 2 mana for it.
Okay, that makes sense. And, it is nice for Steve that it doesn't just take 13 and is likely just dead, but just has to, it has to grind through the other Construct token as well. There's the Colossus Hammer already in play, so something like a White Source and a Pure Steel Paladin were to happen. Also has to worry about the threat of Cigar to say. There's a lot of problems here for Steve and not a ton of answers at his disposal.
Mm-hmm. And it's kind of weird just how much today we're seeing a lot of people kind of get really kind of hindered on the amount of lands that they have, or even just like a lot of these kind of really extensive turns on low land counts time and time again, and just showing you how much of Modern functions on very little land resources.
Right, exactly, yeah. So especially when your land is Urza Saga, right? Because that one just kind of naturally just dies sometimes. So it gets a little tough there sometimes.
Steve now trying to decide. I'm going to start with a little bit of a chip-in attack with this Dothy Voidwalker, who's really doing a good job of actually taking Adam to a pretty low life total, but just trying to keep
Second
things.
one.
Pretty
And with
good.
Adam at 9, I want to take a look at the deck list here to see how many bolts we have for
Yeah.
Steve. Yeah.
How many lightning bolts?
No bolts. We're actually on 4 heat, 2 push,
Whoa.
1 terminate, so no bolts. So that, so you're trying to think of it with Adam at 9, pretty convenient life total for attack for 6 and bolt you, but that is not going to be in the cards.
Maybe just scaring your opponent into the thought of that is enough.
Yeah, maybe.
All right, starting off with an Esper Sentinel, going to 8 actually because of that silent clearing as well, and then Pure Steel Paladin going to be the follow-up with Metalcraft activated.
Yeah, and the hammer is on the Ornithopter. So this is 1, 2, 3, 4 artifacts currently. Can make a 5th with the Yagmoth Nexus. To see what's going on here. A little confused at what's happening.
Oh, Adam actually put the card that was left in his hand onto the silent clearing, and then realized that thought that was the land that was played for turn. So we actually now
I
know the
see.
last card for Adam, unfortunately. But we're going to come in swinging anyway with this. How does an ornithopter hold a hammer? got a
It's
few
got to be a
questions.
pretty light hammer, right?
But
That thing,
what is this flying? So it can't be that light.
Well, if you look at the art on Ornithopter, it's pretty flimsy. I'm not really sure how that thing's holding any sort of meaningful, weapon of choice. But in any case, it is getting in the red zone here. So we have 1, 2, 3, 4 artifacts currently on the battlefield, potentially a 5th in combat with the Nexus. So that construct could potentially be a 5/5, and then 10 from the Ornithopter. That's 15. Steve is at 17, could take it. Is choosing to chump block the construct.
Okay.
Interesting.
I mean, I guess like in Steve's eyes, potentially that Ragavan isn't getting through anyway, so just throwing it under. Also interesting that if you're going to choose to chump, you don't chump the. I guess like
The bigger creature, right? You chump the Ornithopter in that case. I wonder.
Despite that, Dothy Voidwalkers are available to attack, but now that you've been able to kind of see the full power of what is happening on Adam's side of the board, how do you decide to attack at this point?
Yeah, this is going to be tough here. I mean, Dothy Voidwalker, they do provide a little bit of pressure, but they don't block that well. So, this is kind of a rough spot here. Attack for 6. But past that, what are we doing?
Yeah, it's hard. Like, we don't really know what is in Steve's hand right now. Oh my gosh, we're going? Okay, we're going for it.
Well, I mean, the Voidwalkers don't play defense, so you kind of have to,
true.
right?
Yeah, that's true.
They ain't blocking.
They ain't
So
blocking, it's swinging.
I wonder if we have a removal spell, if we can break up lethal. So let's assume, for the sake of argument, you push whatever the hammer's on. I guess it all kind of depends on how many artifacts Adam has pre-combat, because this construct plus the paladin could just be lethal, even if you push the thing that has a hammer on it, or, terminate whatever removal spell it is. Okay, we're gonna start. we're moving the hammer around.
Okay, the room is starting to calm down enough too that I can kind of like hear the players when they get a little bit louder, and I can hear. Actually, I want to have my hammer here.
I see. Got to make sure the hammer goes in the right place. Got to put it on the Ornithopter again, right?
That doesn't make any sense. How is that Ornithopter holding the hammer?
Nobody knows.
Esper Sentinel also has blades for hands, so how's it holding a hammer?
Very delicately.
Yeah. I guess I guess there's a lot of Pokemon that hold weird things too, so I don't know. Hand that one over to Nintendo and be like, solve this.
Yeah.
I've done it a bunch before, so. All right, how are we starting this off? Adam, with a little bit of a puzzle here.
Yeah, I'm not.
You think it's
wonder what's going through his mind. I mean, trying to think about what's the best way to play around one or two removal spells. But I mean, I think if you, I imagine if you put the hammer on the Ornithopter, that's probably the best way to go about this. Okay, we're going on the Nexus. I guess this makes sense because the Nexus is just lethal by itself.
Mm-hmm.
So you force a removal spell on Nexus. There's 1, 2, 3, 4 artifacts left over. 4 from the Construct, 2 from the Paladin, 1 from the Sentinel. That's 7, and that's Steve's life total. So yeah, this plays around 1 removal spell.
Yep, you can tell Adam kind of counting, making sure as well, and trying to make sure that if Steve has it, Steve has to use it this turn. Minimize outs on later turns.
2 removal spells though, and I mean, one way or another, the game's going to end this turn, right? either Steve's going to take lethal, or Steve's going to go to 1 or 2 and then untap and attack with some Dothies. So
just trying to wait and see what exactly it is going to be. Trying to make sure that there's no way this gets messed up in the meantime as well. Yeah, do we actually, so if the Nexus gets pushed, do we lose, when you were doing the math earlier, do we lose the correct number of artifacts for this construct?
No, because there'd be 4 left over, right?
Okay.
So if the Nexus dies, you have the Sentinel, the Construct, the Thopter, and the Hammer, so that's 4, plus 2 from the Paladin and 1 from the Sentinel, that's 7, assuming the Nexus dies.
Okay, cool.
And I think that makes the most sense, because if you do it this way, if you let's say you do it this way, right? Now if you push the Ornithopter, okay, well,
we're going all around, but I think eventually we got there, and we made the decision to swing with the initial schematic here and leaving that Ornithopter back.
I believe this is the correct line, because now you need 2 removal spells.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I'm in with you. Something for the Construct, something for the Nexus. If you got it. Because there's 2 cards in Adam's hand. Unfortunately, 1 was flipped over, so 1 is known. But there is a second card that is
there are 2 cards.
Mm-hmm.
So 2 removal spells would do it. And it does not look like there are 2 removal spells.
All
we
right.
are going to game number 2. Adam Hawthorne taking game number 1, Azorius Hammer, over Rakdos Midrange.
Yeah, that was a bit of an intense game too, and it's worth noting that there's a little bit of a pair down in this situation where 511 is going up against 6-1, and that 511 off to a nice start here by taking down game number 1 with this Azorius hammer deck. Then we're going to take a look at that sideboard and see what changes are potentially going to come through for them to face down the Rakdos deck, or we'll see what the Rakdos deck is going to be saying about the Azorius hammer deck that it is facing up against. Walk us through, Devin. What's going to change here?
All right, so card by card, we got 2 Turok, Dread Cantor, 1 Magus of the Moon, 2 Fury, 2 Terminate, 2 Kolaghan's Command, 2 Necromentia, 2 Engineered Explosives, and 2 Unlicensed Hearse. It's interesting to see the 2 Furies in the sideboard. Typically with this Rakdos, okay, so I just realized this. This isn't actually the scam deck. This is more of the, this is the Rakdos mid-range deck. No Fury, Grief, Undying Malice, all that kind of stuff. So this is more just kind of pure mid-range. But in any case, from Steve's side of things, you probably want to go towards those Furies. Those are pretty good at cleaning up some small creatures. Kolaghan's Command is a slam dunk, being able to kill a creature and an artifact. Terminate, probably want access to more removal, as much removal as you can get your hands on. So I think those are pretty easy includes, along with the Engineered Explosives, potentially even the Magus of the Moon to stop Urza Saga. And I mean, you could even go towards Turok. That is protection from white. I don't think you want to go towards Turok. A little bit slow, but the other cards I think are all pretty good for Steve here.
Yeah, I was gonna say this seems, oof. It'll be intense to see how this sideboard game is going to end up shaking up with these changes that are going to be able to be made. Let's take a look at the Azorius hammer deck, see what changes are going to come from there. Start it up. Let us know what is happening and how some of these changes are going to make things potentially a little bit better, and if they're going to be enough for the amount that is going to be able to be sideboarded from the opponent.
So, from the hammer side of things, we're looking at a Draenith Magistrate, 2 Lavinia Azorius Renegade, 3 copies of Sanctifier and Vec, 1 Blacksmith Skill, 2 March of Otherworldly Light, a Path to Exile, a Spell Pierce, 2 Mana Leak, a Pithing Needle, and a Relic of Progenitus. Now, this is interesting because players do not have open deck lists. So, typically, if you've been playing a lot of Modern, I'm sure that you've encountered the Rakdos quote-unquote scam deck, which has the Griefs and the Undying Evils and all that kind of stuff. Now, a card like Relic of Progenitus, fantastic against that deck because you can stop the Undying Malice and that half of the deck, but not the best against Steve's particular version. So it's kind of interesting to know if Adam is aware of what kind of version of Rakdos Steve is playing, because that's really going to influence his sideboard decisions. That being said, the Sanctifiers have protection from black and red, very good against a Rakdos deck. Those are definitely going to come in. Blacksmith Skill, good against a lot of removal, so you're definitely going to want that. Outside of that, maybe you could consider the counter spells against, stuff like you probably maybe expect Kolaghan's Command or some sort of sweeper. But yeah, the Sanctifiers and the Blacksmith skills I think are pretty slam dunks. After that, you may not want to change too much.
All right, our players are currently shuffling up and figuring out how many changes they're going to end up going with. I feel like I see a die on my little preview, so we might be resolving some mulligans. But in the meantime, how do you think this is going to end up kind of swapping the favor between these two decks? Is one of these decks a lot more favored than the other one now that we're going to be seeing how many different things are going to be sideboarded?
3 Sanctifier and Vex kind of worries me from the Recto side of things. Outside of Engineered Explosives, there's not a ton of recourse against that card. And once you suit that thing up with the Hammer, it almost lights out. So I think Hammer maybe was slightly advantage game 1, and I think gets more. It's tough because the Rakdos deck is boarding in a lot of cards, but I think the Rakdos deck is maybe boarding in a lot of the same stuff, just more removal, just more, slightly different versions of it. Whereas the Hammer deck is getting kind of this 10 out of 10 with Sanctifier and Vex. So I think I lean maybe a little bit more towards the Azorius Hammer side of things.
All right, we'll see if that is going to end up being the case here as opening hands are drawn. Decisions will be made. Props to our players as well for matching with the NRG series color scheme. Really appreciate having the orange and black.
Oh, I didn't even realize
Yeah.
that. Yeah.
It looks so good with our beautiful playmat here as well. Just chef's kiss, absolutely good color coordination. They're also like my hair colors, so stoked.
That's hilarious.
It looks like Adam is going to be taking a little bit of a mulligan after a little bit of a hands in head moment. Head in hands? Head in hands, not hands in head. Don't put your hands in your head. All right, let's.
I'm going to try and refresh. My feed's going a little frozen here, so I'm going to try and refresh this.
Come back, Devin. Devin, can you hear me?
All right, so yes, I can hear you. We have Steve on the play for game number 2. We'll have to see what we are looking at in terms of the opening hands.
Yeah, and we have 1 mulligan so far for, I believe, Adam. Just trying to make a decision on which one is the right one to send to the bottom.
Yep, Adam's going to go ahead and take that mulligan. Looks like we will be on our way in just a second.
All right, starting off Plains and opposing side Darcy.
All right, so we got turn 1 Darcy here for Steve. Plains pass for Adam. No 1-drop, no Memnite, no nothing. So maybe a bit of a slow hand from Adam. I have to see. Maybe kept the hand on the strength on the back back of the strength. I don't know how to the words. So I was thinking sanctifier. In fact, I can't.
It's okay.
Speak words
I
today,
was
though.
like hands in head. You're like.
Yeah.
They
Words are
very
difficult,
The
okay?
English language, like arguably one of the more difficult languages out there too. Sometimes I make the joke. I'm like, I wish I could like speak a second language, but I can barely speak the first one that I know.
Oh yeah, no chance for me.
All right, Colossus Hammer going to be the pickup off of this Stoneforge Mystic. How do you think this reads a lot of the time when people pick up something like Colossus Hammer with their Stoneforge Mystic?
It's kind of tough against the Rakdos deck because 90% of the time you expect your Stoneforge to die. So if you get something like a Cauldron Complete, it's just going to be stuck in your hand. So this doesn't necessarily tell me anything about Adam's hand. It more so tells me that Adam is, a little bit risk adverse and wants to play around a removal spell. Definitely could have a copy of Piercesteel Paladin or Sigarda's Aid, but most of the time, against a deck like Rakdos, you would just, you don't want to get the Cauldron because it's just going to get stuck in your hand.
All right, and just as you say that, the Unholy Heat is going to take out that Stoneforge Mystic, so we're not going to have to worry about something like that. And as you mentioned, because we did pick up that Colossus Hammer, casting it won't exactly be a problem for Adam either. So a heads up play going along with the insight that Devin is providing and getting us some swamps. Does this feel like a
double fetch for basic swamp? I wonder what's being cast this turn. Any ideas, Becky?
I would have a feeling that it would be a Blood Moon if I had to guess.
Could be a Magus.
Oh, that's true as well. Oh, did we just fetch for a swamp and pass?
No, I think we're casting.
No.
It's got to be.
Yeah. All right.
There it is.
That's no moon. Actually, it is. It is certainly a moon.
It's kind of funny how, Blood Moon is this premier card in your deck against the mono, what is effectively close to a mono white deck. But just the fact that it just, interacts so favorably with her as a Saga means that it's a slam dunk, because Saga is just a lot of what the Hammer deck is able to. It's worth so many cards. Like you saw the last game, right? We just made 2 constructs, got a hammer, and the amount of cards that it had to trade for Steve, Steve just didn't have the resources to be able to fight that kind of battle.
Yep, and now with that off the board for Adam in this game, thankfully though, another Plains, so at least able to keep some lands on the battlefield and lands that are able to tap for colors. It's going to be a nice little addition here. Get that Colossus Hammer out of our hand and onto the battlefield, but no follow-up, just a piece of equipment sitting on the battlefield. So Steve has got to be feeling great about this situation.
Yeah, this is an uncommon play. You don't typically see the hammer be cast without a Sigarda's Aid in play. What this tells me at this point is Adam almost certainly has a Piercesteel Paladin and wants to set up a turn where he can. So the reason you would want to play the hammer first is if let's say you have 3 artifacts in play and you play the Piercesteel Paladin, you can then immediately equip the hammer. Whereas if you do it the other way and you say, play the Piercesteel Paladin it just having it in play makes it so you can use your mana on a previous turn. So that's the main reason why Adam would want to do that.
All right, and starting off with a Springleaf Drum.
Yeah, especially if we're light on lands, which it looks like we might be. Or maybe we're Saga flooded and we can't play Sagas under the Blood Moon.
Ooh, that would hurt.
Let's see what Steve has here. You know, has a little bit of pressure. I can't quite tell if we're at Delirium. I know we have... I want to say we have Land, Artifact, Instant. I'm not sure if we have a fourth type, though. I think it's just a 1/1.
Really staring at that Saga at the front of our hand. Just like, oh.
Oh, yeah, there's at least one Saga in Adam's hand. I think I saw a Blacksmith skill, too.
So
it looks like a lot of reactive cards.
Mm-hmm. Alas, poor Yorick. I knew you well. We continue to take some hits from this Dragon Rage Channeler, and honestly, like, I think Steve is in a great spot to just, like, kind of hang out.
Yeah, I mean, you know, Adam's not really doing anything too threatening. Steve's got the onus is on Adam to put something onto the battlefield. Steve is, he's clocking, right? There's a 4-turn clock in play. Could potentially make it a faster clock if we're able to get the Channeler online. Second copy of Colossus Hammer. So Adam is really trying to play setup here. So you're going to see maybe a potential explosive turn where, say, Adam draws a land and is able to go, you know, land, Pure Steel Paladin, equip Hammer. If a removal spell is cast in response, you have the Blacksmith skill to back it up. So this could, we could see some fireworks next turn potentially. And you even have the Springleaf Drum, so you actually don't need a land. You can just go tap the 2 planes, play the Paladin, equip Hammer. If there's a removal spell, you go tap the drum, tap the Paladin, cast the Blacksmith skill.
Yeah, but it's so hard because Steve has left up a mana every single time, and it just feels like there has to be a removal spell just hiding out in Steve's hand, just waiting for the moment to be cast. And so even though we're like on the precipice of this explosive turn for Adam, it just seems like Steve has been able to hold up a mana every single time and just kind of lay in wait.
Yeah, I believe Steve binned a copy of Engineered Explosives, which is kind of interesting, given that there's, you know, a Springleaf Drum and 2 Colossus Hammers on Adam's side of the battlefield. I wonder why Steve would want to put that one into the graveyard. All right, so no removal spell here for Steve. We're just going to let the 2 equips happen, and Adam does have the Blacksmith skill up. Looks like we have a push, so that's going to get met with the Blacksmith skill. We'll have to put Steve to the test. Do you have another removal spell? 3, 6. Oh my goodness! Wait, can we pull up Blacksmith skill real quick? I think it only gives +2/+2 if it's targeting an artifact creature. But there's potential for Steve to just have lethal if. Okay, only artifact creatures, so we can't give any of our stuff +2/+2. We actually, funnily enough, we had 10 in play with the skill, but. All right, not quite.
These elementals, not quite right. I love that our Blood Moon is in the middle of our creature pile.
It's the centerpiece, right? If like you go, you know, you're at a kitchen table and it's like you just have the Blood Moon right in the middle and have all, you know, everybody else dining around it.
There we go. Now it's moved out of the way.
That's how we roll.
This is a Blood Moon household.
Yeah. Looks like we got a pretty big attack here. Now, you know, Steve does have a couple of chump blockers. Let's see if we have something like a Shadow Spear. Shadow Spear would that would be the card that Adam's looking for. How about a 3rd Colossus Hammer?
Whoa.
Not quite enough.
I mean,
not to the chump blockers.
I was gonna say, yeah, a Shadow Spear would be absolutely massive here. I mean,
yeah, Shadow Spear is game over.
All right, another question. How's a Pure Steel Paladin with 2 hands holding 3 Colossus Hammers?
I got nothing for you.
This deck makes no sense. Flavor fail.
It's got, for each hammer, I guess it has like a satchel. You just like have put the hammer in the satchel.
There you go. All right. What do we got, Adam? What do we? Nothing.
We have a pickup of the cards. Game number 3. We are all tied up at 1 apiece here.
Wow.
Azorius Hammer versus Rakdos Midrange. Not Rakdos Scam, as many of you are maybe used to, but just kind of good old, I guess, Jund. This is the evolution of Jund.
My brain is like a little bit set back by the idea that this is like Tarmogoyf is just so bad now that you're just like, yep, we don't even need green. But Ren and 6 is so good. I don't know.
Yeah.
All right, let us know. Let us know in chat if you agree with Devin. Is this the new Jund? Is this what mid-range has become? How far has it fallen from grace? The times of the Tarmogoyfs have passed, and now we're here. How do we feel about that? Is that true? You're gonna get some Jund players in the chat being very angry at you.
The Jund players have just got to put Tarmogoyf out to pasture at this point. It's 2022. We can't be playing Tarmogoyf anymore. I'm sorry, chat. Even though I'm not sorry.
No, it's a sad place, but I think like most of the Jund players that even I know have kind of come to terms with it. They've been like, Tarmogoyf is like the dog you had in your childhood. You're like, I loved this dog. It was great. Is it going to stop me from getting another dog because the first one passed away and I was really sad? No. I'll still find something else to love in my life. It's just not going to be Tarmogoyf. That was maybe like a little bit too deep of a like kind of road and story to go down, but we're waiting for players to shuffle up. We're having a good time here at the NRG series in Mundelein, Illinois. If you are just hanging out with us and you're interested in watching more Paper Magic coverage, be sure to hit that follow button. And if you're interested in the owner of NRG, Norman Cohen, dyeing his hair orange,
oh, we can't forget about that.
we can't forget about that. Please consider subscribing to the channel. If we get 50 subs, then we'll be dyeing Norman's hair orange, and it will be absolutely amazing. And if you're interested, we are also going. We only need 23 more subs.
We only need 24. Yeah.
Norm himself has just made me aware that we only need 23 more. So get that hype train going. Let's see if we can make it happen and then have Norm's hair be orange by the time the Louisville, Kentucky tournament rolls around, which is going to be the NRG Series Showdown event next month with a 15K modern trial. So be sure if you're in the area, show up for that. And if you know somebody in the area, let them know. Tell them that if they show up, they can play for that big old prize pool. And also, if they win, they have a chance to auto queue for our championship that is happening in January of next year. And they can play with the best of the best in a small tournament with even more big prizes. Here you go. This is all the information that you could possibly need to know that Modern Showdown. And if you maybe don't do so well in Modern, or maybe you just aren't interested in Modern and you're a little more interested in Pioneer, we have that Pioneer trial as well. We'll also have some side events, a command zone, a little bit of everything for everyone. Doesn't matter who you are or what format you like to play, we'll have something there for you in Louisville, Kentucky, December next month. All right, down into this final match number 3 between these two players, Rakdos Midrange and Azorius Hammer, with Adam Hawthorne on the play here.
I would like to point out real quick, we are approaching a hype train, whatever that means. So we got a couple of subs in chat. So Norm, you better go and find that the best orange dye that you can find that money can buy.
I already know. I'm already prepared. My hair's been orange for 2 years. I don't know if you can hear Norm laughing behind me, but I am prepared.
I would say I would also dye my hair orange, but I don't really have much hair, so I don't think that works out.
We can make it work. I'll get an orange wig for you.
Ah, okay. All right, there we go. That'll be the next show.
There we go. Perfect. Some way, somehow, we'll make it all work. We'll all get a little bit of orange hair. Oh my gosh, please. NRG stream where everyone has orange hair. Oh my gosh. This is all I want. Chat, please help me make it happen.
Are we allowed to? So if we have like feature match players, can we have them put on a wig?
Oh my gosh.
Is that cool? Can we do that?
I will provide them. I'm looking at Norm. I'm asking sincerely. Yes. Okay. I got 2 thumbs up. All right. We can be done buffering. Serious Magic game time now.
We got some Magic now. Adam on the play, Steve on the draw. Looks like no one drop again for Adam. I know that I believe Steve took a mulligan. I don't remember. I couldn't quite tell if Adam took a mulligan. But yeah, no one drop here for Adam.
Interesting. And just starting with that Blooded Strand and a little bit of bubble, fetch Blood Crypt action for Steve. So a little bit of a slower start, but we're getting to recover a little bit of cards of the bobble there.
Yeah, and we got a turn 1 Ragavan. The monkey is loose. The absolute menace.
This is the second time now that you've called Ragavan a menace, and normally that's like something that I would kind of fight you on, but on this day I will not be arguing.
It's kind of interesting to see Ragavan on the draw. Typically, I've kind of heard a lot of back and forth on this, depending on which Ragavan deck you're playing, whether you actually want to keep, if you want to keep Ragavan in on the draw. I think with a lot of the newer Hammer lists aren't playing nearly as many Mem Knights. That was usually the main reason that you wanted to cut it before. So, like, for example, if you take a look at Adam's deck list, there are 0 copies of Mem Knight. So Ragavan gets a little bit better against that setup.
All right, Shadow Spear the play, and then follow it up with a Pithing Needle. As soon as I hear what it is naming, I will be letting you all know, because that feels like a lot of our Urza Saga targets already in hand and in play here.
I don't think it's correct, but I would love to see Adam just name Bloodstainmire. Just get him. Just get him.
Wow. Do you remember how long ago that used to like kind of be something that happened? Like,
yeah.
I remember starting to play Burn in Modern and somebody being like, you play this split of all these different fetch lands on the off chance that someone Pithing Needles your fetch lands. And I was like, that sounds absolutely preposterous. And then it happened to me once and I only had Arid Mesas in hand and I was like, this is rough.
Yeah, that's what you get. Yeah. No, I do remember that. There was the time where Needle used to be on fetch lands. And noticeably, Steve does not have a second land here. Jokes aside, I would assume the Needle likely named Engineered Explosives. But yeah, this is brutal. Playing against an Urza Saga with a Needle on what's likely on explosives with only 1 land. This is going to be an uphill battle for Steve.
Yeah, and I was excited to actually what I thought was going to be Norm telling me what the Pithing Needle was naming, and then he just turned around and said that we were in the middle of a hype train. So thank you, chat. Let's keep it going. And let's also, soon we'll figure out what the Pithing Needle is naming. But I think that Engineered Explosives is a pretty good guess as well, because that is something that would cause a large amount of problems for this Azorius Hammer deck.
Yeah, so there's the first construct that's going to get met with the Terminate. But, I mean, that's a rough way to do it for Steve, right? You have to... Okay, the Ragavan... Okay, I see what happened. The Ragavan attacked, made a token, we terminated, so the Ragavan gets the hit, so we get a treasure back. But, yeah, still missing lands. This is really, really rough for Steve.
And that's a situation where you're like, Yeah. Okay. So the Pithing Needle has named Engineered Explosives. And yeah, that's a rough situation where you're like, oh, I wish I could play this land that I got off of my opponent's deck with this Ragavan.
Yeah, Ragavan's good, not that good. it would be a little silly if you could play lands off of it. Yeah. Can you imagine if they let you play lands off that card? Oh boy.
I would have some fighting words with somebody at Wizards of the Coast.
Yeah, that's a lot. All right, so second construct, getting a drum here, which leads me to believe, I was going to say there's no more lands, but looks like just wants to deploy that's a Sanctifier.
Whoa,
so now Ragavan can no longer attack.
And likely it can't be removed, especially with this Pithing Needle, as you mentioned, that's naming Engineered Explosives. So all of a sudden, a lot of the ways that we have to get rid of this Sanctifier are out of here, on top of the fact that Steve is stuck on 1 land.
Yeah, so I mean, if you're in Steve's position, you're trying to think of what does a winning situation look like for me, and with the with the Sanctifier, the only out you have to the Sanctifier is the explosives, which is named by the needle. So the only way that you can, at least looking at the deck list again, I'll double check, but I believe the only way that you can remove a needle is Kolaghan's Command. So you first have to find Kolaghan's Command to blow up the needle, then also have explosives to blow up the Sanctifier, while also being stuck on one land. It's just, realistically, there's almost no way out for Steve.
All right, but we'll see Sanctifier into play and just getting to kind of hold down the fort while everything else on Adam's side of the board does a little bit of moving.
Chat does bring up a good point. What if we had a Tarmogoyf to block the Sanctifier? That's true. We were giving all the Tarmogoyf slander earlier, but we had failed to remember the Sanctifier and Vex. So good call, chat. Good call.
Bring Jund back.
Yeah.
Make Jund great again?
I don't know about all that.
I don't know about all that.
Yeah, I believe Steve did take at least one mulligan this game. I don't know if there was a second mulligan taken. I know for a fact there was at least one.
Yeah, I think there was only one. I'm with you on that, especially considering how many cards are. I guess mulligans would only be one, but we have accrued just like a lot of cards if we'd have gone any lower than twice.
But yeah, on the draw, kept one land Ragavan hand, was able to connect with the Ragavan a couple of times, but really just once we've gotten to this stage of the game, there's really not a lot that Steve can really do to come back from this. Maybe if the needle was not there and you could have engineered explosives as an option to maybe get rid of the Sanctifier, but the Sanctifier is even just playing defense here on the Ragavan.
Yeah, we have this Dragon Rage Channeler now. I mean, we could make this Dragon Rage Channeler fly, get a little bit of damage. But
so looking at the deck list with a Sanctifier in play, I actually don't think it's possible to get Delirium. So enchantment's no good because Blood Moon's red. So you have Artifact, land. You have I guess that's not true because you could do Artifact, land, Dothy as the creature, and then a discard spell as the sorcery. So you could no, yeah, it's black cards too. Never mind. So Artifact, land, yeah, that's it. It's just Artifacts, land. So we can't even Delirium with the Sanctifier.
Jeez, yeah, that's rough.
Oh, there's also a hammer. So yeah, that should be game. There it is. Congratulations to Adam Hawthorne here. Azorius Hammer taking it 2-1 over Rakdos. So I guess we call it Scamless Scam because there's no actual scams in the Rakdos deck, but Rakdos Midrange. Congratulations.
Congratulations indeed at that 6-1-1 record. We'll be looking to see if that is going to be enough to make top 8. I'm waiting to hear if we have a time shifted match for us to watch to take up some of the time. And it looks like I got that thumbs up. So just like this hype train, pretty please, let's not keep the action from slowing and let's continue to watch a little bit more Magic, this time from the past, something that has already concluded in our other feature match, and looks like we will be getting all of the Rakdos scam that we could have possibly ever wanted in a Rakdos scam mirror.
Yeah, so we didn't get scammed last round, but we made sure to get all of the scam out in this round. Now taking a look, I wonder. Now we had the Rakdos mid-range deck last match. I want to see if these are actually scam decks. Yeah, Fury Grief main deck and Fury Grief main deck. So we are scamming. So I guess the question is, who can scam harder?
Who is more of a scammer? Find out at the end of this episode, where we are starting off with a Thoughtseize from Eli to see what Reed is working with and what is going to be the best way to dismantle that, and also kind of realize, hey, we might be playing a similar deck.
Yeah, this mirror match, I haven't played a lot of this Rakdos scam deck, but the mirror match I have to imagine is like really, really just, you both just get hellbent pretty quickly and go into a top deck war because you're both so good at trading resources. The one good thing is Reed does have a copy of Fable of the Mirror Breaker. Now, I know Fable's a bit of a contentious card in this Rakdos scam deck. So, for example, Eli has 0 copies of Fable in the 75, and Reed actually has 3. And I would have to imagine that that card is incredible in a matchup like this.
Yeah, I would be inclined to agree about that exact mirror. I am unsure if you can hear the very loud announcements happening on the other side of my microphone, but regardless, we are going to continue here by sacrificing this polluted delta for Eli and working in a little bit more disruption likely before the Fable is going to come down for Reed here.
Yeah, I can hear the top 8 announcement. I heard Will's name.
Yeah, Will has made it.
All right, we got a couple of lands for both players here, and let's see what we have for Eli. So as we did talk about, no Fables in Eli's deck list, so maybe looking for something like, I was going to say a Seasoned Pyromancer, but cannot cast that off of Swamp Castle Blackleaf Cliffs. I know that swamp does look like a mountain, but it is indeed a swamp, I promise.
I'm a really big fan of those lands, actually. I know a lot of people are constantly like, but it's red, so it should be a mountain. It also has a giant skull on it.
Yeah. That's like the one specific one that we kind of makes jokes about because it, without the skull on it, it does kind of look like a mountain, but I agree with you. Yeah, there is a giant skull on it.
It's like I'm hard pressed to believe that the skull is somehow less prominent than the red coloring on it, but I digress. This Ragavan is the thing staying in play and getting to do the most potentially here, but Reed is going to, instead of following up with that Fable the Mirrorbreaker, is going to follow up with this Seasoned Pyromancer and do a little bit of discarding.
Discarding Krueger to Seasoned Pyromancer, that is what we in the business call a value.
I'm a big fan of Kroxa. I might just like Reed's list a little bit more.
Yeah, I think they both have Kroxa. Let's take a look at the deck list. No, actually, Eli does not have Kroxa either, so
No
honestly,
Fable,
Reed
no
seems
Kroxa?
like yeah, Reed really seems like he's really prepared for this mirror match with Kroxa and Fable. So I like to see that if you're a Reed Anderson fan.
Well, this is kind of weird too. So, Scam is one of those decks that I feel like I'm very used to seeing online, and even one that I saw a whole lot of play at things like MTG 30 and a few other places as well. So, it feels like a deck that I'm pretty used to seeing. But then, like, I come to the NRG series and I'm like watching and walking around all of the different areas, and I feel like I don't see it nearly as much as some other decks. As a Fable the Mirrorbreaker actually ends up getting pitched to Fury here.
Yeah, and there is that one's Feign Death, I think. I can't remember. One's on Dying Malice, one's Feign Death. I think that one's Feign Death. But get the creature back from the graveyard, get the Fury back as a 4/4, which notably does not die to Lightning Bolt, which I believe Eli does have a couple of copies of. Looks like the removal spells of choice are 1 Dreadbore, 2 Bolt, 2 Terminate, and that's it. So those 5.
Yeah, the board all of a sudden really shifting into Reed's favor here. Extremely strong placement to have both of these creatures in play, putting pressure onto Eli, who only has a 1 card in hand going forward, but does have a Castle Lochthwain in play to try and draw a little bit out, but hard to do that much damage to your life total when you're also not with anything in play to kind of fight back.
Yeah, I mean, this is an attack for 11. Eli's just getting, we're going full beatdowns for Reed. And like you said, there is the castle, but, Eli doesn't have really much going on. Probably has to at least start there. Oh, yeah, we're just going to go for the Kroxa.
Oh, you're going to have no cards in hand.
Funny enough, I mean, at least if you're in Eli's spot, at least you take 1 less damage off the castle because the Kroxa discarded the
Feign Death.
Feign Death, but yeah.
True.
Small victories.
Small
that
victories.
Is going to do it.
Small victories, but those small victories not amounting to a win, as we do see in the Scam versus Scam matchup, going in favor of the person playing just a little bit more value engines, a few more ways to play with some of the discard that is happening, and playing a little bit closer to some of the newer cards that have been printed as well in the form of that Fabled and Mirror Breaker. So very nicely able to see that kind of difference. If we can take a look at deck lists, or if we're instead just going to be bringing you to top 8 here in a sec. Now, let's take a look at deck lists. Let's see if we can find some differences between these two. Not like we haven't already seen quite a few, but also take a look at the sideboards to decide what differences there is and where favor is going to lie.
So for Eli, we mentioned there's no Fables, no Croxes. That puts Eli in a massive disadvantage. However, there are some good sideboard cards here. So we have the Hidetsugu Consumes All, Magus of the Moon, 2 Ob Nixilis, the Adversary, 2 Fatal Push, 2 Necromentia, a Path of Peril, 2 Engineered Explosives, a Flame Blitz, and 3 Leyline of the Void. I would imagine you want to go towards the Ob Nixilis as just, another grindy card. Same with Hidetsugu Consumes All. Fatal Push is interesting. It does help against Ragavan, but I don't know if I like just loading up on more 1-for-1s because the matchup it's really important to draw those 2-for-1s, so I'm not really sure if I like Fatal Push that much. Maybe the Leylines, but because Leyline's weird because it is good against the scam half of the deck, but it also is... Yeah, it's kind of weird. I don't know if I like the ley lines.
I mean, do you like the ley lines more if your opponent is playing something like Kroxa?
It's interesting. The issue with Leyline is these games come down to top deck wars a lot, and if Leyline is a stone blank in the late to the mid to late game, so it's kind of tough.
Yeah, let's take a look at the opponent's board here and see differences in sideboards here. No ley lines to speak of. Do have some Necromentias, Torox, but what do you think is really going to be the picks? What's really going to come in, and what's a winner here?
So there's no ley lines, but we have Unlicensed Hearse. That's a card I'm pretty interested in because it's graveyard hate, but it is also a way to pressure. So it kind of like serves that dual role. So I like the Hearses here. I love the Kolaghan's Command. I love the Hidetsugu Consumes All. Maybe the Turok is like a sort of this 2-for-1. The protection's not relevant, but 4 mana for a 2/1 ETB, you discard 2 cards. Could come up.
All right, and let's go down into the game and start seeing if we're going to be seeing Eli be able to pick up a match and even the score up, or if Reed is going to be the Rakdos scammer to rule them all.
Yeah, only one person can be the true scammer.
Only one may stand, and we'll see. Eli did decide to bring in those Leyline of the Voids, and is going to use the other Leyline of the Void to just go ahead and pitch to Grief. So actually, potentially a good use of using one of those dead versions of Leyline of the Void.
Yeah, the second Leyline coming up clutch here, pitching it to Grief. And we're just going full scam. We essentially, I believe Eli kept 7, and we went Leyline, pitch a card to Grief, and then we're going to cast the Feign Death. We're going to have 2 cards in our hand after we kept a 7 card in hand. Just the classic scam deck.
Is that something that you find to be beautiful? Magic is wonderful, or is it like, this is bad?
I mean, it's fine. They have to commit a lot of resources. And as we see, Reed had a bolt, or, excuse me, I don't know if that was off the top, because I believe Eli, it was kind of fast. I didn't quite get a good look at the hands, but I think Eli took both removal spells, and I think that was off the top for Reed.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that was a rough one, but all things being exiled for Reed. No follow-ups quite yet, and Eli just continuing to play some lands as well. We'll see if Reed is going to have a follow-up. Yeah, let's get rid of some of the things in your graveyard as well. Dot the Voidwalker next to step onto the field.
Yeah, and that's the thing about the scan deck, right? You saw Eli have basically an insane start. Had, the turn 1 Grief plus Undying Malice. Reed, had top deck to removal spell, and now Eli is just basically completely depleted of resources. There's no cards in his hand on turn 3. I guess Reed doesn't have that many cards either, but, it's if you draw the removal spell, you commit a lot of resources to that Grief, and this is kind of a good example of just draw the out.
Yep, and that Kroxa being used just to take care of that last card that was left in Eli's hand. No way to keep that around, and no way to escape that from the graveyard as everything has been exiled. But Dothy Voidwalker going to be able to come into play here for Reed and try to get some damage across one way or another.
Yeah, and we see Eli thinning the deck here, trying to find some way to maybe answer the Voidwalker, maybe a threat of his own, like a Grief. Yeah, we'll have to see what Eli finds. I believe looks like Reed has one card in hand. Let's see what the leftovers are. Look like a spell. Didn't quite get a good look at it. But this is kind of what we talked about, right? These decks are so good at trading one for one that you just almost always get down to these top deck wars, and it's just like who can draw better, essentially.
Mm-hmm. All right. Dothy Boardwalker of Eli's own, but this one is going to get Culligan's commanded because Reed just has had a few more resources available. Ooh.
Well, that doesn't work because of the Dothy Voidwalker that's in play.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that doesn't work, which I guess you were going to get discarded anyways. Yeah, I think you just discarded it. But yeah, because the Voidwalker puts the creature into exile, it doesn't actually die for the Feign Death.
Oh, all right. A little bit of extra.
Draw step for Eli. I have to see if Reed can match. Croak's not exactly what you're looking for versus the ley line. I guess you take it because it's just a 1-for-1, gets a card out of Eli's hand, so it could be worse, but giving a terminate under the Voidwalker. So we have to start thinking about. I was gonna say that Crooks's should not be in play.
Absolutely not.
Yeah, attack with the Voidwalker. So we got a bit of a race on our hands. Eli down to 7. Discarded a terminate. You would have to imagine that there's another removal spell for the Voidwalker. Because I can't imagine you would want to not leave yourself without an out to the Voidwalker on 7.
Yeah, I mean, unless we're like that worried about taking that 3 damage from the Croxa, that we would rather discard the terminate. But you're taking way more than 3 damage from this Dothy Voidwalker continuously attacking you.
Ob Nixilis the Adversary. That appears to be the last card, the other card that was discarded. That was not discarded. Excuse me.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so we're going to casualty that. Let's see if we can maybe bring up Ob Nixilis. It's got a lot of text on it. So it's a planeswalker with casualty. So essentially, when you cast it, you make a copy of it. So you have basically 2 Ob Nixilises. The second one's not legendary, and you can go. I believe it's -2 to make a 1/1 devil. And then I believe the +1 is they either discard a card or lose 2 life. And if you have a devil, you gain 2 life. I think that's what it is. And then -7, probably some form of win the game.
Target player.
Draw 7 and lose 7.
There we go. I just can't see very well for the small text. I'm very far away from this monitor.
For all intents and purposes, -7 win the game. Most of the time.
We'll see if that is going to be a possibility or if the creatures for Reed's side will just be able to quickly take down these Ob Nixilises. Ob Nixili? Oh! Okay, we are not even going to finish watching that game. We are going straight into top 8. Okay. Oh no, not what we meant to do. Okay. Yep.
Nope, we're not going to top 8.
We're going back to the Rakdos scam matchup. And no top 8 yet. Pay no attention to what you just saw.
Got a little sneak preview.
A little sneaky peek.
We got to delete the VOD. Pretend this never happened. This is an imagination. You never saw anything, chat.
There is no war in Bossing Say, if you will.
Yeah. All right, what did we miss? We got Ob Nixilis being attacked by the Voidwalker. Some stuff's happening.
We're doing a lot of minusing on one, plussing on another. Trying to gain a little bit of life. Did the Voidwalker even actually go at any of the Ob Nixilises or just go face?
Oh, it might have went face. You might be right. Might have went face. So we hopefully we'll take a look and see what we got here for Reed. There was a Fury cast for Eli, cleaned up the Pyromancer and the Dothy Voidwalker. We did see the Turoks come in, so did want to go towards those, which I think makes sense.
Mm-hmm.
Just, a 4-mana, 2/1 ETB, you discard 2 cards. The protection's not going to come up that up. It's not going to come up, but just, another 2-for-1 aspect card.
Mm-hmm. I mean, it's hard. I feel like a bunch of the cards in some of these decks are going to be that reactionary. Just playing a way that says stop holding things in your hand is certainly not worth nothing, as a Fury is going to come into play for Reed here as well.
Pretty big Fury here for Eli. Looks like we're going to go... Okay, we went 2 and 2, traded for the token. What did I miss? What this token is going? Yeah, okay. Token's going after the Ob. So we got a Fury and a 1/1 versus an Ob on 2. Looks like we're gonna make a devil. And yeah, the tokens from... Okay, I see what happened. The Fury killed the devil token, which pinged the Turok.
Yes.
I see what happened. So that pings that. Attack for 6. Put Eli to 4. Blood Moon. Didn't expect to see that one in this matchup.
We kept
That's
the
an interesting
Blood
one.
Moon
But
in.
that is going to do it.
All right, and Reed Anderson is the official Rakdos scammer, and potentially also a Rakdos scammer that made it into... I don't actually know. I don't know who that is left in this room is actually a part of top 8 and who's just hanging out. So I will actually not speak to that, but congratulations to Reed Anderson for winning that final round of today's NRG Series Mundelein, Illinois Modern 5K. As you've kind of heard now, some top 8 action is about to start happening, but we're going to take a very quick break, get everything set up for you, and then go right in just a moment here. We'll see you soon.
Good evening, everybody. Thanks for hanging out with us just for that brief break here while we give Becky and Devin a quick little breather as we get ready to jump into our quarterfinals and the rest of our top 8. So let's talk about what the players are playing for first before we get moving too far. So first place, $1,200, 20 NRG Series points. Second place, $600, 18 NRG Series points. And you can see the rest of the prize payout as we get down there. Top 8 all going to take home at least $200 each and 12 NRG Series points. Now, we were talking about Will Kruger's day today. He started off in 10th to start the weekend. He's going to skyrocket up, as you can tell. So check a peek at our top 8 here. And you got Adam Weiss and Josh Feliciano. The diversity of the decks is pretty decent here today, too. So a lot of different stuff up there. Old faithful Boros burn. And as I mentioned earlier, Joe Lossett takes out trusty mono green Tron for a spin. I asked earlier, is this deck good? And he said, well, I don't know. Obviously pretty decent on the day for him. So we have Guy Scott and John Wager on, 2 of the newer decks of the format, Azorius Hammer and Jeskai Breach, Jebediah and Adam Hawthorne. That Rakdos scam, which I talked about earlier, I watched Don Player Joe play it last night late in the hotel. Didn't win in match. So obviously deck's pretty good, though. Got some legs. 2 of our 8 decks are Rakdos. And then in the main feature match, which we're going to watch, we're going to end up watching Will Kruger and Joe Lossett, one of our co-hosts here on the NRG series. And Will's battling for points. And those 2 guys, I spoke to them briefly, and they said, well, this is going to end really quickly. And they didn't really know which way it was going to end really quickly, whether Will was going to run Joe out quick or if Joe was going to be able to assemble Tron and take Will down. So with that, let's go ahead and get our top 8 ready to roll here. It looks like the players are ready, so I'm going to send it back down to Becky and Devin as they bring you our elimination rounds here from Mundelein, Illinois.
All right, everybody, and we are back here in this little quick turnaround time. Got a little glimpse of, we actually got a little glimpse of our top 8 match while we were watching the backup match for round 8, and we have Will Kruger against Joe Lossett. Will, the 3 seed on the play with Azorius Hammer against Joe, 6 seed on Mono Green Tron. We got, looks like Will in a multi 5, which is good news for Joe, but typically not the best matchup for Tron, right, Becky?
Absolutely not. This is one, especially if my opponent gets to basically choose to be on the play, I would kind of be shaking in my boots a little bit.
Yeah, and this is kind of the dream start for Will. The turn 1 Cigar to Save, turn 2 Stoneforge for Hammer. Gonna put Joe under the gun as quickly as turn number 3. If we take a look at Joe's deck list, we got a Boseiju check. Only 1 Boseiju in the main deck, which could have, but we're going for... just shows him the double hammer. That's lethal. All right, well, game 1. Will Kruger, multi 5. Didn't matter. That was pretty easy.
I mean, if Okay, so you got to understand that if you're a Tron player and you're playing against a deck like Azorius Hammer, you respect when your opponent mulls deep and still just finds it, because that's what your deck is trying to do. You're doing the exact same thing. You're playing the strategy where it rewards you for searching for certain pieces and having them at your disposal. And this is just a good showing of that, and very quick game. Probably the quickest we've seen all day. So we're gonna have to kind of eat up a lot of time talking about these sideboards as we go down into it and take a peek at these deck lists, see what is going to change, and if we're gonna be able to get some extra tools. See if we can maybe slow down that start that we actually just saw from Will here.
So yeah, we took a look at Joe's deck. We saw this earlier. This is effectively a 6-card sideboard. We have 9 one-ofs to go get with our card in the Great Creators. I don't think we're going to be bringing in any of those. There is an argument for bringing in maybe the explosives if you don't feel like you have time to card for that, but for the most part, I think you want to keep those in the sideboard. However, we do like the 2 Nature's Claims and the Besage. I think those are pretty easy includes, and I mean, those cards are good, but if you look at the configuration of the deck after board, there's only 2 Claims and 2 Besages. Joe doesn't have a lot going on here.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I think this is going to end up being an interesting change for Joe. Again, I'm pretty close to the player, so I'm going to try and not speak to too much of what players do and don't have in their sideboards as we're going through these little segments here. So let's take a peek at Will Kruger's. Oh, deck lists are open. Never mind. I'll talk all I want. It's really unfortunate that Joe actually doesn't have Force of Vigor in the sideboard. This was a card that so Joe, again, is playing my mono green Tron deck that I brought for this weekend on the off chance that I was going to be able to play. And Force of Vigor is one of those cards that I was like, it's really good in exactly this matchup, and then it's kind of mopey in every other matchup. I'd kind of rather have just like Nature's Claims instead. So not a card that I actually brought for this 75 going into this weekend, because I was like, if that matchup ends up coming my way and I'm not able to beat it with some of these other pieces, then I'm just going to say, yeah, I made that decision. And Modern is such an open format that you kind of just have to end up making some concessions like that along the way a lot of the time, I think.
Yeah, for sure. There sometimes you're just going to have those matchups that are 80-20 not in your favor. But the upside of that is sometimes you have 80-20s in going in the other direction. So, with a deck like Tron, those are going to be, you're going to have a lot of those polarized matchups where you're incredibly good against a lot of the mid-range setups, just not the best against some of the decks that are trying to go under you.
Yep, and let's take a look at the Azorius Hammer deck and see if it's going to have any tools to, I know, on the off chance, now since Tron is on the play, if there's going to be some ways to slow down the insane ramp that we can sometimes see from those 3 lands that Joe's playing.
So from Will's side, we got a couple of Draenith Magistrates, a Lavinia, 3 Sanctifier Invec, a Blacksmith Skill, 2 March of Otherworldly Light, Path of Exile, Spell Pierce, Mana Leak, Pithing Needle, and a Relic of Progenitus. Lavinia is interesting because it can stop, so if you have the 3 Tron lands on turn 3, it stops from casting Karn the Great Creator, Ugin the Spirit Dragon, and Karn Liberated. So I think Lavinia is a pretty good one here for Will. Potentially wants to look at something like Pithing Needle to name Oblivion Stone, maybe wants to go towards Mana Leak or Spell Pierce. Those are a little bit dicier, but not a ton here for Will, but to be honest, I don't really think Will needs a lot of help.
Yeah, I would be inclined to agree with you, as well as our players down at the table are drawing their opening hands and taking their mulligans. So it looks like we are seeing Joe take 1 mulligan here on the play this time after taking a swift loss to Will Kruger in that first match.
Yeah, I don't know what the exact time on that game was, but I can't imagine it was over a minute.
No, I don't think it was either. I was going to say it was sub 60 seconds.
Yeah. We should have had, what we should have done? We should have had the stopwatch going and
yeah, like the chess timers.
Yeah. Or the speed run,
Oh, speedrun Modern.
Yeah,
Do you think
speed run
Azorius
Will
Hammer
Kruger.
is one of the fastest decks in Modern right now?
If you're a skilled hammer pilot, yes. Now, I will say that there are matchups like this where you don't really have to play around a lot. There's not a lot of interaction from Joe's side, but the really skilled hammer players in matchups like, for example, like Rakdos Scam and Izzet Murktide, like when your opponent has a plethora of removal spells, you have to really navigate those situations pretty well. And it's really difficult, with Hammer. A lot of people kind of associate Hammer with a deck that you can just kind of pick up and, there's not a ton of skill involved. But at the end of the day, there really is when you're trying to maximize your percentages in those kind of more mid-range style matchups.
I mean, it's hard. I feel like a lot of people say a lot of that sort of style of thing about a lot of different decks. And at the end of the day, that might be true for like to get to a certain level, but there is a certain mastery level for a lot of decks of this variety. Even like kind of the same thing can be said for Tron. Like there are a lot of like very basic things that you can learn and know and have at the ready, but then there's a lot of like kind of unintuitive things that you can get to learn as well. And there's a level of if you've played the deck a lot and you're through a lot of the autopilot situations, you can really kind of get into the nitty-gritty of the deck and just trying to pick which decks really reward you for the time that you've spent on them. Like, and a lot of people also say the same thing about Burn, but there's a lot of people who are really good and really like seasoned Burn players who know kind of the ins and outs and ways to get around a lot of areas that some other people who've just picked up the deck would never be able to.
Yeah, that's a great example. Bird is one of those decks that's like, maybe if you're trying to play at like 50 to 60%, then it's really not that difficult. But if you're trying to get to the maximize your win percentage, get to 70, 80, 85%, or, get to play at that high level, it can be difficult in terms of there's a lot of sequencing things where you have to figure out like which spell do I play first and things like that. So yeah, there's a lot of decks in Modern kind of have their own unique way of being a little bit difficult, more difficult to play. They have like their own niche kind of thing. And every deck is kind of like that.
Well, Joe doing a similar thing to what we saw in game one, simply saying, I will achieve 7 mana at the cost of you just doing whatever you want for the first few turns. And here we go, coming in for 11 damage. I believe that's a Memnite that is in play. So we'll see if Joe is going to be able to stop what has started here now that we have amassed the lands that we need to produce 7 mana.
This game already took longer than the first one.
That's true, but I mean, luckily for Joe, we started off on the play. That is kind of the name of the game here.
That is a good point. And you see a mana up here for Will. So if you look at maybe the deck list, you think that represents Blacksmith Skill, could represent Spell Pierce, Oblivion Stone. That's not really what Joe's looking for. Okay, we got a Chump Blocker.
All right, we're in for that.
To see if Will has an answer. Something like a Shadow Spear.
What's awkward?
Shadow Spear would get the job. Oh, no. Okay, we're just blocking.
All right. I mean, it's kind of weird because Will doesn't really need an answer. Like, this is kind of one of those situations where we can just kind of say, I see what you, like, you've had to play your Oblivion Stone face up. Like, so I can just kind of sit here, make you do what you need to do to literally stay alive in this game and continue to hold things in my hand.
Right. And if we take a look at Blacksmith Skill does give Indestructible. However, it gives Indestructible to one permanent. So if you were to O-Stone the whole board and you Indestructible, say, the Memnite, the Colossus Hammer would still die. So.
Good point.
Something to think about.
All right, but Beseju into Ancient Stirring is going to be the start here for Joe and trying to pick what is going to be the pickup here.
It's like he's eyeing a card, which does make sense. That card's good.
Oh, yeah, especially here. So, the Great Creator. Joe is talking about how he doesn't know what that art is from. Joe's hurting me right now.
Nice. Oh, because this is your deck, right?
It's
right.
My deck,
okay.
Yeah.
I do appreciate the Tron lands. I think those are the objectively correct Tron lands to play.
Oh, these Tron lands I actually didn't pick. These were gifted to me when I started to play Modern, actually.
Okay.
Play Eldrazi Tron, not Green Tron.
Oh no. 3/2 tribal.
Yeah, it was at the time where Walking Ballista and Basilisk Collar was like the hottest thing you could be doing. in Modern.
Okay.
Feels like
I
that was
do
a
recall that.
short amount of time in the sun, but
It was good for a little bit.
it was good for a little bit when everyone was playing Death Shadow and you were just trying to your 3/2 that got you something off the top of your library was good. Yeah. So follow up to that Oblivion Stone blowing up the world is going to be that Stoneforge Mystic and Esper Sentinel for Will here.
Yeah, Will got a hammer, which could indicate. Okay, I was gonna say could indicate another Sigarda's Aid in hand. Also, maybe just wants to play around a removal spell on the Stoneforge Mystic. And we know about the Karn the Great Creator. So if we take a look at Joe's sideboard, see what we can get here. The one awkward thing about this, from Joe's perspective, is Ensnaring Bridge is good against Pure Steel Paladin, but not good against Sigarda's Aid. Because if you Karn and get Ensnaring Bridge and there's a Sigarda's Aid in hand, the Sentinel goes to combat and attacks as a 1/1. The hammer is played after attacks are declared, so that doesn't work. It is good against Pure Steel Paladin, however, because the equipment would have to be put onto the creature before attacks.
Yep.
So Joe kind of has to weigh, like, there's a lot of things that Joe has to think about here in terms of what he wants to get with this Karn.
Yeah, and this is another situation where Ooh, what are we, 7-5? Oh, we're paying for the Esper Sentinel. Sure. Okay. That makes sense.
Yeah, the other thing you could do is just get a Ballista. You could play a 2/2 Ballista and then just kill the Sentinel. We are going to go for the bridge. Okay. So this is really dicey if Will has a...
Ooh.
Oh, okay, we have a card in hand. Okay, if we can empty our hand, this is a lot better, because now... Okay, yeah, this is good for Joe, because now nothing can attack. Well, an Ornithopter can attack, but...
All right, if Will has exactly Ornithopter.
I mean, you laugh, but that... Okay, Will's just going to
No.
pack it up. No answer to the bridge. Cool. Game number 3.
All right, an intense one. The first one ended up being very fast. Both of these are ending like very fast. Like the first one ended very fast on Will's side, and then Will was very quick to be like, "Yeah, I can't beat an ensnaring bridge when you have no cards in hand and are gonna like." Clearly, Joe also had enough mana to be able to play anything that was possibly the draw. And on the off chance that I don't know your most expensive spell in your deck that's Ulamog gets drawn, like that's not great for Will either. So just saying that this is enough, I'll pack it up. Having your ability to continue to wish for something in the sideboard and be able to get something like a Sundering Titan as well to take out the 2 lands that were on, 2 of the 3 lands that were on Will Kruger's side of the battlefield. Not very great either. So just saying, let's go to game number 3. And okay, so we've already talked about it a little bit. We've seen it a little bit. Play draw for these 2 decks. Is it just going to end up being chalked up to whoever was on the play?
Yeah, probably. I mean, that is certainly the most important part of this matchup, because Will has draws where he can just, end the game on turn 2, and Joe almost doesn't have anything, any backstop towards those draws. Now, granted, the hammer turn 2 draws aren't, very far, and they're not very common. But, just the fact that Joe doesn't have a ton of recourse against, like you said, no Force of Vigors. That's the card that you would want to look towards. If Joe had copies of Force of Vigor in his sideboard, I think the texture of this matchup is a lot different. But without those, and the other thing is players have deck lists. So Will knows that Joe doesn't have Force of Vigor. So he's just going to jam.
Yeah, and this is going to be a situation where then, because of it being open decklist as well, like you have to wonder, like, how is Joe going to end up changing play a little bit? How are we going to be trying to make it seem like we have an answer to something? Are we trying to play like we have the Nature's Claim every single time? And is Will going to be doing something similar with something like a blacksmith skill as well?
Yeah, it's tough for Joe on the draw because his deck is so, predicated on having 7 mana by turn 3, having that turn 3 Tron. It's really hard for him to take a turn off and hold up some sort of interaction like a Nature's Claim or something along those lines. So I think Joe's going to be put in a lot of situations where he just has to say, you know what, I can't really afford to play on anything. If you got it, you got it.
Oh, all right. Chromatic Sphere is not going to be along for this world, or even be allowed to come into this world as it is spell pierced. But I mean,
Yeah,
in a way, this might be kind of a good start to this game for Joe.
Yeah, you're from Joe's side, you're definitely happy to see no one drop, right?
Mhm.
No creature on turn 1, so you're not in danger of getting hammered on turn 2. I would have to imagine Will probably has a Stoneforge Mystic to deploy this turn, maybe a Saga.
Yeah, I would certainly hope so, and it'll be interesting to see how that kind of ends up showing off the strength or lack thereof of Will's hand. But as you mentioned, Stoneforge Mystic going to be the call, and once again is going to be followed up by that Colossus Hammer, which we kind of spoke to how that play pattern speaks earlier in the day, and we're getting to see if it continues to speak in that same way, or if Will is just saying, let's try to get this over with as quickly as possible. I don't need to worry about Cauldron Complete because I know I'm not dealing with creatures on my opponent's side of the board.
Yeah, I mean, the thing about Cauldron, it also doesn't clock nearly as quick as a hammer if Will just
Mhm.
has the Cigar to Sade rolled up. And I mean, let's see if Will just puts his hand on the table. If there's a double hammer, we're done. All right, let's see. Do you got it, Will? Druid Ornithopter.
Oh,
Can't quite get a good look. I see some white cards in Will's hand. I don't think any of them are Cigar to Sade, though.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, the one card we know from Will is that hammer that was picked up from the Stoneforge Mystic. And now just trying to see what things we can amass to try and put Joe Lossett's life total in jeopardy as much as possible on this turn, because you have to imagine that the start for Joe has been kind of awkward, and it doesn't look like there's a way for Joe to amass Tron next turn, or if it does, like not with 7 full mana. So just trying to say, all right, let's see what I can do and if I'll be able to keep as much on my side of the board to go for next turn as possible. So starting off with another Stoneforge Mystic after that Ornithopter and getting another Colossus Hammer.
Yeah, I wonder if Will has something like a Pure Steel Paladin and is just going to go land, hammer this turn, next turn, Paladin, hammer, equip, kill you. Yeah, I'm guessing that Will's going to play a hammer here. Yep, makes a lot of sense. So almost certainly has a Pure Steel rolled up for next turn. But wants to deploy the hammer this turn so that just in case he doesn't draw land, you can just go Paladin, second hammer, 3 artifacts, equip, 22. Just like the Taylor Swift album.
That was a good one. I appreciate that you're making jokes back with me now.
I just hope we don't get DMCA'd for saying Taylor Swift,
I think we should be good for just mentioning her name. I hope.
All right, what do we got for Joe? Crack the Star, making green. Looks like another Urza's Mine. That one is not a tower.
Though a lot of people tell me it looks like one, which I kind of understand, but at least I'm not playing every single one of the different arts,
I cannot stand people that do that.
Yeah, I don't like when people do it for a lot of other cards. Like, okay, that being said, Joe is gonna have one mismatched chromatic sphere because I don't know where I put my 4th chromatic sphere, which is very sad because I have old border Japanese ones. So
Those
that
look nice.
they're so nice, but I randomly have misplaced my last chromatic sphere, and I'm kind of heartbroken about it. But last night when I was putting the deck together for Joe was like, where on earth has my 4th chromatic sphere gone? And that's gonna be like a difficult one to replace.
I'll find it eventually.
I hope so. I'm hoping it's just
I wonder-
somewhere in the depths of my home, but Sylvan Scrying is coming out here and walk us through what we could find and what would keep us in this game potentially.
Yeah, I don't really know what Joe's thinking about here because there's no mana floating. So even if you were to get a Beseiju, you can't activate the Beseiju, even if there's a forest in hand. I mean, I guess you're trying to think about like what you can bluff, but deck lists are open. I don't really know. I mean, I assume you just get Tower, and then I guess you can. Tower is actually interesting because it bluffs Warping Whale.
Mhm.
So there is a world where if Joe goes Tower Pass, Will goes Paladin, Paladin second hammer, you respond to the second hammer and Warping Whale the Ornithopter. There's no Metalcraft. Now, that play backfires if Will draws any land because the land can animate the Inkmoth. That's the 3rd artifact. But that is a way for Joe to potentially not die this turn.
All right, well, let's see if it's going to be enough here as Will goes into the next turn here.
Could have also been a Nature's Claim, and he was thinking about getting a Forest, maybe.
Mm-hmm.
All right.
Shield
That is
Scout.
going to do it. Yeah, Will just shows the Paladin. Play the artifacts. Equip. Attack for 22. That will do it. Will Krueger beating Joe Lossett 2-1 in Azorius Hammer versus Mono Green Tron. Kind of what we expected. Will was on the play, and that was a rough matchup for Joe, and it kind of played out the exact way that we expected it to.
Really did, and unfortunate to see a Joe go down, but considering that Joe did not even plan to play in this tournament, and I last night was like, hey, I have Tron. If you decide you want to play, go for it. And then mid top 8, hey, you'll take what you can get, and that certainly isn't a bad way for the day to end for Joe Lossett. But Will Krueger will continue on into this top 8. But we do, before we go and follow Will Krueger, we'll have a backup match where we will get to continue to watch some Magic goodness. And if you're into continuing to watch Magic, be sure to hit that follow button. If you're interested and able, you can also hit that subscribe button. And if we can get 50 subscriptions, we'll be dying Norman Cohen, the owner of NRG's hair orange, to match his lovely NRG series. Let's go down into our second match that we have queued up and ready to go and watch Rakdos scam versus Boros burn.
We got to get the updated number though, because we got a couple more subs.
Oh,
so we need to get the updated number. So Norm's got to get on that.
We're going to find out here shortly, but start for Boros burn is going to be this Inspiring Vintage into Monastery Swift Spear. We are watching a time-shifted match, so this is not accurate to where the players currently are, but is something that we are going to be getting updated on as we go further into this tournament.
Yeah, in Boros Burn, the 1 seed, taking a look at the standings, Adam actually had to play the last round. There was a lot of people who could draw, but I believe, I think it was that where Adam's breakers were bad enough where I think Adam may have gotten pared down, had to play in 1.
Mhm.
Normally kind of an awkward situation, but when you win those spots and you get to be the 1 seed, especially when you're playing Burn, that's of a massive, fist bump there for Adam. So yeah, it gets to be on the play. And traditionally this matchup, it's interesting. It really depends on, how the grief scam, and we are going to scam here. So this grief's going to take 2 of these cards, which is kind of tough here because I think the only cards left are lands.
Yeah, the copium in this situation is that at least one of those lands is a fiery islet, so we will be able to go for a little bit of a redraw despite the fact that we are flooded, but that is certainly going to be rough for Adam here. All right, I have an update that we are at 29 subs. We just need 21 more, and I will be dying. Well, maybe not me, but somebody will be dying. Norm's hair orange.
No, you said it. You're the one to do it now. Now you have to do
Okay.
it.
I mean, I'm the most interested in doing it. I'm the most invested in this. I also want everyone to wear orange wigs, everyone in coverage, everyone. I'm just wanting everyone to be matched with me as red and orange as Fury, who just took out a lot of what Adam had accrued. So not exactly how I normally would have expected this matchup to go, but it's certainly a hurtful place to have ended up in for Adam here.
Yeah, if you're playing Burn and your opponent is at 19 on turn 2 of the game and you have 2 lands in play and 1 card in hand, you're not in a good spot.
Yeah.
Let's just say that.
Yeah, I feel like saying that this is a rough situation is putting it nicely.
Yeah, this is kind of the dream start for Josh here. Was able to grief 2 burn spells away and then fury 2 creatures away. You cannot draw it up any better for Josh. The one thing going for Adam, as you did mention, there is that the fiery islet, so able to cycle that, try to find some more gas. Where the Swiss Spear enters the battlefield tapped and attacking. Love to see it.
Yeah, I don't think we put that Monastery Swift Spear vertical at any point.
Yeah, when you untap, you don't untap the Swiss Spear, you just immediately go to combat and it's like already attacking.
It's the special ability of playing Burn is that you go straight through your first main phase pretty much, unless you have like a lava spike.
Yeah.
Then you're like, okay, hold up. I will do this for a second.
All right, so see what the follow-up is here for Josh. Start with an attack for 4. And this grief is also just putting a ton of pressure on Adam, too. Can't really, has to find an answer for it. I believe picked up a lightning helix, so that one could potentially go after the grief.
All right. Looks like some of the draws that we've had for Adam have actually been better than I would have expected, considering that after Josh's turn 1, we were in a rough place with what was left in our hand.
Maybe it wasn't a lightning helix. Because I wonder if it was a helix if you wanted to... Oh, okay, we're not going after... Because I could have sworn it was a helix.
Mm-hmm.
And I wonder if you have the helix, if you just wanted to fire it off.
Mm-hmm.
Like, if you're not going to kill the grief, you might as well just fire it off on that last turn when you're attacking with the Swiss Spear.
Yeah.
Unless you're trying to play around Lightning Bolt, because the Swiss Spear would have been a 2/3.
You were
going
right.
End of turn helix. Interesting. So I guess that means if you draw Boros Charm, okay, draw Sunbaked Canyon, it's a redraw. The reason you would cast the helix there is if you draw Boros Charm, you have the mana to cast it, because only had 3 mana total.
Mm-hmm.
But did miss out on a prowess trigger, so it's not nothing.
Yeah. I mean, we'll see the difference in life total there. So Josh is just at 5 as opposed to 4. So we are kind of hoping that this Monastery Swift Spear stays in play to be able to do a little bit of damage. But I mean, hey, actually, Josh says, you know what? I'll do you solid here and I'll fetch a land, put myself down to 4. So now that Boros Charm, more than enough.
Yeah, I'm wondering, depending on the follow-up here for Josh, I'm wondering at what point do you leave the... Okay, never mind. I was going to say leave the grief back, but if you have the Season Pyromancer, then that's your blockers for the Swiss Spear. So with Adam at 10, Adam takes 4 from the grief, goes to 6. And then, assuming the board sits the exact same, Swiss Spear chump blocks the Pyromancer, that's 6 damage getting through. So if Adam bricks, he is dead. So let's see if you can find a Boros Charm.
Considering that we didn't slam it, makes me concerned.
Eidolon might give you a draw step.
Yeah. That is certainly interesting. Playing the Scalding Tarn is interesting as well. I feel like... Oh, it's not an Eidolon, it's an Exquisite Firecraft? No, that's a Rift Bolt.
No, Rift Bolt.
Okay.
Because if it was Firecraft, that would have went upstairs.
Oh, yeah. All right, Rift Bolt and the Swift Spear stays back.
Interesting.
Yeah, I feel like
I guess
if you attack,
you can double block. Yeah, that's the weird part about attacking. So I think Adam was like, if you attack, for a fact that Josh is going to double block there. But by not attacking, if Josh has a removal spell, it turns it into a 2-turn clock. Whereas if Josh has no other creature, then the 2/1/1s only represent a 3-turn clock. But the Ragavan kind of changes the math on that too.
Mm-hmm. Right, man. Red Zone flips over a Goblin Guide.
Adam at 2. And the Goblin Guide is not a burn spell, so that is going to not kill Adam immediately.
Mm-hmm.
All right, knock the top of the deck. This is the old... Will we find a Boros Charm?
All right. We are going to fetch? Okay, sure. I mean, I guess...
Fetch to 1, why not?
Spin the deck. Don't look at the top card.
Chat brings up a good point. Remember that one point of that one prowess trigger we missed that one turn by not phasing the helix? Ooh. If Josh is at 3, that Rift Bolt was lethal. So.
Ooh, you're absolutely right.
Yeah, and I'm just I go back to that situation. I'm trying to think of why you would hold the helix, because if you've already committed to not killing the grief, I can't really think of a good reason to not fire it off if you're attacking with the Swiss Spear that turn.
Are you just worried about it getting like feign death?
God, the skull crack. Oh man, that one's Adam's gonna go back and watch that one and reconsider things. Let's say that it's a tough one.
Let's see. if we can reconsider some things for sideboards, or if we just want to see how these players sideboarded. Normally, we would take a look at some deck lists, but considering that we have top 8 already running at a pretty good pace, we're going to go straight down into the next game, as these are time-shifted matches that we are watching while we set up for those semifinals matches. So blazing right into it, and we'll just kind of call out some sideboard cards as we see them and if they come up in this matchup.
Yeah, looks like Adam on the play again. I believe kept 7. Let me just take a quick look at Josh's sideboard while they're. I'm just going to read it off to you. So we have some Obnixiluses coming in, Path of Peril potentially, Fatal Push, and Engineered Explosives maybe, but the Obnixilus is gaining life. That can be really good against Burn. And then from Adam's side, a couple Sanctifiers in Vec. Those are slam dunks, and nothing else, I think. So probably just the Sanctifiers. Maybe. No, probably just Sanctifier.
All right, looks like we might be on a little bit of a mulligan situation for Josh as well. So we're going to put one card on the bottom, and then Adam, who took a loss in that first game, is going to be the one to start it off with a no play on turn 1.
Yeah, man, no one drop. That's kind of tough for Adam. Drew the Goblin Guide, I think. I think that's what I got a glimpse of. And there's the Sanctifier. That one's pretty good against the Rakdos tech.
Okay, maybe I was like, every time a burn player doesn't play a 1-mana creature, I'm like, are you sure this was a keep? But if the Sanctifier in Beck is coming in to play on turn number 2, I come around a little bit. This certainly is quite an impactful card to have in this matchup, and kind of changes a little bit of the decision making. I'm sure, as long as you have the ability to cast it on turn 2 anyway.
Yeah, not only does the protection matter a ton because it can't be targeted by black or red spells, it also, the exile effect stops the scam part of the scam deck. Because the way that the cards like Malakir Rebirth, Feign Death, and Undying Malice, the way that those cards work is the creature has to hit the graveyard. But with Sanctifier, in fact, the creature never hits the graveyard. And a Searing Blaze here, that is an absolute beating. Followed up with a Goblin Guide attack for 4. Yeah, this is kind of exactly where you want to be, minus the no turn 1 drop for Adam, but everything else kind of everything coming up Adam at this point.
Yeah, it's hard when you have just this kind of like silver bullet in the form of Sanctifier in Vec in your deck that you're just able to present onto the board and just be able to kind of trudge through anything that your opponent is going to be able to throw. Because it's hard for me to believe that Josh would have brought in something like an Engineered Explosives in this matchup, and would be interested to see if that ever became something that ended up mattering in this matchup, and how often we're going to see Adam potentially go for kind of mulliganing into something like this Sanctifier and Beck in further games as well. Because if Adam takes this one home, then we're going to go to a game 3 where we will have to see what the decisions end up being there, as well as now another Goblin Guide has joined its a brother over there, as well as the Sanctifier, and are getting in the red zone and not revealing a land, so we won't be able to pick that one up for Josh.
Not necessarily. So 2 Goblin Guide triggers. One, they're both in the stack. First one, I think, resolved, revealed the Ragavan. We're fetching in response to the second one, so might actually be able to wants to get a second look at potentially a land. A little cool interaction there.
Chance at a land. We'll see if that fetch is going to be good enough. Flip it over, just a Ragavan. Unfortunately.
Still a Ragavan. That Ragavan just never wants to leave the top of the deck.
Yep. I believe we call that just like a little bit of a moto bug, but I guess that you commonly just say Thoughtseize bug. It specifically is just when you Thoughtseize a card of your yeah. New name. Let's coin it. Let's go.
The Goblin Guide bug. All right. Where?
Oh, we're trying to see if our own Goblin Guide gets exiled from our Sanctifier in Beck.
I believe it does. I can't. What's the card at the top with the die on it? Oh, that might have been the Searing Blaze from the Voidwalker. Okay. Because the Searing Blaze would have gotten exiled with the Voidwalker's ability.
Yes.
I think. There's always weird things with, like, when there's 2 exile effects, which one gets applied and which one doesn't, but I don't know. I'm pretty sure they have it right.
Yeah, I think it was correct at the start, and we're just making some clarifications and making sure that everything is as it should be.
So it does pick up that Ragavan. Adam at 18 may want to go towards the Ragavan. Looks like we're going for a Seasoned Pyromancer. Give us some blockers. But we can't block that Sanctifier in Vex, so that's going to be pretty tough here for Josh.
And with Adam at 18, there's no way that we're even in a situation where we can start to race and start to put a little bit of pressure back onto Adam when the Sanctifier and Beck is just going to pretty much get to attack for free every single turn. This is a situation where we maybe wish we had Croxa or something that was going to be doing a nice big swing and kind of forcing this Sanctifier to stay back, but that's not going to be the case, as the Boros Charm was the draw for turn, and Adam nicely able to just continue to shore that one up. Now we are going to be able to take a little bit of a moment, go down into deck lists, take a peek at both how a lot of these players sideboarded already, and see if we can pick up some things that maybe we didn't get to see. So let's start off with the Rakdos scam list and take a little peek at what might have changed from the initial 60.
Well, now that we've seen the Sanctifier in Vex, we almost certainly want to go towards these explosives and potentially the Path of Peril as well. Not normally a card that's that high impact against burn, but once you've seen the Sanctifier in Vex, you probably want to reach toward that Path of Peril. The Fatal Pushes likely came in, the Ob Nixilis as well for some life gain, but past that, I think that's all Josh is looking at.
All right, and let's go ahead and take a look at the burn sideboard. We've already seen, as you mentioned, those Sanctifier and Vex, only 2, but we were able to see 1, and I believe we also saw a Path to Exile in that first game in hand as well for Adam. So what else might be something that we're looking forward to seeing from Adam's burn deck?
Path is kind of a weird one. I guess it does help a little bit against the scam part of the deck. So if it might not be a card you want on the draw though, because if you get griefed, like if your opponent has grief plus the Undying Malice on turn 1 and you have Path in your hand, they're just gonna take the 2 non-Path cards and you're just gonna you Path it, they get a land off it. So I'm not a big fan of Path on the draw. I think that might be something that Adam wants to maybe get out of his deck. But yeah, the Sanctifiers are slam dunks here.
All right, let's go down now into game number 3 between these two players, playing to continue to hold their place in this tournament and compete for more of that money in the semifinals. And Adam took down game number 2, so now we are going to be seeing this Rakdos scam deck taking its place on the play here, and starting off scamming as we're used to seeing, pitching that Terminate to this grief to take a peek at Adam's hand.
Pretty good hand from Adam. We'll have to see if there's a full-on scam here. But if you don't have the Undying Malice, I mean, you probably have to take the Sanctifier, but Adam's leftovers are pretty good. 2 creatures, 2 burn spells, 2 lands. That's about as much as you could ask for.
Certainly the case. We'll see what is going to be the pick off of this grief after we finish writing down the contents of Adam's hand. And happy to see some creatures from Adam's side. Happy to see that Sanctifier and Beck, I'm sure. But this grief potentially going to make things, or going to try and make things a little more awkward for Adam to navigate through. Yeah, that's the one that I don't.
The Sanctifier, yeah. Yeah, I would have to imagine. Okay, it does have the Fade Death. So the other take looks like we're gonna go for Helix. Makes sense because the Helix can go after the grief. So if you leave Adam with the Helix, then that cuts off all of your pressure. So now we're kind of in a racing situation where it's Goblin Guide, Swift Spear, Boros Charm versus Grief, and whatever Joss's leftovers are.
Goblin Guide, go. Terminate on the top of the deck.
Terminate, no land.
Grief coming in swinging as well. Got that menace and trying to just keep up a little bit of a race until things get a little too dire that we can't be doing that. I believe a Path to Exile was the draw for a turn for Adam, but we are going to start off once again with an attack from this Goblin Guide. And ooh, I think we're going to say announce that we would like that trigger. Check the top of our deck, but we are going to be terminating that Goblin Guide, and saw another Terminate on the top of the deck. So a lot of Terminates. Very Terminator game.
this is kind of a weird spot for Path to Exile, right? It's, you're kind of priced into killing this grief, which I guess maybe it's not that bad for you. But you would almost much rather have just the land. The thing about grief is you're down a lot of cards when you grief and Undying Evil. You're kind of just trading you're essentially trading resources at that point. So giving them a land back after pathing, after you've kind of been depleted of all your resources, it's just not the best exchange.
Mm-hmm. It looks like at the same time that Arid Mesa is going to fetch a mountain for Adam, but then it's going to be pass, I feel like, is what we saw. But we have a Swift Spear in hand, right? We should at least be playing that.
Yeah, I was wondering why we didn't play the Swift Spear pre-combat. Post-combat Swift Spear is kind of weird.
Yeah, it makes me feel like we are either trying to bluff or that we drew something that we could potentially have played, but not going to quite be the case. Oh, I think there's a Skewer the Critics in hand, so it could have been that we wanted to play the Skewer instead of the
Oh, I see. So, okay. Okay, I see.
Oof.
I'm going to bolt the Swift Spear. And only one card left for Josh. 14 life. We know about a Boros Charm in Adam's hand. Goblin Guide's not a bad one, but Ob Nixilis, that is the life gain card of choice for Josh, and that's gonna be a lot for Adam to overcome.
Oh, yeah. And I mean, Ob Nixilis is kind of a weird card to have considered as a life gain card, but should be able to get the job done nonetheless. And just overall, like a Planeswalkers, if they're able to sit and play against Burn, kind of like tear them in two different directions because they spend the whole time being like, do I attack this Planeswalker or do I just kind of like let it sit there and continue to go face against what I am wanting to continue to do?
Right. So yeah, I guess it is kind of awkward because Josh has to minus here. Doesn't gain the 2 life if there's no devil, so you could see something like Searing Blaze, which we are going to see. That's a pretty good one here for Josh. So Searing Blaze is going to deal 3 to Josh. The Goblin Guide likely going to attack the Ob Nixilis, I would have to guess. See if you remember the Goblin Guide trigger. Looks like we did not. Yeah, looks like... Yeah, okay, no Goblin Guide trigger. Ob Nixilis been taken care of. Josh really looking for something like a Fury. Probably Josh's best draw step at this point. Maybe Seasoned Pyromancer. Help find him a little bit more cards. Finds a Ragavan. Not a bad one.
Ragavan. Yeah, we'll play a Lava Spike. Hiya.
When the burn deck gets burned.
I mean,
who's the burn deck now?
Yeah, exactly. Our Ragavan's going to be doing its best Goblin Guide impression, except for we're flipping over the top of the Burns deck instead of
right. And the second Ragavan, I wonder if you're Josh, I wonder if you want to maybe try to just cast a Ragavan. I guess what you can do is you can dash. Path to Exile on the Ragavan's really rough when you know about the second one.
Mm-hmm.
Oh man, that's a tough exchange.
Allows for Josh to pick up by Swamp, but yeah, we know about the other one in hand. So there we go. Second monkey coming out to play and going back to Adam's turn. Do you think we're going to see a block from this Ragavan, or is this Ragavan trying to race a little bit?
Well, we know that Adam has a Boros Charm. It doesn't look like a Lava Spike or a Bolt was picked up because that would be lethal.
Mm-hmm.
Looks like Goblin Guide on defense, which I kind of understand because putting Josh like going from 7 to 5 doesn't really change the clock that much. And if you attack and Ragavan attacks you back, you can hit a Helix, and you really don't want to see that. Okay, Boros Charm. So Adam goes to 6 off the Ragavan. Boros Charm puts him to 2. So not quite lethal. Oh, has the Helix. Okay. So I guess Adam's hand was Helix Boros Charm. So this should be game then.
Should be. And yeah, that Boros Charm could come at Adam, but we're going to go ahead and draw. And that Boros Charm that's been in hand from the start of the game is going to be enough for Adam Weiss to end up, bringing that one home. We have a single match that is currently outstanding in our top 8 and our quarterfinals. So we are going to be finishing that one up, and then we will come back after a short break, show you how this first part of our quarterfinals has fully shaken up, and get right into the semifinals and continue to walk you through this top 8 here at the NRG Championship Series, Mundelein, Illinois. We'll be right back.
Good evening, everybody. Welcome back to our coverage here on the NRG Series. I'm Matt Monty, getting ready to kick off our semifinals here. Let's take a look at how we got there. So check out the top 8, see how we got to where we are here. So Adam Weiss and Josh Feliciano. So Adam Weiss on Burn takes down the Rakdos deck. The 1 seed being Burn. That's pretty good news for Adam. Going to have the play option throughout the entire top 8 as long as they're alive in there. So going to go ahead and capitalize on that. Down there in the bottom left, Guy Scott and John Wager. So John going to go ahead and take it. Was a pretty extended game 3 that they played. Jeskai Breach ending up getting there in the end. I think Guy took a mulligan down to 5 or 4 in game 3. John able to capitalize on that. So that is going to be one of our matches. On the other half, more Hammer just winning. Both Azorius Hammer decks on the right side winning. One in the hands of Adam Hawthorne, one on the other hands of Will Kruger. So both of those guys going to pair up in another Hammer Mirror for Will Kruger. I believe it's his 4th, maybe 5th of the day. So they're on the right side of the bracket. Will going to have the option to be on the play, I would assume. Going to go ahead and take that. And then on the left side of the bracket, Boros Burn, Adam Weiss, and John Wager with the Jeskai Breach over there. So we're going to go ahead and jump down into our semifinals. We have this and our finals. We're crown a champion. So I'm going to send it down to our semifinals here with Becky and Devin.
All right, everybody, we are back here for some more action here. Hammer Mirror, Will Kruger on the left, Adam Hawthorne on the right. Will, the 3 seed, going to be on the play. And as Matt pointed out, Will has played a ton of Hammer Mirrors, So, Becky, walk me through this. Who do you think is who do you got in this matchup?
It's hard. You're picking somebody, as you mentioned, like Will, who has played a lot of not only this deck, but therefore has played a lot of these mirrors, versus somebody who, I don't know how new Adam is to this deck, but it's hard when you're facing down somebody who has been one of the kind of innovators of the deck for some amount of time and has had a lot of results both online and off with something like the Azorius Hammer deck. So I would initially lean Will. I also imagine that starting off on the play matters quite a bit. So I would start to put like some of my eggs in that basket. But you kind of, this Hammer deck has just so many randomly explosive turns that if you have a brain that's good at kind of like picking out what cards really matter and you're able to kind of cobble something together, it's anyone's game.
Yeah, and if we look at Will's start here, this is kind of the dream start, right? Turn 1 Saga, I believe, played a Springleaf Drum on turn 1. Turn 2 followed that up with a land, a Gingerbrute, and a Pure Steel Paladin. So what this means is the Saga's going to be able to get a hammer. That's going to draw Will a card and already has Metalcraft enabled. And Will actually just showing that he has the lethal, just to kind of, for chat who maybe didn't quite see that, basically Will would get a hammer off of the Saga, float mana, play the second hammer, equip the Gingerbrute with both of them, and then activate the Gingerbrute, which says can't be blocked except by creatures with haste. That's 21 damage, and that is all of Adam's life total. So we're moving on to sideboard already.
Sideboard already, and gonna see if we have a little bit of difference in sideboards, considering that we are in a little bit of a mirror match here. So that Gingerbrute ended up mattering quite a bit in this first game, and a card that I think a lot of people tend to kind of think is a little bit unpresuming, but certainly can pack a big punch, as we just saw. So walk me through what you think Will is going to be changing, or what are we looking to add to our deck in this matchup?
So we'll start with 3 copies of Draenith Magistrate. Don't think we're going to be going towards those. Lavinia, Azorius, Renegade. Probably don't want to go towards that. Sanctifier, Envec, not for this matchup. Blacksmith Skill, maybe, although there's not a ton of spot removal outside of the March of Otherworldly Lights. Now, these players do have deck lists, so Will's going to know exactly what interaction that Adam has. Still might want to go towards the skill. The March of Otherworldly Light, as mentioned, it is quite good in this matchup. Maybe the Path to Exile, just so you can have have more answers to the fast hammer. Pithing Needle is kind of weird because you're playing a mirror match, so you don't really want to needle your own stuff. I don't really think you want to go towards that. So yeah, the path, the marches, and the skill I think are the cards you want, but I think everything else we
All
can kind of
right,
leave at home.
let's see what we're leaving at home and what we're bringing to the big show here for Adam Hawthorne in his deck on the other side. Same style of deck, but potentially with a few differences between these two deck lists. If we can take a look at Adam's set of 75 and see how many similarities we have. It looks like we do have quite a few things that are following a similar style, but just some different numbers across the board here.
Yeah, so only one Draenith Magistrate, 2 Lavinias. I think those are both not that great. Sanctifier, again, not that great. The 1 skill, the 2 marches, the 1 path, I think those are all going to be coming in. And then not a big fan of the counter spells, the Needle or the Relic. So I think both players are going to bring in the exact same 4 cards. And yeah, this is, pretty close to a true 75 card mirror. There are some small differences, but by and large, these decks are very, very similar. And yeah, this is, I think play draw matters, a ton in this matchup. So Will being in the play, but does have a little bit. Both players have access to a little bit more interaction post board. So we'll have to see how these post board games play out. And I remember watching one of Will's mirror matches, and there was a point where there was like somebody had attacked with I think it was like a cauldron with 2 hammers on it, and Will had to like chump block and was able to get exactly enough for lethal next turn. So there can be a lot of math involved with these types of matchups.
We'll see if that math ends up being necessary, or if we just have a moment where Will flips down all the cards in his hand and shows off how quickly he has the win, which has happened a few times now on camera. But I appreciate that we're getting a little bit of backstory as to how that is happening and being able to see what cards are putting together these wins every time they are presented, as players are currently shuffling their opponent's decks, and we're getting ready to go right down into this next semifinals match once again between Will Kruger and Adam Hawthorne. This time, Adam Hawthorne is going to be on the play as Will Kruger took down game number 1.
Yeah, and as we talked about, play draw, very, very important in this matchup. You want to try and deploy as many of your you want to get set up as early as possible when both players are kind of doing a lot of the same things. Not quite necessarily 2 ships passing in the night. We saw the 2 marches in the path coming in for both players. So, a little bit more interaction in the post-board games, but by and large, you're just kind of trying to nut draw the other player as fast as possible.
All right, looks like Adam called it good and starting off with a flooded strand, doing a little bit of fetching, trying not to reveal too many things in hand there. So we're going to be able to pick up a plains and play that Sigarda's 8 as the start for Adam there.
Didn't quite see what was revealed. I wonder if Will caught a glimpse of that. It might have been a hammer. I can't remember.
Oh,
It was tough to see.
what a start.
Yeah, this is actually really good for Will. So turn 1 Saga with the drum and a Memnite means that even if Will doesn't have kind of like the fast hammer combo draw, you can activate the Saga on turn 2 with that Springleaf drum. So we'll have to see if Adam has something like a March of Otherworldly Light, maybe you want to fire it off on the Memnite to stunt the mana development of Will so that the Saga can't make tokens.
So far, I mean, that would be a great decision, especially considering that Will is off to a kind of quick start with the Springleaf. So just going to go ahead, Windswept Heath, try and get a little bit more land into play here and see what we are dedicating to the board. It looks like it is going to be that Stoneforge Mystic. Say, hey, I'm already shuffling. Let's continue this shuffle party and not have to take any more extra steps. What will we be picking? Making sure that we know life totals, making sure that we know exactly what is in play on Will Kruger's side as we go into making this decision.
Yeah, I mean, with a Sigarda's 8 in play, you would kind of assume that Adam would want to get a hammer, but maybe there's already a hammer in Adam's hand and wants to go towards something like a Shadow Spear. So this will give Will some information, because it looks like Adam did put the Shadow Spear up to the front, and it looks like that's what's being revealed. So if you're sitting in Will's side, you kind of have to assume that Adam kind of already has the hammer rolled up, because why else would you get the Shadow Spear?
Yeah, I think that's an insightful thing to note here, as that was the pickup going into hand. Now just saying, pass the turn. And Will Kruger starting at turn number 2 off with as many permanents as Adam Hawthorne had at the end of turn number 2. So let's see how that is able to develop going into the rest of Will Kruger's turn.
Yeah, so Will's got a couple options. As we talked about, could fire off the Saga, make a token. But if he expects Adam to have the hammer, might not be, I mean, honestly, there might not be another option for Will. I can't quite get a good look at his hand, but maybe if there's something like a March of Otherworldly Light, what you could do is you could go, say, make a token, and then you have the token and the Springleaf Drum untapped to be able to hold up March, but we're just going to cast out the Springleaf Drum. We are shields down here for Will, so...
And we're drummed up. All right, start off with a shock. All right.
It's kind of funny here because, okay, so if you're on Adam's side, right, when you played the Stoneforge, you assume that Adam already has a hammer in hand.
Mm-hmm.
Will also realizes that, but from Adam's perspective, if you had just gotten the second hammer, you would have had lethal this turn, but you didn't know that Will was going to just kind of, tap out and do this. Now, it's tough to say whether or not Will makes the same play if Adam reveals a hammer.
Mm-hmm.
It's really, really tricky in these kinds of spots. And, Will just kind of has the read that Adam doesn't have it. And I think that's a correct read. I don't think Adam has two hammers here. I mean, we probably would have seen it by now. So.
Yeah, likely the case, especially all things considered. And wow, it results in just a pass from Adam.
Interesting. So no hammer, no Cauldra. I mean, I think when I got a glimpse of Adam's hand, there might have been a Cauldra in hand already. Oh boy! Like imagine if Will brought in the Pithing Needle here and needled Stoneforge.
Yeah, especially because it has already been started up here. We are already searching what is going to go to the front here. Looks like we're going for a Shadow Spear of our own, actually, from Will.
Yep, so he's going to get the Shadow Spear. Makes sense when you have the Construct tokens. So, looks like Will has another Saga. And we'll see what the leftovers are. I think that's a Cauldra in Will's hand. It's had the needle in hand. Actually brought in the needle. Oh, man. So unfortunate for Will, because if he didn't draw that needle and just had it in his deck, this would have been a massive beating for Adam, because he would have just needled the Stoneforge. But unfortunate for Will, just drew the needle.
Yeah, I was about to say the same thing. So unfortunate that with time to respond here, that Cauldron Complete is now in play off of this activation of the Stoneforge Mystic. And Shadow Spear in hand, so we do have a way to flash in a piece of equipment. But already with a lot of keywords on it, maybe not exactly looking to attach those things to Cauldron Complete. And now Will stuck saying, if I can't name the Stoneforge Mystic, what's left to name?
Yeah, I mean, at this point, I guess you don't want to name Shadow Spear, even though you know Adam has Shadow Spear because you have your own, and Adam has the Sigarda's Aid, so even if you name the Shadow Spear, the Sigarda's Aid can just equip the Shadow Spear anyways. So it looks like we are tapping some creatures to equip the hammer, to equip the Shadow Spear onto the construct. And again, shields down here from Will. But, as we saw, the turn that Adam played the Stoneforge Mystic and got the Shadow Spear, Will I think, played this game with that information. Like that, when Adam got that Shadow Spear, it gave Will a lot of information as to what Adam's hand was. So, I think if Adam gets the hammer, Will plays this game a lot differently.
All right, Pure Steel Paladin, the next addition to the board. And finally, that Colossus Hammer that we've suspected to be in Adam's hand for so long is going to be deployed onto the battlefield with that Sigarda's Aid and Pure Steel Paladin as well, souping up this Cauldron Complete here.
Yeah, and this is a 16-point attack, because we have 5 from the Germ, 1 from the Shadow Spear, 10 from the Hammer. That's 17, because it's 1 from the Mystic. So 17, putting Will to 3. And then if you do the math on Will's side, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 current artifacts, which would mean the constructs are 8/8s. The lifelink one would be a 9/9 with the +1/+1 from Shadow Spear. Race definitely does not favor Will.
Yeah. Speaking of the race, like the amount of a life point swing, like this is not only a lot of damage, but that would be doubling Adam's life total. So putting the situation or the possibility of a race in a really difficult position for Will.
Yeah, weird spot. I mean, I would assume you just attack, attack with everything, because you're going to gain 16 life. You know that Will's tapped out. So, yeah, Adam's going to go to 32. Will's going to go to 3. Just your average, 33-point life swing.
Just a normal day on the job.
Yeah, I don't know if we can get confirmation on what the needle was naming. I think Will pointed at the Cauldra, so that's what I'm going to say that was named, but...
Okay.
Yeah, we're getting confirmation from the booth that it did name Cauldra.
So not able to move that around, but hey, we got to keep this germ alive.
Yeah, there's a lot of these weird situations where, like, you can keep the Shadow Spear on the germ, but move everything else onto the Pure Steel Paladin and keep a 1/1 germ around. But can't do that in this situation because the Cauldron's named with Needle. But
that would be kind of cute.
Now, I've seen Will get out some tight spots, but not going to be this game.
But I think Will heard you say that, and then it was like, yeah, but some situations just a little bit too tight, and that one is not going to be a place where Will is able to come back. So we'll be going into game number 3 between these two players, and I feel like we're seeing this a lot. We're seeing a lot of these kind of mirror matchups that go like very swingy back and forth, and it's all coming down to kind of these draws. This one has felt a little like, I mean, so far the wins have gone in favor of whoever has been on the draw, but I feel like it has been a little bit more like just trying to see like, oh, do I think you have it? Do I not think you have it? How am I playing? And it's ending up being in a little bit more of an exhilarating fashion between these players here.
Yeah, this is certainly one of those matchups where play draw matters a ton. We didn't really see any sideboard cards that game either, so it was mostly just kind of a lot of what we saw in game 1. That game was kind of weird though, because we saw Adam play the turn 2 Stoneforge Mystic, get the Shadow Spear, and I think as I talked about a couple of times, I think Will played that game, kind of sensed a little bit of weakness out of Adam, it was really tough. I think Will navigated that game pretty well, but just some unfortunate draws. Couldn't set up the hammer.
Yeah, right. Our players shuffle up really quickly and allow for us to get down into this final match, deciding which one of these players is going to go on into our finals and play for that trophy here at NRG Mundelein here in Illinois. And it looks like Adam said, hey, that 7, not going to be good enough for me to try and get to that final spot. So I am going to take this mulligan, see if I can come up with something a little bit stronger.
Yeah, I'm gonna derail a little bit here. Chat wanted me to mention that 16th place. I don't know if you have the deck list up, but 16th place, there was a Jund deck in the hands of Sam Zeus. I'm not gonna pronounce that correctly, but there was 4 Tarmogoyfs in Sam's deck. So congratulations, Tarmogoyf, back on the menu.
I don't know if it's back on the menu. It's kind of on like the secret menu. Like if you know what to ask for at the fast food restaurant, they'll serve it to you. But otherwise, are you really getting it? I mean. There we go.
The late night menu.
The late night menu has Tarmogoyf on it still. All right.
There's always somebody in the tournament
Somebody's
playing
got to
Tarmogoyf.
register Tarmogoyf. Yep, I know it. So I think in that same vein, somebody has to register Tron, and I just had a good day today in the hands of Joe Lossett, and we'll see if this hand is going to be good enough for Adam Hawthorne to decide to keep, and which one is going to be shipped back to the bottom of the deck before we start this final match off.
I don't know if I've ever seen Joe play a Modern event with not Tron.
I guess
Oh no, he played Scapeshift a little bit. I think.
Yeah.
I think he played a little bit of Scapeshift.
But certainly has favored that deck
anyways,
quite often. myself as well, so I can't really say too much. Ooh.
I love it from Will. Gingerbrute enters the battlefield tapped and attacking.
Same energy.
I appreciate it.
Very Swift Spear.
But oh yeah, same energy from the burn player. So we got. See if we have a 1-drop here from Adam. Ornithopter kind of does the job.
Gingerbrute. Sometimes, maybe.
We'll have to see if Will does have aid hammer. I see a Sigarda's aid. I don't know if I see a hammer. But it's also a situation of you might not want to go for it in the face of the 1 open mana because of the presence of March of Otherworldly Light. Although, I guess if Adam had March, you probably just March the Saga. So maybe you're in the clear versus March.
Yeah, that has to be a little bit of what is going through Will's mind here on this turn. And also just trying to decide exactly what speed we end up playing at in the face of these elements that are in place.
And I caught a glimpse of Adam's hand. He does have the March. Did not fire it off on the Saga, though, which I guess kind of makes sense because Will can't make constructs out of the Saga. So if you leave the Saga and play for a turn, it's not that big of a deal. Like if you kill it in Will's end step, it's effectively the same thing as you killing it on the main phase, with the exception of Will getting the mana this turn. But yeah, no, that does make sense because Will can't make constructs from the Saga anyways.
A little bit of table tapping, trying to decide exactly how the math adds up here, how it changes, and how it moves. And hey, we talked about potentially that Ornithopter is able to block a Gingerbrute, but not if we activate it. So that some of the time ended up being this time here, as Memnite ends up being the follow-up there for Will.
Yeah, very interesting. So I think Adam also has a copy of Spell Pierce. And that might be why Adam didn't want to deploy the March, because he wanted to hold up Spell Pierce for a potential Sigarda's aid, which I guess does make sense. But it's kind of weird because now, if you end of turn the March on the Saga, Will could have a Blacksmith skill. That's the downside to waiting. So we'll see. It looks like that is what's going to happen. We'll see if Will has the skill. Does not. All right, so a little bit of patience here, for Adam, may be rewarded. And looks like he has his own copy of Saga. And
Continuing
a pass.
to be very patient. Yeah.
Yeah, so this game might be more about the construct tokens than kind of like the fast hammer draws that we've seen the first 2 games.
Yeah, it looks like that might end up being the case. And with that in mind, also, like Will not being able to get to that point of making constructs is certainly going to be a little bit difficult to combat with what Adam is soon going to be able to amass.
Yeah, I'm also not sure I saw... okay, there's a land. I was going to say I didn't see a land in Will's hand, but it does have a land. Paladin plays around the Spell Pierce. I wonder if Will has the read on Spell Pierce. Because you notice he kind of like didn't really want to commit anything on turn 2. Like left the Heath available. Maybe he just didn't have a good play. But I think there was a Shadow Spear he could have deployed. But I guess if you have the Paladin, you want to hold the Shadow Spear to try and draw cards. So
yeah, and it's one of those things where if you have other plays to make and you don't have to run into the thing, like as long as it is a card that you have to know, like it's one of those things. You're both playing the same deck, so you have a sense of like what spells could potentially be played, what spells could potentially be in your opponent's hand, and just saying, if I can't play around it, I'm going to play around it and do that as often as I can, and just try to get my opponent in that way.
So we see a passing from Adam. Shadow Spear. Looks like... Okay, Adam went to immediately tap a land. That's the dead giveaway. Will knows there's a Spell Pierce now. Because you saw Adam tap the land, but then untap it. Yeah, Will is now aware of the Spell Pierce. Which is a good one to know about.
But didn't play the land to pay for it. So then you have to wonder, was this baiting a bait?
Well, Adam really wants to make a construct. That's why you wouldn't want to Spell Pierce. And I think that I do agree with Adam's line here. The construct, I think, is more important than piercing the Shadow Spear.
Do you agree with Pithing Needle?
This one's tough because if you don't pierce it,
It names it.
yeah, right. So you have two options. You can either pierce it and give up a token this turn, or make a token in response, let the needle resolve and give up tokens on the future turns. My inclination, this is really tough. I think you pierce this, and then next turn you can just go draw step, float mana, make a token, get a drum, and then the drum and the Ornithopter gives you the mana back. I think that's where I'd want to be, but this is really tough for Adam. It's just like a situation where you have 3 mana that you can use, but you're only using one of it.
Mm-hmm.
Just, the tempo swing is pretty rough for Adam.
And now with that Shadow Spear on the board, going to go ahead and attach it to that Pure Steel Paladin and figure out how we're sending things in, where that Ornithopter is blocking, and damage after all is said and done here for these two players before Adam has to make some decisions about how these Urza Sagas are being used on the next turn.
So interesting attack here. Will could have actually moved the Shadow Spear to the Memnite and activated the Gingerbread to get in 5 damage, as opposed to doing it this way. Ornithopter... Oh, no, I guess it gets in 5 either way. No, because it only got in 4. Right, so that means that says to me that Will probably has a 1-mana spell here. Could be a Spell Pierce, could be a Blacksmith skill. But yeah, did miss out. Could have tapped the mana for an extra point of damage and chose not to. So,
do you think it's one of those things that's even worth like bluffing if you can't do it?
Possibly, yeah. Maybe Will just doesn't value the extra 1 point of damage. Will has Cauldress as last card. Okay, that's what chat's saying. The Cauldress, the last card, kind of an awkward one to have. So I guess maybe in that case you just want to bluff here, because I believe because the Shadow Spear was on the Pure Steel, right? So the Shadow Spear on Pure Steel, Memnite block or Ornithopter block Memnite took 4, as opposed to Shadow Spear on Memnite, activate Gingerbread, that's 5 damage if the Ornithopter doesn't want a chump block. So
players having a little bit of a disagreement about phases and deciding exactly how things are going to be going forward in this turn. Adam kind of in the tank about what exactly decisions are going in what direction.
So we're floating mana here, not going to make a construct. Interesting. I guess you can make a construct off the next saga, because it already has the other saga on chapter 2. I have to see what Adam is getting here. It's like we're eyeing up a Pithing Needle. Could name Gingerbrew, could name Shadow Spear. My guess is Gingerbrew.
Yeah, because that's going to be the next big way where Adam would all of a sudden just kind of like lose the game out of nowhere.
Right, and honestly, I mean, even Adam at 10, this Gingerbrew just going to chip in for a couple of times. So
yeah, we kind of wish we had a few more blockers to also be able to say something about that, but all right. Stoneforge Mystic into picking up Cauldron Complete out of the deck to hopefully be able to start to fight back some of these small creatures that Will has on the field.
yeah, and if Will's last card in hand is Cauldron, there's not really a lot of good draw steps from this position. That's not true. He has the Paladin, so Hammer would be good. My apologies. So yeah, Hammer is the card that Will's looking for, or Stoneforge. I did forget about that Paladin. Yeah, maybe we can get a confirmation on what the needle is naming. Now that I think about it, I wonder if you just named Colossus Hammer, because knowing that the Pure Steel Paladin is in play, that probably does make the most sense.
Saying, all right, I'll just try to buy myself as many turns as possible and turn off your best draw possible.
Yeah, normally naming Colossus Hammer is kind of weird when you have something like Sigarda's Aid in the mix, but when it's Pure Steel Paladin, that one actually it does work. Needle does work against that.
All right, and we are at least able to tell that it likely wasn't named Gingerbrew, as Gingerbrew was motioned to be activated on that turn.
Yeah, and this is kind of the attack that I lined up last turn, which I guess it doesn't actually change the clock, right? Because you dealt 4 to Adam last turn, putting him to 10, and now this is 5 and 5, so it's essentially the same clock. All right, we get a confirmation from the booth that it did name Colossus Hammer, which does indeed make sense because that is a card that, Will would just, draw and then immediately have lethal. So it does make a lot of sense for Adam to name that. But yeah, this is a really interesting game. There's Will's kind of, working with the scraps, as it were. And, Adam kind of the same, but has a couple of sagas. Looks like floating mana not making a construct here. Does have the Cauldra, so maybe eyeing up a Shadow Spear. We can go Cauldron, equip Shadow Spear. Does need one additional mana for that.
A few cards remaining in hand, so we'll see if that is going to be enough to put together what you have been mentioning, and that would amass something that would be rather difficult to deal with.
Yep, so there is a land. So most likely what's going to happen is Stoneforge activation, equip Cauldron, attack for 6. And Will's not really going to be able to race that outside of, setting up a hammer, which is going to be difficult with the needle.
All right, starting it up. Stoneforge, using that mana that was in play and the mana floating to put in that Cauldron complete onto the battlefield. And let's start moving some things around here for Adam.
So I wonder if Will's best draw is maybe just the March of Otherworldly Light to answer this Germ token. That might be where it starts, because that gets you back in the race.
Mm-hmm.
But the issue with that is then the Saga can just make a construct on Chapter 3, which also wears the Shadow Spear the following turn. So it's really tough for Will. Okay, I think I figured it out. Will's sequence here, you go draw hammer, trigger Paladin, draw a card, into March, Needle, equip hammer, GG. I think that's Will's sequence.
You're asking a lot here.
Yeah, it is a lot, but I think Will needs a sequence like that to get out of this.
Okay, coming in.
He's kind of keeping it parity, right? So we're dealing 6, we're gaining 3. So I guess kind of not, not making headways, but Adam's not really gaining any, a ton of life. Adam attacked for 6 that turn, Will attack for 6 back. So it was kind of a break even.
All right, discrepancy over the life totals was just happening, but I think we've got it figured out for both of these players.
Looks like I think a couple of lands in Adam's hand. Surely this one's going to make a construct, right? I guess not. All right, mana. Where are we going?
Yeah, trying to make the decision on what is going to be picked up off of this Urza's Saga here. Taking a peek at the board, the hand, trying to make sure whatever has been decided is going to put together the correct number of things to continue to battle it out on this board.
Ornithopter. The very, very powerful Ornithopter. Does wear equipments pretty well.
Very true.
Well, flavor-wise, we're not really sure, but...
Adam,
what are we getting? Changed our mind. Gingerbrute. Okay.
Puts Ornithopter plates. Do you mind if I change my mind?
How does a cookie wear a hammer? That's the real question. It's a cookie.
Gingerbread at least has arms. I also like every time I see Gingerbread, I just imagine the little gingerbread man from Shrek, and I could see him holding a giant hammer. He's got that kind of energy too. Ooh.
Oh boy, that is a Nettle Cyst. Well, this race became a lot more difficult for Will.
Yeah.
So, quick count 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 artifacts, I believe. So that's 5, 6, 11. I think that is what I got. I think I got 11. One more time 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 11. Yeah, I think it's 11.
All right.
So if Adam gains 11, leaves back the Gingerbrute, gains 11, goes to 18. So now the line that I talked about where it's hammer into removal spell on Needle doesn't do it. So now it literally has to be hammer, hammer, draw, March of Otherworldly Light, March your Needle, equip, attack. So I think that's Will's only way out of this. I mean, I guess if you just draw March, you can March the Cauldra, which maybe gives you a little bit of leeway, but I'm calling it right now. Hammer, draw March, kill you. Let's do it. Oh boy, hammer? No way. What was a white card? It's not a hammer. Maybe it's a March though. Hammer into March is not bad because you get to gain 12. Okay, chat's saying it's Path.
Yeah, his opponent actually asked him. It was like, is it a March?
Will
said it's not a March.
All right. Well, I mean, Path's not bad. It does help the race a little bit for a turn. So you can go move the Shadow Spear there. Actually, the Gingerbread doesn't do anything because you can still trade.
Yeah, but do you want to do that?
Yeah, I don't think you want to trade the Gingerbread. I think you want to keep the Gingerbread in play.
Mm-hmm.
It's kind of tough.
Will's also making that clarification now too as well.
All right, we're getting in with everything. Now, the question for Adam is, do you want to trade?
Mm-hmm.
Maybe Adam just takes this. What's the worst that could happen? So, like, if you assume that Will drew Path, it's kind of tough because you can animate the Nexus, but you don't have an extra mana to equip the Nettle Cyst.
Mm-hmm.
This is a tough spot. So it looks like we're just taking it all. So that's 6 damage, put Adam to 12. I believe Will's going to go to 11. And this Path might... That was a really good draw for Will. The more I think about it.
All right.
I will say, Will has played this game phenomenally. Just kind of eking out every last bit of, like, every last resource. Every single point of damage. Will's not leaving anything on the table.
But I mean, like, every single thing that you've presented as a way for both players to really stay in this game has, like, in some kind of way or another actually happened. So really both players just doing a pretty phenomenal job of getting through different levels of things.
All right, I think Will went to fire off the Path. I think we were waiting to see if Adam was going to fire up the next eye. All right, here's the Path. Do we have a response from Adam? We can pay for a Pierce. Okay. Path is now resolved, it looks like. Yeah, you get a basic. So now this race gets a lot more interesting. Because, so I guess what Adam's going to do this turn is probably move the Nettle Cyst onto the Gingerbrutes.
Yeah, because you want it to be around
Nettle
something that can block.
Right, I guess you can also crack the Strand for a basic and put the Shadow Spear on the Gingerbrute, which I guess is probably fine. I think using your mana now is good because it frees up your mana next turn. Now, I wonder if Adam wants to go towards Inkmoth or just, beatdowns. Because the Inkmoth was that another hammer for Will? It's 2 mana. What do we got for 2? Stoneforge? Pure Steel. That one's not ideal.
Still the same card remaining in hand. Fetching on Will's end step. I think. Did Will make the decision to not attack?
Yeah, so well, you can't attack into the
Sure.
Nettlecyst Gingerbrute, right? Because it's a 5/5. And even if we activate our Gingerbrute, his Gingerbrute also has haste. So that was that weird thing we were talking about last turn, where it's like,
Yeah.
I activate my Gingerbrute.
No,
well,
and
I
that
can
was
still
also
block
one of
with
those
mine.
things where I saw the Cauldron Complete with the Shadow Spear on it and thought that the Cauldron Complete was a creature as well, and was a little confused about the layering of things.
Oh yeah. But with the second Paladin, Hammer is actually kind of a pretty good draw step for Will, because it gives him 2 more looks at that march. Because that is kind of the deciding point in this. That's the one thing that's keeping Adam in this game, is this needle. So if Will's able to find this march, going to be able to blow the game wide open.
All right.
Okay. So this looks like an attack for 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 5, 6, 7. I don't know how many Inkmoths got fired up.
I think only one.
Well, I think none, right? Because I think it was 2 to equip the Shadow Spear, 1 to activate the Gingerbrute, but does have 3 mana left over to fire up all 3. So if you fire up all 3, it's 3, 6, 7, 8, 9, I believe. Looks like motioning, firing up 2, I think. So if we fire up 2, be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 7, 8, 9. Put Will to 2, I believe. Add him to 20.
Yep, that sounds and appears to be correct, and both players are in agreement.
All right. Looks like it was a Springleaf Drum, and that is going to do it. Congratulations to Adam Hawthorne.
I mean, a whole lot of equipments that just were a little bit too much for the kind of set of things cobbled together by Will Kruger to be able to handle. And that's just one of the situations. If you just have a draw that has a bit more potency, sometimes it doesn't matter kind of how good you play. And even like we saw the path come off the top of the deck, and we were like, oh my gosh, Will is still in this. We had a moment, and it just, in the end, wasn't enough. A few too many pieces of equipment that were hitting a little bit too hard from Adam Hawthorne, who will be going further into this tournament, into the finals, to play for the chance at that trophy. We are potentially just going to take a little short break. It looks like our backup match is complete, so we will be bringing you into the finals in little to no time at all, but we are going to take a quick little break, get our players situated, and we will be right back with that action for you.
Hey, everybody, welcome back. We're getting ready to kick off our finals here at the NRG Series. First of all, I want to say thanks to everybody who's joined us all weekend long. We had an awesome Pioneer event yesterday, as well as our Modern event today. Whether you were here in attendance, watching us back on a replay, or you just hung out with us all weekend on Twitch. So thanks for coming and hanging out with us, all the staff. This is the last time you're going to see me for the day. But let's get into the top 8 here in a minute. So we'll talk about our next event where you can see us also. So we're going to be down in Louisville, Kentucky. It's actually, I believe it's our first time going down there, at least in the last 7 or 8 years I've been with the Midrange Gaming. So we're going to head down there. We're going to play a modern showdown for $15,000 on Saturday, December 10th. Remember, if you have never played on our series, that's okay. You can just win that event. Super easy way to get into the end of the year championship. Winner of the Saturday showdown is in to our end of the year championship. Then you can also play a little bit of Pioneer on Sunday if that's what you're interested in. That's Sunday, December 10th. Again, put it on your calendar. If you can't make it out there, no big deal. Just tune in on Twitch. Make sure you hit that follow button for tonight. If you're feeling extra generous, that subscribe button goes a long way to help us keep giving you awesome coverage. So thanks everybody for hitting that on your way out. Let's talk about the top 4 real quick as we get down here. It is going to be an Adam mirror match. Adam Weiss versus Adam Hawthorne. So the Azorius hammer deck obviously was going to come out of one side of the bracket. We didn't know whether they were going to be faced against Boros Burn or Jeskai Breach, but Boros Burn takes it down. I talked to Adam Weiss, the Boros Burn player, and he said, I've beaten Hammer once before. So going to try and pull it off again here. As the 1 seed, though, pretty good stuff for them. They got some sideboard cards that might help out in the matchup, too. So interested to see how that turns out. At any rate, I'm going to go ahead and sign off for the day, and I'm going to send you down to Becky and Devin. They're going to bring in awesome finals. Thanks again for tuning in here in Mundelein.
All right, and it is time. We are here for the Adam mirror match in the finals. Burn on the left-hand side of your screen versus Azorius Hammer on the right-hand side of your screen. Burn on the play, leading off with the Goblin Guide. Becky, I gotta ask you, who do you have in this matchup?
Burn, probably.
All right.
I mean,
Draw?
I think that just like makes such a big difference for these players, and I mean, I think there's a lot to be said about Adam's hand here. This is going to be fun because now I can say Adam's hand, and you don't know which Adam I'm talking about.
True.
Especially, so a lot of the theme for this weekend for me has been, if I'm commentating, I'm 15 feet away from the feature match area. There are certain things that I just can't get away with saying. Um, and now that the room has cleared out and I don't have the hum of players to kind of drown me out as well, I have to be extra careful. So if I am being a little bit nebulous in what I'm saying, know that that is the reason why. I'm trying not to get in trouble or give anything away to these players who are currently playing here as well. And I barely even managed to sit down in this chair before this Goblin Guide came in attacking. So a lot is just rumbling for this Boros Burn player so far.
Yeah, some good news here for Adam. So, a couple of things to note. There was a land and a Sigarda Seed on turn 1, no creatures, so no Ornithopter, no Memnite, and also revealing a second Sigarda Seed off the Goblin Guide doesn't really do all that much. The second aid, not really where Adam wants to be. And still no creature. Wow. So this is really, really good for Weiss's. I was going to say Adam, but yeah, they're both Adam. For Weiss's point of view, so is able to get a Flooded Strain off the first trigger. Really needs to find just a creature. Yeah, that's not a creature. This is tough spot for our Hammer player.
Yep, and I mean going into our second main phase with 3 mana. So let's see what Adam is going to start it off with, and it's just a Lava Spike and a Skewer the Critics, and that's going to be enough to deal those last 6 points of damage. So normally, if we were going to be talking about this matchup, I would say, hey, the Burn player has a lot of spot removal, a lot of ways to get rid of those creatures that we're trying to soup up with these pieces of equipment and go attacking with, and there were none to speak of in that match. So not really having to worry about that at all, and not really too much that the Burn player had to consider there, just getting into the red zone with those Goblin Guides, and probably is hoping to do that again. But we'll see what is in the sideboards of this Azorius Hammer player as well as the Burn player, and see how we're going to try and maybe stop that from happening this time around. Walk us through some of the cards that we've seen throughout the day and how impactful they continue to be.
So, from the Hammer's point of view here, we're going to be looking at the Sanctifier Envec, protection from red, good against the red deck. I know that's the expert analysis right there. Blacksmith Skill, probably another card that Adam wants access to in the games where it doesn't have the Sanctifier Envec, just to be another protection spell. I don't know if you want to go towards the counter spells. Spell Pierce, maybe you do because it's more mana efficient, but something like Mana Leak, when you're trading 2 mana for a 1 mana spell from the burn side, that's just not a good exchange most of the time. So I think the Spell Pierce, the Skill, and the 3 Sanctifiers, I'm kind of in on those. The rest, not so much.
All right, and let's take a look at the Boros Burn deck as our players are kind of doing the same thing. Open deck list here in top 8 as we do have coverage. What is Adam Weiss going to be looking to bring in this matchup, and is it going to make as big of a difference as something like those Sanctifiers that you mentioned?
So our Burn player has a lot of good cards here. So we got 2 Path to Exiles, 2 Deflecting Palms, 2 Smash to Smithereens, and a Wear Tear. I think all of those are slam dunks. Deflecting Palm, it's a little bit less good when both players are when you're aware of it. So it's one of those things where you kind of have to play with it face up in the sense of you have to essentially hold up 2 mana if you're in those spots. So our Hammer player is going to have to try and navigate around that Deflecting Palm, but that could be a reason you want something like a Spell Pierce. But yeah, the Path to Exiles, the Smash to Smithereens, and the Wear Tears, all excellent cards, and I would expect Weiss to bring in all of those.
Our players are deciding how they are changing their decks, their configurations, having a good chuckle, learning about one another as well. And I think it's worth mentioning that our players had a little bit of a discussion about split, a little bit of discussion about what they wanted out of playing this final match. And after a little bit of discussion, a little bit of thinking, there was a moment, a brief glimmer of a time where they were like, we really just want the trophy. That's what we're playing for, is the trophy. And then upon trying to figure out how the split was going to work, one of them turned around and was like, just kidding, I want to play for everything. So quick change of pace, and it only takes one person saying no split for it to go in this fashion. So just like that, our players playing for every piece that they could possibly be playing for, both prize pool, the trophy, invites, all of it is on the line in this map. And Adam Weiss on this Boros Burn deck has a strong leg up to start this one off.
Yeah, and the good thing about the burn player is, even if you lose game 2 on the draw, you're guaranteed at least one more game on the play. So this is, maybe the not necessarily the throwaway game, but I think normally this matchup is not great for burn. I think Weiss got a little lucky there. Adam just didn't really find a creature. Had basically everything else. Had the hammer, had the Cigar's Aid, but maybe kept a hand that was relying on finding a creature and didn't find it. But with a hammer on the play, I kind of like the hammer side of things, but we'll have to see how this plays out.
Matt Bamonte, before going down into the match, was saying that he talked to Adam, and I actually got to kind of see both sides. I got to see Matt Bamonte recall this moment, and Adam Weiss kind of do a finger in the air listening at that moment where Matt Bamonte admitted for Adam that he's maybe beaten Azorius hammer once. So burn player also kind of thinks that Azorius hammer not a very favorable matchup, and I maybe just don't know too much about this matchup. I can't say that I have burn is a deck that I own, but have I played it in any recent times? Absolutely not. Certainly haven't played it since the existence of Azorius hammer. But if you told me that this was the matchup, I would kind of expect it to go Burn's way, but I suppose that Azorius Hammer is one of those kind of trickier decks that is also playing things like the Blacksmith skill now that make it a little bit difficult for their things to be removed from the board.
Yeah, and I actually pulled up Adam Weiss's tournament report, but his match history. Played against Hammer once in round 4 and defeated it 2-1. So only not a ton of results to go off of there, but he's undefeated against Hammer in the event so far.
All right, and this time started off with an Inspiring Vantage, but no creature to follow it up. And Adam Hawthorne on that second turn is going to just go ahead and use the mana from the Urza Saga to get a hammer into play. Arid Mesa for Adam Weiss into a pass. Wow, okay, we're just no creatures for anybody.
Yeah, this is not exactly how game 1 went, to put it lightly. The one, the good news for Hawthorne is the Saga does generate a lot of, attackers. So maybe he has land number 3, can make a construct token. Have to see what we have. But yeah, no creatures from Weiss's side of things either, which leads me to believe, certainly a lot of burn spells in Weiss's hand, but potentially sideboard cards as well. Smash to Smithereens could be there, Deflecting Palm. I think I see a Skullcrack, a Helix, a Bolt, and that might be 2 Lava Spikes. Tough to tell. Maybe that's just more bolts.
It's tough to tell, and besides just go 2 turn, another land, and another pass. It's going to be followed up. These are one of the things that I think I had maybe taken for granted when initially talking about this matchup, is these construct tokens and how quickly they can kind of just get out of hand and be kind of really tricky for you to pin down with a lot of spells.
So we see a Searing Blaze here. I believe this is going to be on the end step after the construct token is made. So land and play, able to dome the construct token as well as add them for 3. Which is not too bad for Adam. Does have to be a little bit careful about this Yagmoth Nexus though. So you could see something like float a mana off of the Urza Saga. Maybe potentially get, thinking like maybe a Springleaf Drum, and then you can go play a White Source, play a... Okay, we're not going to do it. I was thinking about Pure Steel Paladin lines, but we're just going to make a construct token, which also makes sense.
Yeah, and I mean, you think about it this way, every time Adam is having to use one of these burn spells to take down one of these construct tokens, we've said it time and time before, but these construct tokens are a third of a card. And so all of a sudden we're seeing Adam kind of use a whole card to take care of these creatures that could potentially just end up getting so big that they can't be handled by a lot of these 3 damage burn spells.
Yeah, you never feel like you're in a great spot when you use a 1-for-1 removal spell on a construct token.
Nope.
You know, the good news for Weiss is that it was a Searing Blaze, which meant that, you know, you're still kind of able to get a little bit of damage. I think that's a lightning bolt.
Okay.
I see
love
you
that
trying to
you
look
can
at the
see me getting
screen.
close.
Yeah. I could see you like kind of hovering in, trying to figure out what. I think that's a promo bolt.
Okay.
There's too many different arts of lightning bolt, you know?
It's true. There are a lot. And I like most of them. This one I actually can't say that I'm familiar with, so I'm going to have to be asking where this one is from.
Yeah, I'm not sure where that one's from.
But it has to be a lightning bolt. There's only so many 1 mana. Well, I mean, so many 1 mana instant deal 3 and only have that many lines of text on them as well. But yeah, it's weird. I feel like I'm just like the default lightning bolt has become the GP promo lightning bolt.
Yep.
It's a nice one though. I like that
The
one.
full art one, I like that one, yeah.
I have those ones that are kind of like my go-to and then some white border ones.
I have the exact same ones. I have the GP ones, and I have revised ones.
Perfect. Best friends, same taste in lightning bolts.
Big fan of the revised ones.
Oh yeah. Oh, mine are grimy too. They look disgusting, but I love them so much. I don't want old border cards if they don't look like they were played on a playground.
Yeah, my buddy has a playset of beta bolts, and they are destroyed. Like they've seen some stuff. They've seen some stuff. All right, what do we got here? We got another Saga, Esper Sentinel. Notably, you know, after Adam deployed the second construct, didn't really have any sort of follow-up, just played a couple of lands. Does have a Saga, which can now make a couple more constructs. And notably, these constructs are now 4/4s, so they do not die to 3 damage burn spells.
Unless we're going to see Adam find a way to make that not be so here. So we are fetching with the Scalding Tarn. And I mean, this Esper Sentinel could potentially be annoying, but we actually have quite a bit of mana here. As we've played a lot of land go for both of these players. And I feel like Adam Weiss has kind of just like become a control deck at this point.
Yeah, it's kind of weird. I think Adam might have another land or Weiss might have another land in hand too. Looks like a couple of copies of Sunbaked Canyon. So we're gonna go Searing Blaze, the Sentinel, and pay. Okay, it gets us somewhere, but I mean, what is this? Turn 6 and Hawthorne's on 14. Like that's not really where you want to be from the burn player side of things.
Definitely true. At least that land is a Sunbaked Canyon, so it's something that we can at least cycle. Lava Spike going to be the start, and trying to remedy the problem that Devin was just talking about there. And unfortunately for Weiss, the Shadow Spear in play is just like, it's one of those things that you're just making shifty eyes at time and time again.
Right, yeah. Yeah, this is a weird spot. I think Weiss had, I want to say I saw a Lightning Helix. I think there's another Bolt, and then I believe a Sunbaked Canyon, I think is what we're looking at. Which, not the best. So we're going to make another construct. These are 4/4s. With the ability to make them a little bit larger with the Inkmoth Nexus.
Mm-hmm. They're going to get a little
And we'll
bigger
see
than
what
we
we're going to
too.
get. We get a drum. I think that's a drum.
Yes.
It's got to be.
New Brothers War schematic. Spring drum.
Yeah, it looks nice.
Oh,
I like
so
the schematics.
nice. I felt a little sad actually that I even brought my Tron deck that doesn't have my new brown border chromatic stars put into it. Our producer just in our ear said Joe Lossett didn't seem to mind.
Well, there was that one that was what? So were they 4 invasion ones and one wasn't? One was English, or was it?
Oh,
Did you give him like a time
oh,
spiral one or
my
whatever, a mirrored
chromatic
one?
spheres was what I had one missing of, and they were all old invasion, I believe, brown border Japanese. But then I had one from a newer set in English that was what we had to pick up
Ugh.
today, and hurt me to do that. But
Joe.
you know, you got to do what you got to do. The deck can't. I mean, you could play 3 chromatic spheres. Probably no,
Probably not
certainly not.
recommended. I want to know how many times Joe drew the mirrored in chromatic sphere and was just, head in hand, just like, oh, Becky, what did you do to me?
I hope it happened a non-zero amount of times. The real thing. All right, so we are
Yeah.
lightning helixing. We are trying to get a little bit of damage across here and hope that this shadow spear isn't going to be the thing dealing the most damage to us, or hoping that this shadow spear isn't the thing doing the most damage to us from Adam Weiss's side, who is now things in play.
Yeah,
Mhm.
worth noting, Hawthorne had the ability to equip the Shadow Spear there, had 2 mana left over,
Mhm.
chose not to. So what does that tell me? That means there's likely some sort of protection. Could be a blacksmith skill, could be I guess Spell Pierce wouldn't really be that great on this because there's 5
Mhm.
mana on the other side of the battlefield, but would not be surprised if there was something like a blacksmith skill in Hawthorne's hand.
All right, well, Searing Blade is going to be the start after a Sun-Baked Canyon is played, targeting the tapped construct token. And it looks like Hawthorne's just saying that that's good.
Yeah, Searing Blazing a 5/5, not the best place to be.
Ooh, Roiling Vortex.
Get a Roiling Vortex. Not a bad one. So if that one were to resolve, which I believe it is going to, the Shadow Spear no longer gains life. However, there are... Okay, so there's 7 artifacts, right? So there's 5 in play
Mhm.
with the 2 Nexi. So if you're Hawthorne, say you go tap a Plains, animate a Nexus, tap the Nexus with the other 2 Nexi, Shadow Spear, that would be 3, 4, 5, 6, 12, 13. Adam would have to pay a life for the Sunbaked Canyon to activate the Vortex, go to 15, take 13, go to 2. Vortex trigger puts you to 1. That hypothetically would do it. So I believe that Weiss is dead to a land.
All right, we'll see if that is going to be... Mhm.
Or an artifact.
The case here on Hawthorne's turn here. Trying to figure out how this turn should be navigated, and if we follow what Devin has mapped out.
Yeah, I don't know if the blacksmith skill is lethal face up, because so you have to equip the Shadow Spear in order to make Adam use in order to make Weiss use the mana on the Roiling Vortex. So let's assume for the sake of argument that Hawthorne does not have a land. So you go tap the 2 mana, Shadow Spear up the construct, 5 artifacts, which means 1's a 6/6, 1's a 5/5. That's 11 damage. Then you cast Blacksmith Skill, which is up to 13. Adam, again, pays 1 life, goes to 15, activates the Vortex, takes 13, goes to 2, upkeep trigger, take 1 from the Vortex. Okay, we're only attacking with 1 construct, so never mind.
All right. Adam, say...
There was also a Pure Steel Paladin in hand. I wonder why Hawthorne I wonder why we just didn't go for the Pure Steel. Because you can go tap the Plains and the drum in the construct, play Pure Steel, Colossus Hammer up the other artifact, and I believe that is enough for lethal.
All right, so I believe Adam Weiss should be at 9. Yep. All right. Going to 8.
What a strange game. I mean, if the life totals are correct, this is lethal. Skullcrack puts you to 1, and then yeah, that's it. Wow, did not expect that. That was a very, very interesting end to that game. I'm pretty sure that we maybe had something to do with the Pure Steel Paladin, but in any case, congratulations to Adam Weiss, your NRG 5K
5K
champion.
champion here in Mundelein, Illinois, with Boros Burn, the old faithful deck coming through and doing absolute wonders for Adam Weiss on the day. First seed going into top 8 and the one to take home first place. And as we mentioned, our players did play for everything. So he's going to be the one to take home the trophy, that extra prize, and those invites. So congratulations. If you can hear the applause in the background, throw out some applause in the chat as well. And while you have those hands moving, hit that follow button. And if you're interested as well, also hit that subscribe. If we get to 50 subscribers, then we will be having Norman Cohen, owner of NRG, dyeing his hair orange. Very important things on the line here. So if you're interested as well, when you follow, you will be able to get that live notification when we go live in Louisville, Kentucky, with more modern action. 15K on the line for those players, and it will be a showdown match as well to qualify for our championship series that will be in January. All right, Devin, do we have any final things you want to shout out, mention on our day before we go ahead and sign off?
Old Faithful getting it done. Burn, I would say one of the oldest decks in Modern's history, has been around since the first Modern Pro Tour. And just, lightning bolts deal the same amount of damage in 2010 as they do in 2022. So congratulations.
Absolutely. All right. My name is Becky. I've been here with Devin O'Donnell, aka Doomwake. You can find our Twitter handles below us. A big thank you to Drake Sasser and Mason Clark for starting us off on the day as well. We look forward to seeing you here at the NRG series on the next one. Have a good night, everybody.